What if I told ya I know exactly what you are? What have they sold ya on that red hot boulevard? Ooh, I'm doing damage control on my heart and my soul, and ain't no one telling me nothing. I've taken control. If you got something on your mind, go and spit it out. If you got something on your chest, go and get it off. We don't have a moment to waste. For the last few days we've been running in place. I need a vacation. Both hands holding on, but I feel it breaking. If I'm not good enough, how long till replacement? I see right through your disguise, your pretty little lie. What if I told you I know exactly what you are? What have they sold you on that blacktop boulevard? Ooh, I'm doing damage control on my heart and my soul. Oh no, I don't need your help, said I'm good on my own. Ooh, I'm doing damage control on my heart and my soul. Oh no, I don't need your help, said I'm good on my own. Let me be free. Let me be free. Let me be free. Let me be free. What if I told you I know exactly what you are? What have they sold you on that red hot boulevard? Ooh, I'm doing damage control on my heart and my soul. Oh no, I don't need your help, said I'm good on my own. Ooh, I'm doing damage control on my heart and my soul. Oh no, I don't need your help, said I'm good on my own.
What up, everyone? Welcome to Gamers8. I'm Stax. We're here in the lobby, and it's nice that we're inside. It's nice and cool, air conditioned in here. You step outside, it's like getting blasted by the world's largest hair dryer. We're going to go hang out with some of the teams, get their thoughts on the event. Hope you enjoy. We're here with Coach Eversax with Carmine Corp. First question, I've always wondered this since I saw these really cool jerseys. Blue wall, orange. Explain.
I think it's just a sponsor, but that's true. It goes without the blue, but I think it's a little change on the jersey. I like it.
Well, so far, I mean, you guys have had an outstanding run over the past couple of years now, but especially now with Exotic and Vatira added to the squad. This whole year, what has it been like with those two specifically?
I think it's been my best year as a coach. Like it's the first time I could start the roster from the beginning, and so really working on something for like a long time. And I'm really happy with how we managed to like evolve as a team and the results we did.
Now there is one big kind of roadblock in your way, Vitality. How do you beat them here as opposed to, you know, in the just 3v3 RLCS?
I think it's like really, really different from trees, and I don't think like the best team in trees are gonna be the favorite in here. So our plan is just to play every game like the best we can, and I think we have a pretty good roster for this format.
Is there any truth to the rumors that you're going to find a way to lock Zen away in a broom closet when you guys play them?
No, we're not scared of Zen. He can play, it's fine.
All right, not scared of Zen. Got the one team here that's not scared of him. Good reason, too, because you guys have given them probably the closest run of just about anybody here. Who are you looking forward the most to playing, maybe other than Vitality?
I think in our group we have Furia. They won last year, and I think since they didn't qualify for World, it's like really important tournament for them, and they're gonna give their best. So if we can play them, I'll be happy about the matchup.
Do you have any predictions for who you might face as the tournament goes on when you get to, say, the knockout stage, get into that top 8, top 4 round?
I didn't really check, but I think we play G2, if G2 or Vitality if we qualify. Yeah. So I don't know, G2 is going to be a fun matchup as well. And I don't know if you heard of KCX, and we play G2 on stage. So maybe having like a first matchup to get the revenge, that would be cool.
That would be fun. Of the non-3v3s, ones and twos, what do you think is your strength?
I think in ones we have Vatira. He's like really good at the game. Like everybody knows it, and he played like a lot of ones this season. And I think the strength in twos is like everybody can play. So basically, right now our strategy is to just play rock paper scissors to see who's playing. But I think we'll just adapt on the matchup we're playing. So I think we're a pretty good team for that.
This is kind of weird though, right? Because usually you go to a major or some other big land, you've got 3 weeks off to figure out, who is going to kick somebody for Rise, and then you come back and you go to more online events. Here, you've just come off the World Championship and you're right back in it. What was this, 6 or 7 days like after Worlds up to now?
I think it was really tough because we were all really disappointed about Worlds, but I think it's also good to have like a tournament instantly to bounce back and not like be like depressed for like a couple of weeks. So we're just here to win, we're here to give it all, and the world is already behind us.
And you did mention KCX. You've got G2 in that show match there. You want to give us an early prediction? How many games do you plan on letting them win before you crush their hopes and dreams?
I think it's best of 5, so I would say 3-0, 3-1. Like we can give them a game in front of everyone.
They're going to give them a game. How charitable. Thank you, Eversax. Good luck. Thank you. You guys have, if I remember right, pretty tough group. Did you kick somebody's dog to get the group that you've got? Like, did you tick somebody off? What's going on here?
Honestly, I think our group is very winnable compared to the other group, having KC, FaZe, KCP, and some other team. But honestly, I think our group is a lot easier, so we are pretty lucky. We're hoping to get through, and that's about it.
That's what I'm saying. Let me answer this. Like, I'm talking like Vitality, G2, Optic, Oxygen, and Gladiators. There's a bit of a Gladiators in there. Like, that's tame. But we have like 4 demon teams in our group as well. Every other team is just like, in like their groups, like, That's fraud. I'm calling that fraud.
I mean, I'll take the gladiators.
Yeah, you have
I don't mind the
the
glads
Gladiators in our
if
group
we
are
manage to see
slightly
them. If we make our way to the glads, so I'll take them on. But yeah, everyone's pretty tough. But hopefully you can put together a performance.
Look, there's a ton of prize money here. Okay, literally multiple tons of prize money. Got to be pretty life-changing stuff. What would you do if you won this whole thing?
Wow, that is a pretty crazy question, especially being from ICE.
Yeah, to have thought of
Maybe.
there's some commas in there. I mean,
Wow, what would I do with that? Invest. That's what I would do.
Yeah, I'm going straight to the housing market. I'm going to be investing in a home in Perth. You know, the market's rising over in Perth. I'll be buying a real estate place and, you know, expanding my income, my economy.
If I won Gamers8, like the money, like yeah, like nice house in the Bahamas. Like, no, I'm kidding. I'd probably, I don't know. I'd probably just like put it away, maybe invest it or whatever. To me, like money, I'm young. Money's obviously important, but to me, for my career, it's more just about winning tournaments and, you know, performing internationally that matters more to me than money as of right now, at least. It'd mean a lot to win it. It's life-changing stuff, but for me, it's definitely important to win events, in my opinion, like right now.
this guy over here goes, well, that's a pretty good question considering we're from OCE. So what's a result that you would be happy with if, you know, if not number one, like what would it take to be like, hey, we did all right here?
Definitely just the top 8. Any top 8 internationally for us as a region is definitely better than anything recently, because the last time we had a really good result was Kami, Jupe, Torsos in season 6. I think it was the top 4. So just slowly but surely taking bigger steps every major tournament is very important for us as a region.
You want me to answer the same question? Yeah, it's pretty much the same. Like,
whatever you want at this point.
yeah, it's pretty much the same. OC's been getting kicked like a dog for for about 3 seasons now. We haven't been able to produce anything, so anything top 8 and above would be very nice to get.
I don't know, realistically speaking, in this format, for me, I'd say anything top 12 and above is a good goal for us. I mean, there's 24 teams. There's more teams here, and we've definitely got the toughest group. So to get like close to making playoffs in a top 12, I'd say that's definitely a worthy result in my eyes, at least.
All right. Well, it's nice to have this back. This is actually the easiest interview I think I've ever done. Just here you go. It's great to have you guys here. Great to see the OCE MVP finally get to show why he does or doesn't deserve that honor. You be the judge. Best of luck, guys. Looking forward to seeing you play. Checkmate. Were you even trying? This is cool, Cole. I don't know where the cool comes from, but he is cool in defeat as well. Cole will be one of the casters here for Gamers8, one half of the almighty subpar but in HD. Cole, good to see you again, brother.
Oh, sorry. Am I taking it?
No.
Sorry. Do you want to restart?
You know what? No, you know what? You know what Ground Zero? Oh yeah, there's no restarts here. Ground Zero did. I handed Fiber the mic,
Yeah.
and then he just headed off to Kaka, headed off to Super Lucky, and they just went. Yeah. So go ahead, take the stage is yours, sir.
I'll be like Farah. Vitality. I'll take the mic and address the people and say, "Hello, I am Cole." Hello, no,
Can you give a promo half as good as Farah did in Boston?
not with the same accent, no. So I won't even try. Here, I'll hand this back to you. You hold it better than me.
Okay. I guess I get to hold the mic again. This is great. So, what are you looking forward to the most out here? I mean, we've got we've got the best players, the best teams in the world, but we've got kind of a twist on it now because now we can see 1s and 2s. Are you looking forward to any matchups in particular?
For me, the thing I'm looking forward to the most is the crew battles format. It worked so well last year. We had the reverse sweep in the grand finals. Of course, Furia up against Falcons. They were 3-0 up. Everybody was expecting them to just go and run with it, and then somehow Furia brought it back. So I think I'm looking forward to seeing Furia's run back in what they will say is their format.
I love how he says it was grand finals. It was actually the semifinals, but that's fine. We won't. Yeah, it was Guild. Remember the Marky Duda got a team into the finals. Do you think Marky can get a team in the finals again? The team he's got this time?
I mean, I was on the plane next to him and OSM, so I probably should say yes, because I might be on the plane with them on the way back too. So yeah, easy. Gladiator's gonna have it.
Of course. The power of the hustle brows. So Furia, reigning champs. They have not looked nearly as dominant as they did last year. So do you think kind of this months-long layoff they've had can kind of help them refocus?
Yeah, it's been tricky since they changed their team, and I think it was always going to be. But I would say their trajectory was gradually going up in the RLCS season. So hopefully for them, this has come at the right moment. And I do think the shift in formats will really help them. I mean, when you've got Yan playing 1v1, you're going to be doing okay. So yeah, I think they're dark horses for this one. And I also think that mentally speaking, when you are the reigning champs, that does mean something. You know, it gives you an extra ego, gives you an extra confidence, and hopefully will be what they need to show their best, because my goodness, when they're at their best, they are beautiful to watch.
Yan, going to have a lot of eyes on him, as you mentioned. Who do you want to see against him the most in a 1v1?
I mean, there's always Zen, of course. He's going to be mentioned, I'm sure, by everybody that you speak to. Ruas as well will be exciting to see. I think they're the main two that I want to see in 1v1 in general.
There aren't many of your fellow countrymen here playing at this thing. Who's the best one? Like, if England has any hope for it's coming home, who could possibly lift that trophy from England?
From England, Rise for BDS will always be a good shout, but I'm not sure if this format will suit them as well as 3v3. So I'm thinking maybe apparently Jack. You know, I think I can see Genji coming back here, doing what they did at the full major in the RLCS. You seem disappointed.
Well, no, I asked you about English players, not North American players. So you got to pick somebody else.
I guess Rise then. Rise.
Okay, there we go. Speaking of Genji, though, I mean, they've got, I can't remember exactly who all is in their group off the top of my head, but it feels like they're going to be one of the teams that kind of has a target on their back, right? I mean, any of the teams that won a LAN this past RLCS season, I think everybody's going to give them their best shot more than others. You seem to agree?
Yeah, for sure. They'll certainly be a team that people really want to see taken down. I think, especially because apparently Jack has got such prowess in 1v1 as well. He's so known for it. And I think that adds a real extra spice as well. The fact that these teams that normally it's great to beat someone in a 3v3 and you get these great reactions, right? But doing it 1v1, there are no excuses. There is nothing that people can take away and say, oh, we just weren't feeling it as a team. It's you against one opponent. And yeah, I think that seeing apparently Jack going down as the Englishman will be great for a lot of his opponents.
All right, last question for you. Obviously, this was a mismatch. Yeah. Do you think there's anybody on the, I mean, I even brought my king all the way out. Do you think there's anybody on the casting team that you could actually beat in a game of chess?
You got lucky.
Here in the lobby now with the Koi boys. I'm actually really excited. First of all, anytime I get to see my boy Gyro at one of these, absolutely love it. I remember way back, I'm going to embarrass Gyro here in front of everybody. Way back in the old days of the Rival Series. I feel like an old man now. Gyro's out here going, I want you to cast my games in the Rival Series. And I'm like, well, I'll be there as long as you hold up your end of the bargain. And granted, you made it more interesting than it had to be, but you qualified there. You've been a mainstay at the RLCS level. And now here you are with a new team at another Gamers8. What's the preparation been like for you? How are you guys feeling coming into this?
Honestly, we've just been scrimming like normal. We've been playing a lot and we've been really focusing on our twos because I think twos is really important. And Cheese, he could tell you that he's been playing a lot of ones since we don't have Cosmic for this tournament. We had Cheese grind ones for us, but we're really confident going into it. And I think teams are going to underestimate us.
what's the difference between? I'm going to come over here to you, Sosa, because you get kind of the best of both worlds. You're in the collegiate circuit, you're in the pro circuit. What's the big difference between preparing for an event, maybe like a CRL Worlds or National Championship, to now you're coming halfway around the world to play Gamers8?
Well, there definitely is a lot more preparation involved. With CRL, we actually, at least my team, we don't scrim as much as my pro team does. So definitely the preparation is just more lengthy.
All right, here's the X factor of the squad. First of all, I got to ask you, Cheese, where does that name come from?
All right, so basically,
he was ready for this.
yeah, I got asked this quite a lot. So basically, a long time ago, I used to go over to Minnesota, which is my cousin's house. We used to game Halo a lot on his Xbox 360, and I was too young to make an account, so I just used the Xbox generator, Cheeseman 1 2 3 4 5, and so my cousins always called me Cheeseman, and I just stuck with it. And when I was on Nintendo Switch, I played with a lot of friends. They called me Cheese, and I just like the name Cheese better. It's also more short, so it's easier to say.
Yeah, I can imagine Cheeseman 1 2 3 4 5 wouldn't look nearly as good on the back of a jersey. So, I mean, there are no easy matchups here at Gamers8. So, what matchup are you looking forward to the most? Let me actually start with Cheeseman over here. What matchup are you looking forward to the most in your group?
I'm really looking forward to the Row 1 matchup, which they have a bye, so we'll have to play them if we beat Secret. Obviously, we got to focus on Secret first, so we got to get the job finished with them. A lot of people have us losing, so I'm trying to prove people wrong.
Does that kind of give you an extra chip on your shoulder, too? Like you feel like you've got a lot to prove?
Yes, a lot. People are underestimating my ones. I can see on Twitter and stuff. I'm going to show that. I can do anything I put my mind to.
All right, no Cosmic, no problem. He's ready to go. What about you? What about the matchup you're looking forward to the most?
Definitely Secret. That's like the only matchup I could think of. I'm just focused on that. That's it.
Now, who's got the twos here? Because obviously, okay, you got Cheese on the ones. You two on the twos? Or is that kind of a game time decision?
It's probably more of a game time decision. I think the default right now is Cheese and I, but depending on how we're feeling, it might be me and Sosa, it might be Sosa Cheese, I don't know. But I think for now, just expect Cheese and I to play the main twos.
Now, outside of your group, we've got a lot of big time matchups with threes, twos, and ones. So when you're not playing, what matchup are you looking forward to watching the most? Is there kind of this, the fan in you kind of gets to come out at this, like Zen Rawas, or do you want to see Vatira against somebody? What's your dream matchup?
Dream matchup? I really want to see, I mean, if we can't choose ourselves, right? Because I have to watch.
Well, okay, so Koi is in the finals. Who do you want?
Game of Gladiators.
Okay, fair enough. Shout out Blitz. Who would actually? Here's one. So, Rob G is making his glorious return to playing. Why isn't Gabe playing? Can we get Gabe and Rob to play each other? Can we get Sathu involved? We got Greg out here as well. Who would actually, if we got those four together and we balanced the teams for the Salty Pines Washed Up Retirement Home 2v2 World Championship, what would be the best team out of those four players? You got Sathu,
I think
Greg, Gabe, and Rob.
I think it's Greg, Gabe, and I think it's gonna be Sathu. I think Chrome's the sub, honestly, for that team.
Oh yeah, we got Fireburner out here too. Would he be? Would he be in there?
Fire, yeah, I put
Okay,
fire
there you
in.
go.
Fire for Sathu. Fire.
They definitely put Gabe in there just so he wouldn't find a way to bench them. All right. Fair enough. All right. So you guys had, let's say, let me put this nicely, a rocky start to the RLCS season. It got better as time went on. There is something to be said for kind of peaking at the right moment and finishing strong. So this is kind of, we're not quite in the off season yet. What gives Koi fans reason to be excited about your chances here at Gamers8? Let's start with you, Sosa.
Well, actually, Cheese and I weren't in the roster at the start of the season. Coming in, I think we definitely showed that we were like an immediate improvement to the squad. We obviously started off by qualifying for Saudi, so that was great. And then we had some rocky regionals, but I think our last regional showed promise. So I think moving forward, we're just going to keep improving.
All right, Cheese. I mean, your time here. I mean, you are kind of stepping in. Basically, you are Cosmic now after he had kind of shined under the spotlight in the one. So what are you looking forward to the most, proving yourself against the rest of the field here?
I've been grinding a lot. I'm using all the haters' motivation, and I've just been playing a lot of ones. I'm taking this really seriously for my team and I just to prove everyone wrong. And also shout out Cosmic because he's been helping me a lot and coaching me. I've been wanting him a lot, so that's hype. So.
All right, Gyro, you get to be the spokesman, and you kind of are the elder statesman around here. So you're probably next into the retirement home with Gabe too. So, right? So how do you, first of all, get out of your group? What's the biggest key to victory for you guys? And then how do you make a deep run here at Gamers8?
Honestly, I think our threes is very strong, and I think we have some of the best twos in the entire tournament. I mean, obviously, I trust Cheese in ones, but if we're playing against like Rawas or something, I think our main goal is to really focus on the threes, and I think we have to take that twos game. But I think we can make it far in this tournament. We have to play really well. I think we have the hardest group by far, but we just got to take it one step at a time.
I know I'm supposed to remain neutral and all that as, you know, the neutral bystander. I really want to see these guys make a deep run. I want to see Gyro lifting a trophy at the end of all of this. So best of luck, guys. Looking forward to seeing you guys play this week. Thank you. All right, we're here in the lobby with G2's coach, Sathu. Good to see you again. It feels like it was just a week ago. Oh, because it was. What is it now? You go from majors to having, you know, a month off before you're back into competitive mode. Now you're just off the world championship. You just got a week before you're right back in it. What's the preparation like for this as opposed to the next split?
Yeah, well, obviously, you know, the format's way different at Gamers8. So prep involves a lot of Gamers8 format scrims. Lots of rank grinding and twos and ones. So it's not as much of a focus on the 3v3 game, and it's just playing a lot more ranked and making sure we're kind of up to date on those game modes.
I can tell you guys are hard at work preparing, of course, for Gamers8, the table tennis portion that nobody else knows about. So it's going to be very exciting to see you guys there. Hello. Keep it on the table, boys. There we go.
No problem.
I mean, Naps was a brick wall over there a moment ago, and now he can't stop anything. All right. So with ones and twos, obviously that throws a huge wrinkle into things. Mm-hmm. Where do you guys feel like you're strongest outside of threes?
You know, G2 is a pretty team-oriented team. I think we're known as like a more European-style team than a lot of NA teams, which are known to be more individualistic. So I think twos. I think we're strong at both, but I think twos is where we'll shine out of the two game modes. So yeah.
You had a chance last year to deliver everybody's dream matchup of Atomic versus Atomic. Yep. How are you going to deliver that matchup now? Have you arranged for a flight for the other Atomic to get out here to give us that?
Not that I know of. Maybe Gamers8 did. I don't know.
Can't rely on this guy for anything, I swear. We've got a lot of former pros turned coaches at this now, and turned back to players in the case of Rob. I was asking some of the other guys, if we got everybody together, so you, Marky, Fireburner, Chrome, who else do we have? We got Raw Greg, Aleutian, Gabe.
Yep.
We got all of you together in a 1v1 bracket. Yep. Who comes out on top?
Me or Alu. Me or Alu, guaranteed.
No question in your mind. All right.
I'm trying to think on the EU side. Snasky's not good anymore. Sorry, Snasky. I think it's Alu or I. No.
All right. We put you two in a best of 7. Who wins?
if my flicks are on point, just like back in the old days, it's me every day. So yeah.
Do you let him get any games?
Yeah, we're good friends, so I'll let him have one or two. But yeah.
Okay, fair enough. What team are you most looking forward to facing here at this event?
Probably Optic. I mean, those are my boys. They had our number the third split, so we're hoping to get a little bit of revenge at this tournament. But yeah, I mean, I'm like best friends with Greg and Reddles, and so it's always fun playing them.
We're chilling here in the lobby with my least favorite player. Just ask Twitter; they'll tell you. Slater, how you doing, brother?
I'm good. I didn't think, the caster that hated me the most would want to do an interview with me, but, I'm excited.
Well, I mean, I'm just here so I don't get fined. I assume you are as well. So, I mean, hey, listen, you guys are kind of the epitome of, it's not how you start, it's how you finish. You guys had a brilliant flourish to end the season. I think you proved a lot of the doubters wrong that this can work out. And now here you are at Gamers8, kind of the big finale to your season before everybody goes into off-season mode. How do you feel coming into this?
It's good. A lot of progress has been made, and, the results are coming. We had a great spring split. Unfortunately missed out on Worlds because of our bad season before that, but we're improving, and that's, that all that matters. Once we improve, the results will come. So we're not too focused on winning, but just getting better.
Players' careers longevity has kind of been a hot topic lately. I mean, people look at guys like Jay Naps and Chicago who have been around forever. You've been around for a while now as well. How hard is it to keep up with the game as it continues to evolve with guys like Vatira and Zen coming into the mix?
It's definitely tough. There's no slacking off anymore. When I was 16, 17, I could get by, not playing all that or not trying to improve, but now it's now the older I get, the more strenuous it gets. So it's been a fun journey. I've actually enjoyed this season more than any of the seasons in the past because I feel myself constantly improving. I'm getting on, excited to play, excited to improve. So it's been good.
One thing I've missed is I've missed the old Reddles that would talk about how guys like Gabe and Classics maybe a little washed up. They can't keep up with you anymore. I mean, you've got now former pros that might end up playing against you at some point. So can we get some of the old Reddles back? Who at this tournament is bound for the retirement home, and how soon are you going to put them out of their misery?
Oh man, you are setting me up with these questions. Humble in old age. I'm getting there.
With age comes wisdom.
Right. However,
okay.
That Oxygen team, they could have an interesting event. I won't elaborate any more on it, but I'm interested to see how they perform this event.
All right. I mean, who are you looking forward to matching up with? If the bracket works out a certain way, is there any particular 1v1 matchup you want to see with your squad? Any threes matchup? What are you looking forward to?
We want to play Vitality. I mean, we went out. If we beat Game and we beat G2, we are most likely going to play Vitality to make top 8. That's a matchup we've looked forward to a lot. Even 3s, 2s, and 1s, I have a lot of confidence in AJ against Zen. I have a lot of confidence in myself and Magic and the 2s with Zen and Alpha. So it'll be a fun match. I really hope it happens because that's one I've kind of circled on the calendar a little bit, but they're a great team, the best team in the world right now. We want to dethrone them.
All right. I'm also looking forward to that one if that does work out that way, mostly because I actually want it. Contrary to what everybody believes, this is one of my favorite players in the world. Our careers have intersected many times. Absolutely one of my favorites. It's good to see you out here. I'm wondering if it's you guys in the finals, who do you want to see across the way? Not just like, hey, who would be an easy win other than Vitality in the grand finals? What do you think would be the best matchup?
You always want your revenge, and Vatira beat my ass too much last season. I need to get my get back. I want Carmine in the final, and that would be the best feeling in the world.
And I imagine if you two were face to face with one of those RLCS style interviews, it wouldn't be this, I'm going to win. No, I'm going to win. No, I'm going to. I imagine, I think you'd have
a little bit more personal.
We'd see the old Reddles back, is what you're saying.
It's a little bit more personal than that. Yeah.
All right. Well, hey, best of luck, brother. Good to see you out here again. He is my favorite player. Trust me on this. You're wrong, Twitter. You're wrong, Reddit. Well, that's it for the lobby. Thanks for joining me here. I'll see you next at the arena.
Progress is a race that has no end. After every finish line, another challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by How.
There is a place where you can elevate what's hidden inside, where you can reframe yourself. Sonomi means the new you. The you can step into. Because when we know who we really are, we become unstoppable. Enter new dimensions of you. Sonomi.
الحياة لحن، ولأننا جزء من مقطوعة عظيمة تحركنا، تلمسنا، تصنع من لحظاتنا ذكريات بديعة. لأن الوجبة، التجربة، المغامرة ياتك بعد جديد في هيلتون الرياض.
All new Honor 90. Capture ultra clear detail with a 200 megapixel camera. Care for your eyes with risk-free dimming display. Honor 90. Share your vibe.
Open your eyes.
When you look into my eyes, tell me what do you see?
Tonight I'm gonna show you the wonders of the mall.
Hey, I got nothing to lose. I got nothing to lose.
I need warriors.
So is this what you want in? You wanna war? Show me what's up then. Now we ready to bust in. Take everything. Take everything. Leave 'em with nothing. Paradise through dirt in our
What if I told ya I know exactly what you are? What have they sold ya on that red hot boulevard? Ooh, I'm doing damage control on my heart and my soul, and ain't no one telling me nothing. I've taken control. If you got something on your mind, go and spit it out. If you got something on your chest, go and get it off. We don't have a moment to waste. For the last few days, we've been running in place. I need a vacation. Both hands holding on, but I feel it breaking. If I'm not good enough, how long till replacement? I see right through your disguise, your pretty little lie. What if I told you I know exactly what you are? What have they sold you on that blacktop boulevard? Ooh, I'm doing damage control on my heart and my soul. Oh no, I don't need your help, said I'm good on my own. Ooh, I'm doing damage control on my heart and my soul. Oh no, I don't need your help, said I'm good on my own. Let me be free. Let me be free. Let me be free. Let me be free. What if I told you I know exactly what you are? What have they sold you on that red hot boulevard? Ooh, I'm doing damage control on my heart and my soul. Oh no, I don't need your help, said I'm good on my own. Ooh, I'm doing damage control on my heart and my soul. They're dragging us down, face on the ground, but still we so proud. Just look at the crowd. We're making some noise, making some sound. We got a choice, they're hearing us now. Paradise through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, actually, I'll try, actually, I'll fight for us.
Moi guys, Stacks here, live from the Riyadh Boulevard City for the first day of Gamers8. They call this a cold open. There's nothing cold about this at all. Even the fans aren't running yet. But the action's about to heat up real quick, real soon. We've got our defending champions, Furia, ready to go here on day one. Vitality ready to go, the reigning world champions. It's going to be an explosive day of esports' most exciting game. Can't wait to show you all the action here on day one.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Gamers8 here in Riyadh. We have so many incredible teams fighting for a prize pool of $2 million this weekend. It's going to be ecstatic. It's going to be exciting. And as Stack said, we have a lot of exciting matches to get to. Before that, we got to talk about them, though. You know how we do it in Rocket League. And to help me talk, I'm Leafex. Jorby is here with me, and Chamako down at the end.
Chamako! Let's go.
Hey, Chamako! Let's go. Jorby!
Yes, sir.
How you doing, man?
I'm doing great, man. I am excited. We get crew battles again. It's my favorite Rocket League format. It was exciting last year. No doubt going to be exciting this year.
Obviously, you're excited because Furia was the champion last year, and
Of
you're
course.
betting that Furia is going to be the champion once again. That's fine. Okay.
Yeah, I know. Well, you know,
I mean, if
you're betraying your South American brothers. I don't know what to tell you
If
about
they're
that.
champions, I'm going to be celebrating with you. That's fine.
Okay, that's great. That's great. I'll take it.
Well, again, as I said, we have a lot to get to, so let's start our Savvy pre-show. You know, guys, as we said, so much to get to, and it's nice in here, though, but I think Stax was right. I just want to get your thoughts right away. How you handling the heat? It is toasty out there.
Yeah, it's pretty toasty. You know, my heat, more humid at home. Not so humid here, but a whole whopping of heat. I actually kind of like the dry heat. You know, I'm a fan of it. You know, maybe on the West Coast in the U.S.
You don't sweat
maybe
so
I'll
much.
move
I
over
sweat a
there.
lot.
I wouldn't call it a fan. I wouldn't call myself a fan.
Yeah.
But I think I handle it better than...
You need a fan, though.
Yeah, fan doesn't do anything. It's like full heat on your face and that's it. So it doesn't do much.
Well, let's talk about what's going on this weekend, because it's not just Rocket League that's happening. In case people aren't aware, so much has been going on before this as well at the Gamers8 Festival. I mean, I got a brochure here. I'm going to read off it. Listen to this. There's 12 international tournaments, 6 local tournaments, 12 community tournaments with a total of $45 million in the prize pool. There's 10 different zones with 1,000 activities, international experiences and shows, 8 music concerts, more than 17 international, regional, and local artists, and a lot more music events too. Like we're in here watching Rocket League right now, but there's going to be people watching, joining in. Fans might just be strolling in and watching Rocket League into the stadium over across the street. There's so much, Jorby, happening over the course of these weeks.
Yeah, once the sun goes down, those streets get really filled. A lot of people come around to check out the entire boulevard.
How does it feel that you're going to be here the whole time and not going to be having
I'm stuck on the desk with you guys.
Yes.
Oh, you guys get to wander around after.
A little bit, maybe.
We're going to be around a lot. There's a lot of games to cover. So.
Yeah, we can take pictures and send to you.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks. I'll live vicariously through all you guys. That's wonderful. Hey, at least I get that. But no, it's fun. I'm excited to be here just watching Rocket League as well, because again, some of the best of the best. But speaking of all the weeks that were happening, it's not just the Rocket League prize pool that's going on. There is a thing called the Clubs Initiative. So let's explain that to you real quick.
This year, esports will reach new heights. Welcome to the Gamers8 Club Awards, an unprecedented initiative that will determine the best overall esports club in the world, and also support the entire global community. During Gamers8 2023, the world's best clubs will compete on 2 levels. First, in each individual tournament, and second, in the overall standings. High placements in every title will earn them ranking points, initiating the race to the top. After 8 weeks of intense competition, the winners of the Gamers8 Club Awards will be honored as the best and most successful multi-gaming club in the world. Competitors will fight for the lion's share of $5 million. However, it's not just about the money. On August 30th to 31st, the first annual awards ceremony will take place in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. The land of heroes awaits its new conquerors.
$5 million in addition to this, Chamako. And you can see there's the leaderboards right now as the orgs compete across all the different esports, with Twisted Minds and Gaming Gladiators actually at the top right now.
Yeah, if you're a Rocket League fan and that's it, that's all you watch, you're scratching your head right now.
What's going on?
What is it? I mean, Twisted Mind, we're doing really good at the last Worlds, but Gaming Gladiators in Rocket League is not a powerhouse, but they're doing so well here. And Twisted Minds, 30 points, almost 25 points above everyone else.
How about Team Liquid sitting in third? And they've got quite a great Rocket League team. Vitality a little farther down, might be able to get some more points. Yeah, I don't. What happened to their Apex team? What's going on? They got one of the best Apex teams. Where'd they go?
I also have to say, I hate to break it to anyone that hasn't watched Rocket League, but those top two teams might drop down a little bit after this. Well, maybe we'll see. Anything can happen, of course. But Rocket League at GA is cool. This has happened before last year. We're doing it again this year. Jorby, you were at the last event.
Yes,
Talk
sir.
to me about how that went, and you know, obviously this year I think is way more stacked than last year, but let's give me a comparison.
Yeah, I mean, it was the first time we had a tournament of scale to do crew battles, and so I think the greater Rocket League community not too familiar with the crew battle format, but I think as it watched, we saw the hype about it, right? The close best of 1v1s that happened. We saw Yan beat TRK in the semifinals. Yes, Chamako, I'm gonna keep bringing it up. Okay, the defending champs, all right?
Yo, I'm not gonna complain.
I'm just saying, it's like part of that. It was so hype, and we even saw last season a player who we didn't even know he played once. He had played a total of 8 total 1v1s. Razebull. He had popped off and went pretty farther than we might have expected. Razebull not here this year, but I'm curious what other non-1v1 player might showcase some 1v1 ability.
Yeah, and the other thing is that we don't see many 1v1 tournaments or in tournaments situations. So yes, we see show matches and stuff like that, but you don't have the same pressure on you to perform.
Yeah.
Like your whole team is depending on you on that 1v1 actual match. So it is different stakes. You know, not only the prize, but letting your teammates down and everyone else. So it's a big deal to have that situation here in Gamers8.
I think what's really incredible about this too is that we're getting this right after the Rocket League Championship Series Worlds, where teams are warmed up and they've been boot camping this entire time. So in case for some reason you didn't watch Worlds, let's catch you up a little bit.
The RLCS World Championship defines the expectations coming into Gamers8, and with all the interesting roster changes before the event, it was our first taste of how these new squads will perform. Hot prospects such as Vitality and BDS made it through to the playoffs with relative ease, while some teams fell just short, like Crew, who showed incredible potential for the future. Moving on to the playoffs, the bracket proved incredibly competitive, starting off with a champion rematch between G2 and BDS, with the latter taking the series once again. Liquid started off slow against Space Station, but once the Europeans got into the flow, the Americans struggled to keep up with the scoring power of a Toe and a Chronic. Another notable matchup has to be the French derby between Carmine Corp and Team Vitality in the semifinals. The audience was on the edge of their seat. As Zen showed another masterful performance, helping Vitality secure their grand final spot.
Here's Zen up high, takes it up, Zen across. Call him Mr. Physics. He bends reality to his will.
On the other side waiting for them was a fired-up Team BDS. With a banging start from Radosin, the French org scored an early lead. And although the matches had been close, once Zen showed up, it was game over for BDS.
Zen has not found any sort of purchase on the ball. No, Zen has scored!
Here's Alpha off the side, Monkey throws himself back.
Oh, and Zen gets two!
Tries to get the flip, Radosin just fakes it out, leaves it for the man, the magician, the superstar. It's the signature shot!
Watch it! Love it!
That event was something else. I'm telling you right now, I cried. I straight up by the end of it, I was
I've
crying.
never experienced a crowd in Rocket League like that K-Corp Vitality series. It was like I was sitting in a football match.
Yeah.
That was unreal stuff. I mean, what an incredible tournament for Vitality and Zen. That was historical in every sense.
I agree. Last two times that we have seen those two go into at each other in LAN. They have gone Game 7. I'm talking about Carmine Corp and Vitality. And we have a chance to see that once again in a crew battle format.
Oh, that's juicy. That's juicy.
It is sick. I mean, it's a long shot because many things can happen in between, but that will be sick.
Now, of course, coming into this event, you've already mentioned it, Jarby, it's a little bit different. We're going into crew battle, so let's explain that to you.
Gamers8 tournament. We hope you're ready for some crazy Rocket League action. But first, let's go over the format. 24 teams are separated into 4 groups. Each group plays out a double elimination format with matches being a best of 5. The winners of each group will then be placed in the playoffs bracket. The matches here will be single elimination best of 7s. The group stage best of 5s follow the following format. Game 1 is a standard 3v3. The loser of Game 1 will choose either a 1v1 or 2v2 format for Game 2. Game 3 then returns to 3v3, with Game 4 being the format not chosen for Game 2. Finally, if needed, we finish with a 3v3 in Game 5. For the best of 7 playoffs, this format is repeated, with the loser choosing the format of Game 6 before finishing with a 3v3 in Game 7. Based on their placement, teams will earn a share of the grand prize pool and claim the prestigious title of having won the 2023 Gamers8 Rocket League tournament.
Well, thank you, Jarby. That was such a lovely explainer.
You're welcome. That's probably the calmest I think anyone's ever heard
I actually didn't recognize you at first.
You're like, it kind of sounds like you. I'm like, well.
That was great. But Jamako, crew battles is such a really fun thing because teams have to think differently coming into this.
Exactly. When you're doing 3v3s only, like you can look ahead in the next match. Okay, so we did this wrong. Let's fix it for the next one and move on.
This time, you gotta wait.
Yeah. And it's like, okay, so we didn't do good on 3v3, but now we're going 2v2. So what do we change here? It's a whole completely different game. So it's so hard to actually find out what you gotta change. Like coaches here, have the hardest job ever.
And of course, Jarby, you mentioned there in that explainer is $2 million. Let's talk about that prize pool right now and how it's distributed. Again, $2 million with 500,000, sorry, going to first place. They would have been mad if I changed that to 100,000 on them, right?
500 is a lot more, and I mean, even just getting into a top 8 placement, you're still taking away a ton of money.
Is Vitality about to be rich
in this tournament? They might, but honestly, like Tramako was saying, crew battles is different. Vitality is certainly one of the best teams built for crew battles, but there's a lot of competition, and Vitality, they just came off that World Championship win. Maybe a bit of a slump.
And the mayor win. I mean,
do you say slump for Vitality?
No. It's like the victory slump. You just won Worlds. We could get to that later.
But it's only 1 week, far away from each other. Yeah. So it's like even if they don't scream at all, they're still in shape.
Okay, it's kind of rude that we only talk about Vitality. There's a lot of teams attending here. Let's take a look at what those teams are. Yeah, it's just Vitality and Furia, right? That's
you're bringing it up more than I am now.
That's all they care about right now here. But yeah, again, as we said, a lot of teams showing up. Some teams that you might not have seen in a while as well. I mean, on that lower end, Jorby, and Chamaco's as well, are there any of those teams that you maybe think could make a run, or you're just excited to see play again?
I mean, I'm looking at Falcons. Falcons just picked up Nupo, and that team could be absolutely disgusting in this tournament. Nupo is basically the Mina Zen, the prodigy coming out of this region. Falcons got so close last year at Gamers8 in the semifinals. I'm looking at them. They can absolutely make a deep run.
And here, of course, is the schedule for A Stream. This is what you'll be watching here, starting off with the Ground Zero Oxygen. We're going to be talking about them in just a few moments, so we don't want to spoil it here. But again, a lot of these matches, we have to figure out who it is. Team Vitality, again, of course, waiting for their opponents. And then over on the B Stream, you're going to be starting off with Twisted Minds and Elevate. And then up next after that is Ninjas in Pajamas and Monkeys. I don't know. I really am excited to watch Monkeys. I just like the players on that team.
I do. And when you have Research in the team, the player that made so much noise last year, you gotta expect him to do so well again this time around. He was excited. I was able to interview him before coming here, and he really wanted to make an impact just like he did last time. So I'm gonna keep my eye on Reserves this time around.
Well, let's take a look at a match to watch. It's our LG match to watch. And I was talking to you guys before what this might be. And of course, we picked Optic Gaming versus Gaming Gladiators, Jorby.
Yes, Gaming Gladiators picking up Flitz for this tournament. Flitz has played in North America his entire career. He's made a couple of top 16s, but he's really struggled to find a consistent presence in North America. Moves to APAC to play with Gladiators against Optic, who also have not been at LAN in a little bit since Boston. This is their first LAN since then. You got AJ, the powerhouse in every single mode, 1v1 and beyond. You obviously can't count out Magic Bear and Reddles as well. I'm excited to see Flitz play on LAN. I've never gotten to see him do that and see what he can do against AJ and company.
I'm gonna be honest, I spent way too much time watching Flitz on YouTube, just checking him out, trying to figure out what his playstyle. He seems pretty solid. He seems pretty good. Very level-headed guy. He's very analytical about the game. And OSM was telling me that he was so not surprised, but he knew that Flitz is able to bring something to the team that they didn't have before. And I mean, it seems like, okay, not many teams gave him a chance in NA. Okay, let's do it in APAC, Let's do it in APAC and bring him here. It's going to be a powerhouse. So that's what they think.
And OSM and Maxu also on Gladiators. I think Maxu, he has some pop-off potential. Like, he could end up surprising a team in that 2v2 if Flitz ends up playing that 2v2 with him, or maybe it'll be OSM as well. But I think Gladiators will be a little tougher than we're used to seeing them.
Well, of course, we're getting closer and closer to kickoff here, so let's start talking about that first match because, again, I think these players are really excited. It's also can be nerve-wracking being those first teams on. Of course, we're talking about a Ground Zero facing off against Oxygen Esports. Yeah, so Ground Zero, I was actually talking to them before Fiber specifically. Fiber seemed ecstatic that he gets to play on mainstream.
It's funny because I was talking to Super Locky and he's also very excited. Super Locky is extremely confident that he will beat Jorias in the 1v1. And I was like, okay, I see that. I want to see it. He said, I think he said he might have beat him before. I don't remember exactly, but I do know he was confident about it. So we'll see.
Oxygen hasn't been performing as well as so many people were expecting them to do. We saw Worlds where they went 1-3. They didn't make it past the wildcards, so they have lost the last 3 matches from them. So maybe Super Lucky, maybe he has something going on there. Maybe he's just all talk and that's it, but remains to be seen.
I mean, you also have Archie on the other side, Ixo on the other side. This is a difficult team on LAN, no matter how they've been performing. I thought Archie in his last performance, I thought he looked pretty good in the wild card of the World Championship. So I think Oxygen are going to be a really tough opponent here for Ground Zero.
Well, that's the thing. In the overall picture of it all is like Oxygen feels like the stronger team coming into this matchup, right? You don't want to count out GZ, but at the same time, we also haven't seen what we wanted to probably from Oxygen a lot of these times. So, I mean, would you still say it very much is in favor of Oxygen looking at this matchup on paper?
Absolutely. Oxygen are still a great team. Despite their struggles internationally overall, Ground Zero, this is still an uphill battle for them. I definitely back Jorias and the boys here.
I'm going to say that I was watching Oxygen against Power, wildcards. And Power had those moments. They won 2 matches. They had moments where they were really close. They were actually cornered Oxygen against the net. So they had some really good moments. And GC is not Power. Okay, don't get me wrong here. But they have a similar playstyle. So maybe they're finding ways to do the same as Power was able to do in wildcards.
Right, and we see them walking in. I'd say they're excited. They got smiles on their face, but it is warm out there, so that probably is
squinting their eyes a little bit.
Just a little bit. But look at, again, I still feel like there's a confident swagger in someone like Fiber, right? Like, as I said,
Fiber's got swagger.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, so coming in, I think the team. What's there to lose too, right? When you come in maybe knowing you might be a bit of the underdog, we've seen it so many times before where that can give you a little bit of a boost, right? You start to do something a little bit risky. You come in, you take those plays and those challenges you might not normally.
Well, think about this too. I mean, because it's Crew Battles format, yes, there are 3 potential 3v3s to be played. But that means if you can split 3v3, you can force the battle into the smaller modes. And if Super Lucky is as confident as he sounded, that's exactly what Ground Zero want to do. You don't have to win every 3v3, but you at least have to take one if you want the decider to be that 1v1 or that 2v2. I think that if Super Lucky brings that confidence to the 1v1, they could surprise Oxygen here.
I mean, we're talking about swagger, but Archie...
I was going to say, we're talking confidence. Talk about Archie, please.
I love Archie. Go ahead, Shamar.
No. He was full of confidence. I mean, not the same because it's like a little bit Fiber is going like by himself, and whatever he wants to do. But Archie is also feeling really confident here, walking on that footage we had.
Yeah, well, let's start breaking down the team specifically here. Looking at Ground Zero, of course, coming in as maybe a bit of the underdogs. What's the game plan? Obviously, mixing in those 1s and 2s, maybe they can get catch Oxygen off guard. You know they've been practicing and warming up for this. What's the game plan for these players?
I think it is focusing on the 3v3s. I think that Ground Zero are at a disadvantage in 1v1 and 2v2. So I think Ground Zero's best hope is to play an excellent 3v3 game where, I think we've seen them be able to perform above their station before, right? And we know that these OCE teams, they are capable sometimes of doing that. But with the switch ups happening, I think 3v3's their best way to do it, unless Super Lucky does prove me wrong.
I gotta agree. 3v3 is the way to go. Maybe 2v2s. Maybe they have some chance in there. But I still have Jorius over Super Lucky. Don't get me wrong. I love the Super Lucky, but Jorius is a powerhouse in 1v1s.
Oxygen, I feel like, again, they just come in with their confidence. We're about to start very soon. That is so sick.
Oh, man. Yeah,
that is the coolest thing. Imagine that cube actually being there. I
feel like that's like a Tesla.
It isn't there? No. Hey, well, ladies and gentlemen, we got 5 seconds left. It is time to start Gamers8.
Ready for the war tonight. We dive into the vibe of the golden sky. Do you feel the spirit that never dies? Do you hear the echoes of the battle cries? Rise up.
The sun is blazing, the moon is shining. In a land of heroes, where the stars are rising. Nobody can stop me, I walk through the fire, right here for fame. Who will us the gusts of the storms in the desert? This is not a game. We fight for glory. My night. With every win we ascend a new heights. I'm sharpening my skills and I focus my mind. The pride, nice in the heart of a lion. A battle with pride is a matter of time. I become the world's greatest, the victory's mine. We reach for the cup, and the tension is up. In the city of Riyadh, everybody's getting hot. It's not about luck, it's up on the skills that we got. International scores from all over the globe. Are you ready to show up from off the spot?
Live from our esports arena, nestled in the heart of the Riyadh Boulevard City. Welcome to the land of heroes and welcome to Gamers8.
أعزائنا المشاهدين يا أهلا وسهلا حياكم الله معنا في جيمرز 8 في أرض الأبطال هنا في الرياض في المملكة العربية السعودية. راح نشهد اليوم افتتاحية بطولة روكيت ليج راح تكون فعلا ختامها مسك في هذا الموسم العظيم.
I'm your host, Stax, alongside Fancy. We had an arm wrestling match backstage to see who would speak first, and as you can see, clearly I won.
Didn't go easy on me, man.
Of course. We want to welcome you, of course, to our very first matches here in Gamers8, the last tournament of this outstanding festival where esports' most exciting game finally gets to take center stage.
زي ما تشوفون اعزائي المشاهدين في بطولة روكيت ليج بتكون من احمس البطولات اللي موجودة عندنا، خصوصا انها بتكون هي البطولة اللي في نهاية الموسم بالكامل في عالم روكيت ليج، واليوم نشهد 24 لاعب متواجدين او 24 فريق متواجدين معنا هنا في البطولة فقط عشان يقولون مين اللي بيكون منهم البطل في هذه البطولة، خصوصا انه السنة الماضية احنا عرفنا ان فيوريا كانوا هم الافضل، السنة هذه بنشوف مين اللي بيكون الافضل في هذا اليوم.
The best players in the world have come here to Gamers8 to claim their prize, their share of our $2 million prize pool. And among them, Fancy, we've got the reigning, defending Gamers8 champion Furia and the reigning Rocket League world champion Team Vitality.
احسن شيء في الموضوع اعزائي المشاهدين مو بس الافضل اللي موجودين، حتى بطل العالم اللي اخذ الكاس في اسابيع ماضيه موجودين الان تيم فيتاليتي، وبيحاولون انهم يحصلون على الكاس مره ثانيه هنا في Gamers8 ياخذونها باك تو باك في بطولات عالميه، كلنا متحمسين نشوف وش ممكن يقدمون في هذه المباراه.
To claim that top prize, the teams will have to play well outside of their comfort zone. You not only have to have the best standard 3v3 team, but you have to have an outstanding duo and an elite solo talent to survive and advance.
زي ما احنا عارفين اعزائنا المشاهدين ممكن انه الفرق بتكون متعودين انهم يلعبون 3v3 باتلز دائما، لكن الكرو باتل فورمات اللي عندنا في Gamers8 بيخلي الموضوع اصعب، بيخلي الموضوع احمس، لانه ما ندري من الفريق اللي بيكون الافضل في 2v2 وال1v1s ايضا، لانه السيناريوز اللي عندنا بتكون لا نهائيه في كل مباراه راح نشهدها معنا على المسرح.
Without any further ado, it's time to bring out our first team onto the stage. Having come oh so close to springing a massive upset over Carmine Corp in Boston, they're back on land with a lot to prove. Please welcome Ground Zero Gaming! Fiber, Kaka, and the Oceanic MVP Super Lucky. They missed their chance to qualify for the World Championship, but they have an opportunity to redeem themselves here at Gamers8 and, more importantly, earn some much-needed respect for OCE.
جراوند زيرو جيمنج وصلوا عندنا في المسرح اعزائنا المشاهدين، هذا الفريق احنا كنا متشوقين اننا نشوفه في كأس العالم، لكن للاسف ما حصلهم الفرصه انهم يتأهلون. اليوم جايين في بطوله عالميه ثانيه يثبتون لكم انهم من افضل الفرق في اخر بطوله في موسم روكت ليج بالكامل، لازم انهم يورونا ايش ممكن يسوون، لكن خصمهم ما هو غريب على كأس العالم، ما هو غريب على البطولات العالميه، وشاهدناهم في اسابيع قليله في افضل اداء. خلونا نشوف مين بيكونون.
This is a team that was looking
رحبوا معنا على المسرح أوكسجين إي سبورتس. اكسو وجوريس وايضا من احد افضل اللاعبين في انحاء العالم متواجدين معنا في المسرح اليوم، راح نشوف شنو ممكن يقدمونه، لانه في كاس العالم انتهى فيهم المطاف يكونون في المركز التاسع الى الثاني عشر، في المياجر الاخيره دائما نشوفهم ممكن يوصلون الى التوب 8، لكن هل بيكون عندهم فرصه اليوم ان يثبتون نفسهم في الرياض انهم يوصلوا الى النهائيات؟ هذا الشيء اللي احنا متفوقين له اكثر شيء، خصوصا انه الفتره الاخيره ادائهم ما يكون في الافضل، بس صدقوني التدريبات اللي مروا فيها في الفتره الماضيه بتكون مختلفه.
Another team that's looking to earn a lot of respect. They've been living in the shadow in their region of French teams like BDS, Vitality, K-Corp. But this is no ordinary tournament, and Ixo is no ordinary talent. His defensive prowess is going to be key in a format as diverse as this.
احسن شيء نحب نذكركم فيه اعزائنا المشاهدين انه اوكسجين ممكن صار في تغييرات بالروستر معاهم من فتره قريبه، خصوصا انه رايز يوم كان معهم كان ادائهم من الافضل، لكن بعد ما شفناه توجه الى فريق BDS تغير الشيء بشكل جذري، لكن الان بنشوف شو ممكن يسوون مع هذا الروستر الجديد، خصوصا انه في كاس العالم وصلوا الى التوب 9، لازم يكون عندهم فرصه انه يثبتون نفسهم في هذا المسرح، احنا جاهزين الان نشهد المباراه على طول.
It's time now for the players to take their seats as the games are about to begin. After this long-awaited run through our pre-show, we are finally ready to start our very first game. Fancy all of the lights,
the pageantry. It's all secondary to what happens on the pitch. It's finally time. Ground Zero's long overdue return to LAN is finally upon us. It's time to begin Gamers8 right now.
جاء الوقت الآن أعزائي المشاهدين أننا نشهد جراوند زيرو مرة ثانية في بطولات اللان بعد غياب جدا طويل ما كنا هم متواجدين فيها أبدا، لكن أوكسجين إي سبورت مع تغييرات الراستر مع كل شيء ممكن يقدمونه في المباراة راح نشهد شيء مختلف تماما. والآن جاء الوقت أن نبدأ المباراة الأولى وعلى طول مع المعلقين.
To get our first game underway, let's send it off to our casters.
Hello everybody and welcome to the first series of Gamers8 here for Rocket League. As Stack said, we're going to be the most exciting esport. We are the final esport to be taking part in the beautiful Gamers8 entire festival of esports. Cole, what a matchup we have to start.
Yeah, it's going to be a decent one, and it also feels like we're trying to achieve what we achieved last year as well. Such a brilliant tournament. Furia winning that one and Yan walking out, putting that beautiful trophy back on its plinth. And that's what all of these teams, all these 24 teams, when we saw it in the pre-show, there were so many of them, and they will be competing to win it back themselves.
We see them there floating ominously in the middle of our beautiful arena as well. Ground Zero Gaming, a team that at the Spring Split Major, they were not particularly impressive. They ended up being beaten by Power. They then did not make it to Worlds, whereas on the other side, Oxygen, with Snasky standing behind them, they had a little bit more of an exciting year, I would say, in the RLCS.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, they didn't make the Spring Split Major. Oxygen, which I'll be very disappointed about. Had some team changes too, so fluctuation all over the place. But the mainstays, Archie and Jory, is now joined by Ixo, and they seem like a relatively happy team dynamic. And I feel like for Oxygen, that sort of pleasure of playing Rocket League is incredibly important for them.
And when you look at this brand new format too, that we've not seen for a year since the last Gamers8, Oxygen are a team that you think, okay, we're doing 2s, we're doing 1s, and we're doing 3s. They are going to be very exciting. Jorius is a man that went on a mission in 1s, is the best player in the world.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, there was a point where he was the best player in the world in 1v1, really without, being on that mission. He just was. He's not quite there anymore, but certainly been showing a little bit of a return to form in recent times.
But in a competition like this, you're going to grind to get to that point.
Exactly. And any players who haven't been grinding their 1s are foolish, and I hope that Auction have not fallen into that trap. It does seem that Jorius is back on the horse and competing in 1v1, because you can win this entire event not winning a single 1v1 and not winning a single 2v2. The way the format works, every odd game is 3v3, so every champion's field will be 3v3. But you don't want to do that, do you? You don't want to have to rely on 3v3 prowess. 1v1 and 2v2, a huge weapon to have in the crew battles format.
But then over on the side of Ground Zero, we always look at these OCE teams as somewhat question marky, where you think, okay, what can you bring? What can you offer? It's been a questionable year for the Oceanic team so far, and we want to be seeing them make sure that they are able to perform as and when it comes to these big competitions. And with this game just about to start, Ground Zero and Oxygen in our, quite frankly, gigantic and absurd cube-filled arena are going to be starting off Gamers8 for Rocket League.
Well, here we go. The cubes have fallen, and now it is time to see how the dice fall between these two teams. Ixo's going to take an early touch, of course. We start with the 3v3. Oxygen will be favourites here. Europe, I would say, the most strong region in the world right now. And
I don't think you're going to face any adversaries in that.
I've seen Twitch chat. Anything you say can have adversaries.
Twitch chat wouldn't disagree with us saying that Europe's the best region in the world right now.
Somebody will. I guarantee it. Nah. But Oxygen are trying to prove it right now against Ground Zero. Ground Zero, this is their best opportunity for me. I feel like any skill discrepancy will be lessened in 3v3 compared to 2s and 1s. And when Ixo's about to get a flip reset, there still is one, but it's defended well by Ground Zero.
We were talking about Oxygen as well. They've got the 2s and then the 1s relatively on lock here. It's going to be one that they're going to be most confident in. But 3s, I think they can be a little bit more questionable personally. I feel when you look at 3s, you see upsets happening a little bit more often. Otherwise, it's the raw skill of a 2s or a 1s that's going to carry a team through. Jorius almost with a beautiful double tap into the corner. And when the first minute elapsed, neither team taking blood from the other.
Yeah, so far Ground Zero spreading out well, defending diligently, not seeming overawed at all. By Oxygen, a $2 million prize pool in this tournament, a massive chunk of money. There's a nice little bonus to the end of the season and all the achievements that these teams and every team that's here has had as well. As Joris clears it long. Fiber's meeting it, and Ground Zero, they're starting to find their way into this first game. You feel that if they are to take this series, cause the upset, and book themselves the matchup in the upper bracket semi-finals against Team Vitality, winning this opening game would be massive for the team in green.
And Ground Zero Gaming, I have been relatively impressed with Fiber in particular. I'm out of this team. Lockie has had a few questionable moments. There have been those moments where we've thought, mate, what exactly are you doing? What exactly is the plan? Unfortunately, though, we're going to be seeing the Ground Zero unable to be getting a goal, and now they're going to be completely on the defense for a little while. Oxygen pushing further, Lockie sending it high, not really to anywhere. Jory's burning a lot of boost. What reset? That's on target, but Kaka sends it over towards that left-hand side again. Archie up high, not quite to the ceiling, instead just about kisses it, taps it down. Joris is in early, Ixo can shoot. Fiber again, just above the goal.
Good chances now, though. Eventually the ball does fall for Ixo. He ain't going to miss that one, and it's 1-0 Oxygen.
Halfway through the game as well, and it was Kaka being outsped by Joris. All he had to do there, get the pass, and his goal's going to be open for a lurking Ixo. Good chance from him, and Oxygen up nice and early with just that one goal. Ground Zero goal. As I said, I've had some issues with them. I've had issues with OCE teams this year in general.
So CJ, with his the video he made telling them off.
Yeah, the inconsistencies that we have seen across the board from OCE, I think, have plagued them this year more than any. But Viper,
shoot, lads!
Just proves it again. Has to go wide of Jorias, but he sends him too far wide.
OCE do so much good work, and then they finally get the opportunity to put the ball in the back of the net, and we've seen it time after time in events, even in OCE regionals. Cannot put the thing in the back of the net. Hopefully that'll be the only time we see that in this tournament. Ixo is going to get past one, he's going to get over the other. He already threatened earlier. This time he finishes the job.
Really nice play there as well. Ixo taking his time, lures him one from the backboard. Also, you see Fiber, he tries to challenge. Locking has to go to the ground. It's top corner though, you can't do too much about it. 95 kilometers per hour. Oxygen, they find themselves with 2.
The stadium lights up as well. The lighting beautiful here in Riyadh. Gamers8. Very special production. As Archie goes up against his Ground Zero opponent. Ixo's already pre-jumping. He's looking like the hottest player in the pitch right now. His car is faster than everybody else's, getting assists, getting bumps, getting demos, getting his hat-trick too. Ixo on top.
Yeah, bumped into that one just slightly, but it was going to be getting the backflip shot. Anyway, Archie with a lovely assist. Again, just taps it round. Kaka gets one block. Lockie bumps Ixo into it and goes, all right, mate, don't waste any time. You get in the goal. We all know it. I'm just going to punt you straight in.
3-0 for Oxygen, making light work of Ground Zero right now. A team who, better teams than Oxygen, have failed to make light work of. It was mentioned in the pre-show in the Boston Spring Major, where Ground Zero went 2-0 up against Carmine Corp in games. Had to be reverse sweat, and credit to Carmine Corp, they did what had to be done, but just a sign that Ground Zero are capable of taking games. And in this format, you know, there's not a lot of time to warm up in each game mode. You have to be able to hit the ground running and be hot as anything as you get started. So far, Oxygen being exactly that, and it's something that we haven't seen from Oxygen in a long time. You know, maybe their switch in format is exactly what they need.
I mean, they were the favourite, or one of the favourite teams going into the fall major all the way back in December last year. Of course, that was a little while ago, but it's the exact same roster, near enough. Obviously, Ixo now in for Rise, but they are still one of the strongest rosters here.
Oli in full. It was Oli back then.
Yeah,
I know. They've had 3 different
yeah.
rosters, Oxygen. They're constantly changing.
You're right.
That's why, because it was the 2 Dutch players in Rotterdam. They were favoured by the crowd. Couldn't quite see it away then.
That was it.
Destroyed Gen G on the route. We're like, wow, Oxygen.
Wowee.
And they brought in Rise. Can't blame them for that. And then Rise left for BDS, and Ixo's here. Ixo's had a job to do to steady the ship, I would say. And this is looking like a pretty steady ship. Not too worried about Ground Zero's choppy waters as they're 34 seconds away from taking game 1.
I mean, getting a hat-trick is a decent way to make sure that you are steadying said ship as well. But it's good pressure coming in from Ground Zero now as we reach the final 30 seconds. A good tap down.
What up?
Kaka, he manages to get the pass off. Not quite the shot that he wanted, but Fiber, again, there to poach from lurking.
Glorious angle from Kaka there as well. Archie couldn't do anything with it. Fiber was arriving. He wasn't going to miss that one. 24 seconds left. This is where the kickoff strats become all important. We'll hear all about kickoffs in 1s and 2s, but they matter in 3s as well. Fiber pushes it to the side. Joris should be able to sweep up, and he gets it as far as he can. Can't quite get the bump either, and instead they're going to concede from it. That's the wrong net as far as the Aussies are concerned. It's 4-1.
It's passed down from Jorias too. Lockie just has to get something from it. Gets bumped away from the ball. Maybe should have just sent it long, but the control's not too bad of a shout. Oxygen, game 1 win is going to be going in their favour. And Cole, I'm brand new to Gamers8. surely we've got another 3v3 coming up in game number 2.
It's funny you say that, Stumpy,
What?
because you are wrong and foolish.
How
Instead,
dare.
what's going to happen is because Ground Zero have lost game 1,
Yeah.
suddenly the onus goes towards them. They are able to decide whether they want to play 2v2 or 1v1 in game number 2, and they will now talk amongst themselves to make that decision as we head to the second map.
So you're telling me that this is, would you describe it as a crew battles format with a mix of 3v3, 2v2 and 1v1 across the course of a few days?
My friend, I would unironically call it a battle of the crews for sure.
Unbelievable.
That's exactly what it is, Stumpy Goblin.
So, we are now going to be looking towards
look at that.
Ground Zero roster and seeing, are we going to be getting 2v2 or are we going to be getting that 1v1? And whichever one they don't pick, Cole, I'm just going to guess here, I assume that in game number 4, if it does go that far, that then they'll be using the other game mode that wasn't picked for game number 2.
Once again, my Stumpy Goblin friend, you are learning incredibly quickly. Yes, the game 4 will be a swap of what we see in game 2. So either 2v2 if we see 1s, or 1v1 if we see 2s. But let's get there when we get there. Let's hope, for Ground Zero's sake, that we will get there and they're not 3-0'd at the start of things. I think it's got to be 2v2 for right now. No natural 1v1ers in the Ground Zero roster.
And tell you what, if you're looking at, I mean, either of these game modes, Ixo's going to be a shout for one of them. I think Jorius is the man
4
to be
goals,
on
game
lock.
1.
Yeah, Jorius will be the man to be on lock for the 1v1. I think you've just got to get him in. Even if he's not at the top of his game, he is still in the one of the highest percentiles in the world in 1v1. But Ixo, if you're looking at the 2v2, get him in for that, I reckon. Like, the quality that he was showing, he was being passed to it like he was making chances of his own. He got that reset top corner, and that is going to be happening. Oxygen will be sending Ixo and Archie in for the 2v2 against Fiber and Kaka here on Forbidden Temple.
There we go then. The first 2v2 of Gamers8 2023 will be a slower match compared to the 3v3 for any new 2v2 viewers. Much more feeling each other out, but more opportunity for mechanics like this one. Fiber showing that he's got those reads, and it was Kaka who got the double tap in game number 1. So he'll be feeling comfortable with the setup, with the situation. It's saved by Ixo, who remains high performing. And Joria's sitting out as well, allowing room for Archie and Ixo.
Something as well that we were talking about last year, I reckon, or that I remember rather, is that we saw the player who wasn't playing, that every now and then they just bring a little bit of info. They try and coach a little bit. They're not going to try and backseat game. They're not going to be the little brother with the Mad Catz controller thinking, no, I can do it better. But they'll be saying, okay, they're sitting a lot of boost. Keep an eye on that.
Well, I seem to remember it was different per team as well. So in the 1v1s for Vulcans, for example, they'd all crowd round, I believe, whereas Furia, they'd leave Yan to it. It definitely depends on those team dynamics, but Ixo is looking dynamic. He scores his 5th goal of this series.
And the only player to score a goal so far as well. Over on the side of Oxygen, that was a lovely pass across from Archie, getting that pinch from the corner, the double tap. And Oxygen with Ixo sitting central, and I like to see Jory's having a sit, looking about. He's not involved in this one just yet.
He can just have fun and watch out Forbidden Temple, enjoy the scenes of hopefully his team adorned in orange, taking down Ground Zero for a second game in a row. Archie's busting out the flip resets off the back wall, and now Ixo's coming in as well. I expect that we'll see this ball camped pretty fully on the green side of the pitch, as we're seeing Archie's gonna do the smart shot, and Kaka can't make that save.
6th goal so far for Oxygen, and the first from a player that is not named Ixo. Lovely pass from Archie, just has to send it towards the left-hand side. Kaka, he's going for the in-and-out save. It's a good idea with that high-up shot. Unfortunately for him, Archie has the wherewithal to send it away from him.
2-0, and game 2 looking very similar to the way game 1 looked as well. It's pretty comfortable right now for Oxygen. I would say disappointingly comfortable, actually, as far as Ground Zero are concerned. We have seen this team perform. We haven't seen too many wins from OCE teams this season, but better than this. They're not coming to tournaments to lose 4-0, 5-0 every game, and right now it's looking like that's what they are. So hopefully Ground Zero are going to be able to step up, get some time on the ball, lads, become accustomed to this setup, because it's always different everywhere you go. Ixo can't quite get the flip reset. Kaka pushes it to the side.
You're talking about those high-scoring games as well. 2v2 can fall somewhat susceptible to it being like a 5-3 or something like that, which you much rarely get in those 3v3 matchups. So, Ground Zero, if they can be holding it to just the 2 right now, then they've got a decent chance to work it back. There's different score lines that feel insurmountable in the different game modes. So 3v3, you're looking at around 4 goals is relatively insurmountable.
I'd say 5 is GG's. Even 4,
5 is easy
there's
GG's.
a chance, yeah.
But in the RLCS, if you score 4, you win like 99.5% of the time or something silly like that. In 2v2, you're looking more towards 5-6 goals. Even then, obviously, very, very hard. Oh, in 1v1, it can be as much as like 8 goals, and you're still thinking, okay, as long as there's enough time, I have a chance here to come back.
I mean, if there's an 8-goal comeback, Stumpy, I will eat my hat. We'll see if that one happens
I'm
in this
going
event.
to at Johnny Boy, and I'm going to buy a hat, and I'm going to make sure that you consume it.
Well, let's see. Here's Kaka, Fiber to the side, trying to go for another shot. They've had their opportunities, Ground Zero. Just not quite able to get it into the back of the net yet again. Ixo is causing all sorts of damage, but Kaka's learned. Can he hover in the air and dodge Archie? Yes, he can. Ixo's getting involved yet again. This pinch could go against Oxygen, making sure that the ball stays in green territory.
You see the immediate panic from Fiber. He knows that he's just seen Ixo come up behind him. Doesn't want to get bumped, doesn't want to give away that easy goal. That's it now. Chances here on the back as Kaka goes high, challenged again by Ixo. Fiber taps it down. But with 90 seconds remaining, Ground Zero, lads, you need to get something very soon. And with Ixo up for that double, it's going to be in. It's the third for Oxygen.
Ixo, such a wonderful player, and he's had a career that's been slow to start. You know, for years he was sort of peaking at the Gfinity Elite Series. Now 21 years old, ancient in RLCS terms. Finally, this fine wine has aged perfectly. And we're seeing him now on stages like this one, performing the way we know that he can perform. And sadly, Ground Zero, they're not performing, bumping each other, tripping over each other's tails. They're 3-0 down yet again, another 3-goal difference.
Time for Ixo here to go for a sidewall redirect. Can't quite sneak it in. Now Kaka goes up with the ball, 60 boost with Archie behind him. He goes for one, the bump, it's on target, but he gets demoed out of the way. Oxygen, they keep this a 3-0 game so far.
Ixo, can he get the pinch? He wants to. It's bouncing in, is it? No, Kaka spawned well. And actually on the counter, if Kaka can get round here, he wave dashes to get himself some boost. Still not going to be enough. And Ixo somehow from the pre-jump has got in his way. I mean, Oxygen, they're sort of toying with their food at the moment, making it look pretty simple. But it's mainly because of the skill of this man right now. Ixo is the difference maker.
He's on fire at the moment. In the final 35 seconds, as this ticks down, it's going to be Ground Zero, not just trying to see if they can get a page out of Oxygen's book, but trying to photocopy the entire thing and then cram it into their minds before game number 3 begins.
Yeah, going to have to wheel some office equipment into the arena at this rate if they are going to manage to print out anything. I don't know. It's difficult.
You tried to continue the metaphor, and I do respect it.
I'm just not Jorby, all right? I'm more of a one-and-done kind of guy.
I'm painfully aware of that.
Here is Archie. He goes off the sidewall to the ceiling. Go on, time for one more banger. Ixo's saying, do you want me to get involved, mate? Archie's like, no, lad, it's all right. Just leave it. It's fine. He's a Yorkshire boy. Anyway.
That wasn't an Yorkshire accent. An Yorkshire accent, I just said. That wasn't an Yorkshire accent, nor was it a Yorkshire accent. 3-0 for Oxygen, game number 2.
3-1.
In a little bit of a stomping of a 2v2 as well. Now we go into game number 3. We're going to be seeing the 3v3 returning. And Oxygen, they just look unbeatable against a team such as Ground Zero.
Yeah, we will welcome back the players that didn't play in that last game. It'll be good to see him back. Joria's waiting from the sidelines. He was sipping like a legend, a super lucky as well. Must be desperate to come in. When you're a competitor like this, I imagine that watching is the most difficult thing. I hear it time and time again from, you know, high-level people in sports and esports and, you know, even what we do, casting, you know. Doing it is fine. You're in the moment. Everything's okay.
It's up to you as well.
And it's up to you. You can control it. But it's when you're sat there watching, that's when the nerves hit, because everything is 10 times scarier.
Tell you what, though, I've played in certain competitions where I have been drafted, and then I have been told, we're going to field you as little as possible.
Being picked last does not count as quote-unquote being drafted, my friend.
I was picked before last. Penultimate is not last.
True.
I was told by Fairy Peak of all people,
yep.
Stumpy, we're going to use you as little as possible. And I said, thank you very much. I was completely okay with that. Now, I might not be a high-level competitor.
I did not know Fairy Peak was Swedish.
Yep, he's relocated. Has to get on a team somehow. And I was very happy to not be part of a team. And I was happy to sit on the sideline and just be like, c'est la vie. What will be, what will be.
Some would argue that you are not Joria's, and maybe I'm harsh in saying that, as Joria's the man himself goes to the kickoff, and then Archie misses.
I was in a lift with him earlier, so some of it might have rubbed off on me.
Okay, well, here he is right now. Did about as well as Stumpy would have in that pinch. Didn't get it anywhere. In fact, almost conceded a goal from it, so maybe it's more the other way around, and Stumpy's rubbing off negatively. Here's Ixo. Over the top, flicks past one, but Kaka's there. Ground Zero, time to step up, lads. You can do this. You can get this done. I do not want to see the first match of Gamers 8 being a sweep. We want a game, and we want to see the 1v1.
I want to see Jorius play 1v1. And I don't want to say show off really what he can do against a player that might not be quite at his level, but I want to see what Jorius can do and show off what he can do against a player who's not quite at his level.
Here comes Archie. He's rolling it in. It's 1-0 Oxygen. He's already wheeling off to celebrate. Fist bumps all round. Oxygen take the lead.
Naughty little tap in as well. Just a nice standard challenge there for Archie. Devon in the back line opens it up completely. And we see Oxygen in just 43 seconds take yet another lead.
I really think that we shouldn't understate, actually, how well Oxygen are playing.
Very well.
Of course, there is a skill gap here, but as I mentioned earlier, Ground Zero have been taking games, have been taking the occasional series in online competition as well. So by no means a gimme team. This is a team that is able to, I'll say it, do some damage against top teams. And right now, Oxygen are completely suppressing everything Ground Zero do so well. A team that made the World Championships as well. Although they didn't, did they? They lost to Power too. So this is their first event back. Been waiting for this
since the Spring Major in Boston about 2 months ago. We've had 2 gigantic competitions since then.
There's a lot of it at the moment.
It's been really quite busy for us.
It has.
We've been everywhere. It's been great. Minute and a half and Oxygen with the lead. They're going to be thinking that they're having a great time as well. Now on that right-hand side, Fiber sends it towards the middle. No chance for Karga to get another touch in. A good chance for a pass back. Fiber then finds Karga again, but Jorius charged him down. Super Lockie now.
Well
against
done.
one, fakes it low. Archie's now ready. But Lockie just takes time a little bit too much. That bounce is high. It's nice. It's a shot, but Jorius clearing away. And Oxygen, even when they're being pressed, do hold Ground Zero to 0.
Fiber's going to try and get this ball, or at least the boost. I think he got that, but Archie's pinch. Humongous. Super Lockie meets Archie as well. Archie, who seems completely up for this one. As Fiber gets the speed flip, but it's going to be Jorius meeting it. The passing touches are there. The tiki-taka not quite good enough to get past Ground Zero, who it must be said have stepped up in game 3. And then Fiber gets the equalizer.
Beautiful shot as well from Fiber. Enough power on it from the sidewall. Goes up, sets him, beats out Ixo, dunks on Ixo. Center of the net. Oxygen were not ready for it. That is the most convincing chance we've seen from Ground Zero. Will they be able to grab the ball by the horns and take this third game?
Jori's going to try and make sure that doesn't happen. There was Fiber. Super Lockie has a chance, I thought, for a second. Archie was sneakily in there, and now he couldn't quite get the ball down in time. Oxygen, for the first time, having questions asked of them. What are the answers? Fiber gets the flip reset towards Super Lockie, who turns it down. Jorius chases the ball. Gets it towards Archie. In the center, there's all sorts of bumps going on as well. Archie up against Super Lockie, but he gets it back out to Kaka. Now Ground Zero move the ball forwards again. It's to the backboard. Who's arriving? There's a miss from Oxygen, but nobody else was arriving.
Seems to be the difference right now between Oxygen and Ground Zero on those chances where somebody misses it on the backboard. Oxygen have always got a player there, it feels like. Whereas Ground Zero, they're more, okay, we're going to play safe. We're just not going to concede another one. They've not got the ambition to push up that little bit further and take those chances.
Yeah, superior recoveries right now, I'd say, from Oxygen compared to Ground Zero. Very rarely able to be countered, Oxygen, because they have those couple of players back. Ground Zero having to beat down this door and try and walk their way through. Oxygen very rarely letting them. And now they're starting to take the opportunities again. The ball is back in green territory. Jorius gets it over the top of one, has his flip still, I think he does. He dodges Kaka, but Super Lockie comes away with the ball.
Lovely touch from Super Lockie as well. Can beat out one, beats out two. No final touch. Jorius is off the post. Ixo punts Jorius down the pitch as well. Little sidewall redirect attempt from him. Lockie had a great chance there, but no goal can come from it. But here he is again.
Could have another one. Ixo charged him down quickly. Oxygen going to start looking to him, the Englishman, the old man of the team. But it's his opponents that are doing better right now, the Aussies. Archie's flicking it away. Actually, he's not getting the flick at all. But his teammate comes in. Fiber almost own goals it. Kaka collides with Fiber. The ball pops up. Now it's Kaka and Super Lockie in it together yet again. Ground Zero have to work on these rotations. Stop getting in each other's way. But that was a return to form.
A lovely, ambitious pre-jump from Fiber, and he manages to keep the pressure on. Jorius past that halfway line, gets a reset with 7 boosts. He's being an absolute menace so far. Hands it off to Ixo. Ixo's up higher. Archie waits. Archie's there to receive. That's on target. Kaka, but Kaka is going to be finding himself in between the ball and the goal. 30 seconds remaining, equal in game number 3. This is still Ground Zero's best chance.
Ground Zero looking more like the version of themselves that we've seen in majors throughout the season. His super lucky, he shoots it, saved almost off the post. Ground Zero take their first lead of the series.
And what a team up it is. Kaka with a reset finds Lucky, who is already up. Crossbar down, helped on by Jorias. The Ground Zero lead for the first time in this series. Oxygen, they are in trouble.
Fake kickoff. We saw a kickoff goal in game 1 for Oxygen. Can they get another one? Now they need it. There's the demo, but Super Lucky stood tall. Kaka up against Archie. Archie with a couple of taps. Ixo's waiting underneath. He's desperate for it. Been in such good form, but Fiber gets rid of it. Kaka could sink them here, and he does. It will be 2-1 in the series.
It's casual on the cams, but it is a party on the pitch. 7 seconds remain, and Ground Zero get their third, a 2-goal lead. We are going to be seeing that 1v1.
1v1? You up for a 1v1?
I'm up for a 1v1. Chat, out of interest, type 1 if you're up for a 1v1.
I might log in just so I can type 1, because Stumpy, I am so up for a 1v1. I love them.
On land.
On a LAN, exactly. To many, the superior game mode. People have been desperate for this, to have this sort of platform. Gamers8 have brought it to us. But let's move away. Let's zoom out a little bit away from the macro into the micro, and let's talk about Ground Zero, because that, Stumpy, was just such an improved performance from these three, and they have well and truly earned these smiles. Lots of ones coming in, by the way.
Lots of ones. The biggest issue that I've had with OCE this entire season so far is either a lack of ambition on a lot of plays, where, as we saw in that game, they'd go for a pass, then no one's there. They're not taking that risk. And then we saw Fiber up for like 3 pre-jumps. It keeps pressure on. That dunk is nasty. And making sure that they are able to be that team that pushes hard. They're not just thinking, okay, we can take a series off one of our countrymen. We can just get one versus OCE. No, you can get a game off anybody else. Lockie is looking much more locked in as well. And Kaka, he had the speed to lock in that final goal too. Ground Zero in that 3v3 looked like an utterly different team to the one that we saw competing in our first 3v3 and then the 2v2. And now, Cole, everyone wanted it. We wanted it. It's a 1v1 in our first series here on Gamers8 2023.
We are about to see some goals. For anybody watching this who is new to this game mode, expect to see these players showcase what they are capable of mechanically. But more than that, it's a game of thinking. Is 1v1. You will see a player speed away and maybe take a 2 or 3 goal lead, and the opponent completely change up the way they approach the game. For now, Jory is going for, should be a flip reset, may well be 1-0, but Super Lucky defending deeply. Is that his best tactic at winning this game against Jorias?
I mean, realistically, you look at the theoretical skill difference between these two in 1v1, but there can be a blueprint to beat a player like Jorias. You can take it to him and make sure that you aren't playing scared, or you can then play for the counterattacks and make sure that you keep that boost away from him when he tries to starve you. So much easier said than done, especially when that kind of quality is going to be coming up against you over and over again.
Jory is refusing the fist bump as well from Snasky. I don't know if you saw that one. After Jory has scored, Snasky gave him, you know, the little traditional coach like tap on the arm. Jory just shook his head. He wants to stay locked in as possible. He does not want his team crowding around in the man.
Wow.
He wants to be the only player in existence right now, apart from his opponent. And that is the mantra of the 1v1er.
It's also complete high pressure. For any of the players who play in the 1v1s throughout this entire festival of gaming, they have got their entire team watching them. And all the fans, it is completely on them. A lovely low pitch from Jorias to make it 2. And he is used to this pressure. He's played show matches up and down the land. He has made sure that whenever he is competing, he is locked in, as we saw a moment ago.
I love the fact that Jorias is taking nothing for granted, though. He is the favoured 1v1er here, in a big way. No disrespect to Super Lucky, but Jorias compared to...
I think you have
Exactly.
He literally is, yeah.
Compared to the vast majority of 1v1ers here, Jorias would be a huge favourite, right? But Jory is showing no signs of taking him for granted. Now he has to do some defending. Super Lucky fakes him out. For all I'm saying, Super Lucky is still dangerous.
And that is what you need to do against Jorias. He will have plays that he thinks that someone's going to go for in his head. He's going to think, Lucky wouldn't fake here. He's going to try and read the theoretical, maybe not best move. The best move there for Lucky is to fake it, is to go low. And that is the first one for Ground Zero, and by extension, Lucky in this 1v1.
Jory is competing to win this matchup by 3 games to 1. Super Lucky trying to keep his team in it and force it aside, but Jory has got the mechanics, the musty flick. Quite enough to break through the defending. Super Lucky did well yet again. He's picked up some boost too. Joris will do the same. The full court carry, maybe.
Oh.
He's been watching Zen with that ceiling pinch.
We love that.
Instead, Super Lucky manages to get some control. Jory is in a slightly awkward position, I feel. He comes in for the attack, gets it cleanly, and should be able to make it 3-1.
This is the issue in ones too. You take those chances and you take those opportunities where you think, okay, I can get the reset here. And you have to go for them. You have to go for resets and such. But if your opponent gets a good touch and they can manage to get control, you give up a goal. It's the ultimate risk versus reward play.
3-1, and I think that Joris will be relatively satisfied with how this game has gone.
Now we see the Super Lucky there. He just shakes it out a little bit, thinks, get myself back into it. He let his head fall back down, I think, and sort of be like, oh, gosh, okay, I'm playing against Joris. But it's like, no, come on, get yourself back into it. And I wonder how much of our teams are going to be looking at their teammates.
Oh.
That is a horrible bounce for Lucky, unfortunately for him. But he gets a great catch, one flick, a little bit too much mustard on it. Ooh. The back flip does go bottom corner. Brings it back to just the 1 goal deficit.
Well played from Super Lucky. That bounce was probably the last one he possibly would have wanted, but he kept his composure, mixed up his game, and then of course had the mechanics to get that reverse into the ball to keep himself within 1 goal, doing a tremendous job of keeping this one close. Joris has got plenty more gas in the tank, of course, but that's almost a clean kickoff win for Super Lucky. Instead, Joris gets into the back corner, wastes a few more seconds, gets it round, wants to keep close control of this ball and beat Super Lucky for pace. Where is Super Lucky? There he is, heading up now. But Super Lucky doing a good job of just leaving Joris to it on occasion.
Doing a remarkable job of keeping this game close as well. Flicks it high, forces Joris to use boost. He wanted to go for that back corner then, but with only 3, he has to now keep this close, otherwise a goal is going to be imminent. Joris also has 0, picks at the 100. Will go high. Lucky into the corner with 1 reset for Joris, though. It's just a matter of time before he sinks it. That is a beauty of a shot.
Joris is up. He saw that Super Lucky was there. He was like, when is Super Lucky gonna go? Do you know what? It doesn't matter. Via the crossbar, via anything, I'll be able to get that ball in the net. And mechanically seems to be the main difference from Joris. Super Lucky is playing the game of 1v1 well, as Joris decides to ignore this kickoff, get some boost instead. The challenge game is won by Joris that time, and he gets ball as well. Super Lucky, can he get the save? He can off the back wall. And he can chase it as well. So more clean defending from Super Lucky, but Joris is, when he has control, a matter of time perhaps.
And clean because of his recoveries. 1v1 is such a recovery-heavy game. You can have all the best shots you want in the world, but if you're not recovering after them and your opponent saves it, congratulations, you've just conceded. You need to make sure that you're able to get back to that ball, or even just be able to bump your opponent. Otherwise, it's going to be a very one-sided game. 1 miss from Lucky shows exactly why being able to recover is such a huge part of 1v1, and Joris maintains his composure and scores his 5th.
Simple enough for Joris, just changing the pace, using the walls, having the landing and bouncing it in, and suddenly 3 goals the difference in a 3v3 or even a 2v2. It's the huge lead in 1v1s, if, you know, all other things being equal. 3 goals isn't the end of the world for Super Lucky, but when you are Super Lucky up against Joris, maybe it will be. Let's see, can he step up again?
Nice demo on the back, sees Joris now with just 100 boost in the midfield. Goes up high, wants to burn the limited amount that he knows Lucky has on the spawn. He's only got 33, bear in mind, and Joris is acutely aware of that. With 100, he tries to take it back into his own half, because now is the time, maybe a little bit later on, maybe another 20, 30 seconds, where you're going to really be looking at time wasting.
Yeah.
Where you'll think, all right, well, if you've not got the ball near my goal and I've got possession, you literally cannot score. And there we go. Joris takes it back, does not need to take any risks.
I mean, a lot of the players went to a football match here in Saudi Arabia, so they will know all about time wasting. Anyone who's there will know what I'm talking about. Is Super Lucky from the wall. Can he get the flip reset? Yes, he can. When's he going to use it? Will Joris fall for it? He doesn't use it at all. He tries for the low block.
50.
It's rolling in slowly, but Joris will be able to get back and recover. Just the bear prowling his cave, making sure nobody else can enter.
It's another low 50 attempt from Lucky as well, and looked like another great scoring attempt too. Half his goals have come from those In fact, so looking up for one with the bump. Jorius saves onto his flip at the absolute death of his leave from the ground. Is able to keep it away. Jorius up for one, a second. Above the crossbar now, final 30, and Jorius still with control, but Lockie is in the perfect position and just shoots wide, and you see Lockie's reaction.
Yeah.
No!
That was the moment of potential opportunity. Even if he scores from here, he's lost 5 or 6, now about 10 or 11 precious seconds. Goes for another low 50, but Jorius, being the supreme 1v1 of the ears, ain't gonna fall for that one. As time ticks away, it seems locked in. The fist bump's now finally being accepted by the team. Jorius has done enough to ensure that Oxygen will take the series by 3 games to 1.
Our first series going the way of the Europeans over the Oceanic Titans. And over in Group B, we've also had a result come in. Twisted Minds beat Elevate 3-0. That is over on the B stream. Bear in mind, you can go and watch the B stream as well. They're having, I'm sure, an absolutely cracking time over there.
Cool. A 5-4 overtime in the 1v1. Actually, no, the 3v3 at the end there. Over there on the B stream. So a good entertaining match to open things up over there. And it was an entertaining match here as well, with Ground Zero getting themselves a game, ensuring that we saw all 3 game modes. I think they'll be a little bit, they'll be a little bit frustrated that they didn't perform a tad better, especially in the 3s, but they showed enough to say that they can perhaps take it to their opponents, who will presumably be Gladiators in the lower bracket, but that's a guess. We'll see as we go on. Oxygen are going to take this victory. All the lights flashing from Gamers8. The production quality is always astounding every time that we're here. I love this head-to-head as well, the players staring at each other. Even if they don't know it, we can make it happen with production.
Exactly. Oxygen, a very clean series from them, I feel. Let that one go, but that's going to happen, especially when you've got a very good OCE team on the other side of things as well. But ultimately clean. We got to see all 3 game modes, Cole, and what a nice taste that is for the rest of the competition.
Exactly, plenty more to come over here. And Ixo, for me, the star of the show, especially in the 3s. He looked like the player that's taken to the stage the fastest. A couple of shaky moments from his team, and of course they did lose that game. But also it was defensively as well, as that clip perfectly demonstrates. In the 2v2, they had to make a lot of saves at Oxygen, diving into their own goals, but never really seemed in trouble in some pretty hairy moments too.
And what Oxygen have done with that win is they've earned themselves a date with Team Vitality.
Easy.
The hardest team in this entire tournament, as they're going to be going through in Group A to the upper bracket semi-finals. However, with that loss, Ground Zero, they are going to be facing off against one of Optic Gaming or Gladiators.
A long, long way to go in this tournament. It's a long one, everybody.
Sorry, I was incorrect. The Ground Zero will be playing either G2, Optic, or Gladiators, depending on who wins out of those final 2 teams.
Sure. Kill these brackets, these groups. There's so many potential permutations as well. My prediction is that'll be Gladiators, but we shall see as things go on. Jorius was slightly wryly smiling as he rejected that fist bump. But actually, that's a really important thing. The different styles of 1v1. Some want to be adored, others just want to be locked in. And then finally, there it is.
Congratulations to Oxygen. They managed to take it 3-1. But, Cole, that is it from us. I want to hear what our wonderful Deathcasters say.
You know, earning a date with Vitality is one way to put it, right? That's what everyone looks forward to.
Of course.
I would like it.
Yeah, that would be fun.
Yeah.
Put me in against them.
Yeah.
Restaurants or something like that, right? Not in the game.
Yeah, right.
What do you think Zen's favorite pasta is? Yeah, I don't know. But anyways.
That's the analysis you guys want to hear, right? Now let's talk about the game.
You should want Italian food instead of French, but whatever.
Let's talk about this because it went the way we expected. Obviously, we did have Ground Zero as the underdogs into this. We were cheering for Ground Zero because obviously we want to see a close match. I think it was good, and the caster said it too. We're excited that we got all of the game modes to start our day off, just to see, get a little taste of what you're going to see in the future matches here. But of course, Oxygen just a little bit too strong. They came into this knowing the brand power that's behind them and what they need to deliver on for their fans.
Yeah, Ixo, especially heard Cole talking about it. I thought he played a stellar series in the 3v3s. And honestly, props to Super Lucky in the 1v1. He had a couple of nice plays, faked out Jorias on one of those goals and had a couple of nice pushes. Jorias, though, you know, vintage man, it's going to be hard to play that ball around him.
And there's one thing about GC. I think they start very slow. That's a common theme for them. So I don't know if this crew battle format works for them or not. I think it might go against them because it usually takes them like 1 or 2 games to get familiar with the opposing team and then start and put everything into the game. And I think that game 3 actually showed more what they're capable of. But then, going back to the 1v1s is a little bit more difficult. So you can keep the momentum that way.
Fiber, right? I mean, Fiber had a couple of nice goals in that second 3v3. He was starting to turn up a little bit. It was just a little too much, with how well Ixo was playing. Really, Archie and Jorius just had to let Ixo go to work and then clean up on the back line.
Yeah, I think I wanted to talk about Fiber too, because still to give credit to them that, Fiber he already booked his ticket to the moon on that one read, and he just met up with the ball on the way there, right? Like, he was feeling it, and that was the energy we talked about previous to the match, right before we started, is the Fiber came in with energy. He was feeling confident. You saw it in those reads, those dunks he was getting to get those goals. So credit for them giving their best, because I think that's something you want to do in that first game, even if you lose, to carry on into your future matches, right?
I mean, it's not completely disastrous here for Ground Zero. They're going to end up playing the loser of Optic versus Gladiators.
Yeah.
And if that goes the way I think a lot of us thought, Ground Zero may not be out of this tournament just yet, so lower round 1 may not be the death knell for them.
Well, of course, we got to talk about Jorius again, because it's time for STC play of the game, and Jorius is going to take that one. We saw it right at the end there with that 1v1. It was that flip reset Bardowski that we ended up seeing. I think we had a couple other highlights here too, but
this is why
This
is why I love 1v1, man. Perfect pop on the ramp, gets the reset, has all the time in the world, waits and uses the butt of his Fennec to put it top shelf. I mean, that's just a great shot, well executed. What more can you say?
Chimako, when you're already air dribbling with a flip reset and you're looking on as the defender, you're like, I'm done. I'm over.
If it's me, definitely. Are you asking me, or are you saying for the pro players?
I'm saying for anyone.
No, definitely. Right, it's really hard to read because they have all the advantage, and you're just still on the ground. And I don't remember how much boots they have, but just he has all the options. He can just keep driving through, or flying through in this case, or use the reset at some point. Maybe make a pass instead of just pass you over. It doesn't have to go shot straight to the net. I mean, so many options in there.
And now, of course, it is time for Arcadia MVP, and I think this one was a clear winner. We didn't communicate with the casters at all, and they were already talking about Ixo. Look at him. He's over there, Chimako.
He's over there.
I mean, a pat on the head.
Yeah, pat him.
He's always over there.
Nope. I'll try. You would have to walk a little bit. But yeah, Ixo, he had a couple of really nice goals. There's one. He had one off the ceiling, I'm sure we're about to see as well. Just conducting the offense and really just a stroll down the boulevard here for Oxygen the whole way.
There was a point where every single shot, every single goal, he was involved in all of them. Was it the assist or was it the shot that he made? But somehow he was there. And the first match and the second one, I mean, we thought the Jorius one might be the best option to go to 2v2, and they decided to go with Ixo because he was doing so well in the first match.
He's just so strong in the midfield, so consistent. Ixo really consistently underrated with his ability, but showcasing here why he shouldn't be underrated.
Well, of course, again, that's going to get a little more troublesome as they move on through that the upper bracket there in their groups. It's not going to be as easy to shine like that when you're facing off against Team Fidelity. For this team looking forward.
Good luck having any space.
Well, that's the thing. So for the team looking forward, there's going to be if they're going to win, it's going to have to be a lot more of a team effort. You can't just be sending that one player like Ixo forward and just dominating that offensive half. It's just not going to happen in their future matches.
Or maybe he's having such a good day today that maybe he can.
Hey, you want to put something on it?
No, that's fine.
Yeah, we got to cast that one, so you can talk about it then.
Yeah, no, I'm definitely not willing to wager on that one. But looking at that, I mean, like, do you think there's a chance?
I mean, look, Crew Battles is different, and if Jorius is locked in, anything's possible in a best of 1v1, in a best of 1 2v2. You're not playing all straight 3v3s. Vitality are strong in every single mode. Oxygen still they have fight. It's not like a complete gimme. Vitality are the clear favorites, but there's still a chance here for Oxygen.
Well, that was just our first match, ladies and gentlemen. Just a taste of what you're going to get here at Gamers8. We have a lot more exciting Rocket League action coming your way after the break. Welcome back to Gamers8. What break? We don't want to stay away from Rocket League too long. We're right back
I like
at it.
that. That was quick and dirty. We're right back at it.
Just get right back into our next match. I assume you guys are ready. I'll tell you what it is in a sec.
Okay.
Pretend you don't know. Are you excited?
It's behind you.
Oh, okay.
It's literally behind you.
Of course, it's going to be what we said before as our LG match to watch. It was Optic Gaming versus Gaming Gladiators. And Jorby, again, in pre-show, in case anyone missed it, let's reiterate on what this match meant to us and why we're watching it.
Yeah, so Flitz, North American player, moved over to APAC to play with Gaming Gladiators, playing with OSM and Maxiu. LCT was on this team before. Right. Flitz has come to replace him. And Optic made it to Boston, didn't make it to the World Championship, but they got a triple threat in AJ on the other side. So
I was talking to Greg, the coach from Optic, and I was telling him, is this true? Is this your Worlds right now? You know, for every team that didn't make it to Worlds, is this the time now?
Oh,
yes. Yeah. I mean, he says like right away,
man.
yeah.
They're all hungry.
Us, V1, Furia, for example, yes, all of us, this is our Worlds.
It's like AJ and Reddles have even been talking about it. Like, this is, like, they've been grinding for this. Like, they want this. You know, they still want to prove to people that they're a great team, that they absolutely deserve to be here, they can go far. And there's a lot of fans that believe in them. I'm a believer that Optic can go far in this tournament.
No, I mean, like, this is, look at the competition. It's stacked. It's Worlds, right? And so I think the context of it being the Worlds for some of these smaller teams means so much. I worry, though, that it could bring some nerves into that because they're like, we have to deliver now. We have to now show the world that we are working, because there's been a lot of talk about a specific region, North America, not putting in maybe what they should compared to the European compatriots.
Yeah,
right?
but I don't think that Optic are one of those teams that get nervous. This is a team of veterans, and I like, you got Reddles, who has been doing it pretty much. Well, AJ and Reddles have been around about the same time. Like, these guys don't get nervous; they're confident in their abilities.
I'm talking more on proving that they've been putting in that work now, because that's the big...
I think, yeah, proving it, but I don't think they feel like they need to prove it. I feel like they think they will, and I think that's a big difference. Feeling like you need to, or feeling like you will, those are two different mindsets.
But if a team has been putting the work, I think it's Optic, because AJ was, you know, taken away from other teams, and he, you know, he's proving that, you know, you make the wrong choice before. The same with Reddles. He's a guy that he's been improving every single season, and you can see it. You show someone, you know, a clip from Reddles 2 years ago, and you show him now, it's completely different. And now Magic Bear, again, a bubble player who's been grinding so much to get to this point right now.
Yeah, I mean, Magic Bear, he caught a lot of flack not a couple seasons ago, but last year, and I think has quietly been one of the most improved players in North America specifically. But of course, Gladiators.
Right.
We'll see what Flitz and company.
Well, it's interesting because I mean, you add Flitz so recently, right? That, like, team dynamic might be a little hard to work out, or sometimes you get that little bit of a honeymoon phase coming into this, but we're seeing that a lot with just Rocket League in general, as those international transfers too. And I don't think we're anywhere near the end of seeing that stuff. Flitz, just another one on that mark.
Not even the first player to move to the APAC region, but I'm curious what will happen in the 1v1 and 2v2 if they get there for Gladiators. Do you go with OSM, long time 1v1 veteran, and is it going to be OSM Flitz in 2v2, or do they put a little bit of faith in Maxiu? Maybe it depends on how the 3v3 goes. We've seen that sometimes, where a player last year pops off in the 3v3 and they're like, okay, you know what? Go in the 2v2, see what you could do, and then they end up winning. So I would love to see that kind of energy out of Gladiators.
Yeah, that's one of the ways that you can actually use momentum in your favor in this type of formats. So yeah, I would agree. If Flitz or whoever is having a good time on 3v3s, yes, definitely put him on 2v2s.
Yeah, I mean, like, although it's like if you were preparing for the ones, and you're like, actually, no, we're switching it out right now.
Well, I don't think Gladiators, you know, if they lose the first 3v3, I don't think they're going to pick 1v1, because AJ's literally one of the best ones players in the world. I don't care how long OSMs have been playing ones. AJ definitely has the clear advantage in that, so they're definitely going to gun for that 2v2 if they lose that first 3v3.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, looking at this matchup, I think it's pretty clear with our consensus who might be having the upper hand coming into this one. I mean, we have to be giving that to Optic, and I think that's the consensus. Yeah, you're all nodding.
Yeah.
And we might see what we saw last game as well.
Regardless, you know, there's a thing about inter-regional competition, and now you see Elevate doing pretty well. I mean, they were doing great on the wildcard.
Worlds, they got their first win, and then another one after.
I think that this hurts Gaming Gladiators, and they want to improve that they can be better than their counterpart on the region. So I think this is a really great moment for them to showcase what they can do.
I think the best thing for them, Jorby, is the practice that they're going to be getting out of something like this too. Even if they do lose this one, they're not out yet, right? They still have another shot at it. But I think their best mentality is taking what they're learning here, walking away with it into the next match, and trying to go home with all that experience. That's huge.
I want to see how sharp the weapons are on Gladiators. How good can they be in 1v1? How good can they be in 2v2? Because those small modes can really be the difference maker if you can split threes. Splitting threes against Optic, though, for Gladiators, I think that's a tall task to ask.
And especially, you know, you mentioned 2v2s and 1v1s. So if you do really good against AJ, you know, maybe you don't win the match, but you do really good. It's like a boost, you know, your confidence goes high, you know, after that one.
Like, oh yeah, I only lost by like 3 to AJ or 2 to AJ. Instead of getting smacked like 7.
That'd be a pretty good scoreline in ones, yeah.
If you're only losing by 3 to AJ in 1v1, that's better than I'm giving Gladiators in this match.
Exactly, and many people too. So you go into your next match and you feel pretty strong about it. Then whoever is, I mean, it sounds bad because we're thinking, okay, they're losing, that's it, and they're going to lower brackets, lower round. But at the same time, it's something that you take into consideration because these are developing regions, developing teams. I mean, they're still brand new.
Well, I mean, yeah, Flitz literally just joined just a few weeks ago, right? So it's definitely a developing situation for the team. But again, as I said, the experience will be good. I kind of wish they would let coaches jump in for the one. I just want to see Marky play again.
Well,
I don't know if Marky
Face is
wants
doing
to do
that, so.
Right, yeah. Marky's listening around. He's like, no.
Faye's pulling that off this.
That's true. That is absolutely true. Okay.
Yeah.
Early, quick thought then on it. Like, is this going to be a stomp? Are you guys? We're not really doing predictions, but I want to know: is this another sweep for these guys?
Yeah, I think 3-0 for Optic.
It's gonna be a sweep. I think so.
Yeah, full sweep. Not even. What's the scoreline for the ones then?
I don't want to say it.
Double digits.
8-3 AJ.
Oh, you had no double digits then for them?
No.
Hey, well, we got our match coming up. You can see it. You can count 5 seconds. Let's continue on with Gamers8.
We're just getting warmed up here in the opening day of the last tournament of Gamers8, and the action's about to heat up in Group A.
بيكون عندنا مباراة جدا حماسية أعزائنا المشاهدين. بعد ما انتهينا المباراة الأولى توقعناها 3-0 صارت 3-1، لكن الآن نبي نشهد المباراة الثانية ما قد صارت أبدا في تاريخ راكت ليج.
G2 waits for the winner of our next match. They might have been able to wait just a little bit less. We could have had a 3-0, but a certain somebody had to mention how quickly the first match was going and said, oh, we're going to have a quick 3-0. I looked down at my notes, I looked back up, Ground Zero scored 3 goals in about a minute, and we get to a 4th game.
I mean, honestly, you can't blame me, man. I didn't want the first game to be 3-0, but hey, we had a 3-1 and it was a fun game and we're ready to start the second one. أعزائنا المشاهدين، المباراة الثانية هذه زي ما احنا قلنا ما قد شاهدناها أبدا في التاريخ، وأحسن شيء في الموضوع إنه بيكون عندنا لاعبين يعتبرون من أفضل اللاعبين على مستوى العالم. راح نشاهدهم اليوم على المسرح ونشوف شو ممكن يسوون قدام فريق يعتبر من الأفضل إذا ما كان هو الأفضل في APAC region.
Introducing first, a team that fits the definition of perseverance perfectly. The green wall still stands strong, cracked, but never broken. This is Optic Gaming! AJ, Magic Bear, and the elder statesman of the squad Reddles. With age comes wisdom, and with that wisdom also a lot of experience on the international stage, but not lately, only qualifying for one of the RLCS lands this season, but confidence is huge for Optic. They have a lot of confidence in their ace in the hole, AJ, able to carry through any format.
دائما احنا نشوف فرق ممكن يكونون متميزين بال 3v3، لكن فرق يكونون عندهم فرصه انهم يتميزون بالكروبات الفورمات جدا قليلين. فاوبتيك جيمنج بيكون من افضل الفرق المتواجدين معنا، خصوصا مع تواجد AJ الاسطوره في ال1v1، خصوصا مع ريتلز وماجيك بير، بيكون من افضل الفرق اللي بيتواجدون معنا على المسرح، وكلنا متوقعين انه ممكن اوبتيك يفوزون، لكن خصم ابدا مو بسهل. خلونا نرحب فيهم على المسرح. رحبوا معنا في المسرح Gaming Gladiators.
Come on boys.
متحمسين فريق جيمنج جلاديتورز تواجدهم على المسرح، ثقتهم كانت جدا عاليه، كنا نكلمهم في خلف المسرح يقولون انه نقدر ان نفوز في هذه المباراه مع تواجد OSM، مع تواجد فليتس بالذات، حتى ماكس يعني قدرتهم انهم يكونون يلعبون الكروبات الفورمات من احد اندر الفرق اللي يقدرون يسوونها، فاحنا جاهزين نشهد وش اللي ممكن يسوونه قدام اوبتيك اللي صراحه يمكن يكونون مرشحين في هذه المباراه.
Maxu and OSM have added a little bit of international spice to their roster as well. The American Flits joining the squad. OSM, no stranger though to making international history, especially here at Gamers8, and he's never met a challenge he's not able to rise to.
قدرتهم انهم يقدرون يفوزون المباراه هذه ما هي صعبه، OSM بالذات من اللاعبين اللي ما هو غريب ابدا على المسارح العالميه، شاهدناه في السنه الماضيه في جيمرز 8 والان نشاهدهم مره ثانيه وش ممكن يقدمون في اول يوم معنا، لان مباراتهم الاولى بتكون جدا صعبه.
As the players take their seats, we get ready with a lot of eyes watching this loaded Group A to see how these two squads navigate this unique format.
الفائز من هذه المباراة راح يتوجه قدام فريق G2 أعزائنا المشاهدين، كلنا عارفين أن الفريق اللي قدامهم ما راح يكون صعب، فما بالك أن المباراة هذه قد إيش بتكون جدا حرجة لهم كلهم، فخلونا على طول نتوجه مع المعلقين نتكلم أكثر عن المباراة.
The Gaming Gladiators will try to topple the green wall and advance upon the G2 army. It's time for our next match. Let's send it off to our casters.
Optic Gaming and Gladiators about to compete here on this beautiful stage to see who has the right to take on G2 Esports. There's been a lot of change at the moment for Gaming Gladiators. For Optic, it's more about consistency and solidity.
Optic are all about that stability, making sure that, you know, you've got Retals, you have AJ, one of the best 1v1 players in the world, and then the Bear, Magic Bear, getting fed over and over again. That's what we like to see. And seeing them as holograms in the middle of our arena is also lovely as well. But Optic Gaming, you're right, they are all about that stability. They're making sure that after making waves through the Spring Major, being able to make it to the Spring Major, their only major of this most recent season as well, they did it in the most dramatic style. They reverse swept FaZe on that lower bracket run of dreams.
What a day.
They have got the ambition and they have got the quality to make it.
Of course, OSM there. Potentially the 1v1, or potentially Flitz for Gaming Gladiators. We were having a look at Flitz's 1v1 history on YouTube, and actually 6 months ago, Retals posted a video of him and Flitz 1v1ing, so a bit of recent history between these two guys. And now we see here in Saudi Arabia, they're going to be coming up against one another, but slightly more money on the line than in your average ranked 1v1.
Yeah, little bit. Both these teams, as you said, Cole, fighting to try and make it through in Group A to play off versus G2 Esports. I feel like it's got to be on the side of Optic here. Even if we just look at this as a 3v3 competition, Optic are going to be the stronger team. They're a fantastic 3v3 team. Gladiators coming all the way from APAC, an emerging region, as we call it in the RLCS. A region that have only been able to join the last couple of years, now starting to make waves. Elevate being one of those teams that have been making waves recently. But Gladiators with two imported players, one from Iceland and one from the good old US of A, and this is the first outing for Flitz with his brand new team.
Yeah, Gladiators who went to the World Championship and unfortunately in 3 matches there couldn't get themselves a game. We'll be hoping to change that right here, right now in this crew battles format, especially in the 2s and the 1s. They will see that as a huge leveler, I feel, because they have 1s mains on their side. Of course, there's a 1s main as well for Optic. AJ will be very dangerous in this event, and he'll be relied upon by his team to maybe get Optic back in series as the event runs on. He's wearing a hat, which is cool. Always cool when competitors come out in hats, I think. You a hat man, Stumpy?
I look dreadful in a hat. I'm such an outrageously proportioned human being.
Agreed.
That I shouldn't wear anything that makes me look even weirder.
Agreed.
Do you look good in a hat?
Yeah. Optic versus Gaming Gladiators. Make your predictions, everybody, ladies and gentlemen. I've got a feeling that this will be... I'll go with another cheeky 3-1. I'll say 3-1 to Optic. I can see Gaming Gladiators getting themselves a game, making up for...
Which game mode? Which game mode?
Let's chuck a curveball in. Let's go 2s. Let's go 2s. Flitz and OSM, you know, they hit the ground running. They have a bit of a honeymoon period in the 2v2. And they shock Optic, who maybe take them lightly. That's my prediction.
You think Flitz and OSM is better than Rettles and Magic Bear?
I said it would be a shock, and I said it would be a surprise.
2v2.
I said it would be a shock and a surprise.
3-0 Optic. We do not see the 1v1 or the 2v2, the unused game mode, essentially.
One of us has to be the wave punk, okay, and predict the underdog. Yeah, to give them a chance, to give them hope.
Dare
Compare
say that you're the wave punk. Don't you dare do that.
Sorry, wave punk.
How dare you?
I will never compare myself to greatness again. Instead, I'll just compare myself to Stumpy Goblin and say that my 3-1 prediction is, you know, realistically probably going to be wrong. They're 0-18 in games in the last 2 international LAN events they've been at, Gaming Gladiators, the Winter Major and the World Championships. But those are all 3v3, and they're always improving. Their region is always improving. We saw Elevate get themselves 2 series at the World Championships, a huge run for this region, and Gaming pipped them to the post in Winter. It's a team that can cause issues for opponents, but not if AJ scores straight away. It could be 1-0 in 4 seconds. Magic Bear almost forces it in, but the Gladiators' defense holds firm.
God, the immediate pressure coming out from Optic 2, not giving Gladiators a single second to feel comfortable. Flitz getting a couple of touches on the ball, his first ones. But that's going to be a wide shot from AJ. Didn't have enough boost to get himself around that one, but it was a complete error, allowing him to have the chance. OSM misses. That is a complete cacophonous mess for the Gladiators to start off our series.
Yeah, that wasn't great, it's got to be said. OSM missing off the crossbar.
Maxu in and out missing as well.
Yeah, lots of whiffs, lots of misses. And finally, Optic, at the 3rd time of asking, are able to actually put the ball into the back of the net. It's the exact start that they would have wanted, not so much for Gladiators. As Orange takes down Green, and Orange almost scores themselves straight off the restart. Maxu is there. Off the ceiling from him. Rettles coming in now. Optic Gaming, they're starting this one hot.
I feel like with Optic, they're such a momentum-based team. When you look at how they can come back. Oh my word, a pancake is scary. You look at how they can come back in those, of course, the phase reverse sweep, but that's not what they're going to want to do. They are all about the energy there, about keeping themselves in a position where they are feeling confident, where they are feeling happy, and that is when they have done their best work. Flitz up for that one, not for the second though, and that's a shot from OSM. Just wide, Maxi on target, but Rettles coming out from the net is able to clear it away, and now it goes high into the orange half. Magic Bear with 1 wave dash. Can't get it too much further. This Optic Gaming lead still sticking.
Gladiators playing with Flitz for the first time. This replacement player coming in. And so far, looking apart from that start, after the first 30 seconds or so, they have stepped up a little bit, Gladiators. Had their opportunities, up to their pace. Optic had to deal with some attack of their own. Maxi's going to come in into the center. Flitz is going to turn this one down so Magic Bear can charge in. And what a change Magic Bear has been for Optic Gaming. Been massive for the team.
Magic Bear has been one of the players that has been a standout in 2022-23 in the RLCS. Of course, our main thing is going to be Zen. We talk about standout players, and it's unfortunate when you then see others get overshadowed. But over on the Gladiators side, it's going to be Flitzy with his first Gladiators goal. AJ, a very weak touch. Magic Bear can't quite get there as he gets bumped by AJ. Rettles assumes a high shot, and Gladiators equalise.
I think it was OSM, though, who was pushing green players into other green players there, causing all sorts of chaos and making the job as easy as possible for his new teammate. And here he is again, the Icelandic Demon. He combines with Flitz. That one's going to the ceiling. AJ takes a touch. AJ will be huge in this series, in 2s and 1s. He goes to the ceiling. He wants to get the second touch as well, but OSM is there.
Well, maybe not the 2s. I believe it is going to be Rettles and Magic Bear taking on that 2s mantle, unless, in particular, AJ is feeling on a particular day. Otherwise, I mean, we had breakfast with Rettles this morning, and he was saying that he's thinking it's going to be him and Magic Bear. So 2s is going to be a little bit of an interesting topic, considering you can mix and match anybody on Optic, and you've got a near world-class team.
Flitz side flips, but we'll say that one was intentional because the ball was falling on OSM's head. Magic Bear charges that one down. There's a couple of demos in the center. OSM has a chance to get a clean hit. Can he get the second as well? He fakes it. Maxu's in. Maxu shoots. Gladiators have turned this one around.
A monumental lead from the team from APAC. What a pass from OSM. Completely intercepts. AJ stays completely grounded. Backflips, no contact. Maxu, center of the net. 2-1 Gladiators. And Cole, what was the stat that you said that they have done on LAN so far this season?
0-18 in the 2 LANs that they've qualified for in games. Are they able to change this here? This could be an historic moment for Gladiators. AJ's trying to change it. And AJ's just that good.
He's trying to change it, and that man is changing the game. Maxu takes it high, but jumps away from the ball. AJ dunks, double tap from the backboard, and a cute angle as you like. Optic draw level again.
Optic, who, as you mentioned, Stumpy, the most momentum-based team potentially in the game. They can lose 3 games, and then they can get the next 4. They can lose 4 goals and get the next 4. You see that a couple against the Gladiators, and thankfully for them, got the next 1 to put themselves back in proceedings. As he goes forwards, Gladiators starting to believe they can take this first game and really ask some questions of Optic. As Flitz clears it, Magic Bear high. So he's going to leave this one to Rettles. Rettles might have missed this one. He has actually, but AJ's in. Magic Bear wants to go solo, but couldn't do it. Flitz, can he get this one around the corner? He can't quite do it. And Max, you had pushed forward too far, and the opportunity came to nothing.
Yeah, too much power. If that was going to be a pass or a shot, what a bump, what a block from AJ in the end. But you're right, Cole. A little bit too much power if it was a pass, and not quite the angle if it was a shot. A little bit of something in the middle. OSM to shoot, but AJ again to block. Defensively, AJ has been the green brick in the wall.
Well, Rettles doing his thing, chasing down Max Yu, the pioneer of that particular play style with his peeps. All those years ago, still going for bumps at the highest level of the game. OSM tries to do the same to Rettles. Rettles is too intelligent to fall for that one. So he goes for the challenge against Max Yu. Flitz is there. OSM's coming in. This could surprise Optic Gaming. Magic Bear saw it coming.
Under a minute remaining, these teams drawn levels so far. Gladiators, a performance from them that I just truly was not expecting. But Magic Bear,
especially after the first 10 seconds.
Yeah, absolutely. When we just saw them fling themselves at the ball with no real purpose or idea. Rettles with a nice 50, but Max is able to clear it long. Lots of communication, it looks like, coming out from Gladiators too, making sure that they're giving each other all the information that is necessary, holding nothing back.
Flitz is still trying to clear a path for his team, and now OSM nips in. Magic Bear is all alone. Not really an easy avenue to pass to, so he's going to have to try and go solo, but he hasn't got the boost to do it as well. Gladiators squeezing the life out of Optic right now, who are struggling to clear their lines. AJ, the solo play's not quite coming off, but that was a mistake from a Gladiators defender in the midfield.
Blocking from Maxi on that side wall, just holding AJ down, his head below water, isn't able to get him too much further along the wall. Final 5 seconds, it's level, it's Rettles with a weak touch. We cleared away by Flitz. The player on this team has been fantastic so far. That's on target, there's Rettles there to shoot. Saved away our first overtime of Gamers8 this year.
Let's see who can take it. Next goal wins territory. Max Yu isn't going to get the ball. Magic Bear comes in. OSM defending the backboard well. That's something Gladiators have been doing so far in this match. Making sure if Optic go above the goal, they have a player there. The speed flip is effective as well from OSM, showing that one's prowess. Flits into the center. Max Yu maybe a pre-jump. Could have been the nail in the Optic coffin. Instead, they can almost get it away, but Gladiators continuing to squeeze.
Gladiators' pressure does look fantastic. And they're making sure that these opportunities are being taken. Max Yu sends it with a lot of beans over towards Flitz, but he gets demoed now. It's OSM. Fakes out with no boost and allows Max Yu to come in. Chances starting to wear thin for Gladiators. They need to take them a bit more. Magic Bear goes for one, but the edge rule bump is not successful. OSM can clear it away.
Oh, Rettles took a touch there. Maybe could have just banged that one in. Even if it hadn't gone in, his teammates could have followed instead. Flitz with the pinch down the side. Magic Bear is going to get bumped by Flitz. Does he know he manages to wriggle his way out of that one? And with no boost, the chain dash not quite effective. OSM has a flip reset here. He turns it into a wave dash instead. And these passes for Gladiators, will they read each other? All not quite. There was a save in the center. But the infield passes for Gladiators are just starting to connect, Stumpy.
Connecting as well with a lot of venom, not just going on target, but making sure that Optic are using a lot of boost to save them. AJ Central!
Oh, no!
And the own goal for Gladiators is devastating.
Oh, they did so much work. They pushed so far, and in the end, it was just some good work down the right wing, and Gladiators pushed it in themselves. It is tough, it is tricky, but Optic make their LAN record for the season 0-19, and that feels harsh to say.
0-19. That is a brutal number. But Optic, bear in mind, they weren't even at Worlds recently. The only LAN they've been to was that Spring Split Major over in Boston. But a game win is a game win, a dub is a dub, and a 1-0 is a 1-0. It's now going to be on Gladiators to pick whether they try and go against Optic in 2v2 or 1v1, and also who we see in any of those game modes.
I mean, I think that Gaming Gladiators will be feeling hot right now. They'll be feeling okay, these Gladiators, so I can see them going for a 1v1.
Would you describe it as a quality loss?
Yes, I absolutely would. Yeah, would they have... I was about to say, would they have taken that? Would they have taken a battling overtime loss in game 1 to get them going in this series and in this tournament? And I think I would have quietly recommended, yeah, take that one and push on. They probably would have said, nah, we'll 3-0 them, as all these silly old pro players do. But I think that was a top performance from Gladiators, and not looking like a team that is now 0-19 in international events this season. Yeah, but that didn't look like it, did it?
It didn't at all. I mean, bear in mind, it's a slightly different team as well, having Flitz come on now instead of LCT, who was released a couple of months ago. And Flitz coming all the way from North America as well, potentially bringing over a little bit of that North American knowledge to APAC. So probably not helping much.
We have the 1v1, and it is OSM. OSM, the more experienced Gladiators player, has pulled rank against his new North American teammate. I mean, he is from EU, so that makes a bit more sense. But AJ's not from EU, and AJ is the favorite here. He'll shade this one, but OSM shows he's no slouch. Top 25 in the world currently for 1v1s, and he's going to start on the attack.
Chance for AJ relatively early with one touch and the second. Can't get that pinch down. The idea was there, but it falls down to OSM with boost with a long shot. Goes a bit too high for it. No block can come out. And OSM is no slouch at all at 1v1. One of the best players historically. He's made sure that he is up there, and getting air dual bumps like that, getting the bump on the defender is going to be vital. A lovely goal to start off Gladiators.
I'll tell you what, Gladiators have got a chance in this series, you know, because OSM, even at these early stages of the game, we know he is a great 1v1er in his own right. My question was, would he look great against AJ?
Because AJ is literally like
S-tier.
Top, Johnny Boy will tell me off, but we're like top 10, top 5, somewhere around that area in 1v1, an unbelievable level.
So OSM, the fact that he started this game not just looking as good as AJ, but shown that he can, at least in periods of the game, dominate him. In the 3v3s, we know that they can strike Optic Gaming. Gladiators maybe just trying to make Optic Gaming feel a little bit spooked right now, and OSM is at the forefront of that as he goes around the corner. AJ's there, AJ misses the ball again. Can OSM wrap around it in time? He hasn't got much boost to play with. He shoots, he scores!
Bangs it below the crossbar. OSM, the 2-goal lead, infamously called, bless him, open shot miss. That one wasn't completely open. Earlier on, he did flip into the ball, had to try and get something that was bumped on his path to it. And OSM, a brilliant shot for him. A 2-0 lead for Gladiators.
It was a slow kickoff as well against AJ, and the buccaneering play there from OSM. Not sure if that was entirely what he meant, but AJ fell for it. And he slows things down. I remember in his FaZe Clan days, AJ, it was always the question of who would play the 1v1s. It normally would be first killer, but every now and then on top form, AJ would be able to say, no, let me have it, or at least try to. First killer would normally play. And now for Optic, he is the main man. He is the 1v1 star. He is going to try and get it over OSM. He almost does so, but once again, OSM's recovery is too hot, and he's got the ball with just the goal in front of him. AJ is scrabbling to get back, and he's missed it again. AJ is falling for everything OSM is doing right now. Can he make it 3? Not quite.
Only 5 boosts. It would have been a massive ask for him to get enough power on it. And AJ just rushing towards that ball. That's going to be just wide of the target till OSM can tap it in. Brilliant performance.
OSM, the man from APAC, with the doomsy dish to put him and his team 3 goals up.
AJ definitely looking like he's not quite on the form that we would typically see him on so far, but OSM performing to a level that we've historically seen him at.
Ooh, OSM mixing up the kickoffs too, and AJ is falling for it yet again. Hook, line, and sinker. And Stumpy, explain winner's tilt to the people.
Winner's tilt is a little bit something like this, where you feel like you are going to be winning that series, and you think, oh my gosh, say you're 2-0 up in a series, and then you're like, okay, we need to get this 3rd game, and then you change how you play. You think, okay, now we can't let too much go. We can't be too aggressive. Let's sit back a little bit more. But the reason why you're 2-0 up is because you have been so aggressive. That is why when you win, you may well get till against a team, especially where you think we shouldn't be winning against these guys as well.
AJ's such a mechanical player as well, but we're yet to see it right now against OSM. Here he goes. He's got the ball under his control, and he gets past AJ for the first time. Optic Gaming far from out of this one, with only half of the match gone.
A lovely tap up to just the one, gets it the height, and then can get the bump on OSM. And those bumps at the moment, or at least in the last 6 months or so, they have been making sure that they are... Oh, cringe. Sorry, yeah, cringe. I was going to say really good and a skill that you should learn in 1v1 if you want to thrive.
Cringe.
But you're right, yeah, sorry, they are cringe.
OSM not cringe, saving that one, AJ. Flicks, are they cringe? I think they're on cringe.
It depends who's doing it, to be completely honest, mate.
Well, AJ now is starting to get some boost again. Oh, he goes for the pre-flip into that one. He wants the floor pitch. He gets it! OSM, tremendous read on the goal line.
Oh, word. These recoveries from AJ are just exceptional. Getting one ground pinch and then going into the second one. Flick isn't able to come out. And AJ with one demo gets bumped away from the ball. Has to then go for the boost. OSM spawns in the good corner as well. AJ bangs it top right, but with 33 boost, OSM's going to be able to clear it away. AJ now with one gets the reset onto the second, but a save from OSM. What quality we're seeing.
Not just keeping the goals scored tally down for Optic, but also stealing some more seconds as well. 3 goals needed for AJ. This could be, make it 4. Oh no, the finish wasn't quite there. AJ, good save, good read on what OSM was attempting. Fakes the musty, then he goes for the play. The challenge in the air is not quite there. OSM wants to get back behind this ball. He's trying to steal this time, slow the game down. Every clearance he makes huge at this point in the game.
OSM now, chances, just you said, just to waste a little bit of time, send it high, make sure that AJ has to go back into his own half.
Stole the boost.
Steals the boost. That's what it is all about. Game management, game management, game management. And OSM has that in buckets.
OSM does not want to see another kickoff, unless it's at the end of a goal that he has scored, because kickoffs, of course, shake things up. You can get 2 or 3 goals from them. OSM turning off his bull cam, just waits to see what AJ's going to do. Spinning around the boost, he gets it, AJ shoots. Maybe he needed that one to go in. He'll reload. Go up again against OSM, who's backwards. He has boost to score from here. Loves going underneath the ball and taking that touch, but OSM, he's reading it.
OSM's made sure that this game is under his control. Forgoes the ball entirely there, knows it's coming his way, and then picks up the corner boost. AJ with 50, enough to do something, but in this corner, this far away with OSM, pressuring him, not quite. Final 30 ticks down. Gladiators, a convincing lead in game 2.
This time, AJ goes for the clean flip reset. He'll fake it out. Oh, no, even though he scores in the end. 3 seconds difference when you need a couple of goals. That'll be disappointing for AJ.
10 to 15% of the time left gone just because he hit the crossbar. It's not nice, but it's what happens sometimes. Now, Optic Gaming and AJ need to clean up 2 more.
For my liking, OSM hasn't done quite enough in attack since getting his 4th goal. That could change here, but it's wide. But even then, it takes a few more seconds. In the end, he puts it away, shakes his head, because he's trying to tell himself there's still a match on here. But 3 goals, he should just about be over the line.
He's over the line. It's 3 in 12 seconds. No one's ever done it in history, ever. It's not going to happen.
You're very confident in saying that. There's probably someone that's like, oh, well, actually, in the 1v1 in 2007, this happened.
In 2007?
Yes, mate.
When Rocket League 1 was out?
Yeah, Rocket League 1. Rocket League 1. Do not insult the prequel to Rocket League. Supersonic, acrobatic, rocket-powered battle cars.
You're cool.
1-1.
Good win for Gaming Gladiators as well, taking one of the alternate game modes over those 3v3s, but we do go back to those 3v3s as well. It's a scary time for Gladiators. They, yes, got the overtime, but it does feel a little bit like that was Optic not playing up to their level, I feel. Optic on their day, even against Gaming Gladiators on their day, should be just convincingly taking these 3v3s.
They should be, but when there's no series momentum to take into a game, that sort of takes away that concept. You know, often when there is a favourite against an underdog, the first game might go the way of the underdog, and then the favourite will win 3 in a row or 4 in a row, right? The fact that each new 3v3 is a new game, essentially, in a vacuum, could be huge for Gladiators as the underdogs.
And Cole, I would like to ask you a question.
Please do.
And this is going to be completely on you to decide.
Oh.
Is that Gladiators now 19-1?
I was wondering the same thing. No.
Or because it's not a 3v3, do you want to include it in their streak?
This is to go 1-19 to win this one.
That's
I think it's
so
a 3s thing.
mean.
Why is that mean?
Give them one.
No, they don't want it. They won't want it.
They don't want
What, you think
it.
Max Hughes going around with an APAC flag going, woo, we did it, we broke the streak.
What, to go 19-1? If he's got an APAC flag, also, what flag is the APAC flag? Then yes, he absolutely deserves to do it. Chat, is that 19-1 or are they still 19-0? Just let us know. I want to know what people are thinking.
Say 1 or 0. Say 1 if it's 19-1 or 0 if it's still 19-0.
Yeah.
Anyway, while you guys debate that, we're going to talk about this 3v3 as Magic Bear and Flitz charge into one another. OSM backflips, but it works out for Max Hughes. This could be 1-0. They could be going 19-1 if they win this game.
Oh, chat. Chat said 19-0. I feel so against the people right now. 30 seconds gone, and the pressure from Gladiators is really starting to build. They're not going to be wanting to make sure that Optic have any pressure in this game. A long throw from AJ, passed back down. But Retals isn't able to find any teammate.
I'll tell you what, though, Gladiators on the front foot the entirety of this game. They have well and truly upped the pace right now against Optic Gaming. The question is, will they overcommit? So far, no signs of that. Still rotating deeply. Still making Optic question everything. But AJ's got the answers. There's a pass in the center. Retals is coming in. Retals shoots, but it's saved by the Gladiators.
Gladiators looking like their defense is going to be a smidge better than we saw a little bit earlier on with a couple of those iffy plays and the cacophonous defense. 1 minute 10. Magic Bear wanting to challenge and Optic wanting to find ground that they can work into. OSM bumping Retals away from that play, and the physicality potentially going to be order of the day. Retals sees Magic Bear to his right, but instead Flitz challenges him down.
Maxu punts it long towards AJ. Gladiators have slowed down just a tad, but they'll be building up another wave of attack soon, I'm sure. This could be it. Flitz wants to put it into the center. OSM arrives at the near post. Saved by Optic. Maxu shot not quite there. That was an opportunity. Now Retals can come back. Only OSM in front of him. OSM, who got Gladiators that game earlier on, stands tall again and keeps it at 0-0.
Seen a couple of chances so far for Retals to pass it across, but either a lack of boost or a lack of vision means that he's not able to get anything over towards any of his teammates. But Magic Bear is in good positions. Good pitch. AJ's there. AJ is the benefactor of a little bit of pinball.
Yeah, a little bit of a player pinch right there as well, AJ. Look at his. Here come Flitz. I'll use you, mate.
Bang,
OSM
bang.
did not see that one coming for all the reads he had over AJ in the 1v1. 3v3 is a very different beast, and Optic Gaming take their lead.
2 minutes elapsed. And Optic Gaming with a lead that they very much had to work for, but has come relatively out of nowhere. A touch round. AJ now in the middle. Sees Magic Bear take that long shot. OSM has to dive across the net. And the quality from OSM in this game so far, in this series so far, it's really been fantastic.
I'll tell you what, Flitz is slotting into Gladiators beautifully. He is potentially the fastest player that they have. He's always there on the ball. Constantly got that read on Optic Gaming. He just seems to be the thorn in their side whenever Optic are coming forwards. But now he has to retreat out and let Retals take over for the other side. Retals' first touch is a little bit weak and he just floats below it. Max, you can send it right back forward. Gladiators trying to launch an attack. There's a miss there from an Optic player. AJ up against Max U. The pinch goes back towards the Gladiators half. Retals is chasing. Magic Bear's chasing the opponent. OSM!
Oh, wow.
My goodness. That man is a statue that cannot be bypassed.
Holding 2 players to 0 goals there. Retals slowed it down. Maybe should have taken the snapshot, forced him to jump, and then Magic Bear has an easy job of bumping. Regardless, what is said has been done, and 2 minutes gone. Optic still have that 1 goal lead. It could have been 2, but OSM was just so firm.
AJ takes a touch now for the first time in a while. He sees his team in a lead. They were chasing in the first game before winning the overtime, and my goodness, he was chasing in the 1v1 the entirety of it. He can slow things down yet again. He'll be enjoying this, being able to take these touches without looking at the clock at the top of the screen. Retals, actually, his touch isn't great. AJ, can he get bumped here? Oh, once again, no one's arriving for Gladiators. That's where they have to be braver.
We saw that earlier on as well with Ground Zero versus Oxygen. There were those moments where the passes came in, but there was no one there to actually take that final shot. That's the difference. OSM goes high, challenged by Magic Bear. No second touch coming in. AJ taking it low. Now, finally, we're seeing the Gladiators charge with spears. Anything able to go their way. Blitz tries to go for 1 dunk, but Retals intelligently over the bar.
Oh, they're both in the same corner from Gladiators. Got a little bit closer, a little bit scrappy and desperate. AJ will love that as he dribbles past a couple of them. That's you the touch. Doesn't want to be charged down too quickly. AJ does want to be fast. Is OSM a double commit again from Gladiators? They have to avoid this. The comms have to stay commy, I guess.
Magic Bear backboard up for the second, but a lovely block out from Maxi, who keeps it just at 1-0. But look at the pressure we're seeing from Optic now. Gladiators being utterly suffocated, but just having a straw to breathe through.
Flitz into the center for Maxu. There's the pass for OSM. It's a little bit high. The comms are back. Maxu up, Flitz to his left. Where's OSM? He's not going to be where he needs to be because Magic Bear is chasing this one. It could be 2 depending on the pass. Not quite though.
10 seconds. Gladiators need to push, otherwise 2v2 is where they may die. Back corner, Magic Bear versus Maxi. Maxi wins out on that chance, and Magic Bear just rotates round, makes sure to keep the pressure going. That was all Magic Bear, everyone on Gladiators. Nothing could be done Ball not quite to the ground just yet. Max, who keeps it high with only one booster, will do a very good job to keep it high for much longer.
He's got boost though, and that one's to the backboard. He can put this one up, but there's a double
double
commit.
commit!
Gladiators, what you doing, lads?
Silly
one to the
Billy.
ball at a time. You give yourself a chance. Instead, it's 2-1 to Optic, and they're serving for the match.
Now we've seen the 3v3, we've seen the 1v1, we've seen the second 3v3, and now 2v2, the game mode that clearly Gladiators aren't going to be as confident about. They sent OSM in because they were confident about him. I wonder who their 2v2 team is going to be, because it may well be our two established Gaming Gladiators players in Maxu and OSM, or Flitz. He's brand new to this team, but is he that little bit of difference to make sure that they're able to get a 2v2 win?
Flitz was brought into this team to make a difference, and I would be shocked to see him not playing in the 2v2 alongside OSM, but I'm a fool and I'm wrong relatively often, so yeah, we'll see about that one. And you were saying that Rettles was saying that their 2v2 would be him and Magic Bear?
Yeah. Well, he said that they might like switch it up depending on who's feeling like they're on at any given moment. But he
was
said,
Rettles saying to you like, oh yeah, if I'm not feeling it, I'll probably let the other two do it?
Yeah, I'll probably just let AJ do it if I'm not like super into it, but it's fine. I'm kind of the captain. He said, I'm kind of the captain, by the way. And then he stole my fizzy drink. It was weird. Yeah, I didn't like it. I just went and got another one. It wasn't worth fighting.
There's a lot of them about.
There's loads of them about, yeah.
2v2 between Optic Gaming and Gaming Gladiators. Optic have not been at their best, they will be the first to admit, but Gaming Gladiators have stepped up, and it is Rettles and Magic Bear against OSM and Flitz. 3 Americans in here, 1 European. Who's going to take the dub?
It's going to be interesting to see what the game plan is between OSM and Flitz, 2 very new teammates.
Yeah.
Both of them going to be somewhat unsure of how the other plays, but one good demo opens up a lot more in 2v2 than it does in the other game modes.
Well, it was a defensive masterclass from OSM after he got his first goals. You know, he really made AJ think he was going to score on multiple occasions and managed to keep the ball out. So we'll see if he takes defensive duties more.
The
Flitz
bear
goes up top. But
the
Magic
bear!
Bear is hungry.
Feed him, and he will give you gold. High for his own corner, to the ceiling, reset, uses it. Goodbye, Flitz.
The exact start that Optic Gaming would have wanted. 32 seconds in, and looking to make their quality count. Magic Bear takes the kickoff. He's following it again. It could be 2, but OSM gets the quick recovery and some boost as well. I want to slow things down, I imagine, with OSM. I want to rush anything. Flitz, a speedier, pacier player. Is that the same in the 2v2 game? We shall see. OSM's runs out of boost. Now Magic Bear could double up, and he makes it look so simple, Stumpy. It's 2-0.
It's just on target. It's just enough speed from Magic Bear. Keeps it close to him, waits for it to get to the ceiling, sees that's not touched, they're not back, I can shoot this. Does so, 2-0. The bear is out of hibernation, and my God, is he scratchy.
Let's see what Gladiators can do to respond to that one. So far, it's looking like a little bit of a mismatch here in the 2v2. Magic Bear and Rettles just too strong. His long-term teammates, OSM stranded yet again. Oh, it could be 3, but Rettles doesn't want to dive in, not wanting to give anything away right now. They don't have to. OSM has to get the save, though. Magic Bear is close to the ball. Optic playing nice and near to it. They want to keep complete control of proceedings. OSM comes in to get the defending. Flitz yet to be too involved. It's mainly OSM doing most of the work. The Rettles will save that one fairly simply. Flitz can get it around the corner, but it won't matter at all because OSM is forward as well. So getting each other's way somewhat, the Gladiators.
It's good defense, good energy from both teams, but Gladiators down those 2. They need to find one relatively soon just to make sure that Optic don't then just run down that clock. Rettles now challenges into that back corner, shies away, but as does Magic Bear, so neither of them going for it. This is now dangerous. Magic Bear has to make the touch, flips it away, but OSM is very much on his tail. Somehow escapes with no demo to his name.
Yeah, Magic Bear managing to just squeeze his way out of a pretty horrible situation there. As OSM takes over for Flitz, Magic Bear up in front of him. Can he do the same again? It's a good challenge from OSM, but Rettles saved his mate, and now the counter-attack can begin.
2 minutes ago, Rettles in the same corner that Magic Bear was. Ground pinch. It's the 3rd. Rettles with some fist bumps. That is an outstanding goal from the exact same danger area, just a completely different approach.
Magic Bear was clawing away at his opponent as well in the corner of your screen to make things as easy as possible for Rettles, but make no mistake, that's a quality finish from a brilliant player to this day. A player who's been picked up and dropped by so many teams, written off by large percentages. of the Rocket League esports fandom. Always managed to find his way back to the top. But speaking of finding your way back, Flitz gets on the scoreboard.
Lovely bump two, open up completely by OSM. Gets removed by one, then the second bump comes in. Actually, both players going for bumps there on that play. And Flitz able to punt it in on the open net. Halfway through the game, Gladiators, they get there first in our 2v2.
Can they get control of the ball, Gladiators? That's my main question. You sense that when it comes to the mechanical plays, which are so important in twos, Optic just have the edge. OSM will be desperate to change that. Retals just clears along. Flitz has to get this read, and he does with the wall. There's a good boost steal as well until the demo comes in. Maybe Gladiators starting to resort to more bumps and demos as a way to clear the path to score some goals.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's how they got their first goal. You have to be aggressive. You have to make sure that Optic don't feel safe and secure. That's the one reset. Can't quite secure that second, and a demo from Retals opens up that back line. OSM is high.
Oh,
Can't get it on the reset, on the lean back reset. Flitz shoots on the relatively open net, but with Retals there, he can clear it away. 2 minutes remain. Magic Bear again demoing one. Retals is low. Gets the reset from that play, and oh my word, that would have been outstanding.
Very cheeky from Retals to turn that into a pre-flip. OSM trusted in the respawn abilities of Flitz, and it turned out to be the correct decision. Want to get this ball. OSM will send it right towards Retals, whose touch is clean. Then he gets it past OSM. One more pass Flitz potentially, but Flitz is beating him for pace again. The speedster.
Another demo.
Showing his pace. Another demo comes in. This one on the Gladiators. Retals, can he kill it here? Almost. It remains 3-1.
90 seconds left, and Gladiators on the line. They need 2 goals still. Magic Bear clears out one from the ceiling with only 7 boosts to stay behind. It does so. Uses that boost very wisely indeed. Well, Retals with 100. A slower game now really starting to emerge as Optic Gaming will happily take possession, send it high every now and then, but otherwise tick those seconds down.
Yeah, managing to keep Gladiators penned back at the moment. A flip reset might be able to change that. OSM, he'll take a touch. Flitz is going for bumps and demos. Can the flick come in from Flitz? Nearly. Again, nearly. But now Magic Bear can come in, and with 50 seconds left, no, 51 seconds left, we didn't quite tick over, but the goals have ticked over, and it's 4-1 Optic.
Ah, that touch or the lack thereof opens it up again, and just a single error. Unfortunate for them. 50 seconds remaining. Optic Gaming up 4 goals to 1, and Gladiators, as we said, their life on the line. Otherwise, they'll be going down into that lower bracket.
I've got to admit, I was desperate for Gladiators to take this 2v2 to see if they could avoid going 0-20 in the threes. I mean, the people have spoken, Stumpy. I know, you got to admit it at some point. Instead, though, Optic, you got to give credit to them. It's a top performance from Retals and Magic Bear after seeing their teammate, who is, you know, a quality 1v1er to this day, be pretty much torn apart by OSM for large chunks of that game. You got to be pretty nervous coming up in the twos. Yeah. He was.
Yeah, for the twos, it's nervy, but isn't it crazy how much it can change? Like, just adding another player, it makes it into an utterly different game entirely. Flitz up one wants to get a little bit of a clip. No second coming in for him. OSM is going to be getting one. Unless we see some miracles here in Riyadh, it will not be a Gladiators dub.
All right, Genius, how many 2v2 7-second 2-goal comebacks have we seen in our time?
Actually, we've seen 9 in our time.
9?
I'll tell you in the break.
Yeah, let me know. I can't wait to find out who those are. Let's see if there is the miracle. Not going to happen. Optic Gaming are going to take series number 2, and they're going to take it yet again by 3 games to 1, and Magic Bear will plonk that cherry on the top of the cake to take them into the upper bracket semi-finals against G2 Esports, a true North American ding-dong.
G2 Optic, my word, what a matchup that's going to be. And just above them is Vitality versus Oxygen, but Optic Gaming, they're going to be happy with that. Yes, you lose a 1v1. The game mode where you're against OSM, that's going to be incredibly hard to win, but AJ did a decent job of attempting it at least. Gladiators will be going into thinking, boys, we got a game there. Like, we got a game there. That is a very good shout from them. Lovely fist bump, you'd like to see it as well.
Marky Dudar, the coach who took Guilds to the grand finals last year against all odds as well. So, you know, he's got history himself in this competition, but the story at the moment is all about the team on the left, Optic Gaming. They didn't make it easy for themselves at times, but they managed to do enough to take this first series.
Hey, bear in mind that game 1 was an overtime.
Yeah.
Like, it was not an easy series, I think, for Optic Gaming. I think they would have been expecting it to be a little bit easier. That goal it's sad to watch. We didn't see that again in production. Guys, come on now. And this 1v1 with OSM versus AJ was something that I think a lot of people were very excited to see. Just the quality not quite there from AJ on this day.
OSM stepping up, performing at pretty much at his best there in the 1v1. And in the end,
his very best is #1 in the world, in fairness to him.
All right, geez, okay, he was rubbish. He really underperformed. Very disappointed at OSM.
How are there no middle grounds for you?
No middle grounds for me ever, my friend. Left or right is all I see. I see a great flip reset there. Can that be said to be the greatest flip reset of all time?
Oh, go on then.
Yeah,
I'll give you it.
That's what I want to hear.
But yeah, the 3v3s think going the way of the teams that so far we have expected. We've not seen those upsets at the moment. I mean, obviously Oxygen, they were able to win theirs ground 0, managed to sneak out just the one. And have you seen, Cole?
Yeah.
Group B.
Because you were talking about upsets, and what I have just spotted, I'm sure you'd seen it too. NIP 0, Monkeys 3. The big bad monkey boys, Coach Andy the Mandy, alongside Razia's Smokes and Methane. It's Gamers8 and his Razia's. The German is just the rookie of the season who's played before.
What an inside joke.
I know, right? He's a stunning player, Razia's, and
outstanding.
Not surprising to see him doing well again.
But over NIP.
Over NIP.
3-0.
3-0.
But 3-1 here on the mainstream. Optic Gaming, congratulations. They, as I said earlier, are going to be having a date in the upper bracket semi-finals versus G2 Esports. Desk, my dear friends.
Hi, Desk.
What have you got to say?
Well, probably a lot, because we're analysts, and that's what we're supposed to do. What a game from Optic. They did what they were supposed to do as well. They went out there, they crushed, but I will shout out, of course, OSM. I mean, again, spelling it like his name, awesome. He looked great against AJ, but of course, 1v1 win, Jorby, isn't going to be enough when you're playing 3v3s and 2v2s as well.
You gotta win one of those 3v3s. And Gladiators, they got so close to that game 3. It went to overtime. You thought they might have been able to do it, but yeah, like you said, credit to OSM in that 1v1. AJ just wasn't feeling himself there. OSM took advantage of it and crushed him there, but then Optic crushed them in the rest of the games.
Actually, game 1 went to overtime, right?
It did.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I was feeling like our predictions might have been a little bit wrong.
Maybe,
like
maybe we undersold Gladiators a tad.
But I think that's a win for Gaming Gladiators, because we were talking about how they have a tough one coming into this tournament with a new player.
There it is.
How they were maybe not doing so well previously in the region. Maybe compared against Elevate, and now I mean they show up here to this match.
Right. Yeah. I mean, obviously it ended in a bit of an unfortunate way, but the fact you're going into overtime against Optic Gaming on your first game, that's huge.
Yeah, I think that Gladiators, that's going to be a match down below against Ground Zero that, some people might be thinking Gladiators might take it with how they performed against Optic in that series.
Right. Yeah, no, that's absolutely huge for them. And again, great showing from OSM, but we do have to get to our STC play of the game, and this is going to go to a player on the Optic side, and that is Magic Bear with that phenomenal. It was the last game too. We're like, we need to play, and Magic Bear delivers.
Magic Bear took over this 2v2. The first half of this was all him. Reynolds just sets him up beautifully. Look at all the space. Take it, young man. Off the ceiling, reset. Beautiful touch into the net. Love it when you get all the space. You get to show a little bit of that mechanical prowess. So quick on it. Beautiful touch.
Setups everything else after this goal. Everything went through their way, and it was either Magic Bear going forward or Reynolds getting a demo and then getting a goal. So yeah, it set up everything beautifully afterwards.
It's terrifying when you see a player coming at you that fast, and of course he's coming at you again because he's our Arcadia MVP, Magic Bear. I think all 3 players played phenomenally in this game. I mean, they did what they were supposed to do as a team, right? But we'll have to give this one to Magic Bear.
Yeah, Magic Bear again. Played excellently in the 2v2, was rock solid in 3s. Everyone really contributed evenly in those, and while 1v1 didn't go their way, you could rely on the Bear.
He's always there?
He's always there.
Does he have hair? No, let's not start this.
He does have hair. But yeah, Magic, I'm excited to see more of this. Wouldn't say I had high expectations for Optic coming into this, and the loss for
like
AJ
the tournament
1v1,
not this match.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
I'd like to see AJ perform better in the 1v1. That might come to bite them later in the tournament, where you're not going to win every single 3v3. But they talk about being able to switch up whoever they want in 2v2. Magic Bear keeps looking like that in 2s. They got a consistent weapon there.
Pretty good, definitely. And you mentioned, AJ not looking so strong in the 1v1. if I'm Atomic from G2, you know, I'm taking notes. I'm taking notes from everything because OSM was able to save absolutely everything. I think at some point AJ might have been a little bit tilted because he was trying every single trick that he had and nothing was working.
Oh, he just started throwing pot shots at the net. He thought he could catch OSM out just with hard power shots, and OSM was saving every single one of them. AJ's more comfortable in 1v1 when he's playing in the air, when he has control of the ball, but for most of that 1v1, he wasn't. He was trying those hard power shots on the ground. It wasn't working. You know, every matchup is different, but that's the craziness of this crew battle format is that a best of 1 1v1, any result can happen.
Yeah, well, that's it. Gladiators will drop it again. As you guys said, probably they should be happy about that. Good performance against Optic Gaming. Optic Gaming will be going up against G2 later. But coming up next, Team Vitality versus Oxygen.
All new Honor 90. Capture ultra clear detail with a 200 megapixel camera. Care for your eyes with risk-free dimming display. Honor 90. Share your vibe.
On that red hot boulevard. Ooh, I'm doing damage control on my heart and my soul. Oh no, I don't need your help, said I'm good on my own. Ooh, I'm doing damage control on my heart and my soul. Oh no, I don't need your help, said I'm good on my own.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back from the break. We like to keep them short here at Gamers8 so we can get back into the matches as quick as possible. I'm Leafx, and joining me now on the desk is going to be Jamespot and Corelli to talk about our next match. You guys got a good one on hand here, James. Yeah. Vitality, that's a good first
You know,
match.
they're kind of a hot team, right?
I think so.
Maybe they're, you know, honestly,
they've won a couple times.
There's been no hotter team in Rocket League history than Vitality. Vitality has been just doing things nobody thought was possible. There's jokes on the internet about how Zen has come in and beat Rocket League. You know, like how did he beat Rocket League? Well, Zen did it already.
Yeah, it's pretty incredible to be so quick into the league and then be the final boss immediately. That's what we're all expecting here, right? At Gamers8 is Vitality to be that final boss. Of course, they have to get there first, and Oxygen certainly no slouch.
Well, that's the thing. Oxygen coming off a win is going to feel good, right? It wasn't maybe a team, nothing to shut down Ground Zero belt, but it wasn't a team that maybe would have put them to their full test. But Oxygen, a lot of proof coming into this match. I mean, they've had a roster that a lot of people thought could do good for such a while now, but they just weren't delivering on that. So this would be the moment against Vitality, James, to prove that you guys can stand up.
And honestly, as much as it pains me to say it, that's kind of been for Jorius his career, where you expect him to be on a team that performs, and you expect Jorius to be a huge player, and we've talked about that before. And you know, I still think a lot of people have faith in Jorius, and you know, even myself included. He's a fantastic player. I watched him take down Moxie in that Twitch Rivals tournament. But you know, this would be a great opportunity for him. That game 2 is going to be quite interesting. how that goes. If Oxygen loses, do they pick ones or do they pick twos? Because Joreuz is an amazing 1v1 player.
It takes a lot, I think, a big ask from Joreuz here, because you know when the 1v1 does happen, if it does rather, that it's going to be Zen on the field. It's going to be Zen on the field. Joreuz is going to have to step up. We've seen that matchup many times before in other tournaments, but you can see Vitality. Look at the clean jackets on.
They're just slick, man.
They look good. You got Coach Farah. You know, he's got a couple cards up his sleeve in any of these tournaments that we've seen, you know, getting the crowd to get on his side, but of course just the whiteboard during the regionals. You know, he takes this team very serious.
You know, and honestly, you know, I think it's Gauthier also with them. You know, Vitality has a whole team of people. Placido was at the World Championship as well. They signed Zen really early before he could even play. The thing I admire about Vitality as a collective is how they're doing everything to win. They're not cutting any corners. They're going above and beyond, and it's finally paying off. We saw them, you know, win in Boston. We saw them win the World Championship. It was a long time coming, but now everything that they've been working for has coalesced. And I really, after winning the World Championship, they're on cloud 9. You know, they've done it all, and now this, you know, will we see an insane victory lap? Because really the pressure's off. They're playing for money. They don't really lose. So this is going to be a really interesting
and that's
run.
the scary part too, is with the change of the format. I know we talk a lot about the format here, but when you look at Vitality, I mean, they are built for this format.
Oh, no kidding. Yeah.
Especially when you have a guy like Zen, right? You have a guy like Zen who can go in the 1v1. Those skills transfer very nicely to 2v2, and you just got two weapons in Radosin and Alpha with that experience from Alpha as well. I mean, they all have experience now. They've won so much that you can't even say that about them anymore. So Vitality, they are the final boss here, and while they do need to go on their stepping stones to get there, they're the team to beat.
And I don't want to cut you off. We got time. Do we have time? Because I could keep riffing.
Well, I want to hear from Vitality first.
All right,
we'll get to you out. We'll get plenty of you later, James. Let's hear from Vitality.
Hi everybody, it's Hercules, and welcome back to Gamers8 pre-match interviews. I've got Alpha 54 from Vitality here. We're gonna start this one off quick. Alpha, you guys are the reigning world champions. You just came off that win. You also came in first to even get here in the first place. Does the feeling of motivation ever diminish when you're winning this much?
Well, of course, it feels really weird to play a tournament again after winning the best thing ever. So we are still really motivated. We thought before the major, we had the major, Worlds, and then Gamers8. So we are not done yet.
All right, so they're not done just yet. You do have the chance to collect another title here at Gamers8.
Hopefully, I mean, it's a lot of prestige, and I would really like to win this tournament as well.
Well, I'm wishing you the best of luck. You've heard it here first. The motivation never ends for this squad. So keep your eyes out for Vitality here. We'll see you in Gamers8.
I mean, I thought it, so it's good to hear, but I don't think that motivation's dropping anytime soon, James, for this team.
You know, Alpha's had that interesting run where he kind of came onto the scene really hot. I remember back in Savage when the DreamHack Pro Circuit was going on, and you know, he was the next big thing, and he really was. I mean, he peaked out in the online era, didn't really have a chance to prove himself on land, so it was kind of an up and then a down a little bit. Vitality struggled at the beginning of this last RLCS season, but now, you know, at the right time, you know, hitting the top. And I think even just talking with Alpha personally was mentioning how in the past, you know, he was so good. He really didn't have to try that hard. But now with how good everyone else has gotten, it's motivated him to become the best player that he can be. And we saw that through this last run. And even Radosin as well for Vitality was fantastic at the World Championship. There were some people saying, oh, Radosin should have got MVP. But, you know.
There's a case for that.
There is a case for that. There is
a
case for it, which is crazy when you look at Vitality. You know, everyone likes to focus a lot on Zen, but it really is such a strong group of 3 players. That's why they've been unbeatable.
You were talking about confidence. We went back in the food area, and Snasky was there, the Oxygen coach, and he's like, oh, we got to play Vitality next? Like, we got it. Johnny goes, they've only lost 2 series. He goes, we'll hand them their 3rd. So, I mean, look, there's confidence on the other side.
He also said, don't quote me.
And I'm going to, because you have to. You have to. But I think for Oxygen going into this, you know what, you're going up against a big squad here. But you have a team that can stand a chance here in this type of format. You have a team, you have a great ones player. I know you're going up against Zen, but he's the best one here.
They are beatable.
So they are beatable here.
They have lost.
Yeah.
And I don't think Vitality thinks they're unbeatable either, probably, right? Like, they're going to try their best not to be beaten, but I think they'll know it too. And even if they do take a loss, even a game loss, they're not going to let that get to them. I think their mental, especially with Coach Farah behind them, is going to be so strong.
And we talk so much about Vitality, but I honestly was really impressed with Ixo on Oxygen. Watching him in twos.
He got MVP in the last match.
He's also a fantastic ones player as well. So Ixo, he's been shifting around. We saw him make a major with Quadrant as well. I think a little bit of an underrated player, but this Oxygen team, we know they have talent. I think it's just at the point where we have not seen them step up. So even at the World Championship, we didn't really see them step up. So I think they're a bit discounted right now.
Okay, well, we did just hear from Vitality. It's only fair to hear from Oxygen as well.
Hi everybody at Gamers8. My name's Hercules, and we've got our first post-match interview of the day with Oxygen's Archie. He just came off a 3-1 win. How does it feel?
Feels amazing. Ground Zero, really good team. Probably a top 5, top 6 team in the world, so I'm really happy to get a 3-1 win over them.
Great way to start off the week for sure. And then you guys, you've got 1s or 2s up next. You feeling confident in both? Is there anything you're a little bit nervous about?
I'm not nervous. I'm just here to have fun. We're here to have fun and hopefully win the tournament.
Well, you heard it here first. Oxygen completely up for contention and moving on throughout today's upper bracket here. Thank you guys for hanging out with us, and we'll see you in the next one.
There's something about Archie's energy. If you're hanging out with him around the studio and around the area, he's just he's infectious with just how wild and out there he is.
Well, I mean, he had a bit of a splash of an entrance too. Was it Semper? Back in fall in Sweden last season, we saw him really have a great run with Semper and be a strong player. He ended up transferring over to Endpoint, had some less than ideal results near the end of the season. But Archie's another fantastic player. I think that's why when you look at all the players on Oxygen isolated, they are fantastic players. It's just been, can they put it all together? Which makes me wonder if this is the format that will really help them shine.
You're going to need a lot of confidence going in. And I like that he said, we're going to try and have a little bit of fun too, because I think that's important for teams, especially when you're going up against a team that you're expected to lose, right? So, and I think you hit the nail on the head when you're talking about Oxygen. They do have the players to take down big teams, not just Vitality, but others as well. This group has still got Optic and G2 in it as well. Not easy teams to get through. So for Oxygen, I mean, obviously getting through Vitality would be great, but that road here in this group is not easy.
Well, that's the other thing, is it doesn't stop after this, right? As you said, like, it just keeps going on the difficulty level. But I think the focus is definitely, you got to focus in here. I mean, it's said a million times over that you can't be looking too far ahead or you're going to forget what you're doing now, right? So their focus is here, and I think fun, as Archie said, is probably the best mentality going into this. I mean, like, you're here, this is a crazy event, and to just try to have fun and, as you said, hopefully win is going to be the best.
And really, in my opinion, and I don't know about you, Corelli, or you, Leaf, but I feel like the thing that has held Oxygen back the most has been the game between the years. They on the field, we know they have the mechanics, we know they have the ability, but it does seem like, and even back when Jorius was on Dignitas and they had that great team with apparently Jack and Strubkilla, there were just times where it felt like there was something holding them back that wasn't their ability. It was just the mindset.
There's something, though, to be said, when you go into a season of RLCS that is going to be a year long, and especially that first split is so important. Pressure is kind of on to kind of build that momentum throughout the season. But that's not the case here, right? This is just one tournament, 4 days of playing. So for Oxygen, maybe, I agree with you. I definitely agree with the analysis, but at the same time, maybe the pressure is more off because you can come in and say, look, this is a one-off event. We got to go up against Vitality. We're not expected to win against them, but this is a group they can get out of.
And they certainly have the ability. Like, they can be Vitality. And if they do, they could be a dark horse to really go deep. Like, I think they've got all the pieces to win big events like this. It's just, they have not been able to beat those good teams.
And we've seen, when we talk about the crew battle format, we've seen Jorius push Zen to the brink. In fact, he's let a series slip against Zen earlier when Zen was going on his hot streak, so in 1v1. So Jorius has the ability to take down, like, I think the big ringer on Vitality, which is Zen, in that 1v1, which is crucial when you talk about threes.
Well, I mean, if Oxygen lose that first game, what do they pick that second game?
That's a good question.
Well, it's a losing pick either way. I mean, realistically, right? It's a tough pick, but I think it depends on the confidence too, right? Like if Joreuz feels good in ones, you pick ones right off the rip. It's Zen's first time on the stage.
I just want to give an update too. We just saw Group A that we've been talking about for a bit, but Group B, just to give you guys a bit of an update on what's going on. Monkeys, by the way, 3-0ing NIP. Wow. Which I think is, Corelli, a good initial start for them. And on the other side, of course, Twisted Minds taking down Elevate 3-0. They got to go against BDS next, though.
Yeah, there was 2 overtimes in those in that series against NIP as well. That one would have been a good one to see.
And Monkeys, they're a team that's not going to be talked about here much, but even their Gamers Without Borders run, I mean, they were formidable, and they were pushing teams to the brink in all game modes. And that's why they earned their spot here. And they're not going to get a lot of the limelight when we have the Vitalities coming out from Europe, but when you have a guy like Razier's on the team as well, you really bolster that roster in the crew battles format. So for them to take down NIP 3-0, as you said, 2 overtimes there, that's a great start for Monkeys.
Cool. While we just get these matches ready, let's take a listen into some of the players from Group A and what they had to say about each other.
One of the players that I think you should really look out for in this group is definitely Flitz. He's got something to prove. He's one of the only bubble players in NA that's really broken out this year.
I'd have to say the player to watch in our group is probably Zen, but more realistically, I think for us would be AJ, because he'd be our first matchup.
Well, obviously it's Zen. Everyone's seen it the last few months. He's a wonder kid.
There has never been a consistent player like Zen in Rocket League history.
I mean, it's kind of hard not to talk about him. When he comes in, just wins 3 regionals, wins the major, wins worlds, and I mean, you watch him, it's just some inspiring Rocket League, really.
I really want to play G2, especially because I know we have the upper hand in 1v1s.
J'ai hâte d'affronter G2. I would love to play Gaming Gladiators to qualify. I'd rather play a little bit of an easier team than Vitality, for example.
I'd say in our group, the best 1v1 player would still have to be Zen.
I mean, everyone talks about him, but it's the truth. He is the best in the world right now.
Call it blind confidence in my teammate, but I back AJ versus anyone. I back him versus Appjack, I back him versus Zen, I back him versus Rawas. He's one of the best players in the world, and he's going to have a good tournament.
I think I want to go over myself here. I think I'm confident. I'm confident.
I think the dark horse in our group, honestly, actually has to be us. I don't think the other teams really have much of a chance. Is obviously everyone's going to be talking about Vitality or G2, but I think we have a great chance.
Je pense G2. Je vois aucune autre équipe. Je sais pas.
I think a dark horse in our group would be Oxygen, just because they have Joreuz as a ones player, and maybe him and Ixo will play the 2v2, so they have those 2 game modes, which are pretty good for them, but their 3v3 is not the best.
I think many people have got G2 as second winners, but I think Optic will be able to go through.
Yeah, I think our team thrives on being the underdogs, and this group is perfect for that.
The teams that are going to be making it out of our group, I genuinely think it's going to be Vitality, obviously. That's the easiest pick. But I think we can pull some upsets and get the second spot ahead of G2 and the other teams.
I think the first one's obvious. I think Vitality, they have the strongest threes game in the world, and I know Zen is really good at ones as well, and him and Alpha maybe will play the 2v2, so I'd say Vitality and then hopefully us.
Definitely Vitality. Well, I have to be confident, of course, in our team Oxygen, but if I weren't picking Oxygen, I think Optic would take the second spot.
Nous et G2. G2.
I'd say through uppers, Vitality would get through. I think it'd be stupid to pit against them, even in this format. And I think in lowers, I think we'll pull through.
I think us and Vitality are the 2 strongest teams in our group, and I think we will make it out barring any upsets. But you got to give it to G2, you got to give it to Oxygen. Both very talented teams, so it's going to be close.
I mean, I think I'm going to have to trust Zen on this one and say that maybe G2 and then we'll be ending up there later. But we'll have to find out after, because right now we have Oxygen versus Team Vitality. Let's continue the action.
We've completed the first round of our group stage, and now we're on to the upper semis in Group A.
انتهينا من الفقرة الأولى من الجروب ستيج أعزائنا المشاهدين، والآن راح نتوجه إلى الجولة الثانية من المباريات.
The competition only gets tougher now for our teams. The first round, okay, maybe you can have a bad game, maybe you can survive, but now you're up against the best in your group, and these groups are loaded.
بما أننا في بداية الجروب شاهدنا فريقين ينافسون على المقعد في الراوند الثاني، لكن في اوريدي فريقين ينتظرونهم في الراوند الثاني وراح نشهدهم الآن في المسرح، معناته هم الأفضل في مجموعتهم وأنت لازم تكون جاهز إنك تواجههم.
Our next team to the stage is the top seed in Group A, and they've been providing a golden age for their organization and their fans. The Rocket League World Champions Team Vitality! Alpha 54, Riyadh Zen, and the world's MVP Zen. Only 4 months removed from his RLCS debut, and we're already running out of words to describe him. But of course, it's not just a one-man show. He's got the perfect team around him for 3s. Can they do it in 2s as well? We'll find out.
أبطال العالم تيم فيتاليتي وصلوا للمسرح. زي المشاهدين هذا الفريق استطاع انه يفوز من اصل 37 مباراة في الشهور الماضية، فاز في 35 وخسر 2 فقط، وبرضه فازوا في كل بطولة تنافسوا فيها مهما كانت، سواء ميجر سواء كأس عالم، ومعهم ايضا الاندسبيوتد افضل لاعب في العالم زن. كلهم متواجدين الان وجاهزين يورونكم بيك في راكت ليج، لكن خصمهم تو طالع من فوز 3-1. خلونا نرحب فيهم. رحبوا معنا في المسرح اوكسجين اي سبورتس. فريق اوكسجين شاهدناهم في المباراة الأولى، المباراة الافتتاحية انتهى فيه المطاف 3-1. كانت متوقع انها تكون 3-0، لكن جوريس مع ادائه في ال1v1 مع اكسو ايضا، وايش اللي ممكن يقدر يقدمه في المباراة بالذات في 3v3s، عرفنا ايش اللي ممكن يسوون في هذه المباراة ايضا. لكن قدامك بطل العالم، قدامك الفريق الافضل، قدامك ايضا افضل لاعب 1v1 في العالم، ايش ممكن انك تسوي؟ هذا اللي راح نشهده الان.
Joreas closed out the opening round in convincing fashion, and now Oxygen faces a very familiar foe. Vitality took the win in the qualifier, but that was without Archie, and believe me, Archie is a game changer.
زي ما احنا عارفين فيتاليتي تواجه قدام اوكسجين اي سبورتس في الكواليفايرز لهذه البطولة، لكن الفرق انه اوكسجين ما كان معهم ارشي، الان موجود والان راح يسوي فارق جدا كبير في هذه المباراة.
And now we'll send the teams to their stations as they get set for our first upper bracket semifinal. Zen has won every major event he's played in since joining Team Vitality. Since his RLCS debut, Vitality is 35-2 in the age of Zen. Can Oxygen spring a major upset here at Gamers8? Let's go to the casters and find out.
نصف النهائي في المجموعة الأولى أعزائنا المشاهدين، الآن راح ندخل إلى المباراة. لازم تعرف أيضا إنه زين في كل المباريات اللي هو واجه فيها أي خصم دائما يكون هو الفائز في النهاية، وحتى الآن ما خسروا ولا بطولة من أول ما تكون هذا الروستر. أوكسجين قدامهم مباراة جدا صعبة، لكن أكيد ما هي مستحيلة. على طول مع المعلقين.
Getting started with Vitality versus Oxygen. Shamako, you heard the desk talk about it. This one may be a bit stacked against Oxygen, but crew battles, it always presents something a little different. And with how Joreas is feeling, and we heard him talk about it in that sit down, he feels confident. I like that.
You gotta feel confident. There's no other way that you should be feeling right now. If you're feeling anything less, then you're doomed to fail against.
Not gonna go well.
Exactly. Vitality has been, as Stax mentioned, since they have Zen in their team, they have only lost twice against only French teams. That's it. Okay. So if you're not French, you're not having a good record against them. And regardless, I mean, again, the confidence has to be there in order to be able to do something against Zen and company.
I mean, for Oxygen, that win against Ground Zero was their first win in a while internationally. Think about their wild card run. They lost to Complexity, lost to Secret, and then lost to G1 before being eliminated And so this is a chance for a bit of redemption. And you do love that kind of confidence. Archie also exudes that, but also Ixo, who got that MVP against Ground Zero, he's going to be that anchor for this team. He has to be that anchor for this team against this Vitality team that isn't going to give you a lot of space.
I'm glad you mentioned Ixo because he had such a good series before, and if he's able to carry on with that sentiment, with the same playstyle that he was able to put against Ground Zero, then he might be able to do some damage. We were talking about at the desk, right? Will he be able to do those 1v2, 1v3 plays that he was doing against Ground Zero here in this matchup against Vitality? We shall see, but I mean, if he can pull it off, it's gonna be a very big thing for them in this series.
I think that he'll have a very hard time doing 1v anything against Vitality, but you talk about the 1v1, the 2v2. Zen is probably involved in all of it, and you can't count out, though, Radosin and Alpha. You know, some might argue that Radosin had a better performance sometimes than Zen did. I mean, he has had such an impressive season, not just even on Vitality, but also before he joined Vitality. Radosin has had one of the coolest come-ups in Rocket League, and I don't think we talk about it enough, where his journey through Williams Resolve and eventually making it to this Vitality squad and almost being the center of the team. He does not give you space. Go straight for the ball. This Vitality team, space will be a premium. Oxygen, how will they get started?
That's one kickoff. I thought it was going for Oxygen, and all of a sudden we got a demo, and they couldn't do what they wanted to do with the ball, just shoot it straight to the net. But still, very even game, only 15 seconds so far. But Oxygen is looking to control the ball a little bit here. It's easier said than done, but I think that's a strategy that they want to go off. They don't want to lose the ball really early. They want to shoot it, at the precise moment, not just hand it over with very powerful clears and booming the ball all over the way.
It was a good move from Jorias on the initial 50, but again, Vitality break that one off back in the midfield. Alpha moving towards the corner. Oxygen easily able to handle that one. Radosin, a good stop in some space. The shot on the back, actually a pass. Now Zen takes it himself and just puts it on, saved again.
It's expected now. I mean, you have seen Zen so often that you know he can make those shots. So Ixo was waiting for the shot for the moment to make the save. He wasn't counting on maybe, no, he's not going to shoot it on the net. He's going to miss. No. He's definitely going to put it on the net or close. So he was ready for that save, and he was able to, get the jump down.
Well, Archie getting chipped on his way back to the ball. Vitality already putting the grips on this midfield. That's a much-needed clear. They need a little bit more than that. Oxygen collects some boosts. Get a couple of touches. Vitality happily let it come back to their own corner. Radosin will try again. Chance for Oxygen to finally set something up. A touch out, but a little slow on the follow-up. They still get control. Ooh, that's open. Oh, wait, no, he's there. Ooh. Oh, never mind, it's open.
I mean, it's not open, but I'm not going to knock on the door, and make it open. That's basically what Alpha did. Wow, what a redirect.
That's a nasty one. Whew. Has some heat. But that's the difficulty. Right when you think Oxygen finally break through on the midfield, you're like, okay, here you go. But then those follow-ups are a little slow, right? Radosin gets the ball a little quicker in midfield. Your teammate needed just an extra half second to get back into position, and even still, Alpha outplays you.
And then you gotta be careful with the second player going for those 50-50s, because sometimes they can be very awkward for the third player. And that's when Vitality can take a chance, to get the clear, the pass, and the shot on the net.
Oxygen trying to get to the green somehow, but Jorias with no boost, Ixo with no boost. How are you supposed to do it? Nice read from Archie, anticipating that hit down, but they still can't get control of the ball. Alpha, a couple of touches in front. Radosin closing down the angle, forcing Oxygen to hit this ball high. And they've not had the resources for the most part. Jorias on zero again. Archie the only one with a lot in the tank. And they just can't break out right now.
It's looking complicated. Oh my gosh. Yeah, you're talking about breakout, and then, it's their net gets broken completely. It seems like Archie was in a hot spot, and he was waiting. He was expecting the shot, not the whiff. So, I mean, how do you read whiffs, right?
I mean, Alpha faking Archie there was massive. Because he gets the redirect first. So Archie has to respect it, right? Not another one. And Alpha's like, you're right, not another one. There it is. Bye-bye. Well, Vitality showing you again why they're so difficult. About 2 minutes to go. Still some chances for Oxygen to get reset, but how many chances will they get? They finally get a nice touch here for Jorias. It's no boost though again.
Pressure right now from Vitality. I mean, we were expecting this. This is exactly what you expect from the World Championship, but these guys are not allowing anything from Oxygen. Oxygen is really having to work for the clears, not even shooting, but just getting the clears. It's been a odyssey for them so far.
Jorias again. The last 3 or 4 carries Jorias has tried. He's had nothing in the tank to be able to work. And you talk about not being able to get the clears. They're not able to get their boost either. A domino effect here for Oxygen. And even when they're in the green, Radosin is there to just carry it back downfield. Just Vitality in control no matter what side of the pitch they're on.
And the clears from Vitality are so clean, so good. I mean, they're so effective. It's not like pushing the ball forward and that's it, just desperately getting the ball out of the way. No, you see right there, they have another person waiting for the moment to attack, and now Zen keeping the ball forward, keeping the pressure. And it's a constant pressure every single time. Radosinho now with a shot. Oh my God, I thought it was going to be a shot. Tried to make the pass, a drop-down pass, it didn't work, but still good idea.
Another bunch working here. Oxygen, another boomer towards their half. Oh, and Archie just unable to control it, can't get the bump either. Vitality masterfully moving this ball around the pitch. Oxygen denied again. They don't even give them any chance at it. Chamako, that one off the post, bounces out. They just get the save.
Just the game being mean, because that was a beautiful shot from Ronaldinho. I thought it was going to be in. It should have been 3-0 right now. Oxygen not being able to do anything, but the impressive part for me is that I don't feel like Vitality is playing that fast. It's just very smart. Every single shot hit that they're taking on the ball is very calculated and going towards someone else. So, you know, they don't have to move fast. They just need to be in the right spot.
I mean, think about Alpha on his second fake that he had. He knew Archie was coming across, decided to fake it instead. And even a play that didn't amount to anything, but you see them shade on the aerial. That's a nice goal for Jorias at the end. It won't get you a win, so meaningless for him.
Wow.
We head on to, what do they pick here? 2v2? Surely you don't pick into Zen 1v1, right?
I don't think so. I think you gotta go with 2v2.
Yeah, Jorias Ixo likely.
They had a really good 2v2 match against Ground Zero. They felt pretty well. So maybe now with one less player on the field, I mean two less players, maybe Ixo can perform a little bit better.
I would love the ego pick. Like, what if Jorias is like, no, give me the ball. Give me 1v1.
You know what? I mean, I wouldn't be mad.
I love the energy behind that kind of pick, you know? I'd love to see it. I'd like that redirect, too.
By the way, I mean, if Jorias beats Sen on a 1v1, it's like a huge boost for the team.
It's not impossible. I mean,
it is not.
Like, here's the thing: Jorias Zen, they've only played each other twice in 1v1. One time in a Johnny Boy Show match, which went the distance, 5 games, and then they played in Gamers Without Borders to qualify for this event. Jorias fought back in that game. I think Zen was up 5-2. Jorias tied it up 5-5, but then Zen turned into Zen and scored 5 more. He scored 10 on Jorias in that game. So the latest one,
Are you trying to make a case for Jorias or for Zen here? Because I'm not sure.
I'm saying if you go back far enough in time, there's more of a chance for Jorias. But we know how going farther back in time works in Rocket League. I don't know if that one's going to work for him.
Regardless, I think that they're going to 2v2. That's my gut feeling. There's no way to know until we actually see them on the field. But very good start for Vitality. Again, something that we were expecting for them to be dominant on the 3v3s. And now it's a matter of speculation how they're going to do on the 2v2s and 1v1s.
I mean, you were saying it. They weren't even playing fast. They were just playing smart. And there it is. Jorias did it. Let's go. That's what I like to see. All right.
Wow.
Here we go. Let's watch the master work as he almost gets the air dribble bump, but Jorias just avoids him.
You know, almost doesn't count, okay? so if you almost get it, but you don't, it's still a missed, you know? So that's Jorias right there. Jorias pretty low on boost. He needed the defense. And that was beautifully for him, because now, actually, I thought he was going to get some boost, and no, he decided to attack.
And taking himself to the boost, probably would have got demoed there. Just didn't have enough speed. That's a great shot. Zen didn't get a good clear. Jorias punishes him, gets that first goal.
I love it because he forces Zen into awkward position. Zen trying to, you know, cover as much of the net as he can, but it was all Jorias. He had, you know, upper 90 to the left, to the right, maybe go bottom and full. Zen, so many opportunities. He chose the right one and got the goal. And maybe a second one, maybe?
There it is.
2-0 Jorius wins the kickoff here against Zen. And then that's the thing about the best of 1v1s. Sometimes players need to adjust. Don't think Zen might have to be one of those players, but Jorius said it. He's feeling confident. A great kickoff.
Yes, you don't have to be creative throughout a whole series of 7, right?
Yeah.
You can be very creative on one game and take your opponent off guard. And if Jorius is able to do that, I mean, yeah, he might have it. Oh, that's a good shot by Zen.
And Jorius getting caught out here. He gets that initial kickoff win, but Zen recovering. He's able to get back, gets the boost, and a perfect pop out. I mean, Jorius is expecting Zen to play that on the corner a little bit. He's not expecting the pop out. Gets completely caught out.
Yeah, he gets the bounce perfectly over and just moving forward. And then the thing is, not only the bounce, but also towards the net, you know, and precision, and power, and everything else that goes together. It's so many details that sometimes we don't think about. But yes, you got to get them all right to be able to make that goal.
Another good recovery from Zen on the 50. Jorius taking a look at Zen. Puts himself back on the ground for control. Trying to eye him up again. Bull Zen getting back in time, got the recovery. Jorius first on the ball, gonna kill it back to his corner.
Jorby, I was gonna ask just random question.
Yeah.
Do you appreciate ones more now that you've been playing and grinding the ones a little
Ones
bit
is
more?
my favorite game mode now.
Is it?
Yeah, look at Zen. Oh, Jorius almost got him. Zen squeezed that one in.
That was close. I thought that Jorius was able to get in, squeeze in just enough, but Zen was aware. He was very aware, and that's why he, you know, inclined the car just tiny bit, tilted the car a little bit, just to be able to get to use the upper 90 to his advantage.
Love the delayed kickoff here from Zen. He was square up on the ball, full flip into it. Jorius hits it into him, so he doesn't get matching power onto it. Jorius gonna take his time here. Zen gonna wait. Stay on the ground on the low 50. Decent work for Jorius on the 50. Zen responds with a bump. Jorius responds with his own, opening it up, and he'll take the lead again.
Bumps go both ways, okay? So, I mean, yes, you can give a good bump in the beginning, but you gotta be careful because otherwise you're gonna get bumped backwards. I mean, again, from the opponent, and you see the results here.
I mean, you talked about the little things, right? Jorius sticking low to the ground, forcing Zen to have to play the ball on top of him. He wins those 50s. Zen decides, okay, I'm just gonna bump you out of the way. Then Jorius responds right after that. Just all those little things back and forth. Now Zen takes to the air.
And sometimes you think a bump is stronger than it actually is. Oh my God, that's nasty.
I got him good there. Gotta look from Zen's perspective here. Pops it, perfect pop, sees Jorius, knows he's just gotta get above him. Block the exit, not the entry. Block the exit, find the entry.
That was masterful. I mean, how many times do you actually have to, you know, go through that to be able to learn, okay, so this is a possibility of my opponent. This is how he's gonna block it, and I'm gonna block the block, right? Dunk the block.
And the part of what makes it so good, right, is he locks Jorius into a singular option. You have nowhere else to clear this, so I know exactly where to place my car. Now Zen has Jorius completely beat and takes the lead. It's been close so far. And Zen gets another quick one here.
He does. He was able to, you know, the way he catches the ball, it puts it on front of his car. It's masterful because a lot of times you can end up pinching the ball a little bit too far away and gets out of position, and then you have to restart everything. Like, yes, he was up front, and yes, Jorius was way off position, but if you miss that little catch, that little shot, then it will be all wasted, and he wouldn't have gotten the goal.
Oh, Zen gets Jorius to bite. Now moves quickly. He knows he has it, but Jorius just gets there.
So close.
Zen having to go back. Doesn't want to get off the ball. Jorius pinches it out, and Zen took that boost. He's got to retreat.
Jorius knew it. I mean, yes, the pinch wasn't the best, so there's nothing to do here. Just gonna get some boost, wait now for the moment. And I like how the way he's shadowing, you know, waiting patiently for Zen to do something. But again, how much patience do you have, or should you have against Zen?
There's 2 times now Zen's tried to force that ball to the left and get the quick pop in front of the box. Jorius didn't have to work as hard that time. But oh, maybe not what you want. Jorius is happy to wait. Uh-oh, did he just catch him? Oh, he just got there.
Nice.
Good recovery from Jorius.
You know what we're looking right now is how many fakes these guys do without wasting any boost. You know, so they always have enough in the tank to counterattack or just react to the opponents. That was
perfect pop. But you're absolutely right. Jorius to get that boost. Can he get control of this ball? Zen, he's been controlling the pace of the game for the last minute or so. Only takes one good try here from Jorius. He's got control now. Trying to make Zen think about it. Tried to get underneath him. Zen pointed his nose down, prevented that ball from getting underneath him. Jorius one more try. Here he is off the ceiling. Lets it drop. Oh, beautiful!
Yeah, you gotta get creative. That's it. I mean, he had all the options, had the ceiling shot, he waited for it for the right moment. Maybe Zen was waiting for the moment he will use the flip, and it never did. It just went under. That was a great play by Jorius.
Yeah, with that much space for Jorius, Zen sitting there. When is he gonna use it, right? Like, just like you were saying. Zen gets another kickoff. Jorius, tough spot.
Oh, nice.
He makes the grab, but Zen will be first down.
That was a great save because he could have gone for the ball. Oh, he makes the shot on that as well. Okay, that's I mean, from the save all the way to the shot, but the way he saved it, he waited enough so he could bounce it against the backboard, and then how much power he put into that just with nothing in the tank?
Oh, Zen, his car landed and you saw it skirt across. Did not get the landing that he wanted. Now Jorius goes for the delay, and he wins it. I think Jorius is starting to feel it. 44 seconds with the lead. Just trying to play the 50, he's got it. Sizing up Zen once more. Zen waiting for the shot to come, actually.
Those 50s are great.
Not waiting anymore.
The 50s by Jorius are great. I mean, he's just keeping control of the ball every single time. It's not going anywhere. You see how close it lands towards him, and Zen is forced to waste a lot of boost in those situations to defend, and then he doesn't have the control of the ball.
Jorius still hanging on to this lead. Zen can't find the ball yet. Trying to find a way.
He's wasting time.
And Jorius has the catch again. Zen might have a break though. Jorius trying to bump him out. And he did. He got the chip.
Careful.
Jorius flipped twice. Oh, he's in trouble. Oh, it's off the bounce.
How lucky.
What? Oh, does he got one more here? Hang on. He lets it bounce.
One last shot.
Jorius got the challenge. Zen's over him. Oh, he can catch this, right?
He can.
Oh,
he missed the catch.
Wow. Jorius taking him down in the best of 1v1.
I love Archie's face. You know, he was smirking with that one after that game. Wow. Excellent. I mean, we said it. You were saying it more than me. You were saying it's absolutely possible for Jorius to take down this one. I wasn't expecting it to be so smart, so calculated every single time. You know, that last part after he was able to tie the game at 4, it was masterful from that point over.
That was no-nonsense game from Jorius. Really focused on just winning the ball, winning the 50, not really focusing on quick breaks. That was the only time that he really got caught out.
Yes.
Zen made the rest of his goals work for him. And then Jorius, I mean, that one from Zen as well.
Great.
Really tight game overall. And this one from Zen got the block on him, creating those opportunities. But then Jorius catching Zen out on a rare mishap. Zen, I don't think I ever see him make errors like that. Well, and that one is just, that's the difference maker.
That's the pressure. You're feeling it now. I mean, why else will... I mean, actually, he did make an own goal at Worlds, you know, at one point.
Right.
So
he hasn't lost
he's
the series,
human.
so,
He's human.
You know, it's good. It's good.
Yeah, okay.
But now we go back to 3v3, and Oxygen were completely dismantled in that first game. So what's got to go right for him, Chimako, if this 3v3 is going to work for Oxygen?
Maybe let Jorius cook a little bit more, right?
He had no boost the whole time, though. He couldn't cook. You can't cook when you don't got gas.
Yeah, definitely. So let's see if they manage to get better clears this time. And again, find your teammates on the clears. Keep control of the ball a little bit more. Don't hit it just for hitting it, which I think was a problem. Because again, the pressure from Team Vitality was so huge, was so apparent every single time. So you were forced to hit the ball and that's it. But if they manage to make more of the clears, then they might have a better chance against Vitality.
Oxygen already really facing the same thing they did last time in 3v3, which is Vitality control the ball and you just get to be on the pitch with them.
I like the bump. They hit Zen, they stopped the motion, and now they're able to still have the ball on the green zone.
Oxygen really trying to prevent any kind of clear. One eventually does come for Vitality. Even Radosa not getting that 50, but then scooped up by Zen. A nice attempt on the carry. Another demo as well.
Good communication, allowing Ixo now to cook a little bit. I mean, he was hot against Ground Zero, so I think it's a smart thing to do to let him have the ball out. Was it? Good shot by Jorius. The ball isn't going anywhere. Archie has an opportunity, but he was sent with the save.
Yeah, everyone got reset just in time as Archie caught the ball. Weekso pops it over one.
Nice.
He said let him cook. Well, here he goes. What's he got to put on the plate? Not much yet.
Yeah, I think he was going for the pass and maybe a little bit awkward. Maybe he didn't expect it to get that far away on the play. But still, much better oxygen than when we saw in game number 1.
Still Vitality. Radosin just driving forward. And taken back. Oh, a bump for Radosin. But Zen just going to move the ball forward. Radosin in position and not going to get a chance at the ball.
Excellent save by Archie, reading that play. I certainly didn't read it as well as Archie did. I thought Zen was going to do something else.
And Vitality still pushing forward. A lot of time still spent in the orange. Oxygen, to their credit, not getting starved on boost as often. So you're seeing them get into those challenges in the third. And they get a couple more clears than they were able to get in game number 1, but still losing the ball. Radosin has a demo for some space, knows it, but off the bar.
God, Radosinho, you had to make that one. You had to put it a little bit lower. Now there's opportunity for Ixo to shoot on the net. It also misses the crossbar, just making too many saves on this game.
That was a shoot and pray moment for Ixo. Just send it down, maybe you get it, maybe it bounces weird, maybe a mistouch happens afterwards, but now Archie on the carry. Does he come online? That one taken out again, but a chance for Oxygen to set up that pressure.
Once you set up the pressure, you know, the idea is to starve your opponents with a boost. I mean, with no boost, basically, which is something that Oxygen has not been able to do. Vitality has remained every single moment, every single time, with enough boost in their tanks to get a good clear, to make the pass, to make the saves, which have been great so far. So kudos to Vitality, you know, playing very smart so far. Even though the pressure from Oxygen is much better than game number 1, they still remain very calm and collected with their, you know, boost usage.
Oh, love this from Ixo, but it's off the post. Another shot way too weak, taken away. Oh, such a beautiful setup from Ixo, and finally they find the net.
Finally, they were able to do so. And, you know, it was attack after attack after attack. And this time, I mean, look at the boost. This is the one time where Vitality, you know, was struggling, actually, you know, composing and maintaining the enough levels of boost in their tanks. So good play by Oxygen involving absolutely everyone. They realized, okay, this is not Vitality's best moment. We gotta attack and we gotta make it count.
Oxygen riding that momentum from the Joria's win in ones. Radosin gonna try to chip his way across. Joria's gets a little bit of space, but didn't have boost, so we'll pop it away. Maybe Oxygen gets set up. Gotta get by Radosin first. Tough task indeed, but they get back.
Nice one, Majorius. Going back as fast as he did. Now Archie trying to go, I mean, a little bit awkward. I wasn't expecting it. I thought he was going to over, but no, he kind of missed or faked the miss, and it was great to get the clear. However, Team Vitality very close to the net right now. Sen is going for the bumps. Didn't work out too well. Jorius trying to get the clear, but Alpha on the way, not allowing it. And Sen again, just bothering. I mean, Sen is multiplying and getting everywhere on the field.
Does get to that. No boost left for him. Oxygen hanging on to this lead. Vitality did not have the same pressure. And Ixo breaks the gauge. A beautiful goal.
The MVP from the previous series now doing MVP things, right? How can I put this ball as fast as I can on the net? Pinch on the way.
That was a hot one. Well, Vitality, you're going to be being put down. Literally every single person that made a prediction bracket that had predictions, not a single one of them had Vitality losing in their first series. I don't think any of us would have had it, but that's the beauty of crew battles, is it's going to feel a little different. It's going to be a little different. And Oxygen, they just got to find a way to win this 2v2 coming up. And they're going to take Vitality down to the lower bracket. Can they get it done? Because this 3v3 is over, and Oxygen have taken the dub.
Unexpected. Really unexpected. Okay, so we see game number 1 go all the way Vitality. Game number 2, they choose 1v1s, which, you know, a lot of people might think is crazy. Works their way. Oxygen, you know, Jorius makes it work. And now on game number 3, just using whatever momentum Jorius was able to get in that 1v1 match, and it seems like, you know, everyone was playing with so much better. And I brought this point before. How do you coach crew battles, right? But it seems, like maybe the coach had a lot of time to talk to the other two people that were not playing, on the 1v1 and telling them exactly what to do on the 3v3.
I mean, we saw it in the highlights. Ixo is conducting the train for Oxygen. He's setting up those plays. Archie finished one, and Oxygen now in the 2v2, which for Oxygen should be Joria's Ixo. And for Vitality, Zen +1. To me, I feel like Radosin is a good choice, but I don't know. Alpha, he hasn't really been at the forefront in this series. But really, I don't think you can go wrong with any combo for Vitality.
I would say it's Zen Radosinho. Radosin is a very selfless player.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So very allowing, but who knows? I mean,
Archie,
Ixo and Archie, they remain with the same duo that they did against Ground Zero.
That's true. It was Archie, not Joria's.
Yeah. I mean, I would have gone Joria's after that 1v1 masterclass.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, but they decided to go, oh, wow. Okay, Alpha got it.
No, it's not. Almost. He still got the ball, though. Hang on. Is this one in? Dunk? Nah, he got two defenders in net. And great follow-up challenge as well. Archie and Ixo gonna get it done. After Joria's won that 1v1, can they handle Vitality in the 2v2? Alpha. It's gonna be the compliment here to Zen. Just put that high up, knowing that there's really nowhere to go in the net.
Yeah, definitely. A calculated play going a little bit high there. Maybe maybe he was expecting to keep control of the ball, but that's it. Oh! That was close. I thought that maybe it was an open net, but what a shot by Zen.
It's risky to go for that fake there. You don't have a third man backing you up, so if you're going to fake the aerial, you better get contact on the ball as the follow-up. They did not, and an easy counterattack there for Vitality.
That's the main difference, right? In 2v2s and 3v3s, not having that third person back. So when you go for the, take the pass from your teammate, you got to be very sure that you're going to get there first and that your shot, that your hit is not going to get countered easily.
And your threes brain, it's more likely to be turned on by accident.
Yes.
When you have control of the ball, you're working in a rhythm with your teammate, and then you leave a ball in midfield by accident and it's in your net, right? Or like we saw earlier. So it's just a lot riskier to play aggressively. This time Oxygen just couldn't really get a touch. Saw Ixo in a tough spot, tried to clear it, and Archie just got out-challenged by Zen, who got a perfect pop to Alpha.
Yeah, it seems like Ixo thought about going after the ball, but Zen was very close to it, so he decided to stay on the net, maybe for waiting for the pass or something. Still, I'm not criticizing him at all. It's just Alpha, taking advantage of that situation and putting a very strong shot on the net. So right now, I mean, we're saying that maybe Alpha wasn't doing so much in the previous matches. Don't wake him up, let him sleep a bit. It looks like he's getting stronger as the time goes on, and Zen showing up here once again, what Zen can do.
This could be some trouble for Oxygen. It is early in this 2v2, but that game 5, if we get there, there's no guarantee Oxygen keep it that tight and win again. Vitality, Zen and Alpha, they punish Oxygen a couple of times. They get one of their own. Alpha just going for the laser. It's taken out again.
And Zen is not going to allow the ball to get anywhere close to the orange, to the green zone. So good pressure in the midfield by Zen. Now defending that ball. It's going to be Ixo passing, letting Archie now cook a little bit. Archie against Alpha. Alpha, great 50, and Zen is going to take the ball back into his hands. Another shot now. Maybe a pass for Archie. Oh, so close.
That one's in.
Okay.
He got it.
He was able to clean it up.
He got a perfectly favorable bounce, and no problem for Ixo to put it in, but Archie's really hoping he can solidify it. Luckily, he's got a teammate on the right side. And now they bought themselves tons of time here. 2v2, a little more higher scoring than your 3v3 counterpart. So let's see what Oxygen can do on this attempted comeback. They do get the first ball. They don't get contact, and Zen is forced to put it up with no boost. And that one's easy for Zen to handle, put it up high, and give Alpha a chance on the counter.
As you said, easy for him to handle. Although he didn't have any boost, he wasn't able to get a powerful shot. So maybe a little bit more pressure on Oxygen would have been a great strategy on that situation. However, I mean, I'm talking hindsight right now, so I can say whatever. And players didn't have that luxury that I'm having right now. So Zen against Archie. in the air. Archie not able to save it. Oh! Good thing that Ixo was waiting there and, you know, not putting all the eggs in one basket. Yeah, not just expecting Archie to be able to save everything. He was there to help his teammate.
Zen not able to get the ball moving in the direction he wanted. Didn't get enough off of his flip reset. Ixo looking for Archie. Archie decides to leave. Needed that boost, that hundo. And Alpha, he's had a couple of nice ones today. That game one, he had that redirect. And then the fake as well. This time, the power shots have gotten it done for him. Oh, everyone's trying for the 6 shots today. The pogos, the plan Bs, they're slightly different. Maybe I gotta clean up on that one. I'm gonna get him confused one day. There's a nice one. Ooh, Alpha making him jump, and nice coverage there from Oxygen.
Waited a little bit too long, and then Oxygen was able to save that one. The ball is keep moving forward. There's a chance for Archie. Archie going for the pass a little bit too wide for Ixo. He gets eliminated from the play, and Zen with nothing in the tank, but still gonna move forward. He was, I think, trying to get the ball towards Alpha, and the bump between them two.
There it is.
Oh my God, that was such a great play.
Through the smoke for Ixo. And Archie's the flame. Nice one. Alpha spawns right there. Zen's coming across. An unfortunate spawn for Alpha. And a complete total collision for Vitality. Oxygen won away here, Chamaco.
Yes. I mean, they've been holding strong after that third goal from Vitality. It seems, you know, they started very weak on defense, but they have been able to get stronger as we talk. And now, of course, Caster Curse.
He doesn't miss those.
No, he doesn't.
Sorry, you lose that one. He gets the free beat touch. He won that 50, and Archie was Ixo was nowhere close to getting to him. He tried to rush it, but way too late.
We gave him too many flowers to Oxygen in that moment, and then, you know, Zen got jealous. So he decided to, you know, take it on his shoulders and get the 4th goal.
Still a little time for Oxygen, but Alpha takes it away again. Oh,
what's he doing?
A little tricksy. He's trying the tricks, man. Look, Zen's got this one. With a reset to get over one. Beautiful from Zen, but Alpha couldn't go. You know, he set that one up just to get the quick win over the first defender, and there's the 5th goal. Zen will pick it up. This one looks like it's going 5.
You make a fool out of us, you know, getting those demos. Okay, we're gonna demo you as well and leave the net wide open. We can demo as well. It's not a big deal. So Vitality now 3 up once again. After Oxygen was trying to climb up and tie the match, seems like it's not gonna happen here, and we're gonna go to game number 5.
Now it comes down to the 3v3 for Oxygen. They win the last one, but Vitality coming in, you know, Alpha and Zen playing with a bit of moxie in this 2v2. Maybe something that is what's foreshadowing going into game number 5. But Oxygen have made this a fight, and I don't know how many would have picked this going 5. Alpha will pick up a 6th just to make him think about it. And yeah, we're going the distance.
I mean, it's the best thing right now because the first 2 matches, going 3-1, both of them, it's about time. You know, we had a game number 5, and it's very suited for this moment because everyone has been saying, you know, all the time that Vitality just way over everyone else. And it's good to see that, you know, Oxygen, a team that has lows and highs, they're having a high right now, and they're being able to go toe-to-toe against Vitality.
I'm curious how they're going to keep that pressure up. The big thing for them is not getting boost starved when they do get those clears, actually being able to utilize them. The demos played a big factor, the physical game for Oxygen in the last 3v3. But can you keep the ball away from Vitality? Because they're the best at playing keep away, Vitality are. Oxygen, you're able to get 1. We know how Vitality are. They'll give you 1. They might even give you 2. But, well, I guess they can't afford to give you 2 here. They gotta win this one.
I like the Oxygen I'm watching right now. It seems like they're very focused. They have a, you know, they have a goal. They have a target in their minds. They made the changes they needed on game number 3. I'm expecting a very close game number 5. I can't say it's going to go for Oxygen. I can't say it's going to go for Team Vitality. But this is unprecedented so far. Only, you know, like I said before, only 2 teams have been able to do this to Vitality before, which are BDS and K-Corp. And now Oxygen, showing that they are not a weak link in the EE region.
Just to give you an update on what's going on the B stream, Team BDS took down Twisted Minds 3-1, and I'll just keep going as we pause the game. Gen G versus Monkeys is currently underway. Gen G took the first 3v3. Monkeys taking down Ninjas in Pajamas 3-0 earlier in the first round of Group B, and now Gen G, bit of a tougher opponent for them. That's what's going on there on the B stream. You can check that out. It's squad streaming on Twitch. You just hit that little squad button. You'll have both streams up. It's a beautiful thing. Just like Ixo, mid-air, mid-flight. How is this smoke trail like next to his car? That doesn't make any sense. Do you see that?
It's a condensation.
Wait, condensation on the side?
Yeah, the water is getting...
I don't know where...
It's your face.
But it's oxygen. They're not water. They're air.
But there's water in the air.
There is water in the air, but that's not the oxygen.
I'm not talking about the oxygen.
There's another molecule there,
Yeah, but there's an H.
Right, but there wasn't an H there. Why was his boost trail next to his car? It made no sense to me. Psionics, explain. I don't know. Maybe it was the pause. Who knows? Another shot. We start the game.
That's why they paused, basically. Yeah.
Oh, man. Yeah, they were like, well, that doesn't make sense. We need to get that figured out. Ixo gonna drop it back down. Can he be the centerpiece again for Oxygen? The biggest factor. You said it before, Chimako, the MVP of the last series for them. And really effective in the last 3v3. It has to be so here again. Joria's quick pre-flip in front of the ball. Nice shot. Ixo gets the goal, but all set up by Joria's.
All set up by Joria's, but Joria's by himself was not going to make the shot. So Ixo being there, that was a goated. Radosinho was expecting the shot from Joria's, but not the shot from Ixo. So, I mean, whenever you have only one defender and two options in attacking, it makes it very awkward on the defender. And that's exactly what happened to Radosin on that situation. So, very good start for Oxygen right now in game number 5.
Definitely one they needed for the momentum, for the mental. Deep clear for Vitality. Forced them back. Ixo called off on the play. And again, Oxygen managing the clear well. When Ixo tried to line that up. I'm not completely sure how to attack it. Didn't want to just jump at the 50 line. Didn't like where that was going to end up.
Joris has a very good position. Well, okay, maybe I thought he was going to go a little bit faster, but no, it was the Alpha's ball. Zen, with the pre-jump, was able to hit the ball, keep it near the orange end zone. Radosin up high, that shot, a great block by Joris, I think it was. Zen still on the play. What a beautiful 50. I thought Ixo was going to have the advantage in that 50, but no, Zen somehow wins it and keeps the ball in attacking situation.
Everyone running low on boost here on Oxygen. 16-5-0. They're on small pad duty. Quick pass. Bounce shot for Radosin. Vitality tie it up.
This is the thing. They trust each other. You see how Radosin is camping basically there. He's waiting. He got the parking on the car and just waiting for the pass because he trusts Alpha to be able to put it there. And he didn't have to do much. Just wait for the right moment for the hit, and then just jump and get the shot on the net. So this is the great thing about Vitality, that every single one of them trust each other so much that they can be in the right place at the right moment.
Vitality seeing all of Oxygen sitting in the midfield. What do? Hit it high, keep it close, look for a better angle. Oxygen flow right with the rotation. Now another shot! Archie sends one flying!
Wow, what a laser beam! 120, no, dude, that's impossible to stop that close to the net.
That's hard.
Yeah, Zen had the right idea. He was close, he had the right idea. Archie, he did everything right. I mean, put it as far away as from Zen as you can, hit it as hard as you can, and that, okay, open net here.
Wow. Hang on, we need to see the replay on this one.
What's going on?
A kickoff goes off to the side. Radosin, look. Uh-oh. He jumped, hoping he could get the read, but Archie had him read and just shot it straight on target. He saw Radosin all day on it.
Yeah.
You see him that high, you're like, okay, well, come back down. Good luck.
Good luck with that.
They just gave him a free one.
So all of a sudden, things are not looking so good for Team Vitality, the favorite here the world champion, the team that hasn't lost since they have Zen on their roster. I mean, they have lost two series, but they haven't lost any tournament so far. So,
and just to save Verdosen a little bit of flack, he probably was expecting a 50.
Ooh. What a save!
And Archie gets the follow-up clear as well. He had no boost, and somehow prevented Vitality from getting in just enough, and Oxygen get another clear.
I think that was a contender for Dr. Soliman's Al Habib save.
I think so.
Yeah.
Through the smoke, that one's always difficult. But here comes Vitality, no power on the reset, really no touch on the reset. He just let it go. Archie has to avoid a bump, has to let the ball go.
That was a good demo, Radosin just keeping himself on the ball, not allowing the clear to happen. Now Zen against Archie. Good one by Ixo, just being there on the right moment. Not allowing, I mean, it's like the roles have changed a little bit here. It's Oxygen being able to make the pressure count and not let the ball, not let Vitality get a clear on the ball.
Well, Oxygen, wow, they're dictating the pace right now. Great pass over to Ixo. Now Ixo with 12. They just give it to him for free. Trying to squeeze that ball in the corner. He's not quite letting them do it. Zen backwards, got the flip, but Oxygen keep the ball, keep the pressure. They're up by 2 and time is ticking down on the clock for Vitality. Up again, and Oxygen, they get deleted. A push towards the net, but nobody from Oxygen is gonna let that one through. A massive clear.
And now, about 1 minute, about 70 seconds, 70, right? Seconds here on the clock. Up 2 for Oxygen. Radosin. Trying to get creative on the air. Zen is gonna catch that one. Maybe Alpha is there. No, he was too late on that one. And now Archie with nothing in the tank, but was able to get the clear. That's all they needed. I mean, whatever. We don't have anything on the tank, but if you can get the clear, if you can get the pressure out of yourselves, now they're making it count. And once again, putting the pressure. It's a different Oxygen. I mean, they have made so many changes that it's, the difference is night and day from game number 1 to game number 5.
They're getting the challenges so much quicker. They've completely shut down Vitality's aerial game. 28 seconds, Oxygen. Are we gonna see our first upset of the tournament? I think we just may. Look, he's sitting downfield. He just lets it go under the free ball. Oh, Archie knows it too. He takes it, he takes the boost. The ball's back out again, and Oxygen hanging on to this. Do Vitality have anything left in the tank? No, Archie takes it out, pinches it across, and there's just not enough time left for Vitality. A demo gives them some space, but Oxygen are in their face. Nothing for them. Oxygen have done it. The first upset. They take down the reigning world champions, Vitality, and send them down to the lower bracket. Don't even give them a pick-me-up, though. Why not? Fist bumps all around, boys. You move on to the upper bracket final.
They're not even happy. They're like, we knew it. We knew it. That's fine. They're not celebrating. They just beat the world champions.
Jorius can't believe it. He's like, we won?
Nah, Jorius knew it. I mean, at the point when you choose the 1v1 to be the second match, Jorius know it.
That's what I'm saying. The ego pick worked, man.
Yes, it does.
I'm so excited about that. What a series from Jorius, and I mean, what a series from Oxygen. We'll go to them in a little bit, but I am curious. I think Oxygen, the analysts, are going to have a hard time picking an MVP for this match.
It is.
Because, you could... I'd be okay with them just giving it to Jorius just for beating Zen in the 1v1.
Yes.
Acceptable, right? But, Ixo, again, man, was just so... And then Archie in the
So
last
smart.
3v3, absolutely locked Vitality down. And
he was so smart, especially when they had the lead in not giving the ball away, just being able, okay, so instead of shooting towards the net, let me put it to the side, and keep control of the ball a little bit longer. We're in the lead. We don't have to push forward. We don't have to risk anything. So those are things that they count a lot at this point. And, that the 1v1 still resonates very strongly in my heart. Jorius against the, many say he's the best in the world.
Yeah, no, I love that. Oh, that's such a good goal. Hanging on to his reset. Zen had to bite, and then obviously the last mistake kills him. But and then that right there, that's gotta feel bad for Zen. But and Ixo in the 3v3. That's why I feel like you could make an argument for all 3 players. After that first 3v3, 2v2, Alpha was insane. Alpha and Zen, they really just didn't give Oxygen any chances. Zen did his thing. Alpha had some hard shots. Oxygen really dismantled in that game, but then at the very end, the 3v3, we saw in Chimako a great closer.
I mean, very exciting close-up. And, you know, people are if you're still undecided, is Crew Battle a good format? You know?
Crew Battle's so fun, man.
Yeah.
This is a great argument for Crew Battles.
Exactly.
Oh, man. And that shot from Archie, what was that, 140 or something like that? I mean, man absolutely smacked the ball. And then they never gave it up.
And there it is, Team Vitality finding their way down into that lower bracket. They'll face off against the Gladiators later on. But we kind of talked about it, and I think maybe other people might have had in their mind, James.
I'm shocked.
This could have. Are you?
Well, I mean, yes. I mean,
Okay.
I actually,
Yes.
I think the thing that was really drove it home to me was, or for Oxygen, and you know, maybe people should have taken it, you know, going into the series was Joreuz saying, I'm confident. I'm confident.
Right.
And there's one thing to say you're confident. There's another thing to pick 1v1s into Zen and then win.
Right.
You know, to me, that was the linchpin of the series for Oxygen. If Zen wins that game, you know, the series is going to Vitality. Joreuz, he has to be the MVP for that performance. And then, you know, to take Vitality down 2 games in a row and 3v3 as well, this Oxygen team, everyone at home is thinking, where was this before?
Yeah, right.
Where was this before?
Right. And that maybe was what we were talking about. You talked about maybe Oxygen being inside their own head throughout RLCS, but you come into this, just a one-off event here, really one opportunity that they get here against Vitality, and they absolutely crush it. And you said it, that 1v1 I think really set the tone for Oxygen moving forward in this series.
Right, because the argument is like, okay, maybe it wasn't Crew Battles because they won a majority of the 3v3s still. So they were just out there performing, but I think the crux was definitely the momentum gained through the 1v1.
Yeah, they are a deep squad. You know, all of them can play every game mode, and they showed it. They showed it right there with this win against Vitality. A huge victory. So it's I think everyone at home surprised, shocked. We knew that Oxygen had it in them, but we were so used to Oxygen, you know, having the skills but not delivering on the pitch, and they delivered. They delivered this series.
Well, speaking of delivering, it's time for our STC play, and that delivery was, James, you mentioned it too before, this Joreuz, man, that 1v1. We're just putting the whole thing. The whole 1v1, Corelli is going in.
Well, I mean, that's the thing. We mentioned it briefly that there have been series between Joreuz and Zen that have gone the distance. There have been series that have slipped away from Joreuz against Zen as well. Putting it together on LAN, because those series that we're referencing are online.
Right.
Putting it together on LAN in the second game of the series, knowing you're going up against the Goliath that is Zen in the 1v1, and to do it the way he did, I feel like Joreuz really putting his foot down here and making a statement, not only here in the series, but of course in this tournament.
Oh, and just defensively in this 1v1 game, there were so many situations where Zen was on the ball, he had a little bit of space, and you're thinking, there's no way Joreuz stops this guy.
Yeah.
And he did, and was able to turn around a few situations. It did go all the way down to those final moments. Zen let the ball drop off of his car, but overall, I thought Joreuz had such a well-rounded game. And Oxygen, with this big upset, really throws this group into chaos.
Yeah, and you call it out too. Again, James, Joreuz being the MVP. You're right. Our Arcadia MVP has to go to Joreuz. Look at him over there. He's on your side, Corelli. Say hi.
Hey, I'm Joreuz now.
Just assume his identity. Yeah, I mean, we showed the 1v1 and just that being the crutch, James, of this entire series for them. I think we saw Archie right after that 1v1. I saw Archie's face go,
he did smile.
Like he looked relieved after that because he knew that his team could pull together.
Yeah, and now just looking ahead in the group, it's going to be pretty interesting. You know, they play the winner of 2 NA teams. Oxygen, can they keep this hot streak going? We know G2 for me looking ahead is going to be interesting how they handle ones if they even have to, or if Optic's going to have a hot hand. But Oxygen now, they really have to close out this group though. Like after getting a win like this, you gotta qualify through the upper.
Absolutely. And what's important here is as we talk about crew battles, of course you're gonna have the 1v1s and the 2v2s, but winning the majority of the 3v3s that's what's gonna win you the series. At the end of the day, you can do whatever you want in the 1v1s and the 2v2s, but taking 2 games off Vitality out of 3 of the 3v3s, that's great work from Oxygen and very promising here in this format.
Again, Joreuz, your MVP for the match here, and that's going to carry so much confidence going forward. Of course, they have to wait for a G2 Optic to figure out who they're going to play there, but we said it before, it doesn't get easier, but maybe For Oxygen, it might.
It might be the one case. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, for Oxygen, it's going to be now a game of consistency. They got this big win, but like I was saying before, I really feel like most of their problems were mental. And this is going to be such a massive boost to the ego, to the mental. You're going to believe in yourself now. Now you're going to believe that maybe we have the best 3v3 team here, and maybe we got the best ones player too. He just knocked Zen off the table.
And I'm glad I mentioned Snasky's quote. He did it. Third loss.
Anyways, now for them, they're going to have to wait, as I mentioned, for the next matchup. Optic Gaming and G2 Esports are coming up right after this break. Oh, I think that counts.
Open your eyes.
When you look into my eyes, tell me what do you see?
Tonight I'm gonna show you the wonders of the mall.
Hey, I got nothing to lose. I got nothing to lose.
I need warriors.
So is this what you want in? You wanna war? Show me what's up then. Now we ready to bust in. Take everything, leave them with nothing.
What if I told ya I know exactly what you are? What have they sold ya on that red hot boulevard? Ooh, I'm doing damage control on my heart and my soul, and ain't no one telling me nothing. I've taken control. If you got something on your mind, go and spit it out. If you got something on your chest, go and get it off. We don't have a moment to waste. For the last few days, we've been running in place. I need a vacation. Both hands holding on, but I feel it breaking. If I'm not good enough, how long till replacement? I see right through your disguise, your pretty little lie. What if I told you I know exactly what you are? What have they sold you on that blacktop boulevard? Ooh, I'm doing damage control on my heart and my soul. Oh no, I don't need your help, said I'm good on my own. Ooh, I'm doing damage control on my heart and my soul. Oh no, I don't need your help, said I'm good on my own.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're back now for some more Gamers8 as we carry on with our Group A matches. I'm Leif, and I still have James and Crowley. They haven't run away from me quite yet.
They won't let us. They said we had to stay here.
Oh, good. All right, so they're following the orders properly. Anyways, coming up next, we have G2 versus Optic. Another great matchup, in my opinion. I think this is really fun. I've heard a couple of the pros. We watched a video earlier talking about some of the teams they're watching out for, and there were some mentions of Optic as well, but G2 has been the team everyone's talking about. Even Zen said that's the team I'm watching out for in the rest of this bracket, understandably so.
Sure. I mean, G2 still, I mean, I don't think they come in here as like a team where everyone's like, they are built for crew battles, as we talked about with Vitality, but they certainly are going to do well in threes. They have a very good 2 squad, and Atomic's been doing pretty well in 1v1s. He's really been grinding for these events in particular. He kind of picks it up for things like Gamers8, but he's a very smart 1v1 player. So G2, I'm surprised so many players actually mentioned G2, but I think it's that they don't want to discount. Well, I think in 3v3, of course, is going to be the main mode here, so I get that, but I think they don't want to discount the 3v3 while you still have, the tandem in the 2v2, and then, of course, a 1v1 that I think G2 will be able to get the better of more teams than not.
And I think also, if I'm remembering correctly, when during the interview, JNaps, I believe, mentioned Oxygen as a dark horse. I might be misremembering.
Yeah.
But that's who is waiting for either one of these teams as that next step, and I think that really does open up an opportunity. And I think if you're G2 or Optic, you look ahead, you're thinking, who would I rather play, Oxygen or Vitality? You're probably going to pick Oxygen, but just building on your point, Curly, I really do agree. I think G2 going to be the favorite in this because, 1v1s is just going to be one.
It's one game.
One game.
Yep.
It's one game in this
Right.
series. G2 traditionally very strong in threes. But, Optic has had some success, especially recently against G2. So this one's really a coin flip, in my opinion.
Again, we've been hearing from a lot of players. Let's hear from G2 themselves.
Hi, everybody over at Gamers8. Thank you so much for hanging out with us. And speaking of hanging out with us, we've got Naps from G2, probably one of the most iconic players in RLCS. I feel like it's fair to say. But speaking of iconic, you're about to make your debut here at Gamers8. What does that kind of feel like? What's it mean to you?
I was really sad I missed it last year. Obviously, I had COVID last year, so it's amazing to be here in Riyadh, and it's everything. The weather, the food, the hospitality, everything's great, and just happy I got to make it this time.
Well, we're so happy to have you here, and you guys have had such just incredible runs just in RLCS, leading through Worlds and everything like that. But here at Gamers8, is there any sort of a game plan headed into it, or is it kind of just feeling what's right in the moment?
I think we know our strongest game mode is 3v3, obviously, but I think we've really been practicing, especially in boot camp, the 2v2 mode, and Atomic's been grinding the 1v1, so we're hoping not to just win only the 3s games and hoping to take some 2s and 1s games, and that would make it a lot easier for us to win our matches. So
Totally fair. Maybe y'all can snag a couple of those demo MVPs for a bag on the way home. Well, thank you so much for hanging out with me and everybody here at Gamers8, and enjoy the rest of the day. We'll see you next time.
A bit of affirmation there on the analysis before. It sounds like he's saying the same thing. They know 3s is the strongest. They're working on the ones in that, but
yeah. And again, we've been mentioning it a lot, but you don't have to win 1v1 or 2v2 if you want to win the series. But I think it's good that they sat here in boot camp and started grinding the 2s and trying to work on the 2s. I think they'll be fine. I'm assuming it's going to be. Well, actually, I don't know. It could be JNAP Chicago, but
it could be. I would assume, yeah. But they might split up the workload a little bit.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't be surprised to see it. JNAPs in Chicago. Definitely think Chicago is going to be out there in 2s. But Atomic also JNAPs mentioned it that he's grinding. Atomic is a very good 1v1 player, and it's not a series. It's just a game. So I think G2. You want to say they're the favorite, but we saw Optic in the Spring Invitational take G2 down.
Yep.
And G2 missed out on the Spring Major because they weren't able to go the distance and take Optic down to get even further. So Optic has had their number a little bit recently. So.
And there's history between AJ and Atomic. They played one time on a Fierce Show match, and Atomic was able to beat AJ. So that's the data we got so far. We'll have to see what happens here.
Well, it's going to be a fun match. I think Optic again, maybe going out. Maybe they're looking for that demo MVP. They might be looking for that. Reddles out the field.
Reddles, if it's Reddles, then maybe.
Maybe. But they do have a hard opponent. G2 on the other side of the field. Gamers8 is continuing onward.
One more match remains today in Group A. Group C waiting to take over, but Fancy, as we've just learned, nobody is invincible at Gamers8.
Nobody can predict any result of any of the matches that we had so far. أعزائنا المشاهدين، زي ما احنا عرفنا المباراة الماضية فريق فيتاليتي اللي يعتبرون هم أبطال العالم خسروا مباراتهم قدام أوكسجين، فالشيء هذا يبين لك أنه من أول البث إلى الآن ولا مباراة توقعنا نتيجتها تكون بطريقة معينة صارت نتيجتها بالطريقة اللي احنا توقعناها، فمعناته أن الجيم الأخير اللي يكون عندنا في جروب A لازم يكون مميز.
5 more matches remain, but we've still got a little bit of business here to take care of in Group A, with Oxygen waiting for the winner in the upper final tomorrow. 2 of North America's finest are about to take the stage.
زي ما احنا عارفين من أفضل الفرق من شمال أمريكا راح يتواجهون الآن. كل الفريقين هذولي كان الرن حقهم في الRLCS بالسنة هذه ما هو سيء أبدا، بالذات واحد منهم كان من أحد الأوائل اللي انتهى فيه المطاف في كأس العالم في RLCS قبل أسابيع قليلة، والآن جاهزين نشهدهم معنا في Gamers8.
Up next to the stage, a name synonymous with Rocket League excellence. Can they add to their trophy case here at Gamers8? Give it up for G2! Atomic, Chicago, and JNAP's multiple LAN finals between them, multiple trophies, and a lot of LAN experience coming up on that stage. Winners of the LA Major in 2022 went on to the World's Grand Final, and now you're looking at one of the longest running duos in Rocket League history between Chicago and JNAPs. How much more is left in the tank? They think they've got plenty.
جي نابز وشيكاغو وايضا اتامك من فريق جي 2 اي سبورت تواجدوا معنا في المسرح. للاسف الشديد جي نابز كان قاعد يقول لنا في مقابله قليله سمعناها قبل شوي انه انا السنه الماضيه ما كان عندي فرصه اني اشارك في جيمرز 8، كان جدا حزين على الشيء هذا، لكن الان يكون عنده فرصه يثبت نفسه مع هذا الفريق اللي يعتبرون من الاوائل في كاس العالم زي ما شاهدنا قبل اسابيع ماضيه، لكن مباراتهم ما راح تكون سهله لان خصمهم شاهدناهم في المسرح قبل ساعات قليله والان نشهدهم مره ثانيه. خلونا نرحب فيهم. في ثاني ظهور لهم على المسرح اوبتيك جيمنج. مباراتهم الأولى ما كانت المباراة المثالية، لكن أدائهم كان جدا بطل واستطاعوا أنهم يتقدمون على طول إلى المرحلة القادمة. AJ بالذات كان يعتبر من أفضل اللاعبين ال1v1s من أنحاء العالم، لكن في المباراة الأولى حقتهم ممكن الشيء هذا ما كان واضح للكل، لكن جايين يثبتون الكرة مرة ثانية قدام فريق G2.
OG had to earn it last round against OSM and the Gaming Gladiators, but they fed the bear and the divine Earth sign delivered. And if he and the green wall can do it again, they'll be one series away from reaching the top 8.
الآن راح نشهد الفائز منهم يبي يتوجه على طول إلى النهائي في المجموعة الأولى، راح يواجه فريق أوكسجين، وكلنا عارفين إنه أوكسجين تو قبل دقائق قليلة فاز على بطل العالم، فأكيد المباراة بتكون ما هي بسيطة ولازم المباراة هذه بتكون بسيطة بالنسبة لهم، فخلونا نشوف مين بيتأهل.
As the teams get ready and take their seats, it's been easy being green today. One big upset already here in Group A, and now as two of North America's best take the stage is set for maybe another exciting series.
متحمسين كلنا لهذه المباراة زي المشاهدين، بيست اوف 5 بتكون جدا مهمة لهم كلهم، فائز منهم نهائي الجروب، فعلى طول نروح مع المعلقين.
We've told you Oxygen awaits the winner tomorrow. Will it be the G2 Army or the Green Wall? Let's send it to the casters and find out.
Let's find out, Chimako. Optic versus G2. Here's a little hopium for Optic fans, although I don't think they're running on hopium. I think they feel quite confident. The last 3 times in 3v3 that Optic and G2 have played each other in the RLCS, Optic have won every single time, all in best of 7s. Now you're in best of 5, it's crew battles this time. The G2, heard Corelli talk about it on the desk. Maybe G2 aren't one of those teams that are built for crew battles, despite them grinding those modes, trying to get ready for this. Optic, absolutely built for it with AJ in that 1v1. We saw Magic Bear in 2v2 earlier. What do you make of this matchup?
It's interesting, definitely. What you're saying, Optic having the lead on their last few matches, and I don't buy that. This is the thing. I don't buy that G2 is not gonna do extremely well in 2v2s. And I've seen Atomic, and he's very competitive every single time in 1v1s. So the 2v2s, it's when you have teammates that have been together for so long, as it's the case with Chicago and JNAPs. And Atomic is one person that as soon as he got into the team, he was being a factor. He was playing so well with his teammates. So I don't buy it. I don't feel like G2 is not gonna be strong in 2s, and then Atomic might have a chance against AJ if
AJ looks like he did against OSM.
Exactly. That's my point. So I don't know. Maybe this is the best case for G2 right now. Going against Optic in a crew battle format instead of a 3v3.
Yeah, I'm curious what will happen. I definitely agree with your analysis, especially G2 in 2v2. I think 2v2 they can be as good as Optic easily, and while 3v3s haven't gone the way of G2 against Optic, We see Oxygen versus Vitality. We see how much that matters, right? Oxygen took two out of the three 3v3 games against Vitality. Jory has beat Zen in the 1v1, which only, I think, adds credence to your point, Chamako, about Atomic. He has the ability. So if we do get that Atomic AJ 1v1, then Atomic absolutely has a shot. He's been grinding the playlist, but we get our very first game. It's 3v3 between Optic and G2. Let's see what the Green Wall's got in store. Can they get to the upper bracket final? You heard the pros talk about it. Everyone's kind of expecting G2 to be that next team. Optic, they're the only ones who believe in themselves, but you're the only one who has to.
And one final thing, G2 made it to the playoffs at Worlds. You know,
yeah.
3v3s. So I mean, maybe they were not so hot against Optic, but the last month, their last month has been great so far. So we cannot discount that. So let's see here on this game. It is now the ball on Optic's hands. They seem to be going for the bump, and that's a nice shot by AJ. The bump didn't, I don't think it came through, but still, you know, the fact that someone was trying to get the bump over JNAPS was enough to get the ball, you know, to allow for that open net.
Yeah, didn't have to get the bump. You just had to force JNAPS to think about you. You had to force JNAPS to look at you. That's exactly what happened. Reynolds opens up the gap there for AJ, who still put a nice shot on net. A good start for Optic. Oh, up high again. Yeah.
It's going to be a shot from Magic Bear, a little bit too slow. Not enough power on that one, enough height to get it over the defender. This is AJ trying to control the ball once again. Reynolds now pushing forward. Atomic from the wall is going to change directions, looking for JNAPS. JNAPS catches the ball, but it's not a good pass for any of his teammates. AJ is going to push it again to the green zone. Pass maybe for AJ. Oh, he misses that one. Reynolds turns back. He hits the ball just enough to keep control of the ball.
Wonder if that was intentional there from Optic. Doesn't matter as it bounces off the post and too high for G2 to get a rebound. Chicago up in the air, in the area, but not able to get contact. Optic break out.
That was a very reminiscence to the shot that we saw from Sen on the 1v1. You know, the exact same spot to not get into the net. AJ now looking a little bit stronger on mechanics.
He went for two.
Yep.
You know, someone hits a double reset once in RLCS, and then all the mechanical players go, okay, well, now we all have to hit one, too. This time at Gamers8, but AJ couldn't connect on the second one. No doubt he will go for that at some point again.
It is useful, though. I mean, you can think about it like, okay, he's showing off and that's it. But no, there's many ways to make it work. And I mean, if anyone knows how to, it's AJ.
And G2 starting to get more control of the midfield. They see a net. Do they find it? Oh, what a block from Magic Bear. Oh my gosh. How about that for a save? It's not over though. Chicago puts it in and all that effort goes to waste.
I was just thinking about Dr. Soliman for that save, you know? That was great save, but Chicago and company, everyone else just staying there. JNAPS making the pass for Chicago, and Chicago just being right there to get the shot on the net. I mean, the play is not over till it's over, right? If you have a chance to go for the second shot, for the third shot, you gotta make it count. And save by itself is good, it's great, I mean, it's impressive. But if you don't get the clear with that save, you know, you're gonna keep getting shots in the net.
Optic are looking for a clear. Magic Bear didn't get the touch. AJ giving some clearance from Reynolds. Reynolds ain't done, he's headhunting. Trying to give AJ a little bit of space, but AJ just couldn't quite get control of it, ran out of boost, had to leave.
Weird play. I think JNAPS was waiting for the pass from Chicago and it never came to fruition. Now Chicago going for the bumps. I mean, G2, yes, they go for the bumps usually, but this time around, I think they're extra heavy on bumps. And the pass gets to Chicago perfectly. What happened in the defense? I think Reynolds was... Okay, he was not expecting the second touch from Atomic at all.
No, he was expecting a 50 from his teammate, so he cuts in so he can follow it up quickly.
Yep.
But then a great move to get underneath the ball, pop it up over the first defender, and you catch Optic out. That was a wonderful setup and delivery from G2.
From Atomic, especially on G2. Yeah, the setup was excellent. Again, Chicago just waiting for him. AJ for the pass now for Reynolds. Good interception. Another attempt, but Chicago is going to get the clear towards JNAPS. JNAPS up high. This is good. Magic Bird doesn't have enough control, but Reynolds is there to save the day.
And Magic Bear there to send it downfield, and good goal here for Magic Bear. Maybe there was a chance that one was coming off the post, but he finds the angle, and nobody from G2 is back.
The save was everything, you know, the connection between Reynolds and then Magic Bird. I mean, initially Magic Bird gets a save, and then Reynolds hit it just to make sure that the ball gets away, but Magic Bird realizes, okay, so I gotta move forward, I gotta push forward. There's no one else on the net, and he gets another one here. Oh, that was so close.
Wow, Magic Bear got the MVP honors in their last series. He's doing well so far in game number 1. G2, Atomic especially, both plays helping conduct their offense. JNAP's gonna receive this one. He has had an incredible year, but gonna have to do a little more work here against Optic.
JNAP's got Atomic a little bit up front. Atomic to the corner. There's no one from G2 on that side, so it's gonna be easy for AJ now to carry the ball. Up high, JNAP's trying for the double tap.
Okay.
He went to get it.
Oh, there it is. Oh. Atomic got the rebound. And man, JNAP's a couple of attempted double taps. They're all getting blocked. But the follow-ups from his teammates have delivered every time. Atomic in position, an easy goal, excuse me. Optic unable to put that ball out.
If your shot doesn't go in, but it's awkward enough to not allow a good clear, then it's still a good shot. And you know, G2 is banking on that right now. That's why they have the lead with only 35 seconds left here on the clock. It's gonna be Magic Bird trying to get the last redirect to put it towards the net and tie the match, but it wasn't fruitful. Chicago now can't do it against Reynolds. JNAP's awkward bounce. This is an opportunity still.
He puts that one up high, you might get dunked. The touch looked awkward, but you have that attacker up high and it ends up working out for you, but they're still in some trouble. Chicago gets there.
Final seconds here, JNAP's looking for the clear. Oh, Magic Bear holds onto with that one. Reynolds going for the demos, but no, not enough time now on the clock. AJ needs to keep this one up. Reynolds up high. Magic Bird misses that one. It's gonna be JNAP's trying to put it on the ground. He gets close to it, but Reynolds still fighting for the ball. Not gonna quit just yet. Magic Bear with a hit, and this one is gonna touch the ground. No one there to receive it. In G2 wins the 3v3.
Gritty game 1 there. Optic tried a couple of different ways of getting in. You saw Reynolds pick up some bumps and demos, but then the control fell apart at the last second. You saw Magic Bear, who was trying to create space at the end, and then didn't get the pop that he wanted. He only had like 20 boost. AJ also couldn't find the control he wanted on a play earlier. And it started off so well with that bump, or the attempted bump from Reynolds. AJ taking the shot. Chicago, though, gets it right back after JNAP's attempted double tap. And then that pass from Atomic over to Chicago. And there was some great passes overall from G2, and Optic just didn't have the same kind of force on offense.
There's one thing that bothers me a little bit when you're going for demos, because if you're going for a demo or a bump, but your teammates are not able to control the ball very well and make use of it, then it's pointless, right? Actually, it's worse because you overextend, you don't have boost, and I felt that happened a little bit for Optic, and you know that's saying something because Optic is a really good bumping team. They can get very physical, but I think that says more for G2 than from Optic. I think they're expecting the bumps. They're very aware of those situations, and they have been very careful at avoiding them.
Well, my guess is Optic picked the 1v1, and they do. AJ did not have the best go against OSM. OSM cleaned house against him. And the one thing for Atomic is if you can frustrate AJ early, and you can prevent him from going to the air, he does see an angle and almost found the net. Atomic, looks like he may have had it covered had it been on target. But what a way to start for AJ.
No, but by the way, how do you warm up for once here? That's my question, because you know, going from a 3v3 to a 2v2, I don't think it's that hard. But to a 1v1, it's a totally different game. So
that's part of the difficulty of this format, right? Which is, you remember some players talking about it last year, that the dynamic is just so different. And so you can't really expect the same types of results or the same type of style. Like 1v1 gets gritty on LAN right after you play a 3v3, to your point.
Yeah. It even screams, you know, it's like very awkward. But I mean, but it's something that you gotta get used to it. It's part of the thing here. And they're, you know, they're playing for very big prize pool. So they got to do their best however they can. AJ misses that one. Luckily, Atomic didn't have enough in the tank to counter and get the shot on the net. He's going for the dribble now. Maybe the flick, a fake. But AJ was able to stop it.
He tried for the quick one. He got him. Great job from Atomic. Leaves it and then goes for the quick shot, knowing AJ's going to take a little time to recover there. Your best option is to shoot it as quickly as possible. And that's exactly what Atomic does. You take your time, you give AJ a chance to recover, to get back, to make the save. And it's still a slow shot, but he made it work.
And I apologize on that one. I thought it was going to hit the wall for some reason. I don't know why. Maybe that's why I don't win once, you know?
The depth perception gets you there. I understand. It happens to me too. But Atomic trying to catch AJ out here. Nowhere really for AJ to get out. Atomic just going to delete him. Nice demo. AJ spawns underneath. Atomic's just going to say, if you're going to take your time, I'm going to put it over you. Now AJ's got to recover. He's not going to get back. Atomic gets another goal.
By the way, Atomic's boost is infinite. You know, he did so much on that play. He, you know, that's the moment when he didn't have any boost on the tank. But other than that, his control was excellent. Just knowing that AJ had been a demo, how much he had in the tank, how much he could use of his own tank to take advantage and still beat AJ was, you know, so many details going on, right? It's not just okay. So I made AJ get off the net. It's how I made him get off the net.
I think that's the game plan for Atomic. Delete AJ. He's just sat close to the ball, and as soon as he turns off, he'll fake the challenge, get the demo, and then he gets control, and he's dominating AJ in the first 2 minutes.
And he's playing slow, calm, and collected. You know, it's not about going fast. It's not about going extremely mechanically every single time. He's switching it up every moment. Okay, the only constant here so far are the demos. Everything else is different from Atomic.
Oh, AJ gets kicked. He does get the boost, but again, does Atomic need any? Almost prevented the escape, but a good flick from AJ. Now some pressure, but another good touch that's going to force AJ the whole way back. Atomic gets the boost, and AJ gets the boost, but I don't think that's the touch he wanted, because now Atomic just rips it, and AJ can't save it. The poor touch, and he gets punished.
And the confidence to go for that shot from Atomic, you know. Okay, so he's not in a good spot. The precision, the power, and the angle, and everything else was great. A little bit less powerful than that would have been a save.
I think for AJ, just got to protect the ball a little bit more. He wants to play it safely to the midfield, but also doesn't want to keep it too close. Oh, Atomic, please. Forget me making points. This man's scoring points. Look at this one. Perfect pre-flip catch onto the ball. Beautiful landing on the reset. My goodness, my dude.
He was grinding for real.
I can see the grind.
He was grinding for real here. And this is
what does AJ do here? I mean,
exactly. This is the weird part, because we, you know, have AJ as a very strong 1v1 player, which I still think he is. But I wasn't expecting, you know, a 5-1 scoreboard with only 2 minutes left on the clock.
Yeah, I don't know if I expected that either. It was a good landing for AJ, punching it across, and Atomic finally gets punished for how close and how tightly he's been playing AJ. Doesn't get the demo that time, but he went for it.
Yeah.
And maybe that's the key. If AJ can just, yeah, that seems real smart. Just avoid the demo.
Yeah, so easy.
Oh, he got the boost. Oh, the little wave dash so he could turn around quickly on the wall. I like that from AJ. You know, 1v1, he can absolutely, this game is not so far away. But he definitely wants to get the clock going soon, and that's not the touch he wants. AJ playing a little aggressively, and he's not getting the touches. His touches aren't clean enough against Atomic. Maybe he gets one here, but slowly running out of boost and can't catch him out.
It was smart from Atomic. Yeah, he waited for the right moment. He faked the defense, the 50, and then went for the boost. So he knew that AJ will take the chance, the bait, to go and then attack. And now, still waiting, still waiting. Oh my God!
AJ just not methodical enough behind the ball. You're right, he's biting on everything Atomic's sending him. A little touch, go ahead. Flip that ball, and AJ, he's in a tough spot on the wall.
Yeah.
And flipping out, he's got no chance to recover. And again, Atomic punishes him.
And I want to see a heat map of this encounter so far. Do we have a break? Maybe. So I want to see a heat map here, because I feel like we have been playing. I mean, it's been 3 minutes 30.
They're playing so tight.
No, but it's like 2 minutes 45 on the orange end zone.
Yeah.
You know, it doesn't feel like they have played anything on the green zone. So it's very weird. AJ hasn't have any control of the ball at all in this 1v1.
AJ trying to tell Atomic to hush, but he hasn't really had much to say in this 1v1. Maybe that was a tell, but how about that grind for Atomic? You know, he's not. Atomic's not really like he's played ones in the past.
Yeah.
He's not really known as a top 1v1 player. But is this the tournament of the underdogs? I mean, Jory is a top 1v1 player. Him beating Zen, like, obviously impressive, and with how Jory has been playing. But we're done with that match. This is a 6-1 scoreline against AJ. So, like, I can't believe Atomic winning, but a goal away from a Brazil.
The thing is, Atomic has always been a very mechanical player. Like, he used to be more mechanical heavy before than now, but he always have had the skills. So maybe grinding now, it's like, okay, so this is how 1v1 works. This is the mentality, and this is about having a switch mentality and being able to use those mechanics as he already had before. That he's been grinding those mechanics forever, and now being able to use it here on the 1v1s. And maybe, I mean, who knows? Maybe he did sit down and decided to study AJ's 1v1 a lot, because I mean, he seems to have an answer for everything that AJ has been trying to do.
Maybe a switch up on the kickoff. AJ trying to delay it. I think he did try to delay a kickoff. He still lost it because Atomic also delayed. And then I just think he has to be a little more careful on defense about like flipping into these balls. It's almost like he's panicking in some of those. Because you were talking about like AJ biting on every fake, and then right after AJ bit on another fake and he got scored on. And so it's just a matter of single flip, save your dodge. Just try to win the 50 like Jorius was doing against Zen.
And the way he beats to the fake, I mean, it's not only biting for it, but overextending, because he went full force on the ball. And you know, once more than I do, but whenever you leave the ground, you are very exposed.
Yeah.
It's very
especially
hard
when you
to
flip.
land.
When you... Well, we are going to go to a quick little break while we figure things out. So we got a little video to show you guys about last year's Gamers8 and the journey getting to this Gamers8. So let's take a look at that while we figure things out on this side.
This is the second year we've had the pleasure of hosting Gamers8 in Saudi Arabia. Last year, the event was packed full of excitement. So let's rewind to 2022 and show some of the amazing highlights.
Come back. It's 3.
Looking for another touch. That one's down to below, and it's Steve.
Tie game at 0 seconds! 24 teams made it to Gamers8 last year, including big names like FaZe Clan, Space Station, and Dignitas. The latter struggled in the qualifier and ended up losing their spot to 01 Esports, an unexpected result, seeing as Dignitas beat them earlier in the tournament.
You felt like he had the angle there. I honestly wish I could take a second look at it. That's it. 01 Esports have done it.
Space Station had no trouble getting through Heat and Endpoint for a spot in the playoffs. Daniel even showed some masterful card control during their 2v2 against Metsonoris.
Oh, how about Daniel? Unbelievable!
Sadly, they fell short against FaZe in the quarterfinals.
Even on the way out, Bretons goes for a bump. It's not going to work. First, Kalira's going to finish it. And 4-1 victors are going to be FaZe Clan.
Guild arguably had a miracle run. Their squad fought through the open qualifier to get to the playoff stage, where they beat the aforementioned 01 Esports. They then came face-to-face with FaZe Clan. This matchup was one for the history books. FaZe were heavily favored on paper, but got swept under the rug by Guild. And in stunning fashion at that, CRR scored an incredible 0-second goal against First Killer to force overtime.
He's flat! Oh! He's got the goal! It's 50 in! Tie game at 0 seconds! CRR's not out of it!
There's no word to explain this. This feeling is just insane. I really don't know what to say after this game. I really don't know what to do with my life.
Winning the match shortly after. With Guild securing a spot in the finals, it's time we introduce their opponents, Furia. The Brazilians bulldozed their way through the bracket and hadn't lost a match up to that point.
Of Gamers8. Jan trying to get around on this, and he does hit the open net.
Complexity was the first challenger in the playoffs, and with a ball that threaded the needle between two players, Jan sent them packing.
Yeah, Jan's recovery has just looked better so far. Every time it seems that Raceball's going to be allowed in, Jan is already there, and now he's getting the split reset. He's got the mechanics to get past Raceball. That's 4, and that's a beauty.
Card's got the ball, avoids the ball, and he's got the goal! Card delivers the victory on the semifinals!
The double fake, what a way to end it for Furia.
Next up was Team Falcons, a match where at one point they were 0-3 down. Not deterred by the score, they managed to pull off a reverse sweep and closed out the match in overtime.
To the backboard, double, it's in! Furia to the finals!
Furia's amazing run continued in the finals against Guild. And not only did they win, but they did so in convincing fashion, even styling on CRR with a double fake for the winning goal.
Have the landing to match it still though. Oh yeah, he's got CRR bouncing on the spot and eventually pops it over him.
South America's jewel in the crown, the best of their majestic nation of mechanical tricksters and high-paying ranked grinders take international gold for the first time in the region's history. Furia Esports on away soil are your Gamers8 champions.
This crowned the first victor of the Gamers8 Rocket League tournament, Furia.
Hello everybody and welcome to Gamers8. It is an absolute pleasure to be here right now in Riyadh. Welcome to Gamers8 everybody.
This time it's F16 who forced it into a position. Oh! Big shot is on target. Oh, it's in!
This is where the mental game comes in. Does he go to the well a third time? He certainly does! And this time the third time's a charm!
To be fair, I hadn't thought about that. I think that is exactly where I picked that up. It was probably Subi and Rivals when I heard that.
Oh, how about Daniel? Unbelievable! Only a little bit in the tank for TRK, but he made the save.
And a touch from Jorius. Little pad pick up there for TRK. Will give him enough to get a touch again. Who's struck out? But what a touch! That's just it! This is going to be an insane day at Rocket League.
It absolutely is. Devo, whose shot is blocked away. Dorito as well. This is still on the goal line, and CRR will tap it home.
We'll be coming up with Guild Esports versus Furia in the final of the Gamers8 Rocket League competition.
Look at the first touch, look at the control, look at the boys, look at the skill, look at the start, look at the goal from Jan.
Should be scoring, and I think he will be. That is a good fight, but it doesn't have the landing to match it still though. Oh yeah, he's got CRR bouncing on the spot, and eventually pops it over him.
Furia managed to successfully win out this series, this grand final versus Guild 4-0.
stronger together and weaker divided. So take my hand, follow my lead. Only one way to be living young, wild and free. Living young, wild and free. Yeah. Look into the stars, look into your heart. Tell me what it is you seek. Jupiter and Mars fall into my arms. I got everything you need. Oh, don't wait too long. We don't have much time to spare. This could all be gone tomorrow. So all I need right now is your love. Taking me home, taking me home. So when the moon rises and the flame is ignited, we're stronger together and weaker divided. Yeah. Take my hand, follow my lead. Only one way to be living young, wild and free. Living young, wild and free. Yeah. We don't want too much. We've just had enough. Let me live in love. Let us live in love. We don't ask for much. We've just had enough. The only thing I want for us, pure love. We can go higher. We can go higher. So when the moon rises and the flame is ignited, we're stronger together and weaker divided. Yeah. Take my hand, follow my lead. Only one way to be living young, wild and free. Living young, wild and free. Yeah.
Hey, we're back here at Gamers8. Thank you, everybody, for being patient and waiting for us. We are finally back to get G2 versus Optic back underway. If you are just joining us, we will be resuming 1v1 between Atomic and AJ, which currently Atomic is up 6-1 against AJ. Chamako, we were talking about it a little bit before the break, but AJ not really looking like his 1v1 self, but Atomic is locked in.
Yeah, I said it before. I think people have studied AJ quite a bit for this. They recognize that he was or is one of the 1v1 powerhouses. And I think, you know, both Atomic and OSM did their homework and decided, you know, okay, so this is the blueprint, right, to be able to take AJ down. Once you are at the top for so long, you know, people are going to start recognizing you and are going to start studying you, especially when there's such a big prize pool as there is involved in this tournament.
And Atomic, he has been grinding 1v1. You heard JNabs talk about it in the interview before this match had started. Atomic has always been a talented player, and putting in the work on 1v1, of course, he's going to start looking great. He's jumped AJ a little early. That's the benefit of being up 6-1 with 50 seconds to go. And AJ's struggling to get anything really going. Atomic weaves around him easily here.
Gets a read, gets the ball around AJ. And even though it doesn't go to the net, I mean, it's still good. He keeps control of the ball. Now he gets a demo, and he's wasting as much time as he can on the clock because only 30 seconds left here with the lead that he has. That's all he needs. He doesn't need to go for any more shots. Just waste the time, you know, wait for the clock to tick down and you know, call it a game. So far, in full control, Atomic here in this game, you know, forever, you know, all 5 minutes have been going great for him.
And all Atomic all day here in the 1v1. Ooh, nice little wave dash to end the game. Atomic feels it, he knows it. And that's it, a 6-1 statement game here against AJ. G2 one away from taking this in a sweep. Atomic's got it done for the boys.
Hopefully the 3v3 is not as easy as the 1v1 was. You know, the first one was really contested between these two teams. It was, I mean, I think G2 had the control for most of the match, but obviously Optic had their moments on that 1v1, so it is time now to regain. Hopefully AJ is not too down after this loss. Hopefully he had some time, you know, to think about it during the technical break that we had. And hopefully you guys were not waiting for us on the technical break, and because there's also B-Stream, right? You could have gone there, watch version 1 against Saw right now, which is more evenly matched than maybe some people were thinking.
Yeah, version 1, they rocketed out to a 2-game lead, but then Saw, they win that game 3-3v3. And now in game 4, they're giving them a run for their money right now. It may go to game 5. Mike Boyd, as we say that, just scored a goal over on the B stream. So trying to take down version 1. We saw Vitality fall earlier to Oxygen in 5. Maybe Suh can do the same here with version 1. But back over here to G2 versus Oxygen. The rest of this, I'm thinking for Optic, I'm thinking about Magic Bear, Chamako,
yeah.
The previous match MVP for Optic. In these next 2 games, they have to win this 3v3, but then that 2v2, we know how effective Magic Bear was. Now maybe eyes are on him. AJ wasn't able to get it done against Atomic. Is it up to Magic Bear and company here in 3v3?
Talking about Magic Bear. Went for the tag. He was trying to get the pass and also the demo at the net. Couldn't get either in the situation. That's a good shot on the net. Magic Bear was able to stop it on the nick of time, but was able to get the save.
Think about, we talked about Atomic's one's grind, right? Well, hang on. What a save! That was a decent shot attempt, but it wasn't in the net. It was right on the goal line, making it possible for the save.
That was crazy. Those are the moments where you close your eyes and you're just thinking, okay, let it be, whatever it is.
Follow me. Well, Reddles gets in front of it again. He had a couple of bump plays to set up Optic, which has always been Reddles' bread and butter. Now just able to get that ball away. AJ, not a lot of boost, keeps his momentum, and it just goes the other way. Shot just off the bar, saved initially by Magic Bear. AJ was forced to put it up. Still pressure here for JNAP. Puts it across, but just right in between the G2 rotation.
And you were talking about Magic Bear. I think you wanted him to be offensive. He's been amazing on defense so far. And I feel like Optic is very well connected so far. They're finding each other. They're trying to attack as a group and not only as individuals. So I'm liking what I'm seeing from them. Still, G2 as connected as ever. So this is a very even match as we can see on the scoreboard.
Think about those passes, those double taps in the first 3v3 from JNAPS that, you know, he didn't score those, but he made them too difficult to clear for Optic, and both of them were put in the net, one by Chicago, one by Atomic. That one put up high for Magic Bear. Oh, he came across, he saw the guy flying in. He knew he wanted to put it across. Reddles another chance, just goes for the bump. Flying in, Optic just don't have the follow-up quick enough.
Imagine just the shadow of JNAPS is enough to scare people, you know, and avoid the goal. That was a golden opportunity. I don't know if they're going to have an opportunity as such in the rest of the match, but we shall see now. It is Atomic pushing forward. Who's going to be there? No one was able to get there on time to get the pass. Magic Bird towards AJ. AJ a little bit too precipitated on that play maybe, but Reynolds is still there to give a chance of the ball. Good clear by Chicago. It's Magic Bird waiting on the midfield. Waiting at the moment. He was trying to get for the pass, but JNAP was able to read it.
Magic Bear swung out wide for that corner boost. It didn't end up spawning for him, and now he went the whole way back to his corner, but makes up for it. JNAPS didn't keep control, so he gets away with it, able to clear it back with some space. Oh, little tie up. Chicago getting bumped out of the way now. Optic hunting on this green half. There's just nothing really working out for them. JNAPS has to let it go with no boost. G2 back on the orange.
Chicago keeping the pressure here. Riddles able to go over Chicago. Ball on the midfield. It's Magic Bear.
Whoa.
That got way closer than it should have been. I mean, that was a trivial shot. I thought it was a bad shot from Magic Bear, to be honest with you, but somehow it worked very well. And they're keeping the pressure now. Chicago was able to get the clear towards JNAPS against one, but there's Magic Bear once again. I mean, Magic Bear is doing everything here. We can't stop saying his name.
Great in the midfield, and now almost getting something set up for his team, but JNAPS not letting them in so easily. And just getting it out. All the G2 working on almost nothing. JNAPS finally gets a big boost. And Magic Bear, not the best landing, but he still gets a shot on target. Just has to retreat now. G2 easily thwart that attack.
Last minute here. Tight game. No one has been able to score so far. And it's not because lack of attempts. They are actually trying very hard. It's just a good defense on both sides. This Optic moving forward a little bit. Atomic keeping the ball to himself. One must pass for Chicago. Chicago couldn't connect. That was a play. I mean, that was so close.
It looked dangerous. You saw him in midair. You're like, oh, if he contacts that surely is a goal. But no contact for Chicago. 30 seconds left. Optic is their last life in the upper bracket. They're playing like it. They've been stealing boosts. They've been trying to get that ball in, but they haven't really controlled the third on G2's half. They haven't been able to pass the ball. They've tried to get a couple of bumps. Hasn't worked out. And that one, almost scary coming off the back wall. Chicago, does he get a clear out? No, it's coming across. There's a pass shot.
No, you can't miss those. You cannot miss those. I mean, the net was wide open. It was a Reynolds' job to hit it and put it in the net to secure the win here. It would have been great for Optics. Now that was close. Magic Bird bringing it back. JNAPS will keep it high.
Okay.
Maybe going for the pass. Atomic trying to catch it.
Oh, so close. Well, both teams leave a goal on the table. So if you think about it, you're evened up overtime. When the fake kickoff from G2, Chicago left it. It was a little broken. JNAPS comes back around. Not a bad idea for G2, but again, it doesn't really work out. Now, here come Optic, going for the bump. Chicago forced them early, double just off the bar. Optic trying to come down, but the follow-up isn't there. G2 breakout.
Atomic has been so good at keeping control of the ball, you know, pushing forward, getting the clear, but it's not a booming clear. He's going for the dribbles, he's going for force 50s that he's going to win, and that's been great for G2 to be able to make some offense going on.
Not a bad idea on that pass. Atomic just didn't have enough boost to do anything with it. Reynolds no boost, he's got to let it go. Chicago, quick read. Wants the bump, maybe. And he did force Optic to stay low on the ground. They don't get a quick clear. And he stole the boost. He's got a 50. Optic in a little trouble, and smart for Reynolds. He can't get the pinch. Chicago's all over him.
Now, Bird. Luckily, he has a full tank, but no way. G2's not gonna allow it. AJ in an awkward position. He doesn't have that much in the tank, and Reynolds helps him a little bit. Chicago catches the ball on the corner, trying to avoid Reynolds. Reynolds still hits the ball. Not enough. Chicago catches that one. Went for the pass, Atomic. Waiting there a little bit too patiently. Magic Bear was almost able to get the clear. Chicago once again with the pass to JNAPS. AJ was able to intercept the ball.
Good intercept from AJ, giving his team time to get back into position. Great pass, but the shot's way too weak. And a bouncer to keep it close. Optic. Oh, Reynolds, he's got some boost. He sees the net, but G2 close it, back down. All of the Optic crash on it, and a breakout again. Chicago on the dribble, looking for the bump. AJ, go stop! G2 sweep Optic!
You gotta feel bad. You gotta feel so bad. AJ, the 1v1 player. He couldn't get the 1v1 against Atomic, and then the final play is a 1v1 against Chicago, and Chicago is able to score on him as well. I'm sorry, AJ. I'm sorry I made that comment, but it's gonna feel that way for him. I mean, it's painful to see.
Has to feel good for Chicago after you missed that earlier pass that could have sealed the deal earlier. You get a breakout, you get a 1v1 against AJ. And if you told me, all right, breakout, Chicago's got the ball, AJ on defense, who wins that? I say 8 times out of 10, AJ finds a way to shake that ball out, but Chicago puts it up high, forces AJ to stay on the ground, and, well, you know what happens after that. Boop. See you later, and the ball's into the net. The nice bump. And G2 in the upper bracket, or in the upper bracket final, Chamaco.
Yeah, it's basically like a, excuse me, you know, like a, move out of the way. I'm here. Chicago just doing that, and yes, G2 now moves forward, and they're on the finals here. One win away to qualify for the playoffs. They will have to face off against Oxygen, an Oxygen that, I mean, if you tell me that match happens today,
who you got?
I go with Oxygen.
Oxygen?
Yes, if it happens today.
Yeah, it will not happen today though.
Yeah.
That match will happen tomorrow. But Optic, tough for them. I really don't know where the path forward for them is. Maybe the desk knows where the path for them is, but they know where G2's sitting. That's in the upper bracket final. Let's throw it to them.
That's a good question. Can you guys say it a little nicer? It's for Optic of, I don't know what's next for them. Jorby didn't sound very confident.
The lower bracket. I think that's about the nicest thing you can say.
You can't have AJ being outscored 11-3 in the two 1v1s that he's played. He's better than that. Chamaco said he's sorry for the comment, but he's right. It's been disappointing.
It comes down to performance.
Look, I think we got the G2 that everyone was talking about. Even Zen was talking about that G2. They are a team that will close out this series with those 3v3s. But then you look at Atomic as well. We mentioned that on the desk a little bit. Atomic played a perfect 1v1 game against AJ.
Yeah, he had AJ's number, and really G2 just had the entirety of Optic's number, and that was a bit surprising to see it go in a sweep because Optic, you know, you look in the past in RLCS, Optic has been able to get the better of G2, but this was a really strong performance from them. There was that long tech pause, but G2 came out. They did not lose any momentum at all, and they just kept chugging.
That's the scary part, right? Is I think G2, they have that mentality, right? Like, I don't think a lot of things are going to throw them off their game. And we saw that. I mean, this was a clinical series from G2 through and through in the 3v3 and the 1v1. They got the job done. We didn't even get to see a 2v2. We're wondering who they're going to put out there.
We'll still have to wait and see.
I guess we'll never know.
I mean, that's the thing too. And a lot of teams, including Vitality, were saying, watch out for this G2 squad coming in. As they've been putting in the work. We saw it with Atomic, especially there. I mean, maybe a little bit on the side of AJ as well. But this was a team that was prepared coming into this. They kept those boot camps going strong through, and it shows in the results. For Optic Gaming, though, as they drop down to face ground zero in the lowers, I mean, obviously this is going to weigh a little bit heavy on them with a performance like this, because you want to perform against your colleagues, your North American colleagues specifically, in the upper brackets like that.
And now you go down to the lower bracket, and Optic will have to play ground zero, as you said, but there's also Vitality down there.
That's true.
It doesn't get any easier for Optic. It is a bit of a disastrous start for them. I think they were expected to beat Gladiators, and I think at the very minimum they were expected to do better here against G2.
That's for sure. Well, it is time now to get to our STC play of the game, and we've been talking about his name. We've been saying it a few times here. Of course, it's going to have to go to Atomic in that 1v1. I mean, again, this was just clinical. I mean, Atomic was in full control, and he felt like he was in AJ's mind right? Especially baiting out flip like this. Yeah, no.
I mean, this is just the example of how Atomic was always a step ahead. He was always thinking, I mean, there was a time where AJ had the ball high above his backboard. He doesn't think Atomic's going to go, and he does. That play right there showed that Atomic was in AJ's mind. He was playing games with him, and he dominated.
And when you talk to, especially a lot of the North American players, they'll tell you, I mean, Atomic's got one of the highest IQs in the game. He's very, very smart. He knows how to read opponents, and he knows how to take advantage. And, you know, maybe he's not the world's best 1v1 player, but this was a great statement against AJ. And I think for Atomic, that all that grinding has really paid off leading up to this event.
I think logically it leads into our MVP then, of course, because our Arcadia MVP is going to go to Atomic. Again, that play was clinical, and I think it showed what the backbone of G2 is looking like right now.
Oh, I think it's fair to say that. Atomic, he is such a critical aspect to the team. His offense and 1v1s, 3s, whatever it may be, at times it can make your jaw drop. Atomic, so cool, calm, collected, just going to work.
Yeah, and that's the scary part too, is his demeanor is very calm, right? But his gameplay is abrasive. It's loud, and it's what G2 is known for, right? It's ever since he joined this roster, he's really elevated G2 to a different level. And when we talk about 3v3s in particular, they got the job done here against Optic.
Now the question is, looking a bit forward to their next match, Oxygen. How are we feeling now? Like, we've seen both these teams play. Oxygen taking down Vitality, G2 looking strong. I mean, it's going to be a good match.
I think it's going to be a good match. I think you have to say Oxygen are the favorites, taking down a team Vitality that's so hot. Jorius beating Zen, who many people have as the #1 player in the world, whether it's 1s, 3s, whatever you want. Oxygen taking them down, I think, are the favorites, but G2 look very, very strong in that matchup. But I think comparing Optic to Oxygen individually has an extremely talented squad.
Well, that is the interesting part too, is like, say G2, lose the first game, what do you pick, right? Because you're going up against Jorius at this point, who's already taken down Zen today. So how confident is Atomic in the 1v1? How confident are they in the 2v2? I think is going to really be the story for G2 going up against Oxygen.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, you like Rocket League? We like Rocket League. We got Rocket League more. Gamers8 is going to be coming right after the break.
Progress is a race that has no end. After every finish line, another challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by How.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Gamers 8. I'm Leafx, still standing here, and I've got new friends. The other ones did finally get scared away. We have Cole and Johnny Boy joining me on the desk. Welcome to the desk, guys.
Thank you very much, Leaf. First time I've been on there. It's beautiful, isn't it?
It is really nice.
I
like what you've done with the place.
Why not? Why not?
Very nice backdrop here, Leaf.
Yeah, I
You've
put a
done
bunch
well.
of wires there and some lights over there.
A nice side drop as well. Is that what it's called?
You like
It's on the
that?
side. I'm not sure if that's what it's called.
It is now.
A lot of LED
Johnny has
walls.
decided.
Is really what it is. But we are carrying on with Gamers 8 as we move through our group stages. Up next, we're actually going to be moving over to Group C to watch some of those, right? So let's talk about our next matchup here, because FaZe Clan Pioneers is going to be our next match. So right off the bat, I feel like there's maybe a bit of a lopside, Johnny, coming into this one.
Yeah, I mean, a bit unfair. The FaZe have just brought in the undefeated Chrome. Literally has not lost a game
Does that
in
make it even?
years. He's undefeated. Longer than Zen. Far longer than Zen, in fact. So, yeah, a bit unfair that they were allowed to bring in Chrome, I think, and just destroy the competition.
I mean, it's the battle of the subs, though, because, of course, KCP, they've got Amphis playing
Yes.
for Hunter. So there's a shift up there as well. So which of these two mighty substitutes will be better? Surely Big Man Chrome.
Chrome.
Sure.
Yeah.
Well, tell me why then.
Because what has Amphis really done in the past year? Chrome,
Did a video of
undefeated.
CJ.
Amphis, I've seen him lose many times. So Chrome, look at him.
Oh.
Look at him. Okay, that's not Chrome, that's
Where's
First
Chrome?
Killer.
Oh,
no,
we don't want Mist.
that's Mist. We don't want to see him. Where's
Come on,
Chrome?
where are you? We want
no,
Chrome.
still Mist.
Hey!
There he is.
The people's champion. I guarantee bringing Chrome in is what's going to get the fans wanting FaZe to win again. After they were booed at Düsseldorf, now they'd be cheered for sure.
It's funny because I was talking to him before, and he was saying that he should have hid his RL tracker from people because people caught on and they saw, oh, that rank's going up right now, and he wanted to surprise people because he's been putting in work. Like, he is going to take this serious. Like, of course he's going to have fun, but I mean, he's going to come in and say, let's try to get some dubs and win some of that prize pool, right?
I mean, he is the coach. It is his job to make sure that whatever happens, whatever the situations and stipulations, he and his team are putting in as much effort as they possibly can do, which with FaZe, can be like herding cats, but hopefully he's been able to sort of get them to take things as seriously as possible.
It's really fun to think he's coaching while he's playing. That just sounds like the perfect situation to blame your teammates for everything that goes wrong. You can say, well, actually, as the coach, I think that you made the mistake. First Killer wasn't me. I'm perfect. And, he's right. He's perfect. Record remains undefeated, probably for another half an hour at least. But, yeah, honestly, though, pressure's on Pioneers. They've got sub-in Amphis, who has been one of the best players in OCE for many seasons now. And I think he, will be reinvigorated now that he's got a chance to play on a new roster, honeymoon period for them. But it's a must-win. You can't, from their POV, they can't be losing this. Even if it is First Killer and Mist across from them.
Especially,
you got to get the win.
Especially the fact that you can win this entire event just from winning 3v3. So they can defeat FaZe Clan even if they lose the 1v1s, which they probably will, even if they can't break through in the 2v2s. You win the 3s and you're fine as far as KCP are concerned. So there won't be any excuses if they don't win this series.
Early prediction for who plays the ones. Is it going to be Chrome?
Yes, yeah, if they put Chrome out, that would be legendary. But
I mean, what we just said. I mean, like, it really, if you can win the 3v3s, then you're fine. So you can kind of do whatever you want in those ones.
Well, see, if it goes, I mean, it's tricky to throw Chrome in the ones in best of 5. See, it could be game 4 in a best of 7, but game 2 in a best of 5 is a tough one to throw away to just like risk. But if they dominate like a 3v3 and then lose a 2v2, then dominate another 3v3, they might be thinking, yeah, go on then, Chrome. Yeah, go and lose game 4, then we'll ice them in game 5. Now, truthfully, I don't think there's a chance anyone but First Killer plays. I think it's going to be First Killer against Banana Head. Amphis, could be more of a threes player for this team. I think Banana Head's the best 1v1 player in the team. First Killer's that level above, though.
I mean, why not Scrub? Legendary 1v1 player, the other Scrub.
Yeah.
So you might think, do you know what? I am Scrub for the day. I will do the one.
That's wonderful. Well, I am getting word that we heard from both of these teams, so why don't we take a listen?
Hi, everybody. Welcome back live from Gamers8. We've got KCP, Scrub, and we've got FaZe First Killer. This is the next head-to-head matchup we've got between these two teams. It's going to be insane because there is a lot going on. We've got second-time returning players. We've got first-time players here over at Gamers8. We're going to start over with you, Scrub. How's it feel? It's your first time at Gamers8, first time in Riyadh. What's it like?
I mean, it's a different type of experience, but, it's one that's like, it's a lot different to RLCS, and I hope that, like, it brings more upsets because the format's so different, and I think it might favor us more.
There's definitely a difference in format. If you're watching at home, it's not normal standard 3v3. It's this really cool show match kind of style. And like you said, anything can kind of happen. And leading into that, First Killer, you guys got Chrome playing on this one. Kind of, what's the vibe? Are there expectations in this?
I mean, we're kind of just gonna let him work and just, do everything. Probably might put him in ones, I mean, we don't really have expectations. We're just gonna try to have fun with it and see what happens.
Okay, see what happens and have fun with it. And on the other end, we've got put our heart and soul into the matches and see what happens as well. Thank you both for hanging out here with me, and good luck in the match, in this series, and stay tuned. Hi guys, welcome back to us live at Gamers8 from the Player Lounge with FaZe Chrome now turning into a player. We'll get into that one shortly. And on the other end, we've got KCP Banana Head. Banana Head, I saw you two kind of duking it out a little bit over on the couch. If this turns into a 1v1 matchup, do you think you could take Chrome down?
It'd be a tough one. I think I'd go head to head. He's known for the mechanics, but I might have him in the brain department.
In the brain department, do you think you've got more IQ than the OCE Banana Head?
Yeah, I would like to think so. If a name like Banana Head, where do you come up with a name like that? I'm actually curious.
I don't know, but I don't know. One day I just had it. My old name was Troll the LOL 303. If that gives you any sort of lore.
Well, we've got Banana Head lore, and Chrome, dipping into your lore. You're former RLCS player turned coach, now returning to being a player. Is there any pressure headed into this, or is it more kind of just going with the flow?
No pressure. My playing days are over. It's been 3 years. No nerves. I'm here to have fun, so.
Well, I love that for you, and we love having you here, and thank you all so much for watching. Can't wait to see this head-to-head go down. We'll see you over at Gamers8.
Oh, that's great. Thank you, Haircut. Wonderful interview.
Confirmed by First Killer. He promised us. That's what I remember hearing. He swore that Chrome would play in the 1v1. That's what I had, right?
The playing days are over, says Chrome.
As he plays for the first time.
What is he talking about? He's playing today.
Exactly.
He's playing in minutes. I can't wait. This is going to be exciting. But it's good to see First Killer just without pressure on his shoulders for the first time in a while. He just seems so relaxed and making jokes. And I don't think they're going to go out there and lose on purpose. But I think that this is just a chance for him to just play with no pressure for the first time in a long time.
It's refreshing as well. Refreshing to see First Killer smiling, enjoying himself, enjoying being part of that team, enjoying the game as well, because we all know how devastating he can be on the pitch, how entertaining he is. Seeing him go out there and, smile and play is a glorious thing.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's something the team can all vibe with as well. Not just Chrome going out there and having no worries too, is just the team can now, because again, they know they're going to just have to have fun. This is something that they maybe won't make it as far as they would with their normal roster, but it's they're all going to be having fun and seeing what they can do. And again, I really hope they weren't joking around about that Chrome 1v1.
Yeah, I know. I would love to see Chrome in the 1v1. That would be a big flex. I think Banana Head would be in shambles if he saw Chrome facing him up against the other side of the pitch. But yeah, truth be told, it's got to be the 3v3. That's got to be the game mode where KCP thrive. They've got Amphis joining the team with Banana Head and Scrub, who've been teammates for a long time now. That's a real chance for them to show a level that they haven't. Well, at least Banana Head and Scrub haven't shown all season.
We sort of have a mini game here of can FaZe with Chrome get 1 3v3 out of 3? Because theoretically, FaZe will take the 1 and the 2, right? That's the theory. That's what they should do.
First Killer is the best 1v1 player in the lobby. He's the best 2v2 player in the lobby. Mist is very solid at 2v2 as well. I think 2v2 will be competitive. 1v1 should be a First Killer win. Obviously, it should be a Chrome win as well if they put him out. But 3v3s for KCP have a real chance. And if they can, open the series with a strong game 1, then that might completely flip the vibe from FaZe. They'll go from having fun to being a bit embarrassed that they've just been destroyed by OCE. I think that's something Pioneers should be looking to do. Just no mercy. Go out there and destroy game 1.
Well, let's look at the bracket too. Just give you a visual on this. So say FaZe pulls the miracle out here, and they move on. Oh no! They got K-Corp.
It gets easier in the next round. Don't worry. Nothing up there in the upper bracket to be worried about.
I bet Vatira, though, is terrified of the thought of coming up against Chrome, though. He's there. He's praying that Pioneers win out.
Do you think Vatira knows who Chrome is?
Wow. That's a good interview question for him.
Yeah, exactly. Who's Chrome?
Is a web browser?
That's Rob G.
Is a metal?
That's what I painted in my car.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I mean, even if they drop down to the lower bracket, I mean, it still looked a little bit tough too, depending on the teams that end up in, right? Because I mean, you got Furia Team Falcons. Likely, one of those teams is one of them will have to end up down there at some point, right? So it's, it still doesn't get easier. I feel like this group is definitely...
Fourth place in this group would be a great result for FaZe. It would be a great result for Pioneers. Really getting past Furia, Falcons, and Karmine Corp in this format, incredibly difficult. It's a group of death. The fact that only 2 of those teams can make it out of this group shows you how stacked this group is. So yeah, that should be just a one series at a time kind of job for these guys. FaZe Pioneers, yeah, the first step to getting into that top 4 is beating the team right in front of you.
So the question then I have, because Cole, you said it really does come down to, can they win 1 3v3?
Yep.
Do you think so? What's
Do
your
I think
verdict
so?
on it?
My heart says yes. My head says definitely. Of course I am. I'm on Team Chrome here. How about you, John?
Yeah,
Chrome?
I agree. I think FaZe can win a 3v3.
3-2.
And if they win a 3v3, you got first killer missed in 2v2, you got first killer in 1v1. I think FaZe win this with Chrome.
3-2 FaZe? 3-2 FaZe?
Yeah. I gotta believe in the Rob G. I really do think. I think, again, going in with that mentality is probably going to end up helping them. Now, I'm sure the Pioneers are not happy about all the things that we've been saying on the desk about them right now. But hey, they have a chance right now to prove us wrong, to get in there, shut FaZe down, shut them down. But we're gonna find out how Chrome performs out on the field. Let's continue on with Gamers8.
Group A is done for the day, and now we move on to Group C. Here in our first day at Gamers8. Fancy, you have done a fine job writing a script for us this evening. We could have in this group, as the last match of the day, a rematch of a legendary semifinal from last year in Furia and Falcons.
You're not supposed to leak the script, Stats. Like what?
What do you mean I'm not supposed to leak the script?
It says right there. It says that don't leak the script. Come on.
Well, I mean, look, the script was already leaked. You were talking about how we're going to have fast matches. I told you no quick matches. And even when we have a sweep, we still have like a 10-minute tech pause in the middle of it.
It says so in the script. No quick matches. No sweeps. So
sometimes you got to call an audible.
Well, I mean, you gotta do it. أعزائي المشاهدين، جاءنا الآن المباراة اللي نبدأ فيها في الجروب الثاني اللي هو بيكون جروب سي. مباريات اللي عندنا بتكون جدا رهيبة، خصوصا إنه كمية الفرق العالمية اللي موجودة في هذا الجروب بالذات جدا حماسية، خصوصا إن المباراة الأولى مشهد فريقين، واحد منهم على الأغلب اللي بيقدر بيوصل للنهائيات، واحتمال آخر مباراة عندنا في الجروب بتكون مباراة كل المجتمع العربي راح يحبها.
Before we get all hyped up for a possible Furia Falcons matchup, there's a lot of business to take care of. The North American MVP gonna face his toughest challenge. Let's meet his team. FaZe up, here comes FaZe Clan! Chrome, first killer and missed. Yes, Chrome, the coach, back in the saddle and ready to lead by example with a team that has faced some controversy and adversity, and their mental fortitude has certainly been tested. But no matter what anybody says, they still have NA's MVP leading the charge, and that's more than enough to make a deep run at Gamers8.
ميستو فيرست كيلر من فريق فيز تواجدوا معنا في المسرح. ترى مشاهدين لازم تستوعب ان كروم الكوتش حق فريق فيز راح يكون هو اللاعب في هذه المباراه، بحكم ان اللاعب الثالث ما بيكون متواجد معنا في جيمرز 8. قدرته انه يكون هو اصلا كوتش، زياده على كذا هو ما دخل معهم الا قبل اسابيع قليله من بدايه الRLCS، يبين لك ان البوتنشل حق الفريق هذا ما حد يقدر يتوقعه. المباراه هذه بتكون فريده من نوعها، لكن خلونا نعرف مين خصمهم، ان كلكم تعرفون مين منهم، ونرحب فيهم على المسرح. أعزائنا المشاهدين والحضور بايونيرز. فريق بايونيرز يعتبر من أقوى الفرق الموجودين في جروب سي، خصوصا أنه المنافسة بينه وبين فيز جدا عريقة. بنانا هيد دائما يكون متميز في كل ال 3v3 اللي شاهدناها في كل البطولات الماضية. سكراب أيضا في أدائه، حتى يوم تأهلوا إلى المياجر الأخيرة شفنا منهم بوتنشل جدا عالي، لكن وش ممكن يسوون قدام فيز في جيمرز 8 هذا شيء ما قد شاهدناه من قبل.
Amphis joins Banana Head and Scrub as Pioneers looking to get themselves an edge with a little change to the roster and maybe a glimpse at the future of Oceanic Rocket League. They've lost a little bit of momentum as a region, have been trying to regain for the past couple of years. Could this be the roster? Could this be the moment where OCE finally regains?
فريق بايونيرز من ريجن او سي اي اكثر شيء يحمس فيهم انهم يعتبر من اقوى الفرق في هذا الريجن، بس ممكن ايش ممكن يسوي في منطقه عالميه؟ هذا الشيء اللي احنا ودنا نشهده، خصوصا انه تواجد انفس من فريق باور تواجد معهم الان في الفريق. الشيء هذا بيخلي انه كل الفريقين معهم لاعب ما حد يدري وش ممكن يسوي مع البقيه، عشان كذا خلونا نبدا على طول المباراه يعني كلهم متحمسين لها.
As the teams get ready for their match and take their seats, we get to witness the first page of the final chapter of a wild summer for both of these teams. For FaZe Clan, a team that has seen all this turmoil and maybe just waiting to get to the finish line, but they have a chance to make a big statement. And on the other side, you get a Pioneer squad that again could be looking forward to the future. Is Amphis the solution? We'll find out.
خلونا نشوف اعزائنا المشاهدين اذا كروم بيكون هو الحل للمشكله اللي موجوده عند فيز الان. كمدربهم يعرفهم كويس فايش ممكن يسوي كلاعب، لكن انفس ايضا تواجدهم من الفريق الخصم ايش ممكن يسوي قدام فيز بالذات. كلهم جدا مهمه البطوله هذه لهم، فخلونا على طول نروح مع المعلقين نتكلم اكثر عن المباراه.
Oceania takes on North America. That regional battle's been one-sided historically, but this may be OCE's best shot at making a dent in that mark. We'll find out now as we go to the casters.
From coach to carry, we get to see Rob G out on the pitch once more. Corelli, pinch me, am I dreaming?
This is a throwback to many, many seasons before. Oh, look at our pictures, James. My goodness.
Yeah, what you can't see is that NRG logo right beneath
my goodness.
Jersey, but
you had to throw them in there. Back to the game, James.
I know ball.
But I think I was just talking before we went live here. I'm so excited to see Chrome back out there. I mean, you know, obviously the devs talked about it. FaZe was certainly the favorites in this matchup, but I think everyone's curious to see what Chrome's going to do here in these 3v3s because I don't think he's going to be put in a 1v1 or a 2v2. So we'll have to see in this first match.
Well, it's kind of funny because I was hanging out in the players' lounge yesterday, watching a little bit of foosball, and you know who came over and started talking to me was Corrupted G.
Oh my!
Who is very familiar with Chrome, former teammates. And he was saying, you know, this FaZe team isn't quite bad. They're actually pretty dang good at threes. So the Pioneers are going to have their hands full, I'm sure.
Well, and on the other side of things, you know, a lot of the limelight's going to Chrome here, but Amphis joining the Pioneers here from Power, and I think that's a big highlight. I'm curious how he works into their 3v3 and possibly 2v2 as well for Pioneers. They're going to have to come out hot here against FaZe. Even with Chrome, you've got the North American MVP, as Stax mentioned, in First Killer, and I mean, when you have a guy like First Killer, he can take over games. And even with Chrome on the squad, he can make up the slack. And that's kind of the dangerous part about First Killer. So we'll see if Pioneers can kind of squeeze in and take advantage of maybe some gaps from FaZe.
Yeah, and it's, I think, you know, you and me both, as well as many other people watching at home, are just dying to see how Chrome does.
Can he flip reset? That's the question everyone's asking, is can he flip reset?
I don't know if he'll get enough space, but we will find out. The wait is over. Let's get into this one. FaZe Clan up against Pioneers. This first game is going to be 3v3s.
Again, I think a lot of it is on Pioneers here to come out strong in this 3v3. Again, you don't have to win the 1v1 or the 2v2 to win these series. So for Pioneers, they know they're walking in with a wounded FaZe, but can they take them down even just?
Chrome going for a 50.
There's the pass.
It up. There's the pass. There's that FaZe Clan offense, but a great save. That was a big stop. The ball movement there was very good, though.
Yeah, well, listen, Coach Chrome is now, he's got to, you know, put his play where his mouth was as coaching this FaZe Clan, and already some impact there was a good passing play right off the rip. Great save, though, by Amphis, who's already proving his worth here at Gamers8 for Pioneers, and FaZe trying to keep the attack going.
Saw First Killer pathing over that mid boost, hoping it would respawn, and now Mist with a big win there. Mist will leave it for Chrome. Chrome goes for goal. Now it's a counterattack, 2v1 briefly. There's the pass. First Killer was able to get just enough of it to slow that counterattack down.
Yeah, that was good counterattack and still keeping some possession here for Pioneers, at least keeping the keeper honest. Another pass skates across the top of the box. As they're seeing Pioneers try and work this FaZe Clan defense, but now there's space for Mist. The demo will come out for FaZe, but the ball went back to their backboard, and FaZe trying to get a hold of it. Look how quick Pioneers there, but he doesn't get the touch. Amphis again, called upon, but he can't make the save.
And just glancing up in the top right corner at the boost meters, it looked like Amphis was low for a moment. You see, he turns where he was creeping out, trying to get some small pads, and didn't recognize that that shot was going to be coming so quickly.
I think it was more positional than boost. He had 45 boost picking up that pad, but he didn't even need it. 33 was enough. And FaZe...
You can never have enough boost, bro.
FaZe finding the first one as Amphis has his chance to redeem himself, but First Killer's there.
Mist marching down, Scrub in the corner, first touch. Goes for the 50 with Chrome. Chrome has the 50 go back towards net. Banana Head up to Scrub. Scrub has Amphis in the middle, but no backboard bounce will come. First Killer, a few hits will go behind it. And that looked like a pinch. Whew. I thought it was a double commit, but Chrome and First Killer have that synergy.
Yeah, that was good work. I think it came off the post, off the save as well. So FaZe certainly keeping Pioneers honest there. Mist pokes it away. First Killer looking for a second touch. Chrome lurking. That one was almost going in. The pass out. The miss is perfect. And he puts it away. FaZe up by 2.
I mean, Chrome is slotting in. Let's be honest. Chrome, he waits here, lets the play develop, isn't impatient, and finds Mist right in the slot.
Y'all forgot. Y'all forgot. Chrome, he's been to World Championships before as a player, and he's going to have to use his brain, right? Like, he's not going to out-mechanic even these Pioneers players. He's not going to, be the big-time player for FaZe, and he certainly is making those high IQ passes for FaZe Clan, and they find themselves doubling up their lead.
I think it just shows you what humility can do in the game of Rocket League, where, you're just trying to help out. No, there's nobody who thinks that Chrome is going to do it all, but even Chrome couldn't stop that one. Pioneers get on the board.
And again, Amphis getting involved here defensively. He's been called upon as the last man, but now offensively, that's a great pass down from Scrub. Amphis in perfect position at the top of the box. And FaZe are going to give you that space. They're kind of notorious for that. And we talked about it earlier, getting into game 1. Pioneers have to take advantage of those small pockets of space on the FaZe Clan side.
It's a demo off ball. Banana Head with a nice challenge. Scrub, though, not able to get there before first. Now Mist keeps the play going. There's the shot on target, and an awkward flip. It looked like Scrub might have misflipped on the goal line.
Yeah, that must be what happened, because this shot wasn't super dangerous. He doesn't get a ton of power. And yeah, he just backflips, I suppose too soon, but off the bat, wrong angle as well. He actually angled it perfectly to put it in his own net.
Perfectly is not the word I would use.
Well, perfectly for FaZe.
I guess you're right there. Pioneers dug themselves a hole. First Killer about to make it deeper. Rebound is good. Mist cleans it up.
There's the pop off from Chrome. FaZe cooking right now. Everything working in synergy. That's a second touch there from First Killer that gets away from Scrub, and there's just no one there to help him out.
I mean, where Amphis was, there's no option.
Yeah, he couldn't do anything.
No option.
And FaZe is going to crash that net. Mist certainly getting the job done there, and just under 2 minutes now. FaZe in full control.
Chrome just get a piece of that one, and Chrome coming in, fitting in well enough. And I think you can't underestimate FaZe Clan, especially after the performance that they're putting up here.
There he is.
Chrome on the board.
Chrome putting away his first. First Killer smiling about it. And again, lots of space afforded here to FaZe. That's a great touch by First Killer. Chrome's good enough to follow that one through. He's smiling about it, but I mean, great play there from FaZe. And you could see the space afforded to FaZe. They took advantage immediately downfield. You could chuck it up to First Killer, and Chrome good enough to put it away. Give us a flip reset.
Yeah, Chrome a nice air dribble 50. Didn't have enough boost to get that extra touch. But at this game, is already out of hand for Pioneers, and now I'm starting to wonder if First Killer was joking when he said that Chrome was going to go do the ones as well.
I'd love to see it. Well, it won't be their choice. It will be Pioneers. I'm curious what they're going to choose here. I know we have a minute left, but they're down by 4. FaZe in full control. Amphis maybe a little help there, but not able to connect was Banana Head. And less than a minute to go. Pioneers making a late push.
Pioneers scrambling for this. Amphis gets shut down. First Killer sends that all the way back, eats more time off the clock, and with that 4-goal lead, Corelli, this was a dominant performance by FaZe. We saw the team passing come out right away from FaZe.
Yeah.
We saw Chrome, he was playing well. He had that pass over to Mist. He scored as well. This FaZe Clan team, they are not just laying down because they don't have their full roster. They are here to play.
I've said it for years, James. It really is a skill to essentially not be the issue on your team, to blend in. And Chrome is certainly doing that and having an impact as well offensively with the assists and, of course, the goal himself from First Killer. But he's not trying to do too much. He's doing what's asked of him and what's in his realm of possibility. And FaZe looking clean here in game 1.
And also, looking at the other side, the Pioneers, we saw a few mistakes from them, and that is going to certainly cost them. FaZe Clan take game number 1 in a convincing fashion.
Well, the expectation has been met here for game 1, but now I'm curious where you go if you're Pioneers. Obviously, you have to choose.
Well, let's talk about it. 2v2s. You know, I'm not going to say obviously, but
the thing is,
they're not going to use Chrome out there. You got Mist and First Killer.
But that's the thing, is both options are really rough
terrible.
because First Killer's on the field regardless.
Yeah.
And with more space, less players, and which means there's more agency for him to take over a game, and that's what's scary. So I'm curious what they're debating here going into this next game. Do you want to take the 1v1 with First Killer? Do you feel confident in that? Or do you try and take a 2v2 when you know you're going to have to play First Killer and Mist?
I'm going to guess that we will see the 2s just because that is the most played playlist by almost every single pro out there. It's just the realm of comfortability. But then you see on these highlights that backflip, the mishit from Scrub, letting that extra goal in, the pop-off from FaZe. They just got that momentum going, and there was no stopping them.
You saw that lean in from Chrome. He knew that one was coming back to him. Great work from Chrome and from FaZe Clan. Again, that was kind of the expectation here, even despite having Chrome on the field. So, yeah, it's a tough decision, James. I do not envy the position that Pioneers are in. And I think you're right. I think I'd probably pick 2s, but it depends on how confident they feel. I mean, some players aren't confident going into 2s. I heard from Oxygen, Joris doesn't want to play 2s. He wants to stick with the 1s. So, that could be the case as well for Pioneers. We'll see. It will be 2v2.
It certainly is. And look who it is. First Killer and Mist out there for FaZe.
And Scrub and Amphis coming on for Pioneers. So no Banana Head.
Which is a little bit surprising, just considering that, Amphis is on power. Scrub chooses to not go with the team synergy, and we'll try to team up with Amphis, who's subbing in from power to be here for this event.
Already off the first 20 seconds or so, that was a good little sequence there from Pioneers. They kept control. They're not forcing it. Now you got to play a little defense here against FaZe, but the key to beating FaZe in 2 is that First Killer is going to be able to make up a lot of plays, and then Mist is going to be very defensive, right? So you have to take advantage when you're given the space, because it will come from FaZe. You have to take advantage and execute on your plays. Even in that first 20 seconds, Pioneers had an opportunity to take a shot. They weren't able to kind of put it together, but can't let those chances go to the wayside.
Oh, and now we see First Killer with a lot of space and a ton of boost. Goes for the musty, but that's well defended by Amphis. Mist being 50 there. Scrub will be able to get that corner, but doesn't path cleanly over to it. Still caught out. Mist creeps up. And that was a quick pounce by Pioneers.
And this is what we're talking about. Look at how the space gets spread. Mist trying to read the play, but it never came fast enough from First Killer, and you have to strike. You have to go in. And for Pioneers, they go in, they get the reward, they get the first goal, and they get the lead.
And they have to be fearless as well.
Yeah.
First Killer wasn't perfect there. Mist expecting a different hit. And we saw the Pioneers be able to be far enough up to take advantage, but now we'll see FaZe Clan now go upfield. Corner pass missed. There's a double commit cleanup time now for First Killer.
Ooh.
First Killer on the dribble and slots it through.
Great patience there from First Killer.
and he's involved in the first half of the play and then trying to clean up. He knows Pioneers are in a tough spot. He knew that one of them was going to dive, and he gets by Amphis as well. Great work from First Killer, but James, we just saw in that last kickoff, Pioneers working in some fakes in those kickoffs. And OCE teams, we've seen it across the board from them, especially on RLCS. You got to do everything you can to throw off the other team.
So the strategies, see if they keep coming out for the Pioneers. Right now, they'll have to defend this dribble from Mist. He flicks it early. Possession now in the hands of Pioneers. Scrub. Looked like he was trying to flip into a reset. Wasn't able to get it. Now Mist again on the dribble. Mist has been happy to dribble it a few times, but that boost stolen away from him.
And First Killer, oh my goodness. Making him pay, just able to poke it by. We were focused on Mist having the boost stolen, but First Killer says, no matter, I've got this. Let me slot it top right and take the lead.
How do you stop that shot?
Can't.
You just cannot give First Killer this space. Really strong play there from First Killer, and he passes it up to Mist. Mist makes contact. You see First Killer having to jump over the bump from Scrub. Scrub trying to get some breathing room.
Oh my.
Will stay on it. Great mechanics here from Scrub, and that forces both players from FaZe to go for it.
He's got First Killer to his left. He's going to take it himself. Amphis kind of backed off and then saw the opportunity for the pass, and Mist didn't want to go for it. You can see there's great presence here in the midfield from Pioneers. It's just been great defense from FaZe. Mist trying to keep control. He's got Scrub, back turn, shot on target. It's too high. And it comes off the crossbar. It was a little dangerous. Amphis sliding in. We'll poke it away for the moment. As FaZe trying to clamp down. First Killer's going to go. This one dunked towards the net, but Scrub has a little bit of space here, but you can see even First Killer, he's cutting across the field, letting Mist stay back, and he's just being a nuisance on both sides.
Mist is liking to keep the ball close. It's been very dribble heavy as well. Amphis with a chance to redirect. Did get a piece of it, but Mist was there right at the right time.
Good chance though. Great defense here from Scrub. Picking that one up, keeping control is so crucial because FaZe always looking for the mistakes and just those garbage clears to relieve pressure. With Mist sitting so far back, but the jump is too high. First Killer gonna poke it home. Scrub's laughing about it. What happened?
You gotta laugh this one off. It looked like Amphis was trying to control the ball. He was trying to bring it down into a dribble. The ball got away from him. He panicked, he jumped, and First Killer saw, oh, you jumped high enough. I'll just put this in.
So Pioneers, that's a painful one because this has been a close game. To give up one like that, they have a minute and a half. They generated plenty of offense. They've done a decent job here against FaZe. Again, it goes back to executing when you have the opportunities because you're not going to get a lot. Amphis wants to come through, shot on target, gets both to go, but FaZe coming out with possession.
Mist lobbing it downfield now, low on boost himself. Scrub goes for a fake. There's the shot. It's off the bar and out. Mist. He was at the mercy of the shot. And fortunately for FaZe Clan, the shot was just off.
And that's another one you got to put away. Here's another chance. First Killer takes a sideways challenge. Here comes Scrub. Can he push it through? First Killer still back to the ball. Can serve so much boost. Here's First Killer again. He'll let Mist go. And time, certainly a factor here in game 2. FaZe Clan holding on to possession and doing a good job of turning away Pioneers. Here comes Scrub, and again, broken up by FaZe.
And this should be possession here for First Killer. He got all the boost he could hope for. Now going for a fake, going for a ball, and First Killer with an escort on the ball as it slowly rolls in the net.
And how did this happen? Scrub trying to run from the demo, but he went a little too high. Again, jumping just a bit too much, and with that space, yeah, First Killer happy to let that one roll in. Game 2, commanded by FaZe. Pioneers certainly had a chance in this game. They looked pretty good, but FaZe individually have come out on top in multiple chances. Here comes First Killer, flip reset. How about another flip reset? Pushing it against the wall. Mist here to clean it up. Scrub in a tough spot. 15 boost and he makes the save. But here comes First Killer again. 10 seconds left. A touch to the back wall. A second touch again. And Scrub there to clear it away.
First Killer having so many looks and will get one for the road. First Killer, all 5 goals coming from him, and that was a dominant game.
It's what we expected from FaZe again. That 2v2, I mean, again, it either pick.
here from Pioneers was going to be rough, 2s or 1s. We do have 2 seconds left. Whoa!
Well, maybe a Spanish kickoff attempt there, but FaZe Clan, another convincing win, and now up 2-0. And Corelli, I think we're expecting that play style from FaZe. Let Mist sit back, get the stops, try to set up First Killer for the shots, and that's what we saw. All the goals scored by First Killer. He was the threat on the offensive end.
And then, if we're going to go back to 3v3s here for FaZe, working in Chrome when you can. He's smart enough to dish off the balls to the right player, and he certainly has. But this 2v2, it was a great effort early on from Pioneers.
Yeah,
I think
first
they did a
goal,
great job.
they had the lead there for a bit,
Yeah.
but then we saw First Killer start to make the difference. Multiple mind games from First Killer as well in this series. He scores from the corner. But the mind games, I think, were really where First Killer excelled. You saw him freak Amphis out there, and then this play here, threatening the bump, gets the Pioneers to jump, making them look goofy.
But that setup from FaZe, you let First Killer run loose. You let him off the chain, and you know you have that brick wall in FaZe behind you. It's a great 2 setup, and it worked to perfection. You had First Killer scoring all the goals, and on individual plays, and on the shooting. Fantastic work there from First Killer.
We even saw him get that double flip reset, even though he didn't need to. The first one was so clean, but it's about just mixing up the tempo of your shot, trying to get the players off balance that you're going against. First Killer looked very good in that 2v2, but now we see if FaZe Clan can sweep the Pioneers back to 3v3s. Chrome back out on the pitch. We've got Banana Head joining us as well.
Yeah, Banana Head back out for Pioneers. See if he can put any work in this 3v3. That's a promising start, and Scrub will put it home in the first 12 seconds.
And even in the 2v2 game, it was mostly Scrub who was doing the attacking. We saw multiple plays in the air. Scrub getting a quick goal again, but we saw this setup in the 2v2 as well. Scrub scoring first and getting Pioneers that 1-goal lead. Now, will they be able to hold on to it? Let's find out.
We'll see. It's a great start for Pioneers. A lot of these games have actually started off pretty decently. Double tap chance, Banana Head making his name known in this series, coming out roaring.
Oh, Banana Head must have been in free play during that last game. That one looked surgical. Perfect double tap from Banana Head, and a hot start now for the Pioneers. Perhaps they can revive this series.
Perfect start for Pioneers. The kickoff going their favor again. Can Scrub get over this? He certainly can. That's 3 for Pioneers here in 30 seconds.
And you can see how closely Amphis was cheating, and Scrub again in that center of the field, getting up and being that main striker for Pioneers so far. Not even 30 seconds in, 3-goal lead here for the Pioneers. This game is looking promising. FaZe, about as slow of a start as you can get.
Yeah, it feels like Pioneers certainly calibrated their offense in 3v3. And of course, that was a kickoff in the last one, but great work on the first 2 goals as well. So now we see if they can hold on to it, James. That's really the big question, because you know what you got on FaZe's side. They've got plenty of time to work with. Feels like First Killer really hasn't had a lot of touches. He's got 16 scored, so that confirms that. Here comes a double tap from Mist, and he'll nail it, dropping it down. You thought the defense was going to be there, but they disappeared.
And Amphis was in position. Amphis up, couldn't stop it. And it is a bit surprising. Nobody was driving up the backboard on that. You expected Amphis, if he's not going on the backboard, to at least make that read, and Mist able to capitalize on that play. And now we see another shot opportunity. Mist will put this high, but FaZe are now back in it thanks to that Mist backboard.
Yeah, that was going to be a race to the net on that missed shot there, but FaZe starting to get warmed up here in game 3. It really is on Pioneers. Such a great start to extend this series, but you got to hold on to it for the next, at the point of the lead was 4 minutes, now 3.5. Maybe Banana Head can add to it. First Killer's downfield waiting for the pass. Missed. Ooh. Working the post. Chrome trying to get involved. Haven't said his name much. It's been a lot of Mist and First Killer, but here comes Amphis over First Killer. Backboard out of boost, and Mist there to clean it up.
Mist back down to the ground. Scrub in the air. We'll tip it over Chrome, setting up Amphis for the double, but Mist is on the backboard, and make sure they don't get an easy one. Pass over to Mist. Mist will keep going. It bounces off the post, and the Pioneers are able to clear it out.
Still hanging on from Pioneers. That was a close call, though, from Mist. Scrub needs a big clear to a teammate. He will find it in Amphies. He tried to control it, but it was a tough bounce. Now Banana Head, shot on target. It was off the crossbar. Scrub shot so weak that the defense can get back in time. Opportunity there for Pioneers. If they can keep it going, Scrub, he's got options under him. He pops it up. He's using all of his boost. The communication coming through to go after it again. Pioneers trying to add a fourth as FaZe Clan struggling to stay with the play.
FaZe fighting for possession, but the Pioneers keep tipping it away just as they're trying to settle the ball. But there's a passing play, and there's a goal! Chrome connecting with First Killer.
When you throw it up the First Killer, good things are going to happen. This one came right back to Chrome. A little side flip straight into First Killer, a bullet to the back of the net. FaZe fighting back here in game 3.
And now we have a pause come out, so something happening down there on the field. And for the Pioneers, I mean, they scored their first 3 goals in the first 30 seconds. You're thinking, surely the Pioneers are going to win this game, but FaZe Clan has another idea.
And that's the thing, though, right? We talked about it, was how can the Pioneers hold on to this lead? And that's the key to winning this game, obviously, because you have such a great start against FaZe. You know FaZe are going to probably get 1 or 2 back, so you really can't bleed too much. And that was a great example there. I don't know if this pause is maybe a cause of that goal. Maybe someone had an issue there. It looks like it's on the KCP side, but I'll wait for confirmation. But I think, you know, KCP, they can hold on here. 2:17 left on the clock. They're up by 1.
Can they, Corelli?
Yes.
I mean,
yes.
They scored those first 3 goals in 30 seconds. And since that point, it's been all FaZe. FaZe has been coming back with a vengeance, and I think where the Pioneers have really struggled is defensively. We even saw it in the last 3v3s with Scrub accidentally hitting that ball in. I believe that was in the threes game. But we saw multiple defensive hiccups from Pioneers, and they need to be clean on defense
Sure.
And you have to deny those backboard bounces.
Definitely.
You cannot give those up.
Definitely. And you cannot leave First Killer open in space in the middle of the field. I mean, he was able to wrap around that ball completely and just spike it in.
He was the only one up.
Yeah, and so, and those are the things, those are the gaps that we've been talking about, I think, on the KCP side, is just not allowing First Killer that freedom. They, you know, like I said, they got a good little lead here. It's down to 1, but still in the lead. Absolutely possible for them to come out on top as we take a look at that beautiful Gamers8 trophy, what everyone's fighting for, of course. And I think for FaZe, so far in this game, you mentioned it, definitely a slow start from them, but you really started to see it come through, right? First Killer started to plant himself in the midfield, not even after that last goal, just using himself as kind of that point man downfield. Mist, you know, is going to be able to lob it downfield. You saw Chrome as well. So it looks like we will go from a kickoff from 2:17, and FaZe only down by 1 now.
Scrub has been brilliant for Pioneers, and we'll have another pause come out. Mist was about to go into a double flip reset goal.
You think so?
No. I don't think
it looks like a good little setup, though.
It was a good setup. It was something. Maybe an air dribble past the defense, looking for a pinch or some type of rebound or something. But well, I guess we'll never know.
Well, the rule was, as you know, you saw Stacks and Fancy talking about it. You only get 9 seconds of gameplay at a time. That's really the script was leaked there.
Nothing's quick. He said that. No quick games.
No quick games. So.
And one great way to extend it is the pauses.
So we'll see. It looks like it's still on the Pioneers side. So there we go. Get the technical break out there.
And I would assume we will go back to kickoff unless we'll see Mist pick up right where he left off in the air. But
that would be impressive, by the way.
I don't think we would see that. Yeah. I think that would be kind of tough. But we got a little technical break here as we work through all the issues. So far, what we've seen is the Pioneers, if you're just tuning in, they struggled in the first 2 games. They got beat in the 3v3 Chrome, really playing well that first game, putting his foot down. And then in the 2v2 match, we saw more defensive mistakes from Pioneers, and really First Killer picking the defense apart with his mind games. But then this 3v3 game, which we were expecting potentially a sweep, the Pioneers started out red hot, scoring 3 goals in the first 30 seconds.
And both Game 1 and Game 2 was a 5-1 victory for FaZe. So commanding victories, despite, I think, still that 2v2 was pretty decent from KCP. And of course, FaZe started off very hot in the Game 1. It's a different story, though, in Game 2. As you mentioned, a slow start here for FaZe, but KCP have slowly been bleeding. So the tech pause, I do think, is going to favor FaZe because I think that KCP, that pressure's building. You know, FaZe slowly coming back into this.
Yeah, they lost the momentum.
Exactly. So, you know, we're hoping that they get things figured out here, and I assume it will start back from a kickoff.
So FaZe, they've been roaring back. We saw First Killer score right from the heart of the field off a Chrome pass to the middle. Now we see First Killer again in the air going for a 50. Wins it upfield, can't get that tip. It's back out to the corner. We do see a double commit. Banana Head dishes the ball out. Mist trying to slow it down. Out of the corner. Mist stopping the ball. First Killer up in the air. Flip reset, has Chrome. The play broken up by Amphis.
You're looking to hang on here if you're Pioneers, and maybe even add to your lead. Oh, great touch from First Killer. Set himself up. He had 40 boost going into this, and Banana Head, I believe it was, to break it up. Chrome was lurking in case that one came down. Mist commits here. Scrub and Amphis have an opportunity. Chrome races back to save the day for FaZe.
Chrome continues upfield. And now Amphis. Happy to waste time off the clock. Pioneers do have a lead, but that's a big win at the midfield for First Killer. First Killer slowing the play down, was trying to get it center, but you saw how close Chrome was on that play.
Yeah, kind of a shocking there. Pinch. Just over a minute. Pioneers doing their best to lock down that midfield. You don't want to let FaZe out. You've seen the opportunities for FaZe individually from First Killer, especially. And
he's doing everything.
This touch. Here comes Mist. Drops it down, but Banana Head gets back. And Pioneers get out.
And it looked like Banana Head almost got bumped as well by First Killer. First Killer landed that bump. It would have been so good. First Killer really working hard out there trying to get that last goal in for FaZe, but the Pioneers, they're being stingy. They're holding on to this 1-goal lead with everything they have.
Less than 40 seconds. Mist. That's a great touch out. Chrome's there. FaZe can't find the equalizer.
It's fitting that Chrome has a Transformers goal explosion. He transformed it from a coach into a player. Would you look at that?
And again, he's done a great job of just being in the right spot at the right time. There hasn't been a lot of miscues from him. I think he's had one wild challenge in the midfield, but other than that, it's like he's never left, and he's slotted in perfectly here again with FaZe.
I've still been trying to keep my eyes peeled for a speed flip.
I still want the flip reset. We need the flip reset from Chrome.
So far, Chrome has been able to keep up with the pace of play, and not only just keep up, but contribute. Final 10 seconds. We've got a tie ball game, but there's Demos off ball, out to the middle. Mist will turn. Mist over to First Killer. First Killer keeps the ball in play, off the corner. Banana Head misses. First Killer will go towards net, but perhaps surprised by that ball leaking through it all.
That was scary, but pay attention to the kickoff. No fakes, no funny business coming out from Pioneers, especially. They've tried to pull something before, fake. Now Banana Head has to take it himself. He gets it over. 2 as Mist does get a piece of it. We'll go to the FaZe Clan side. First Killer doesn't get the touch properly, or at all, rather. But I don't think Pioneers expected that. So 20 seconds in, Pioneers trying to threaten, trying to extend this series, and it could come. Shot on target, and that one's redirected by Amphis.
Open.
The shot's there. Banana Head will put it away, and Pioneers are on the board.
And you could tell FaZe were in trouble after they sent 2 Mist and Chrome both going for it. And there was a tip at that last moment, causing both to miss a wide open net. And now we are prepared and ready for the 1v1 game.
Yeah.
And I think we all know who FaZe is going to send out.
Chrome. No, it's going to be First Killer. It should be First Killer.
There's no way they put Chrome out there.
No.
I know First Killer must have been joking, but if not, you know, Chrome is really earning his paycheck.
I'll joke about it one time, but no, it's not. It's going to be First Killer. Curious where Pioneers are going to go with it as well. You know the competition ahead of you in this 1v1. So First Killer, I think he's got to be feeling pretty confident here, but we've seen, you know, players that we expect to do really well and ones already struggle. We saw Zen fall to Jorius, which isn't that big of a crime. Jorius has pushed Zen to his limits multiple times.
And that was a
before.
close game. And then AJ getting, I think, pummeled by, I mean, he lost to OSM, but he got pummeled by Atomic.
Yeah, that was a big disappointment there. 6-1 in favor of Atomic there in that series. So, listen, Vitality's lost. Zen lost the 1v1. AJ
hasn't won one yet. I mean, anything can happen here, but I feel like First Killer, his consistency is almost unmatched for the length of time he's been playing at the level that he plays. I mean, it is just incredible how good he is, and now he gets full autonomy over the game in the 1v1. I'm curious what Pioneers are going to bring out.
Yeah, and it's a bit fitting because we saw First Killer in twos have to do the work himself on the offensive side, and now has the fate of FaZe in his own hands. Banana Head is going to have a long road ahead of him. But Banana Head, I believe Banana Head, I'm not sure if he scored that last play or if he was the one who got that last deflection.
Yeah.
But Banana Head is going to have to do a lot. He's going to have to do a lot here.
Yeah, but see, these are the games that you kind of live for if you're Banana Head, right? You could shock the world right here in Gamers8, taking down a guy like First Killer. The expectation is certainly on First Killer.
Oh, and that's just going to be a goal. You saw how quickly Banana Head tried to jump in and shut that play down. First Killer says, all right, well, if you bite that easily, I'll just tap it over you.
Yeah, a little aggressive there from Banana Head. You know First Killer's so tricky on the ball there. He's going to pop it up and over every single time. He had a good, Banana Head had a good little sequence there right off the rip. Go back to the kickoff, see what he pulls out.
First Killer popping it up, will have the mid boost stolen and has to give Banana Head the space.
Here it
Goes
is.
all the way back to the corner. What can Banana Head do with that space?
Oh.
First Killer pushing that ball wide. First Killer out of boost here. It's eyeing the corner, got the corner. Now Banana Head will have to get some space himself, goes directly for goal. Have to streak back to defense. You can see him shutting down that play early. First Killer having the gap closed. Banana Head shadowing, and we'll hit this off to the corner.
And the issue is right now, Banana Head, a lot of aerial play. First Killer unperturbed by it so far, and a lot of times, Banana Head, he's coughed it up to First Killer. As First Killer has some space here. Dangerous as he just corrals it into the net, carries it all the way across the field, and Banana Head wasn't even on the screen.
And it was good control. First Killer walking that ball in. We've seen both the goals happen because Banana Head is diving into those corners on the First Killer half, and that is really a recipe for disaster. First Killer has been able to get it by him both times.
Banana Head, he's just trying to play too fast, right? And you're not going to beat First Killer at that game, right? It's very hard to get through First Killer playing at his pace. And First Killer, he's slowed down over the years. He's not as, aggressive as he used to be. And of course, the one-man has changed. Look how fast and how early Banana Head jumps, and he actually does get the tackle. He's trying to push First Killer off. He needs to get the boost. He does. But the pitch back towards the net. I think this one's wide.
It is, but it's still going to be awkward. Banana Head has to use up some boost there. Half a tank left, trying to pick up some small pads. First Killer wrapping around.
Got the boost.
Banana Head doesn't control the ball. Wanted to land on it, but now does fight for it again. First Killer jumping up early into a dribble. Banana Head trying to slow it down, but First Killer is able to get possession right back.
That's great work from Banana Head, though. He's shown in the last 3 attempts, he goes to the air immediately on the air dribble. He got First Killer to bite because he's kind of trained First Killer to expect that. And that time he pulls out the fake. Almost executed, but First Killer able to recover.
First Killer trying to 50 it past. First Killer quickly in control. There's another fake, but Banana Head's seen that too many times this series.
Yeah, that might have been a little greedy from First Killer. He certainly could have shot that. And now Banana Head has sliced and diced his way to the back of the net.
And now right back into it as well. Banana Head, and you love that patience. Great first touch.
Wow.
That first touch, it made First Killer think, oh, I'm going to be able to get to this ball, but those are the best type of first touches when you can retain the possession, you are first to it, but you get the defender to think, oh, I think I can get there in time, and then you dust them.
And now Banana Head off the kickoff. He likes to go to the air. He's going to let it drop. He gets First Killer to jump, and he's trying to push him out of the way, but First Killer gets out without being touched and somehow turns this one into a goal.
And that was the right idea from Banana Head. That was a game of inches.
Wow.
First Killer
He
getting
flipped
up
over.
and over the challenge.
That was great work from First Killer. Just to flip at the right time, and his car will angle itself away, up and away from Banana Head. And you're right, that was a perfect play there from Banana Head. He couldn't connect, and it was just down to First Killer recognizing it and getting out of the way.
in perfect fashion. Now, first killer shot will beat the last man in Banana Head, and a 4-1 lead for FaZe.
And it's starting to extend the lead here. Banana Head getting a bit greedy for that corner boost and was not able to get back in time. And it's a bit of a shame for Banana Head. He kept the game close. He scored that last goal, but after missing that bump attempt, the momentum really died out right there for Banana Head and for the Pioneers.
And you just can't turn your back on first killer. And now first killer, lots of time, lots of space, gets up and over, 25 boost. Good night.
Just he makes it look so easy. But this has happened multiple times where first killer, I mean, he even gets bumped on that play, but just keeps rolling with it.
Yeah.
Gets up to the ceiling, did not miss a beat, but Banana Head has now multiple times tried to get that early challenge to try to shut down first killer because he knows first killer is so good in the air, but first killer has that pace, has that speed, gets that extra touch right around Banana Head. And Banana Head now only has just over a minute to get 4, and we'll see another goal here for first killer, who has this series firmly in his control.
And the scrappy game, first killer is going to come out more often than not against most players. You can't get into the skirmish there. First killer's just waiting for you to dive in, and the second you do, he's going to turn it right back around. And this was a decent start here for Banana Head, but you can see the class coming out from first killer as, oh, Banana Head, he got a cheesy one there, and I love it. You said, we said it in the 2v2, you got to do anything you can to get the win, and this kickoff is brilliant for Banana Head.
Well, it jumps a little bit so he can control that ball. That was as perfect a delayed kickoff as you can run.
Yep. It's exactly what he needed. Down by 4 now. Minute and 11 on the clock, and Banana Head tried to do it again. He will get maybe possession. No, he loses the boost. Will have to be forced back, and now in a tough position here. Gets by. Is this one in? It's off the crossbar and then the post. It's Banana Head. He doesn't have a lot of boost here, but he might just poke it free. It's wide, I think.
I mean, it was a good job to just avoid being demoed there. Banana Head tried to score, but we've seen Banana Head eager to challenge early. First killer will have control. Now off the ceiling, another early challenge from Banana Head will slow down the attack. And hit back to the corner. First killer can afford to waste this time.
Oh, and he beat him. He knew Banana Head was going to go. Banana Head's been so aggressive on the challenge. He's lucky he went wide. Now this one going back. First killer's got plenty of boost. He'll take this right back to his corner. He won't get the boost, though. That's okay. 18 seconds left on the clock. He's wrapping up this game and this series.
First killer did a great job of baiting Banana Head into those early challenges. We will see a late goal for Banana Head, but with a 3-goal deficit, that is going to be a bit too much for him to overcome.
And great work there from Banana Head. He's been going for this one 2-3 times in this game. He finally got it to work on the flip reset and the bump. And you're going to have to do that. It's going to be tough just to flip reset through first killer. Getting that bump secures the goal. And now Banana Head will poke it free again. Hold on a second.
Hold on. Oh, my goodness. So
look at first killer. Look at him. He's like, what the heck is that?
So, you know, that's about how much time you need. 2 seconds a goal.
Chrome could do it.
Chrome could do what?
2 seconds a goal.
Well, can Banana Head do it? That's the important question. First killer will tip it over, and that is going to be game. So Banana Head made it interesting in the end, but first killer is still able to close out the series for FaZe.
Yep. And great work there from Pioneers, though, taking a game back, able to hang on against a very tough squad for this format, even with Chrome. When you get into the 2v2s and the 1v1s, it's going to be very tough to beat this FaZe Clan squad. And even Chrome didn't have a bad series here. I think he played perfectly for what they needed.
So and what they needed was someone to fill the gaps.
Yep.
And Chrome did that, scored some, assisted some, got the wins. And then, you know, first killer in the 1v1 department, you can rely on. Old Faithful, rock steady. And first killer, fantastic performance. But to break it all down, let's go back to the desk.
And there it is. Victory for, I guess, the expected winners. FaZe Clan, I'm, again, sad that we didn't get to see Chrome. I think we were all hoping for it, but realistically, you heard it too. The casters were saying, Cole, that it's realistically they're not going to. The fact that other 3v3 was so close, it was a little risky to maybe do something like that.
Yeah, I mean, in the 3v3, I honestly thought that Pioneers would win most of the 3v3s. I thought they'd be favourites. So
Favourites, yeah.
A little bit disappointed for Pioneers, but credit to Chrome stepping in like that. And actually, all jokes aside, he did as well as could have been expected.
Right. Well, Johnny, I mean, how do you think the Pioneers feel after this?
Embarrassed, probably. I think they should be embarrassed because this is a kind of an OCE super team, you could say. You know, 3 of the best players in the region, and they've lost to a player who hasn't played professionally for years. You know, the fact that First Killer's on the field across from them is obviously a little bit of copium because First Killer's one of the best players in the world. Mist on his day is one of the best players in the world in defense. So yeah, there's a little bit of copium there, but absolutely unforgivable loss, to be honest. You can't be losing to a coach. So yeah, that's pretty embarrassing for Pioneers. I'm sure they are embarrassed to lose this, even though they're smiling. I think they're probably just doing that to hide their true feelings, if I'm going to be completely honest. And
hide the pain away.
Yeah, I'll try and like catch them later on at the hotel, see what their thoughts are. But yeah, I'll have to talk to them and update you guys later on how their mental's doing after a tough loss like this. Maybe they are just having some fun at this tournament themselves, and they didn't come in expecting much as a team with a sub playing, essentially.
Well,
I would guess that they wanted to win.
Yeah, Cole, I mean, I want to like talk seriously about FaZe Clan moving forward now, but of course there's that ever-present asterisk over them, and it's there is always going to be an air of this is going to be fun for FaZe Clan. So I mean, I think looking for them going forwards against K-Corp is, you know.
You've answered.
Is there much to talk about?
Honestly, yeah, you put what I was going to say in the question right there. The fact that FaZe Clan are now coming up against Carmine Corp is pretty much where their fun and games will end, I imagine. I mean, that would be a huge shock, even more of one if FaZe Clan can somehow take out KC. But they've done the bare minimum. They've got themselves a series win. Maybe they can squeak a little bit further in this group, maybe one more win in the lower bracket if they end up there. And that, it could be a return to the good times for FaZe Clan in the long run. This could be the hard reset that their mentality needed.
Well, this is a hard thing now for the Pioneers down in lower bracket, because we've talked about it while we were watching the matches. Is you think about that team as threes, solid, and again they came close, or they brought it really close with FaZe Clan in threes, which they should, but the ones and twos feels like it definitely is still a what's going to happen there for the team. It doesn't feel like a team that has those strengths.
Well, you know, they showed that they in 1v1 that was their kind of a respectable game, I'd say, from Banana Head. He showed that he can be competitive against a player like First Killer, so that's promising. I think he could have some much better matchups in this group. First Killer being one of the strongest ones players in the group. I think, yeah, Falcons, Furia, Carmine will still, they're going to be tough matchups in every game mode for everyone in this group, including themselves. But for Pioneers, yeah, a little bit of hope there in 2v2. They've got a 3v3 game, 1v1 competitive, yeah. But yeah, overall it is still disappointing. Banana Head's been called the best player in OCE, you know, for various periods throughout the last 18 months. Amphis likewise. So you got two players who at some point in the past, you know, year and a half have been called the best player in the region. And Scrub, who's been on the top team in the region for a long time. Now he's on the third best team in the region, but going into the World Championship, and they're losing to a coach. Yeah, it shouldn't be happening. I'd like to think that their heads, you know, were just.
It's a bit of a better situation. Red pen all over their work, you know. See me after class.
But did they have pressure? Did they have pressure because Chrome is?
I think they're a professional Rocket League team, and they have pressure every time they play. But anyway,
you know, I like the name you just said, Chrome. You want to know why?
I do as well.
Because he's got our STC play of the game.
Yes.
You know what it was? Showing up.
You're right.
Awesome. It's Rob G for the STC play.
There he is.
Look at Rob G walking in. That is some swag.
That's where Pioneers lost the series.
Does he wave? Does he smile?
They saw Chrome enter the building. They thought, oh, for goodness sake, he didn't sleep in. He made it here in one piece. I guess it's all over. There he is. Boom!
Oh,
one goal per game.
Chrome. Attacks it quick as well. Gets up there fast. Beats the defender.
No nonsense. 2 games today. 2
There's
goals.
The smile.
1 goal per game. That's a good stat for any Rocket League pro in threes. unbelievable.
Till the crowd start to arrive.
Yeah.
And Chrome can play up, giving it all that. It's going to be wild.
I think for Chrome, it was just great to be back on that stage. There's a feeling you get for that, right?
Yeah.
And if he popped off, maybe we could have given him the Kitty MVP. But of course, we have to give it to the player that was for that squad. Of course, first killer.
Yeah.
There's no way it wasn't. I mean, you talked about the consistency of this player, or maybe it was the casters, but the consistency of this player.
Yeah.
That's why they throw him in the ones. You know for sure he's going to get you that dub.
Yeah, I mean, it's rare to see first killer himself as an individual have a poor tournament. Incredibly rare, in fact. He is a mechanical player that is just so able to constantly score these wonderful goals in threes. And then, of course, if you can do it in threes, you could probably do it in twos and ones as well. He was big time the difference maker. We talked about the fact that Banana Head put some pressure on him in 1v1. I think Banana Head had a good performance in the 1v1, Johnny, but it never really seemed like first killer would be in trouble.
Yeah, first killer just a bit too quick and a bit too decisive. Banana Head tried some nice tricks at the end with the kickoffs, but it just wasn't enough. It was too little too late. First killer getting the MVP. As I'm sure many 1v1 players will. If your team wins the series and you played the 1v1 and won it, yeah, good chance you were the most valuable player to your team, which First Killer absolutely was.
I mean, that lines up with our MVPs that we've been throwing in before too. I mean, Jorius, Atomic. So yeah, that is a critical pivot point.
Winning the 1v1 it's a big part of winning a series at Gamers8, as we'll see more and more as the tournament progresses.
Right, go for all the threes if you can, but take a little pressure off, take that ones win. Anyways, we have quite a few more matches to get through today here on Gamers8, so let's get to a break so we can watch these after.
There is a place where you can elevate what's hidden inside, where you can reframe yourself. Sonomi means the new you. The you can step into. Because when we know who we really are, we become unstoppable. Enter new dimensions of you. Sonomi.
Ooh, I'm doing damage control on my heart and my soul. Oh no, I don't need your help, said I'm good on my own. Ooh, I'm doing damage control on my heart and my soul. Oh no, I don't need your help, said I'm good on my own. Let me be free. Let me be free. Let me be free. Let me be free. What if I told you?
And welcome back to Gamers8. I like that we get you guys back so quick here. I'm Leafex, and we still have Cole and Johnny Boy hanging out to talk about our next match as we continue to roll through these crew battles. Our next match is going to be Limitless, facing off against your reigning Gamers8 champions. It's Furia. Yeah, so I'm sure Limitless. You know, it's been a little bit of BM from a lot of people. I've been asking, like, what matches you looking forward to? And they're like, oh, the Furia Falcons.
Yeah. Calling out Jorby when he's not here to defend himself.
It's more than just Jorby. It's been everyone. And they're already like, yeah, Limitless is a lost cause. And maybe we'll see some, but that could be the tale. It seems to be the general consensus coming into this matchup.
Well, at Worlds, it was their compatriots Valiant who got themselves the game against KCP, no less. Limitless didn't perform, even though they are by far and away the best team in Sub-Saharan Africa. I believe they won 8 of the 9 regionals back there before finally getting themselves to Worlds as well. So
eliminated Valiant from Worlds.
And did that too. So they're used to winning themselves. But yeah, it's always going to be trickier on this main stage.
Yeah, they've struggled against other regions, and unfortunately for Limitless, Furia are from another region. In fact, 2 of them, they're South Americans from North America in RLCS this season. And yeah, they're also the defending champions for Gamers8. So everything really pointing at Furia defending their title. There's Coach Mateus leading the way there.
He was a bit lost. He was sort of stepping a little bit.
No, actually, he looks a bit lost.
Ah, very good, Jonathan.
Thank you.
Oh my God, you're off the desk. Yeah, it's busy out there too. I love it. Just again, overall, we've talked about how big this festival is.
It gets bigger as well, more busy throughout the night as well.
Yeah,
the
for sure.
best time to be outside in the summer in August here is midnight to maybe 2 in the morning. That's when it's the most livable temperature for me, at least. This is very, very hot for me.
I remember that from last year as well. You know, at the start it was quite quiet, and then by the end of the evening, when I'm thinking, cool, in the UK, the crowd would be long gone by now. That's when it starts picking up a bit, and they go wild for their Rocket League.
Yeah, but again, the Limitless has got to come in with some focus here, and I wonder what their expectations are too on this matchup to avoid ending up down in that lower bracket early on here, because again, they're going up against the reigning Gamers8 champions, and you know, Furia is going to want that trophy back. We saw Yan put that down, the trophy down, give a little, you know, a little
final
flex,
kiss goodbye.
like, hey, you know, this is ours. You got to get through us, because they're the champions. They won last year, and it was a beautiful spectacle.
It was wonderful. It was really when Yan was in that conversation for the best player in the world. He's cooled a bit since then. Of course, not making the World Championships was a massive blow for Furia, but this is the reset that they need, and you can see that passion that they have. It's rarely matched by any other Rocket League team. Just the volume, them, and you know, other teams from South America, just huge and in your face, and they deserve to be as well. Matches like this, Johnny. I mean, I remember that one, the reverse sweep. Wonderful.
It was crazy. I mean, to witness that with a packed out, you know, very home crowd favorite audience, was an experience. Very biased crowd, as you'd expect here for the home crowd, but it was Furia all the way. It's unbeatable in 2v2, and the 3v3 regain was amazing as well. It's not quite enough boost there for Khaled to get back to the ball and stop Kyle scoring the goal that eliminated Falcons. Yeah, Kyle of course won't be back here to defend his title. Lost the player in his place for Furia. Yan and Carter back, and if last year's 2v2 is anything to go by, then I expect to see them back in the field dominating that game mode.
Yeah, I mean, I just love watching back these highlights, bringing back a lot of memories as well. Guild Esports, that was an upset from them. A bit of a Cinderella run, getting themselves to the final. Coached by Marky Dudar. CRR unfortunately not here this year.
Yeah.
Complexity didn't manage to qualify, which was a bit sad, but I mean, someone's got to not qualify for people to qualify, but this is all about Furia, and you can see at this point, it was clear they were going to do it. At some point, even before the timer hit 0, Yan gets rid of his controller. He already knows he's got
just
it.
Like, we've got this.
Yeah, but the moment had already happened, and look at that. Oh, look at CRR. So where you going, mate? Yan's so good in 1v1. He's been on the grind as well. You know, I had a look at his 1v1 rankings, and the MMR is going the chart. He is prepared for this.
Well, you have to be prepared for this. I mean, we talk about how stacked the competition is. Again, maybe not for their opponents on this one, but for Limitless, let's give them a little spotlight right now too, because these players are coming in. I think experience is going to be key on their mind. Of course, they're going to want to try to win. No competitor doesn't want to, but for them, I think the real smart takeaway is like, let's take as much away from this that we can bring back, get better every time we face off against these teams.
So it's difficult for Sub-Saharan Africa, you know, each year they have to wait into the World Championships, but Snowy in particular, I mean, I remember him going to an Insomnia 2018 maybe, you know, he's been traveling the world trying to grow his Rocket League for the longest time. It's an incredible grind.
And you know, Snowy and Darth are returning players from last season. They were playing with a different third at the time, but interesting thing they did is they picked 1v1 for the second game.
I remember.
Both times they played. They would lose game 1, sorry, 3v3. Then they would choose 1v1. It's not like they were running into weak 1v1 teams. I believe it was Fahad who Snowy picked 1v1 into, and First Killer. So if we're going by that, we could see 1v1 picked, even though you're running into Yan. You know, Snowy's got a lot of confidence, and I think it's more of a long-term plan as well. If you can win a 1v1 in an upset, that can really turn a series around. It can start to make the opponents very nervous. So I wouldn't be surprised to see that happen. We saw earlier on today OSM picking 1v1 against AJ and winning it. So we could absolutely see 1v1 picked by Snowy.
Well, how often do you think that's? I feel like that OSM AJ might have been an anomaly, maybe just AJ on a bad day. Not to take away from
OSM's very good. No,
of
I'm not going to lie. I'd rank them very close. Coming into this, OSM's been playing ones. AJ's been slipping down the ladder in NA just slightly, although a lot of other players have been getting better to overtake him. But I wasn't massively surprised by OSM being AJ, if I'm being honest. I think OSM's excellent in 1v1. I would be surprised
how comfortably he was in beating him.
Oh, I thought it would be closer. Yeah. That was a very impressive performance, don't get me wrong. But results-wise, that shouldn't shock anyone. But yeah, if Snowy beats Jan, that should shock you.
Yeah.
It should be a shock. That one I do not think is going to happen. So if he can pull that off, I'll be amazed.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be a bold strategy to go in, but I guess it's also, I mean, again, if your goal is experience, you know, why not grab that 1v1? Why not? I mean, I guess you could just grind online, but this is a good chance to do it locally on a good ping and get that experience. Yeah, but literally perfect ping, right? So let's just take a look at the rest of the group as well, because we have moved on to Group C. So if people accidentally missed a couple of matches, yeah, we're over in Group C now. We did watch FaZe Clan Pioneers with substitute Chrome in there, and then Amphis for Pioneers, but FaZe Clan moving on against Carmine Corp later on. Furia Limitless coming up next. Falcons waiting for them again. I mentioned it before. A lot of people looking forward to that matchup, that rematch there. But of course, Limitless stands in the way. Again, I always want to hype up teams as much as possible. Offer the opportunity for it, but it's lopsided for sure. If we did a fan vote, I don't think it would be too much in favor of the side of
92% or so would probably be going for Furia here, and I think that would be fair as well. I mean, but there's no shame in that for Limitless. Their job is long-term growth, and you know, credit to Snowy being at the forefront of Sub-Saharan Africa years before it was even able to compete, even before the start, you know, before they could compete in RLCS. He was already there, already pushing, dragging his region along, and he's earned his right to be here, as have his team.
Yeah, and I'm really excited to see To Die For again. I think he underperformed individually. He's really the star player, the MVP of Sub-Saharan Africa this season, the new player for this team. So I'm excited to see what he can do. And I've just had a quick look. He has been playing some 1v1 show matches, both in June and July. Won them both in his own region. So yeah, perhaps we could be seeing To Die For take to the ones field if he's been practicing.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, they've got options there. To Die For is a very, very talented player. And yeah, if he can perform to his usual online level, he can definitely do some damage.
Well, I feel like I know your answer here, but if you were looking for experience, is 2s or 1s the better to pick? I'm going to assume 1s is, I mean, for you, Johnny, you're going to probably say it's a fundamental thing that all players should learn, right?
Well, it really just depends what you're trying to do here. Like, because if you're trying to get better, 2s is the most popular game mode in Rocket League. So if you want to get good at the most popular game mode, 2s is the way to go.
What's going to help your 3s better, though, the 1s or 2s?
I'd say 1s. I mean, if you're trying to become the best player possible, if you're just trying to have some fun in 2s with your mates, then play 2s. But if you want to become the best Rocket League player you can be, 1s is necessary, I think. We're seeing it through many years now that a lot of the best 3s players are also the best 1s players, and a lot of 3s players who have a go at 1s and improve it, suddenly their 3s game starts to look a lot better. So there's no denying at this point it is the most important game mode to practice because it's the most neglected game mode. It's the weakness for most players.
Well, defending Gamers8 champions are now going to have to shut down Limitless before they get into their match area. It's I feel like in their favor at this point, but Furia's probably not going to be letting down their guard at all. They're going to go in with, again, as you said, a lot of fury. They're going to be going in, making sure they make a statement so they can go back and grab this trophy again. But let's stop talking. Let's get to the match. We got some more Rocket League right now.
Our opening day continues. We're winding down, but we've had some exciting matches across both streams. But before we get too far here, I gotta shout out my boy Fancy here. I mean, this is an absolute warrior. Hit surgery like 2 or 3 days ago. Still coming out. Nothing would stop him from being here. if I stub my toe on this over here, I'm coming out in a wheelchair or crutches. So kudos to you, sir.
Thank you so much, man. I mean, nothing is going to stop me from being here on stage and watching some good Rocket League. We're talking about the best players in the world being here in Riyadh, my hometown. I have to be here. There's no way that I'm going to miss it, surgery or not. So thank you for that. أعزائنا المشاهدين، الآن راح نشهد تكملة الجروب سي. زي ما احنا عارفين الجروب هذا من أفضل ما يكون الأداء حقهم، خصوصاً إنه معهم أبطال العالم، خصوصاً إنه معهم أيضاً أبطال جيمرز 8 في السنة الماضية. راح نشهدهم إن شاء الله بعد قليل على المسرح، كلنا عارفين مين بيكونون.
We've only got a few matches remaining. The anticipation has been building, though, for this opening day. And finally, we get to see the reigning and defending Gamers 8 champions take the stage. And here they are, it's Furia! Card, Lost, and Yan. After achieving glory for South America, they tested their mettle in North America. And while not as dominant as they were a year before, you still have Yan as intimidating a presence as ever. Anytime you have to sit over there and look across at that bulldog in the middle, you know you're in for a tough time.
فيوريا وصلوا إلى المسرح، أبطال جيمرز 8 في قبل سنة بالضبط تواجدوا معنا هنا في مدينة رياض وحصلوا على هذا الكأس، لكن هل يقدرون يسوونها باك تو باك؟ هذا الشيء اللي احنا كلنا نتمنى أننا نشوفه اليوم، خصوصا أنه بعد تغيير الروستر حقهم لاست تواجدوا معهم بيفرق فارق جدا كبير. شاهدناهم وش اللي ممكن يسوونه في الريجن حقهم، لكن خصمهم معهم اللاعب الأفضل في الريجن حقه في الاس اس اي، فخلونا نرحب فيهم أول شيء. في أول ظهور لهم على جيمرز 8 ليميتلس. فريق ليميتلس معاهم لاعبين يعتبرون من الأفضل في ريجن الاس اس اي، معهم اللاعب الحاصل على الام في بي. صراحة أدائهم كان في آخر ريجن مرة كان ممتاز، لكن تو داي فور وبرضه سنوي وبرضه حتى دارث كانوا هم يعتبرون من الإليت في هذا الريجن. تو داي فور حصول على الام في بي بين لي كانوا معاهم أفضل لاعب، هو اللاعب اللي دائما يبنون الناس حوله الروستر في كامل المنطقة، لكن الآن قدامهم أبطال جيمرز 8 في السنة الماضية، فالمباراة أبدا ما راح تكون سهلة.
The SSA MVP to die for, alongside Snowy and Darth, looking to give Sub-Saharan Africa their signature win on the main stage. The players are just about ready. They're going to take their seats here in just a moment now as we see SSA take on Sam. Players, when you are ready, go ahead and take your seats. And when they do, we will be ready to start the third to last match of the day. Of course, everybody's kind of buzzing about the possibility of a Furia Falcons matchup. But we've still got Limitless, who dares to stand in the way of destiny, as we throw to the casters, and we'll see if Limitless can spring the upset of the day.
في جروب سي أعزائنا المشاهدين، احنا عارفين انه اول بدايتها شاهدناها الجيم الماضي. الجيم هذا بيكون الراوند الاول ما بين فيوريا وليميتلس. الفائز منهم راح يواجه فريق فالكونز، والكل متحمس للمباراه هذه. ممكن ان نشوف فيوريا ابطال السنه الماضيه قدام فالكونز مع الروستر الجديد، او ممكن ان نشوف ليميتلس يسوي الابست اللي الكل ممكن ما راح يتوقعه. يعطيكم العافيه، على طول مع المعلقين.
Limitless have a tall task ahead of them. It is going to be difficult. Furia, the defending Gamers8 champions, Limitless a team who has not been able to get as much international experience as everyone else. Obviously, Sub-Saharan Africa not a part of the majors just yet, and that international experience it's so important. So this is a true underdog matchup. Limitless, the underdog here.
Oh, certainly, but I mean, this is why you show up, right? To get that experience. And if there was anyone from SSA that was going to do it, I put my money on Limitless here. But to go up against the defending champions here in Furia, it's tough. It's a tough ask because you have a guy like Yan. You know, a lot of these teams have that one guy that they can really plug into every single game mode, and it's a big reason why Furia won last year. So for Limitless, you really got to isolate him and lock him down if you're going to win this series.
I think you're right, Corelli. Yan is that player for Furia. Really, when you think of Furia, Yan is at the heart of it. But Card and Lost, both incredibly talented players in their own right. And I think many people at home expecting Furia to take this one in a sweep.
And I would love to see a big upset here from Limitless. I mean, listen, you get on LAN. It's everyone's first game right here today on day one. It's an opportunity. We've seen it before where there have been teams that have pushed top squads. You go back to like the Spring Major. Both the OCE teams were pushing teams like K-Corp to the brink. They forced a reverse sweep. So opportunity here. You can see Coach Noxus getting his boys hyped up, talking, discussing. This is a big matchup for him. I talked to Noxus quite a bit coming into this, and the boys are hyped up. They know what they're getting into here. They know that they're the underdogs, but it's an opportunity to really show the world that they can take down a team like Furia.
Well, this would be massive. I think even a game would be huge. They struggled to get a game against any other region besides Sub-Saharan Africa at the Rocket League World Championship. They played G2, KCP Power, were not able to take a game off them in those best of sevens. So even just getting that first game would be such a boost to momentum. And if that does happen, that could be something that maybe kickstarts an unbelievable upset. And I think that is what this would be. Limitless going up against Furia, who won Gamers8 in last year. This would be huge for them, but it is going to be as difficult a challenge as you could imagine. Furia and Limitless about to kick off.
Not the first time we've seen Snowy and Darth here at Gamers8. They came on with Orlando Pirates XD, and they were able to take a game off of Owl Esports. It's a bigger ask here against Furia, but not out of the question as we jump into the 3v3 in game one.
As mentioned by the desk, there is that MVP to die for, who was the Sub-Saharan Africa MVP. We'll see what he can do on the pitch.
And To Die For is certainly a great player to lock in on for Limitless, especially in the team modes. He's performed quite well, maybe despite how the team has performed individually. To Die For has been great through the 2 World Championships that we've seen him. As Lost and Furia looking to break through first. Card.
Good bump.
Great bump there as Limitless just trying to play this one to the corner. Keep it safe. Stay clean defensively here as Furia try and work their way through this one. Off the backboard, Darth. Tough touch. This one towards net off the post. Snowy has to make the save. He does. As Limitless looking for a way out.
Snowy's had some good defensive plays. I think what Snowy did, where you have a player going up in the air, as long as you pull off the bump, you don't really need to get the challenge on the ball. As long as you can at least get that bump. If Snowy and Limitless can keep doing that, it might be what's needed to shut down that Furia aerial gameplay.
And you're going to see a lot of possession come out from Furia. It's going to be on Limitless to really adapt to the speed of play. Furia, I mean, they're fast for anyone, not just Limitless. They're a very quick team. That's a good demo, but what a touch to put that one on. And another one from Yan. The back post was there for Card, but he couldn't connect.
Card flew right by that ball. The net was open. Snowy is going to go for a 50. Good win from Yan. Yan might be able to do something here. Pass out to the middle. The drop in from Card. Card gets another look, and he makes it pay off, really.
Yeah, great challenge there from Yan. That's really what sets him up. He wins the space behind. Darth's trying to catch up to the play. To Die For can't get there in time on the goal line. Furia are finally able to break through after all that possession.
Card thought he might have been able to score earlier. That time did not let the opportunity slip away. More possession coming out. Yan gets a rebound opportunity to Card, but that one hit off to the side. To Die For doesn't have any boost. Gets it up in the middle to Darth. Darth will test the net, but not much power on the shot, and Yan will catch it into a flick.
Great possession there from Yan. This one still fluttering on the Furia side. Darth, can he put this one across? Snowy commits.
Yan with an easy clear is to die for. He's in a tough spot. He's got lost in Yan.
Oh, this is hopeless.
Shot. It's off the crossbar, and then he cleared it away. Snowy trying to catch up to him. He was running out of boost. Here comes the die for as the counter breaks up from Limitless.
I had lost hope in that situation. It was a 2v1, and somehow the ball pinballs off of Furia and goes in.
Smiles from Yan on that one, and you just can't give Yan the space. Darth doesn't get the read, and Card actually plays it. Well, Yan plays it into Card, who plays it back into Yan, who puts it on target.
And I don't know how calculated that was, but it worked brilliantly.
It looked great.
Maybe add that one into the playbook.
Yeah.
Snowy, denied by Yan, on the wall. Darth takes over, leaves it for to die for. I like that creativity, but that is an all-out attempt that might come back to haunt him. Fortunately for Limitless, they get back in time. But that was an ambitious attack, and I think that is what it's going to take from Limitless if they hope to get back into this one. But Yan is just going to drop another goal in for Furia.
I think you're right, James. You have to take the risks offensively. That's just a tough touch coming out from to die for. He really just passed it to Yan, who puts it home, and Yan having a great game here so far, involved all the way through. Just over 2 minutes left in Furia, looking like defending champions so far. Even with the different roster, they brought on Lost this year in RLCS, and maybe despite some disappointing results, not being able to get there to Worlds, they're coming out hot here in Gamers8, and that's a great save from Darth. Now to die for, trying to go on the counter, and that's another opportunity, James, where Limitless makes a great save. They just got to get down the field.
They've had some good stops, but they've not been able to have boost and possession at the same time, it feels. See a low boost back pass. That one shut down to die for. Can't keep the ball. Snowy still on 0. Needs help. Ball high above the net. And Yan is far back. Snowy, though, gave the ball away. Good bump from to die for, but you see Furia just being that step quicker.
Oh my.
Now this is off the ceiling. Yan up in the air. Yan going for the double tap. It's a pass, and that's cleared out by Darth.
And you saw Lost was pre-jumping the clears from Limitless before Limitless even knew they were going to clear. So die for gets bumped back. Card, second touch inbound, flip reset towards the net. Limitless getting situated defensively, turning away Furia in a more confident manner. Those clears downfield, you got to find that power. And then you got to find each other. Here comes Yan. He's going to put it on target
save.
to die for again. Great read from Limitless to turn away Furia, but you got to get down the field.
And it feels like every time we've been on Snowy's POV, he's been on 0 boost, picks up a small pad there, but quickly uses it. That is going to be vulnerable. The shot is wide. Lost, not able to wrangle it. But we're approaching the final 30 seconds of the game. Limitless still held to 0.
Oh, Yan still on this one. Snowy couldn't handle it. Didn't get a touch. It came off his crossbar in the end. Demo's coming out. Here's some space, though, for Darth. It's a tough bounce. And Yan is going off the ceiling. And Furia certainly have the read on Limitless right now as far as clears go, as it's been tough for Limitless to just find possession. You said possession and boost, and that really is what's been hindering the counter from Limitless.
It is an equation, you know, how much of a successful attack you'll have. Well, there we see one. Snowy at the buzzer will put one in to prevent that clean sweep in the game, or that shutout rather. But you know, for Furia, they're going to be happy with that performance. They had so much possession, so many looks on net, forced Limitless on defense pretty much that entire game.
And, you know, Limitless is guaranteed at least one more 3v3, and so there's a lot to talk about there. You really do have to slow the game down. I think Furia were just able to run up and down the field with really no cause against them. So I think Limitless, they've got to think about that. But first they have to choose where they're going to go next. They have to pick between 1v1 and 2v2. And I'm not exactly sure what they want to pick. I know Snowy, Johnny Boy talked about it in the 1v1 possibly for Limitless. But you want to go up against Yan, and what are your chances? It's kind of the same predicament that Pioneers had when they went up against FaZe. I mean, you're facing first killer regardless.
It makes that old saying, pick your poison, really really ring true. What do you do here? Pick your poison. Do you want the 1v1 against Yan, who helped propel Furia to a victory, or do you try to make 2v2 work, where surely Yan will be on the field there as well? Probably Yan and Card, you'd imagine.
Certainly Yan in the equation, but yes, we'll have to see. I mean, Lost in 2v2, not a bad pick either for Furia, as there's a lot of discussion going on with Limitless. That makes me believe it might be a 2v2, or at least they were discussing, okay, you want to
He's Snowy's turn. You want to go? You want to go 2v2?
Who wants to play in? Any volunteers?
You know, confidence is important. You know, like we talked about with FaZe, the expectation is on Furia. Limitless can make some waves here, and they have to choose carefully. I think I'd go with the 2v2 if I'm Limitless personally, but it's a tough decision either way.
Yeah, what is a more likely game mode to upset? I would have to agree with you. I feel like ones truly is, it's tough to upset in ones. It really is tough to upset, but in twos, sometimes you can cheese it, sometimes you can go for demos, get a few lucky bounces.
For the record, my heart wants the 1v1.
Yeah, I would love to see it too.
Because I just love 1v1.
I would love to see it as well, but it's up to Limitless. We'll see what they pick. They're either going to pick twos or they're going to pick ones.
There's still a lot of discussion. I'm just looking at the player cams here. There's still a lot of discussion going on with Limitless. So it's either, you know, game planning into whatever they're playing, or they're trying to figure out, what is it?
Let Noxus play. Maybe. We saw Chrome do it.
Oh, no. You got to put it Snowy into
All
die
right, so you were right. It is lost. Instead of card in this 2v2, Limitless picking twos, seeing what they can do. Snowy and to die for out there on the field.
And this is a scary tandem in Furia because they're just so aggressive. And that was really the bane of Furia early on when they picked up Lost. They were too aggressive. Him and Yan just didn't work together. They spent a lot of time working on their twos together, finding that synergy, and it's paying off here for the first goal.
And you can see all smiles from Yan. Yan flicking by one, faking by the other.
Look at Card.
2v1. Yeah, I mean, 2v1 from Yan. To be honest, Lost played as much as Card did on that play.
Yeah. And, I mean, that's a great start there for Furia. And if you're Limitless, you have to stop the bleeding early. You can't allow Furia to build the lead and just sit on it. But it starts in your corners here for Limitless. Even in the 3v3, you've got to bring the ball down, force Furia into you. As Lost, you know, he did just that. The flip reset, that one's on target, but too slow. As to die for it. We'll wrangle it out. Snowy there to help, and looking for possession here from Limitless. So unfortunately, it comes right back out to Yan. That was a touch that gets by one, and getting around two. Unfortunately, it's not going to happen, and Limitless just booms the ball downfield.
Yeah, instead of possessing that ball, Snowy opted to test the backboard. We'll see if that is a winning strategy. Furia generally quite good with their first touches and their control play. To die for. Keeps the ball close. That is what Limitless needs, the possession. But Yan jumps up quick and actually catches them out.
And it's a shame because To Die For played that great, but Yan just read it. He just went. I mean, he did not stop at all. And I don't think To Die For was even expecting it. I thought he was going to get a little respect.
Yeah, I mean, he got that undercarriage touch, kept the ball close, and was thinking, okay, now they're respecting my space. But Yan said no.
Yep.
He just jumped on him right away. To Die For lulled asleep there, thinking that he had the possession.
A couple of kickoffs now. Actually, both kickoffs that we've seen. And there's been a fake from Limitless. They've been trying to kind of push it to a side. It hasn't worked out perfectly quite yet, but here's an opportunity To Die For it. Trying to find some space on the sidewall. Has no boost. And Snowy, of course, is not going to go for that. Here comes Yan. Scary. Going to the backboard. 16 boost. Dropping it down off the crossbar. And a 3-0 lead for Furia.
And look at this first touch right here. Boom. Turns down so he can get the right angle on it to pop it up. And that is a level of control that it just separates Furia from Limitless. You saw how crazy good that first touch was from Yan. And he made it look so easy.
And again, another kickoff and a demo. Lost gonna lock this one, or walk this one in.
Yan was trying to steal it too. You could see Yan smiling on the cam. Gets the demo, net's wide open.
It's the kickoff that got Furia the possession there. And Limitless kind of scrambling to get back. So good work there from Furia. They're really throwing Limitless off on these kickoffs. We'll see if they do it again. Yep, that's the third time in a row now from Furia. And it's giving them possession. You get Yan full boost to set up Lost. He's going to get another touch here. He's just trying to force it through, and you can see Limitless just trying to keep up with it. It's so tough with Lost behind the ball like that. And Lost will take it away right back into the hands of Yan.
Oh, this is dangerous. This will be an opportunity to play in the air for Lost. Flip reset early. Trying to get the double, going for a bump in the air. Snowy will hit it out to the corner. Now, chance for possession. Snowy has it tipped off his hood. Snowy trying to get possession of the ball, but Yan has made that very difficult for Limitless.
Furia just refused to cough up the ball for free. Here comes a flip reset. Delays. Another touch. Oh, it's beautiful, but the save might be even better. As Limitless stretch out on the line, make the save. They got to go up again. Snowy, tough backboard read with low boost here. Trying to find a way out to die for, and him communicating about who's going to take it, and an opportunity if that one was held on to. It does come out to die for, as Yan struggling to hold on to it, but he does get another touch. Even though it looked like he messed up, he's able to get back to it, and now they're on the attack.
That just goes to show you how good Yan is. Snowy diving in thinking that Yan had lost control, but Yan had that extra touch, but finally we see Limitless break through. To die for, pushing that ball down and able to get a nice pass off the back wall.
And we've said this line a lot, James, is when you have the setup, especially when you're the underdog and you don't have the expectation, you have to execute when the opportunity is there. And that was perfect. A little hard touch to the back wall, instant follow-up from Limitless. They didn't hesitate. They knew they had Furia caught out, and a well-earned goal. As here comes Yan, another touch towards the net. It's by Snowy, and Yan puts away his fourth.
Yan is so good. The pass from Lost was good, but look at how he just tilts his card. Doesn't even need to jump to set up that ball off the backboard. Just a slight adjustment to get the perfect touch. We even saw Yan do that slight adjustment on the sidewall to be able to take that ball airborne. The first touch is everything, and Yan is an expert at it.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. They passed in midair.
This is starting to look like a freestyle montage off the ceiling, pre-jump. What do you even say about that, Corelli?
It's insult to injury. They're up 5-1 at that point, now 6-1. And just full, again, you talk about having full control of the pitch, Furia executing that one at the highest level possible. That is so hard to do. It's an all-in play, in 2v2 especially. And it's perfectly executed by Furia.
They do have the padding in the scoreline to go for plays like that. Under a minute left to die for. Slow down. Snowy with an open net opportunity. I think we're not respecting Limitless on this play, and just putting that ball out in the middle. That is the most dangerous place to put the ball.
That was a poor touch from Yan, very poor, to just cough that one up straight to Snowy. They have the score to play with, but you don't want to give freebies. 56 seconds left on the clock, and you know Limitless is going to play till the clock hits 0. They have something to prove here, and that's a great touch pass one. Unfortunately, Yan so quick to get back to die for. Trying to go through Yan, not going to happen. Snowy moving up his line. Limitless trying to press to die for. Got to slot it, and it goes through. Yan went too high.
Yan trying to read this ball. To die for, reading the play beautifully, sees that Yan had already jumped, goes low, and it was just low enough to sneak underneath that car. And Furia now have given up a few goals. Limitless marching back late.
Yeah, only what, 16, was it 56? It was 16 seconds off the clock, and now some space to die for. Wants to pick it up, but it was a little too heavy. Now this one, it's gonna go wide. Snowy trying to keep this one interesting. Down by 3, less than 30 to go. They've got to press. This has to be perfect. Snowy looking for the bump to die for, tried to flip it as he landed on the ground, and a great look there for Limitless, but the defense holds strong.
And Limitless has played the final portion of this game so well.
Yep.
I might see another goal here, though, from Yan. Yan, the ceiling pinch, rebound to Lost. Lost will bounce it in. But this is the threat that Yan poses. Look at that ceiling pinch, almost scores off the backboard.
Yeah, it's incredible individual skill from Yan. And you're seeing why Furia won this last year. I mean, the ability on the ball in all the game modes from Yan is one of the highest threats in Rocket League. And you're seeing right there why, as Furia gonna take game 2 in commanding fashion at the end of the day. 7-3. Limitless, James, you mentioned it, felt like if they had just played the last minute of that game, or sorry, the first 4 minutes like the last minute, this game could have been at least a little bit closer, if not different.
Yeah, they started to get a little more bold near the end. Also, Furia made a couple mistakes. There was that pass out to the middle that Snowy was able to capitalize. We take a look at some of the highlights, and oh my, were there some highlight shots this game by Furia.
Yep. And you know which one's coming for the, I'm sure, the play of this series. We don't even have to see the rest of it. It'll be that passing play, as Limitless made a couple of great saves as well defensively. This is a great pass, perfectly put together by Limitless. You can see the hype there. It means a lot for him.
Yeah, Snowy was hitting his targets, but this is the play.
Yeah.
Lost off the ceiling to Yan. Yan scoring it. Lost just going up and perfectly predicting where Yan was going to put that.
And that was close for to die for. I mean, he came in and out and almost made that save, but man, when they're passing like that in midair, I mean, what are you going to do? What are you going to do? That's not a Limitless thing. That's a Furia thing, right? Like, that's just something what Furia will do against a lot of teams, especially when they have a lead like that, and they can do that. They can do that.
Furia has a swagger, especially Yan. They have just that way they carry themselves, the way they play the game, a recognizable play style. Yan does things you just don't believe.
So you go back to 3v3 here in game 3, and you're really looking towards Limitless to catch up to the pace of play from Furia. You saw that first probably 3/4 of game 1. It was just Furia running over Limitless. They started to adapt. Can they start off this game in that fashion?
To die for. He's going for the 50. Card will try to poke it by. Gets demoed right after the hit. Snowy upfield. Card wave dash. Big hit up to Yan. Yan testing the net. Snowy will tip it to the corner. Lost. Trying to dribble it. Back pass to Yan. Yan, this is where he's most deadly. Goes for a bump. There's the shot blocked. Limitless saw that play developing.
Yeah, and you're seeing why the slow challenges are coming out from Limitless. It's because Yan's looking for the bump. Nobody wants to commit. There's another bump. These players getting tossed around in the box, and some great defense there from Limitless to slow down. But here comes Yan. Bounce pass to himself. Why not? Double tap wasn't there, but Card will put it away, and Furia on the board.
And as you see, the play ends all 3 members of Limitless on 0 boost. And it's just insane. Yan is just crazy. How do you stop that guy?
I mean, a bounce pass to yourself while you're still in the air, it's tough. It's tough, especially once he gets the first touch for free. You know it's coming right back to him. But a 1-0 deficit for Limitless in the first minute isn't the worst thing in the world, but they got to get the offense going. You cannot allow Furia to build on this. You gotta lock down Yan. Someone's got to get up and slow him down, but he's poked it over another one. As Furia hard committing here. Shot on target. They got the last man to go, and Card doubles up.
It just feels like you throw Yan at the defense, he breaks it, and then you score.
Darth just not getting a read on that play, way too low. So Furia commanding here in game 3 as it was in game 1. Kickoffs have just been pretty standard here. As Yan again.
He got the 100.
So much free reign. And it's to Yas. Oh, what a save, though, from to die for. He is able to turn that one away off the pre-jump.
Lost and Yan are pre-jumping each other. Lost is the one who's initiating those crazy plays by just going for it. And Yan finding that pass to him. Yan with a corner boost steal as well. Lost sees that Card's already up to die for. Over to Darth. Darth had that shot on target, but it was easily handled there by Yan. Now Card is at the forefront. Card has the ball taken off him by Snowy, but Lost. Oh, he gets bumped off the ball by Snowy as well. Good physicality that we see from Snowy.
Got to keep it smart here from Darth. Gets one to go, needs a challenge. Great control, though, from Darth to keep possession. Snowy, he was going to get beat to that one. Lost quick. And here comes Card. To the sky he goes. Darth goes too high. Card, excuse me, trying to push it through. Limitless turning up the heat, though, on those clears. Able to get it downfield over the first Furia man, but as soon as I say it, back the other way we go.
And it's more boost struggles. You can see Snowy trying to wave dash to that. Couldn't get there in time. Darth also on low boost. Was believing that maybe Snowy might be able to get a 50 or something on that ball, but quickly finds it going right back over his head. Furia, as we hit the halfway point of this game, they extend their lead to 3. Limitless still looking for that first goal.
Here comes Lost. Very dangerous. When he's got that space, he ran out of boost, so Limitless not punished. This one, top right, rings out from the corner. Another one off the crossbar. Fourth man coming through. Nobody from Limitless is able to connect on a touch here. Comes back into the hands of Furia. Flip reset. It's 2 go. It comes out to Yan, and he's got boost to work with.
tries to push out to die for. And that one actually was going in. Darth making the save. Darth finding himself in that third man position quite a bit. Trying to lock down for Limitless. This pass out to Yan, picking a spot. A big save from To Die For.
To Die For reading that play beautifully. Getting there, stopping that. Now an infield pass. Snowy has been that pinpoint shooter, but you see the challenge come out at the midfield. It's never that easy against Furia.
And again, the challenge game, that one just trickling out over to Furia, and that last line was so far up for Limitless. It's really an easy shot at that point for Furia. Minute 37 on the clock. Furia commanding here in game 3.
See some kickoff shenanigans there. Nobody making contact on that. Sometimes Rocket League turns into 4D chess.
And right now, certainly Yan looking like the queen in chess game. Full control, moving up and down the field.
The most deadly piece.
That's right. And you see why. I mean, again, you see the individual skill coming out from him. Not only in the air, as that's what all the highlights are going to show, but even the challenge game, that speed from him is so crucial to Furia holding their line in the midfield. As now he's going to take it to the sky. He's up 4-0, why not? Trying to catch up to it. That touch was a little heavy. Lost somehow gets a piece of it, and Card forced to go back.
And again, we go to the Snowy POV. Low boost does pick up that corner. A slow bouncer gets dunked on by Darth. So Limitless score late again.
Yeah, tough play there for Card. It got away from him, and then he couldn't get down in time. He got a piece of it, but not enough, and great recognition there from Darth to go. You got to take the risk. And Limitless able to find the back of the net.
Furia, though, they can smell victory. It's just 42 seconds away. But another potential scoring opportunity. The ball bounces out too fast, and To Die For could not get around it. It's another scoring look. Limitless have done this a couple times now where they have a slow start, but then in the later portion of the game, they really start to pick it up and they have some success.
Yeah, that's what we were talking about earlier, adapting to your opponents. It's just how fast you can do it. And you're right. I mean, Limitless throughout the games on the individually have looked better and better. Here's Snowy trying to sneak it by Lost. 10 seconds left. One for the road. Limitless are looking for. This one comes off the corner as Furia's all over the place and Limitless can't hold on to it. Oh, hold on, they do have the crossbar, excuse me.
That's tough.
And Furia, a 3-0 win, commanding over Limitless. The defending champions have a date with Falcons once again.
And Yan for Furia looked unstoppable. Him and Lost with their crazy aerial plays looked like a freestyler montage. And Yan with his perfect first touches was such a threat in the air. And I mean, really anywhere on the field. Furia, they get the win. They do it in a convincing fashion. And really, Yan at the heart of it all. He was truly remarkable in this series, Corelli.
Oh, absolutely. Definitely showed why Furia were able to make the runs they did, but just why Yan is so good. I mean, just taking over really all the games. So much space for him to work with, and he made Limitless pay. And like we said, James, Furia get a rematch with Team Falcons. Or rather, I should say, Team Falcons gets a rematch with Furia in the last Gamers8, as we saw Furia take it. So that's an exciting upper bracket semifinal in Group C.
And we've seen a lot of exciting games there. I was, just trying to stay informed as to what was going on the B stream, and we saw Team Liquid actually fall to version 1, which was unreal. So what a day this is shaping up to be, and to talk about it all, we've got the desk.
We like talking, so we will do exactly that, James Spot. Thank you. As we watch, again, the results that I think we had expected. Furia, the defending champs for Gamers8, coming out on top. Cole, this was the time to continue to make a statement, show people what they need to be afraid of, and they did exactly that.
We like talking, especially when we're talking about Yan, looking more like his 2022 self. Sure, it was quote-unquote only Limitless, but you can only beat the team that's in front of you. And my goodness, Yan made it look easy. Look at this, him and Lost. Two players who haven't completely hit it off in the way they would have hoped. Johnny, they hit it off there.
Yeah, I mean, the peak is undeniable. When this team's on, they're on. You know, they're the most recent team to win a regional in RLCS North America. Boston didn't go so well for them. They didn't have Worlds to play, but maybe they've just been looking forward to Gamers8 this entire time and prepping for the crew battles to defend their title.
You know, I haven't seen in chat. Yan better than Zen.
You haven't seen that, have you?
Well, Yan
been seeing
hasn't
that.
lost today. Zen has. So if there's ever a time to say it, I mean, the biggest
Now's the
Zen
time.
fan at this tournament might be Yan. Actually, he is a big Zen fan. He even you know, took some inspiration from Zen with one of his attempts. I think it ended up being an assist. In fact,
it was an assist.
He would have preferred it to be a goal, I'm sure. But yeah, he's a big Zen fan. They switched jerseys, I think, at Boston. And that was, I think, must have been instigated by Yan himself. Really cool to see that, though. I like seeing players do things like that.
For Limitless now, of course, a loss maybe expected on the mind. Probably won't weigh them down too much. They get this experience. They got a great warm-up, if you're going to call it that, into their lower bracket. So, again, Limitless not out of the picture yet, Cole.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I would say their next matchup won't be quite as difficult, but it probably
FaZe.
will be. Exactly.
It's Carmine or
FaZe, yeah, FaZe would be okay. FaZe would be
Well, they got
playable.
Chrome, so I think Limitless are just done. I mean, it's either Carmine Corp or Chrome.
Or Chrome.
It's just over.
Well, I would say, to be fair, for Limitless, the first minute or so in the 3v3, they looked really solid. As soon as they conceded a goal, their rotations went away and it was tough. But there's a team.
Yeah. Well, let's get to our STC play of the game. You saw it in the highlights, and I think everyone knows what's coming their way. Of course, it had to be that mid-air passing play. Why would it not be? This was absolutely beautiful, Johnny.
It's just insane. The synergy was really on point here. Not that they needed another goal, but I mean, why not? When you can put together a passing play like this. Both players in the air already. Lost pre-jumping the initial pass. Yeah, already in the air from hitting the pass in the first place.
Yep.
And a round of applause there from Limitless for what was spectacular.
The
goal.
only shame there was that it didn't finish 7-1 because how out for Furious. To get this
I suppose so. But yeah, there's no way you don't look at that play and just say we appreciate that. As you saw, sportsmanship across, just absolute wonderful play. But overall, the team was connecting real well. It was wonderful to see them on the field. I said, it doesn't matter if it's Limitless in front of you, you have to give your all in tournaments like this, because the second you give yourself a little bit of complacency, a little bit of lean, that next match, even if you win one, it's going to be that much harder for you.
Yeah, that's exactly what we saw from FaZe earlier as well. They took it very seriously, you know, a lot of jokes beforehand. But when it got down to the gameplay, it was first killer. Right. It was on the pitch every time. No jokes at the player selection. And that's what Fury have done right now. They've completely smashed Limitless. And that's given them, I think, a ton of momentum leading into their next match. The match we all expected, Falcons. Final match of the day.
That's true. Before we get to that, I want to talk to you about Arcadia MVP. Of course, this is one of those players we saw in that play. It's going to be Yan. I mean, everyone's talking about him. We're talking about him. You have to be talking about him. He's one of the strongest players fielded in Rocket League at all.
I mean, I'd forgotten that the mid-air passing play wasn't the only little quick-fire passing 1-2 the two of them got, involving pre-jumps and all sorts. I mean, the rest of his team were unbelievable, and he just seemed to fit Furia like a glove, like the days of old. Honestly, I was saying ahead of this event that maybe the fact that they are the reigning champions is exactly what Furia needs, get that ego back, because they are a heavily confident team and they play their best when they are. It's a sign that that's the case, and Yan looking like, you know, one of the world's worldies again. Here it is. This is the one I've been looking for from the ceiling.
Yeah.
He only got the
close.
assist. What a save that was, to be fair, from Dark, I think
huge.
it was, but then lost putting it away.
Just a stunning performance from Furia. Limitless had really just no chance to get going and show what they can do. They'll be back tomorrow, but that's a scary sight for Falcons fans. Yan back in his best player in the world form that he had at last year's Gamers8. And I think it is all about getting their mojo back. They got it back online. It took a while. And yeah, if Boston was a warm-up, maybe this is the real thing. We can see Furia perform to their best.
I also just love how energetic the team is. Great personalities, fun to watch. We have to watch them later in their future matches because we have other games to get to after the break. You don't want to miss it. K-Corp and FaZe Clan coming your way.
الحياة لحن، ولأننا جزء من مقطوعة عظيمة تحركنا، تلمسنا، تصنع من لحظاتنا ذكريات بديعة. لأن الوجبة، التجربة، المغامرة يعطيك بعد جديد في هيلتون الرياض.
What if I told you?
Oh, you're good. Go, go, go. Welcome back to Gamers8. I'm glad you came back because we're having a lot of fun. Rocket League all day. I'm Leaf. Oh, you guys transformed. Who's that? Whoa, we got
much
tall
more
guy.
handsome.
I'm Johnny Boy. Did I do it right?
Hello, I'm Cole.
It's Jeremy and Stuffy.
Absolute thunderbolt.
Wonderful impressions. You're fired.
Yeah, that's good enough. That's his catchphrase.
I don't know. I heard him say it like one time, and I was like, "That's hilarious."
That's a fun one. I like it.
You attributed the catchphrase to him now.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, well, this is just a grand old death right now. We got another match coming your way, of course. This time, I said it before the break, and nothing's changed. It's K-Corp versus FaZe Clan. It's gonna be, yeah. What am I? Well, there's a caveat. We have an asterisk besides one of the team. We've already seen them play today. Of course, it's beside FaZe.
Yeah,
Chrome,
coach, too overpowered.
Is
that what you mean? That's what you were.
No, that's the asterisk.
Yes,
is that
good.
I feel like usually K-Corp's the favorite coming into this, but today that story's changing for sure.
Yeah, I mean, you can joke all you want about this whole Chrome thing, but he has absolutely stepped up. Is it going to be a little bit too much versus Carmine Corp? Maybe. They are literally like one of the top 4 teams in the world right now, probably number 2 or 3, depending on who you ask, realistically. Yeah. It's a tough one, but we've already seen Vitality, the clear number 1 team in the world, lose today. Why can't it happen twice?
Oh, Jorbs, I think their K-Corp for sure is definitely going to want some redemption from Worlds, of course. I don't think that was the position they wanted. I think they wanted a grand finals and beyond that, right? So big proving point, but big Rob G in the way.
I mean, I think that, talking to Vatira a little bit, you could tell the hunger's always in his eyes. I think he still has that semifinal in the back of his mind. I think he's hungry as ever to prove to everybody that he can still be the best player in the world, because he still thinks he is.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we saw how much just missing out just on that championship final at Worlds literally a week and a bit ago, how much that impacted him. He is a man that is full of emotion, but this is another chance, yet another chance for Vatira and K-Corp to prove that they are one of the best teams in the world. We don't doubt that they are in that top 3. As I said, depends on who you ask, whether they're number 2 or number 3 at the moment. FaZe Clan, I think it's quite a good matchup for them. It's EU versus NA. EU have got a winning record versus NA. It's FaZe that are ultimately, sorry to break the narrative, weakened by having Chrome in there as well.
Yeah. Wow, how could you do this?
I'm so sorry.
I'm heartbroken.
I'm so sorry.
This is terrible. No, that is the true asterisk that we have beside the team right now. I think, again, we're going to have fun, but they're trying a little bit. They obviously still want to perform out here. I mean, we joked, hey, we'd love to see Chrome in the 1v1.
I wasn't joking, Leaf.
None of us were joking. We all wanted. We're all
No, I'm saying we
put him in.
Yes.
Put him in.
Yeah.
But the reality is they put him first killer because, let's still try to win.
You've still got literally one of the best 1v1 players in the world.
Look, you're playing for $2 million, man. Like, your first killer's got to be in.
You're still going to do your best to try and win, that's for sure. But I do believe we actually had Herc that got to talk to K-Corp earlier, so let's take a listen to what happened.
Hi everybody, it's Hercules, and I'm here with none other than Itachi from Karmin Corp. Welcome in. You're about to have your first match of the night. It's been a pretty long day. Are you tired? Are you pumped? What are the vibes heading into this?
Now we are good. We train before the game. We train the practice rooms, and now we're coming. We're waiting for our games. We're excited to play, and hopefully we're going to win.
I think a lot of people are going to believe that you can win, most notably the Blue Wall. We got to see a glimpse of them at Worlds. If you guys weren't there, they were insane. You have arguably one of the most famous fan bases out there. I think that's the right word for this, right? Do you have any words to your fan base?
Yeah, of course, as always, I'm really thankful to have them with us. They are really supporting, like they're amazing, and they help us a lot to perform. They get us motivated every time, and we're really glad to play for them.
Well, shout out to the Blue Wall and shout out to you, Itachi. Good luck today in your matchup, and we'll see you in the next one.
Again, I like these interviews because they give me, I guess, affirmation to the things I've already believed by hearing from the players. I'm like, yeah, I know this is a team that's going to be ready and prepped going into this. You heard Itachi saying that they've been practicing, they've been warming up, they're ready, they're confident, and I believe them 100%.
I mean, I have zero doubt in the work ethic and the passion behind this K-Corp team. They are literally, as Stumpy was saying earlier, one of the best 3 teams in the world, and because of how their world championship ended, they're probably still grinding as much as the teams that didn't make it to Worlds, because they don't think that they're the 4th best team. They're like, no, they think they're the best team, and they'll do anything in any tournament to prove that.
They're like the epitome of the word hunger. When you talk about a team, it's like, look at Vitality, they have got that hunger, but after Worlds, you do have to think, how much motivation do you have? Of course, they're still going to try and gun for it, but they're thinking, we've completed Rocket League in the last 3 months. Karmin Corp, their story for this season, it is still untold. There are still chapters left in it. They want to end it with the fairy tale ending of lifting that incredibly important Gamers8 trophy.
No, that's absolutely true, but remember, there is FaZe in their way right now, and Rob G, again, we talked to FaZe
so nice
before.
just saying Rob G.
Isn't it wonderful?
Man. I feel like I just got blasted in the past. Great.
Well, we did talk to them, so let's take a listen.
Hi everyone, it's Hercules here from the Player Lounge at Gamers8 with none other than Mist from FaZe Clan. You're about to head up against Karmin Corp. I think this is a wild matchup because, well, you've got Chrome on the field right now, and Chrome kind of is back. What are the thoughts on that?
Against Carmine, we're just gonna come out and try our best. You know, Chrome's playing really well, so maybe we have a chance.
If you guys get put into like a 1s or a 2 situation, would you ever argue to throw Chrome out there onto the field?
He's not playing that good, so no.
Not that good, but enough to get them through 3s for now, I think, arguably, right?
Yeah, he's playing well, doing his job in 3s, and that's all we could ask, so yeah.
All right, well, it's going to be a good one. Good luck to you guys out on the field today. Good luck in your matches. We've got more Rocket League coming up for you guys right after this.
Well, FaZe Clan, again, they have results from last year, but it's going to be a little more difficult to hit that. I believe, you know, they were, again, 4th clan.
Yes, yeah, they got into their classic position. They're very comfortable. They tucked in bed. They're like, ooh, 4th sounds good. They managed to get through their Group C. It was pretty decent. They got knocked down into the lowers by F16. I remember that being a big shock, but F16 had really huge home support. Then they went through Pirates, which are now limitless, essentially. Then through Semper, and then F16. They then came back and beat them 3-0. Then in our playoffs, they went 4-1 versus Space Station, a very different Space Station gaming. And then they did not win a single game versus Guild. It was a very shock 4-0 in favor of Guild there.
Yeah, that last game was CRR versus First Killer. It went overtime, 6-5. When we had watched there was a little video earlier where we watched CRR's run through the entire tournament, and that win against First Killer was absolutely phenomenal.
And also, Jorby, turns out me and you casted it. Oh, I just had a look.
That's
we
amazing.
casted that series. I remember
great.
having loads of fun last year and thinking, I'm sure I had like some a personal part of that. And I looked and I was like, Jorby and Stumpy casters.
That makes sense. I was like, no wonder I look on that so fondly.
Outstanding.
Yeah, you're like,
let's go.
You're like, what? Why can I talk on this so well? Just hitting the core memory banks right now, right? Okay. Well, I mean, let's give them chances right now. Chrome, obviously, had a great passing play, scored a goal.
Look, his goal participation was great. I mean, he had some great passing. He scored. He was there. He scored a couple of goals. Look, Chrome, he's not an idiot, all right? This guy's a smart player. Sure, he doesn't have the greatest mechanics in the world.
Can Rob G get in the way of K-Corp?
Oh, I've got a really fun answer here, actually.
Yeah?
No.
Okay. Well, we're going to find out right now if Rob G is the kryptonite to this team. Let's get on with Gamers8.
Nothing comes easy here at Gamers8. And now for the first time tonight, here on the main stage, we've got a classic NA versus EU battle. Fancy, the fans are starting to pour in just a little bit more. The crowd is growing in anticipation. We now know our main event will be Furia versus Falcons a little bit later tonight. The script is coming into form finally.
We gotta see NA versus EU before we see the home team play on stage. أعزائنا المشاهدين، الجيم القادم بيكون فيوريا بيلعب ضد فالكونز، لكن قبل كذا عندنا كلاسيك ماتش اب، عندنا ماتش اب شاهدناها في الميجر قبل شهور قريبة جدا. الماتش اب هذه ما بين NA ضد EU، وهذه بالذات لها هيستوري جدا عريق لأن شاهدناها مرة كثير في الشهور الماضية.
But first, the blue wall is gonna get a little bit of a paint job tonight. Here come your San Diego Major champions. Here is Carmine Corp. Exotic, Itachi, and the European MVP Vatira. The blue wall fears no team here at Gamers8, and you'll have a hard time finding a more fierce competitor than the MVP Vatira. But what really makes K-Corp deadly is it isn't always Vatira. At any point, any one of these three can step up and carry the team to victory.
K-Corp وصلوا عندنا في المسرح، واخيرا زي المشاهدين الان احنا نشهد فائزين في الوينتر سبليت ميجر قبل شهور قريبه جدا. كانوا في المركز الثالث والرابع في الكاس العالم، كانوا في المركز الثالث والرابع ايضا قدام فتالتي بعد ما خسروا قدامهم في الميجر الثاني في الوينتر. ايضا كميه النتائج اللي حصلها هذا الروستر لا تعد ولا تحصى، لكن خصمهم تو طالع من فوز جدا كبير على المسرح. كلنا نعرف مين بيكونون، خلونا نرحب فيهم. أبطال شمال أمريكا فيز كلان. قبل دقائق قليلة طلعوا من انتصارة كانت جدا قوية، سواء كان مع كروم، سواء كان مع الكوتش حقهم او مع اي لاعب ثاني. ميست وفيرست كيلر دائما يخلون الجيم يكون جدا ممتع للمتابعه، وجدا نتائجهم تكون ناجحه في كل مره يواجهون فيها فرق عالميه. لكن المره هذه ما هو اي تيم عالمي يواجهه، جالس يواجه كورب اللي فعلا هم يعتبرون من الافضل في EU. في NA EU دائما الماتشات تكون حماسيه، اختلاف البلاي ستايل هذا بالذات راح يورينا مباراه ممتعه.
The old ball coach held his own against Pioneers. If he keeps this up, he'll double his career earnings by the end of Gamers8. But now they've got to rely on their experience. They've got a boss fight on their hands as the players now will take their seats and get ready for this classic NA-EU battle. It is the Blue Wall taking on FaZe Clan, a rematch of the grand finals from San Diego with a little bit of a twist. FaZe Clan breaking out their secret weapon, Rob G.
زي ما تعرفون أعزائي المشاهدين، هذه هي المباراة نفسها اللي كانت في نهائي الوينتر ميجر، راح تكون ريماتش معنا في جيمرز 8. راح نشوف إذا فيز ممكن المرة الثانية يخسرون على التوالي أو كارمن كورب يكون عندهم نتيجة أخرى. على طول مع المعلقين نتابع المباراة.
FaZe Clan has the entire deck stacked against them, going up against the blue wall. Can they pull it off? Can they get into the upper finals? Casters, take it away.
Well, Johnny, you just said to me, I do the play-by-play, and you get to sit back and talk about Coach Chrome. So
That's right.
go on, how difficult is playing with this sub going to make things for FaZe?
Well, I mean, FaZe lost to this Karmine Corp team when they were playing with their full team, so now that they've got their sub playing, their sub coach, yeah, I don't fancy their chances. But it's, once again, just like it was earlier on today for Pioneers, pressure on FaZe opponents. They cannot lose to Chrome. You can't be doing that. You can't be losing to a player who's been retired for as long as he has. But, you know, looking at the way Chrome played earlier on, it looks like it is within the realms of possibility.
Yeah, he stepped in well. He wasn't a slouch on the pitch by any means. Very fast. To get back to those professional level mechanics and reflexes and just general ability that he used to have all the way back in Season 5 in London. We've seen this man perform live before, and now we have the honor of doing it all over again. I mean, in the 2v2s and the 1v1s, fair to say FaZe just about shade it over Karmine Corp, certainly in the ones, right?
Yeah, I think that should be favored for First Killer slightly, if he's up to his usual form. Don't underestimate Vatira, though. Vatira's been getting into the 1v1 recently, the 1v1 game mode, and I'm mega impressed with what I see from him. He's a complete natural, so I'm excited. I really hope we get to see First Killer versus Vatira. And, you know, in order for that to happen, I do think we're going to need to see FaZe win one of the 3v3 games. I expect Karmine Corp to win this first of the 3v3 games, and then I'm expecting FaZe to pick twos. They did look very comfortable in 2v2 earlier against Pioneers.
Yeah, I've seen Vatira in show matches, I think against Ruas, where he'd lose a couple and he was like, can we play again, can we play again? Best of 5? He was just desperate to keep on going because he wants to improve his 1v1 game, because ultimately that's the best way to improve your 3v3 game, and that is what he and all of Karmine Corp are all about. I love this head-to-head right here.
He took Zen to Game 7, actually. He was one of the first players to nearly beat Zen as you know, Zen's win streak continued. Eventually, Ruas was the one to end it. Yeah, Vatira, he's a menace in every game mode. First Killer likewise. They're the main characters here, just like they were when they met in the San Diego finals for the RLCS Winter Major. This is such an important game for FaZe. If they can get a win against Karmine Corp in threes, the Rocket League scene is going to lose their collective minds.
Well, here we go. In a slightly different format, it is the rematch of the grand finals of the San Diego Winter Major. First Killer will have some ghosts to exorcise. Next to him is a slightly different lineup. And as for Karmine Corp, I mean, this is the team who are always wanting to get back to the very top. They've been pipped recently by opponents who've lost earlier on today, and they'll be sniffing out an opportunity to be considered the best team in the world yet again. But to be that, you have to take out FaZe Clan. You have to do it quickly, and they're still a dangerous team, even with Chrome on the pitch.
Exotic back for his second Gamers8. He was playing for Semper last season. Oh, hold on a second here. We need to talk about how FaZe Clan nearly scored as Karmine Corp triple commit and clear the danger from the near post. But yes, it is a returning Exotic. Itachi and Vatira both playing their first Gamers8 games right now. Yeah, Exotic trying to get out of the group stage this time. Couldn't do it last event.
Itachi puts that one into the center. When this was there, Vatira does shoot at his first Gamers8, wanting to make something from the opportunity as Exotic streams in, the man with the experience, as you mentioned, Johnny Boy. This sends it forward, and First Killer is chasing down Vatira, showing him no respect. He almost finds Mist. And Chrome has to show that he's still got some mechanics in those old thumbs with the half flip backwards. Just keep up the defending. And here's First Killer into the center.
You cannot be hyping up Chrome's mechanics and then say half flip. You just can't be doing.
He nailed it, mate. It was a good one. Oh, should be 1-0 from Vatira. A clean chance, but it goes wide.
Nah, not even close. Chrome would have had it covered, I'm sure. Oh my word. Well, First Killer is just going to check and see if the back corner is still there. Interesting game defensively for FaZe so far. They've actually had some decent chances. To a close-up look at Karmine Corp's net. Credit to Chrome. He looks like he belongs here. He looks like he's been playing for the entire time since he retired years ago.
I mean, I remember in an interview with Alpha about how when Vitality started this season, they didn't qualify through the through the closed qualifiers, right, to make a regional. And Alpha was saying, once you make it past those bubble teams, it becomes easier. Suddenly a style of Rocket League is played in 3v3 that those at the top have come to expect. FaZe Clan are normally one of those teams that play it the right way, the expected way. But now they've had Chrome brought in, that's going to change. And maybe that might be worth a goal or two, and maybe they can defend for the rest of the game if it comes down to it.
You know, they're still tied 0-0 with Almost half the game gone. Tira calling his miss early there. Itachi had it ready and covered. Yeah, will this frustrate Karmine Corp? The resistance phase are putting up against their usual relentless pressure. There's another chance of the infield pass. Well cut off, nice and early by FaZe Clan.
Nice save yet again from FaZe. They're able to deal with the Karmine Corp attack so far. Vatira would love to change that, but he's met by Chrome. Chrome keeps going. Challenge in the center. A little bit boost starved for Karmine Corp. They're a tad low as a team, but Itachi has some. He fakes one out. He carries on going as well. First Killer is a player that he can't quite bypass, and Chrome also takes a bite out the apple and helps his teammate.
Great stuff there from Chrome, just supporting First Killer. Although I'm sure First Killer had that situation completely under control. This is already impressive for FaZe to be putting up this much resistance. And then Vatira gets back into position and pops the ball back in the middle. Huge clear by First Killer. Chrome's downfield. Chrome shot on target, and Chrome has scored!
No way! You can see Furia there, they're laughing. I doubt Karmine Corp will be. Chrome, though, the finish of the century. Vatira, see you later.
Vatira, who's that? Chrome sends it his net. Now FaZe Clan can do what FaZe Clan do best and defend a lead. We are gonna see both 2v2 and 1v1 in this match, so I'm absolutely a delighted caster at this moment. Karmine Corp are shocked. They're in shambles. This is not in the script for them. They're the blue wall. They don't want to see any kind of resistance from Chrome.
No blue wall here. I think the crowd and the fans will be against Karmine Corp, rooting for FaZe, cheering them over the finish line, but there's still so much time. Chrome booms it first. Could beat Itachi here. It's to the ceiling. Who's underneath it? It's got to be Chrome. It's not Chrome. It's solid gold almost. But Vatira, he's going to get the counter attack. He pushes it. It's pushed wide by First Killer.
Well, this is just unbelievable. Final minute approaching, and FaZe are standing strong. They're almost up by 2 there. Karmine Corp really don't know how to deal with Chrome. He's just running the show. He's completely demoralized them.
His First Killer in the corner. Chrome's behind him. Itachi's up at First Killer. He's got the quality to get through them. Chrome is waiting underneath. He leaves it for Mist expertly. Here is Chrome on the left side. One more touch into the center is what he wants, but Itachi beats him to it. Karmine Corp lining something up, but it's only as far as First Killer. He gets it under Exotic. There's a pass on for Chrome, but he didn't pass to Chrome.
Yeah, Chrome just waiting for a golden opportunity here. Patience from the veteran. Patience from the coach, who's got command in the middle of the FaZe side of the stage. 25 seconds to go. Vatira trying to get the ball to the middle, but it's defended well by Mist. It's back into the middle of the box, so Exotic scores it. Well-placed shot.
All of FaZe Clan on the same side of the goal, and it was one time too many. Chrome puts it back into the center from Mist clearance. And it was a good read from Exotic as well. Karmine Corp kept calm, remained patient, and eventually got their rewards.
This is still a result for FaZe. Playing Karmine Corp close. They've got to settle down here. This is a chance for KC. Exotic calling the fake early there. First Killer keeping the ball nice and safe in the corner, but Itachi's dunk is going to have them in a bit of trouble. I think we're headed to overtime though. They know it bounces up. We might have something going on. Into overtime we go.
In a series where FaZe Clan shade the 1v1s and probably the 2v2s, a win in 3s would be gigantic for them, but Karmine Corp are trying to ensure that will not happen. They have to score this next goal though. Vatira takes a touch. He's over First Killer almost, but First Killer is doing such a good job staying tall. So is Mist as well. Chrome on the goal line has to be called into action here, but Exotic chooses to pass. Perhaps he should have shot. First Killer to the ceiling. The shot comes in now, and it's just ground away by Karmine Corp. They take the game.
What a relief for Karmine Corp. They had to come back from behind against FaZe, but they did it in a 20-second equalizer. An overtime winner combination. It was Exotic first, Itachi second. Karmine Corp do take game 1. But that was close though. Chrome should be happy with his performance there. FaZe should be very happy with their collective performance. Remember, the last time these two teams played, it was Karmine Corp who were victorious when Sypical was playing. And now that Sypical's not on the pitch, it is still close between the two teams.
We can say the same thing we said when FaZe Clan went up against Pioneers. All they have to do is get 1 3v3, and if they win the 2v2 and 1v1, they will take the series. And if you take game 1 to overtime, 20 seconds away from winning it as well, then my goodness, there is the potential for FaZe Clan to topple Karmine Corp here, a team that, for the most part, are new to this format.
Yeah, this is what Karmine Corp wanted, really, just make sure that they don't lose early, so that they've got their overall game result that they will have talked about. You know, it's important. Let's not underestimate this team. Let's play seriously from the start, which they did. But I'm sure they expected a bit of an easier game than that. I mean, I'm very interested to hear their own thoughts on Chrome's performance. I'm sure that they're very impressed because Chrome looked like he belonged in the lobby. He didn't look out of place at all. And if you ever see situations, I'm sure a lot of you watching have seen content creator tournaments where there's pros, content creators in the same team, and you can
I've
usually,
been that content creator, Johnny.
You can usually tell, who the content creators are. But yeah, Chrome, he really knows what he's supposed to be doing, and he's playing very well here. Won't have to play here though because First Killer has called out Vatira for a 1v1.
Let's see what Vatira is made from. First Killer has been playing well today, not just an attack but also defending tool. Being a real team player, but right now it has to be all about him and he has to avoid the edge of the bump at the start. He doesn't, but it goes just over to begin with.
Now Vatira loves to challenge early in 1v1. He doesn't like to give his opponent a lot of space. In fact, he told me himself that he's more afraid to leave the ball than he is to be on zero boost, and that's not a problem he's going to need to worry about right now as he has the boost advantage and the 1 goal advantage.
Bit of a shrug if anyone was looking at the bottom left of their screen after Vatira did that as well. I think he was surprised that First Killer allowed him to take that touch as cleanly as he did. Also just shaking off any nerves 30 seconds into a 1v1. Even if you're Vatira, even if you've done almost everything there is to do in the game of Rocket League at your young age, and you believe that you're the best, 1v1 is just something a little bit different. And this, of course, is something that First Killer is used to. One of the most celebrated 1v1ers in the game, but he's passed that one straight to the Frenchman's car, and it's 2-0.
And Vatira, he's still a little bit of an unknown entity in the world of ones. He's pretty new to the game mode, but like I said earlier, he's really taken to it. Like a fish in water. He's such a natural with ball pressure. He doesn't give his opponent any space on the ball, doesn't give them any time to get their plays going. He's completely dominated First Killer from both kickoffs and looking to do it now for the 3rd time.
He gets the boost again, has control of it. What's he going to do against First Killer? Just prodding him for now. Let him get that boost as well. So First Killer does have something to play with. The ball has been camped in his half. Vatira charging down quickly yet again. First Killer falling for it. I'm sure at some point he'll start to read these plays. The car's behind the ball right now. Difficult for First Killer, but with that creative flick, it's 2-1.
The delayed wraparound flick from First Killer. Vatira decided to switch things up in a defense for once and back off in shadow. It does not work. First Killer did not panic. He did not flick early, which is what Vatira was hoping for. He waited until it was too late for Vatira to react. Pinged it in the top corner.
Despite going 2 goals down, First Killer will still be supremely confident against his French opponent, especially if he can get that boost, which he can't. So now Vatira has 100 to play with, but he puts the shot just wide. Takes another boost though, working away against First Killer, but sadly for him, the ball's going the wrong direction. It also might be going into his goal if he's not careful here. Vatira does stand tall enough to keep the save going. And we have a bit of open passage play right now.
Yeah, good dodging on the demos from First Killer, and he sees an opening. That's going to be a tie game. What a spot from First Killer. Vatira had the play under his control here. First Killer realized that he wasn't going for a quick shot. He was looking to take a run up. And as soon as Vatira left the ball for a moment, First Killer takes it and scores with 1 touch.
First Killer perhaps realizing he was giving his opponent too much time and space on the ball in the first couple of goals and tucking in for the fast rotations himself.
Look at this.
And then he beats Vatira for pace from the kickoff. That should be 3. Oh, Vatira made it close, but it is.
Oh, the awareness from First Killer so on point there. Vatira delayed his kickoff. First Killer spotted that and chipped it over him. The awareness to do that on this, if I believe the first time this game Vatira is trying to trick First Killer like this. First Killer ready for it and actually catches Vatira out of position.
3-2 now for FaZe Clan and for First Killer, trying to get back into this series. They'll be back to 3v3 after this one, where Vatira and Carmine feel a lot more comfortable, but Vatira won't be giving up on this one anytime soon, especially if he can redirect this one, and he can.
It's just, again, relentless pressure from Vatira. Takes the boost. First Killer really committed there. He thought he could flip over to Vatira and get the boost before he could. He was just a little bit mistaken with his calculation there. Collided with Vatira. Vatira ended up grabbing the boost. The goal was just all too easy for the Frenchman.
Vatira, a player that will not mind having all eyes on him in this situation. Always willing to stand up and be counted, but So far, I'd say the quality of first killer is just beginning to show.
Yeah, that was a miss hit there from Vatira, trying to at least hit the ball over first killer. I mean, his plan there is to get a shot on target. Probably not expecting to score it, but while first killer's making a save, Vatira would look to even out the boost disadvantage. But yeah, he just didn't hit it hard enough, and first killer had the easy goal.
Could be another one here from the kickoff. Vatira. Oh, it's an awkward touch towards first killer, who was waiting for it, but Vatira got just about enough angle. But now we can see what first killer is like, controlling the boost and controlling the ball, taking it to the ceiling. Does he go for the dish? He doesn't. He fakes it out.
Perfect boost steal.
Let's take a couple of touches. More steals coming in. Vatira, he's got nothing. He's just trying to keep the ball away from the goal for as long as he can, and he gets the flick away.
That's a great play from Vatira. Timing on the flick there is the key. He just wants to get some boost back, and now he's got it. First killer still 3 boosts in a row. Now, actual ceiling challenge from Vatira delays it just a little bit. Brilliant matching of first killer's approach. That awkward touch from first killer will even out the play. They've both got 100 boosts to play with. Vatira commits to the air, flip reset, and the goal. Oh, denied.
How?
First killer perfectly reads it, and now he's got the counter attack. This is what the OG first killer's been doing for so long. The goal line save and the open net at the other end.
He takes his threes defensive brilliance and he applies it even more in the 1v1 game. Seemed for all the world that Vatira had taken the ultimate bonus, not just keeping the ball out down the other end, scoring himself, but first killer said, nah, got it down to the other end. And a 2-goal difference for the first time in favor of the FaZe Clan man.
Vatira trying to stay active here. Neither player has pretty much any boost to play with. Can Vatira get an aerial pass first killer? He's going for it again. Low 50 with a bit of a flip to play with. That's enough. First killer wanted a good 50-50 mid-air. Vatira did not give him one.
A lovely flip reset as well. Just waited, read it perfectly, knew where first killer was going, knew where the ball was as well, and was able to just wrap around that ball. 1 minute and 51 seconds left. 5-4. A pretty high scoring 1v1 game. Vatira is keeping it as competitive as we would have hoped. And he'll get this boost as well. Real chance for him. What's his angle like? Oh, it's a heavy touch though. And first killer gratefully is able to come away with the ball.
A reverse challenge and a bump from Vatira, though. Another bump from Vatira. First killer actually catches the ball at the end of it. Vatira's waiting for the boost steal here. Perfect timing as he got the boost right as it spawned. I don't know if first killer knows that, because he didn't look like he played against 100 boost Vatira there. Still great recoveries in defense by first killer.
Here he comes. Vatira controlling the ball. He's been dangerous in these situations. He gets it over first killer and he equalizes.
That is a huge play from Vatira. First killer is ready to dive into a challenge mid-air. Vatira cuts in field, and he just got into position more quickly than first killer was ready for. Now back to the kickoff, tie game. Vatira tried one sneaky strategy earlier on, has not gone back to it, and this time he just single jump straight through the ball. Boost advantage goes to him.
There's another chance for Vatira, maybe straight from the kickoff. First killer should get the save, but how are his recoveries? He's picking up boosts. He's actually got 100 too, but Vatira spins so quickly. As you mentioned, more scared of not having the ball and not having boost. Wants to get around this one, but the lack of boost is eventually going to catch up with him. And first killer has a chance down the other end. It should. That was perhaps a bit of naivety from Vatira, choosing ball over boost and it backfiring.
Yeah, just underestimates first killer's acceleration. Great shot from first killer there. Just enough power to get past Vatira as he recovers. Nearly able to get around the ball there, Vatira. He did catch out first killer with a couple of sneaky challenges before that, though. First killer needs to pay attention to Vatira, who likes to be as aggressive as he can with his defense. Here he comes off the wall again.
Or can he cook up this time? Just go for the flip reset. No, it's just the challenge. First killer stayed behind it as much as he could. Vatira almost manages to pivot back on target. Vatira has to, relatively speaking, rush things now. 35 seconds left. First, he has to defend up against first killer. He manages that. Step 1 done. Where's step 2? There it is. 1 touch done. 6-6.
Oh, Vatira in first killer with a taste of his own medicine there. Goal line save, perfect recovery, and the direct shot across the pitch. What a game we're seeing here. It's FaZe who desperately need the win. They played Karmine Corp close in threes, but a reverse sweep seems out of the question.
Up there with the best 1v1s of Gamers8 so far. 6-6. High scoring, high quality, and high stakes as well. Here could be the 7th. Almost. First killer. Save at the near post. Gets it over the top of Vatira as well. 15 seconds left now. First killer of what could be the dagger. Tries to get it over the top of Vatira. Vatira has the boost, though, and the quality to see it away over his own goal.
Yeah, first killer wanted the boost steal there. Vatira denied it, but he's overextended.
No way!
Vatira's got a wide open net. He's not going to take his time with it, but he does get it down to 2 seconds. What a mistake by first killer. He got on the wrong side of the ball. Vatira had it covered.
Wow. What a situation we have here. 2 seconds away from an upset. The team we expect to take the series, not necessarily the player we expect to take the 1v1, but if he can sink this ball, he's done it. First killer, though, emerged on the kickoff with the ball, but he's not going to be able to get there after. Vatira, high fives all rounds. His team can't believe it. He puts Karmine Corp 2-0 up.
Well, if they felt relieved after winning the 3v3, Vatira's going to feel incredible after winning the 1v1 against a once legend. First killer, who's been at the top of the one scene in North America for well over 5 years now, since before he could play RLCS. And Vatira, who's very new to the scene, has just taken him down by 1 goal. That was FaZe's pick of the game mode as well, so they need to win 3 straight. They need to beat KC twice in 3v3 if they're going to advance.
Looking like a long way away now for FaZe Clan. But who knows? Stranger things have happened. They were only the overtime away from winning in game number 1 in the 3v3. They'd be confident in the 2v2. And then it comes to a game 5, which will be 3v3 again. So FaZe Clan fans, not completely over just yet, but it's close.
And I think Vatira has certainly cemented himself as one of the 10 best ones players at this tournament with that win. You know, right now, power ranking is very difficult because ones is so active, but that's a big, big win. And it was from behind a couple of times as well. He had to fight back. First killer had him on the ropes, and now it's back to 3v3. It's back to Chrome, and FaZe need a win.
Yeah, I mean, first killer and Miss gonna have to turn to their coach, their captain, their leader, their spiritual guide, their inspiration, their
god.
Anything you want to say, Chrome is who that is for them right now. Sat there in the middle. He, of course, insisted that he would be sat in the middle. His players could turn to him, and he would teach them what to do. It's been a great performance from Chrome so far, and from FaZe Clan in general. Karmine Corp so far are seeming like they have a little bit too much for them, but the 3v3 game, Johnny, it feels so much different. Which of their 2 best players, you know, Vatira or First Killer, is going to be first to really slot back into that groove?
Yeah. You know, I did have a chance to talk to FaZe about their seating arrangement. You know, Chrome sitting in the middle is interesting to see. It's usually First Killer sitting in the middle. But, you know, simply, Chrome did not want his aura of excellence to be unequally shared between his teammates beside him. You know, if he's sitting at the side, then obviously the player in the middle is closer to him, and they're going to feel that aura a lot more powerfully than the teammate on the other end. So, yeah, it's very fair there, very thoughtful of Chrome to share his own aura. And you know, his fragrance as well. He smells really good in the lift the other day. You know, really nice smell coming off him. So yeah, I think that's just really going to add something else to FaZe that Karmine Corp they don't have that same Chrome aura. I mean, how can you? There's only 1 Chrome.
Breathe it in, FaZe Clan, because this is a life or death situation. They've remained in the upper bracket, but that could be about to change if Karmine Corp can do the expected and take game number 3 in the 3v3. Vatira performed supremely in the 1s earlier on against First Killer. Let's see how he is in the 3s.
Now they have KC settled down here. FaZe had them looking a bit nervous at the start of the last 3v3 game. You know, now that they've got that 1 win, and especially after Vatira's got the 1v1 win, they're double committing here. So it's actually extremely excited to attack FaZe Clan. Yeah, now that they've got the 2-0 lead, I think that the nerves will be completely gone, and Karmine Corp will just probably do what KC do.
Exotic pushes that one forward up against Mist. Mist is still trying to keep up the pace for FaZe Clan. Impressively, Chrome loses that challenge. Actually, he wins it because it just falls on the bonnet of Mist. You can follow it up again. Mist desperate to get involved in the play as Chrome in front of him. Took the ball away from him. Did he? Itachi saves it at the near post. First Killer's turn, and it's over. First Killer again. Anyone following up? It's Mist. He's spinning, but it's saved by Vatira.
Yeah, nice play by Vatira there off the inside of the post, just to match the elevation. It would have otherwise been difficult to achieve. First Killer's got everybody in the near post area for KC here. They are a team, KC, who like to play stacked together and quickly follow up on each other's touches. First Killer and FaZe can noticed that. They might be able to bait them in with low 50s and try to get KC into a jam.
Mist certainly the player who is deciding to be the big man right now for FaZe Clan. Has to do some defending now. It's flashed across the goal by Exotic. Itachi's turn. End-to-end stuff. One team has loads of chances and the other has their own. We have a seesaw match. Exotic picks up some boost. First kill is just waiting behind him. Chrome, does he go up? He does, but not quite speedy enough to get to that one. Shows exactly how fast Exotic was to get it past Chrome. Here's Itachi. Is there a pass into the middle? Does there need to be a pass into the middle? Perhaps not yet. Now it's Vatira. He knocks it down. Exotic's there. Could be 1-0, but again, it's Mist. The leader right now for FaZe Clan.
That's a great challenge from First Killer. They actually ran out of boost, so the counter-attack wasn't really there. Karmicorp also had to retreat to pick up the pads. Another chance for FaZe to get an attack going. First Killer's bumped out the way. Great recovery bump there from Karmicorp. Playing this one out as aggressively as they can. Vatira with a reverse flick over Mist makes it 1-0.
We've seen a lot from Vatira's extensive flick repertoire so far in this series. In the 1v1, there was the reverse flick up against Mist. Capable of generating amazing angles is Vatira when he has the ball under his control, and Karmicorp do take first blood. And it's looking like they're going to be able to increase their grasp upon the series, especially if Exotic scores the second. First killer's coming in, and Chrome, who else, nips in just in time.
Yeah, ever the selfless player. Chrome sacrifices himself for the greater good, and now he's found First Killer at the other end. That's a great shot from First Killer. Vatira not only saves it, but passes it off to Itachi. Somebody's got a challenge here. Mist is just not making the move. Chrome sat behind him waiting to see what's going to happen. What's going to happen is more Karmicorp pressure at Chrome with a drive-ahead demo there. Brings Mist into the play again. Great defense from Karmicorp. They're frustrating FaZe, who have been really stretched thin in this game. There's a big chance still. Chrome almost makes it 1-1.
Oh, it's so much good work from Chrome to get these opportunities. Saved in the corner. First guy knocks it back to the main man, Chrome, but it's saved again by Exotic. How does he keep reading the genius that is Chrome? And coming away with the ball, he still has it. Up against First Killer. Itachi's following. This could be it, but Mist saves again.
I mean, the strategy's right there for FaZe. Just get the ball to Chrome. Every time he touches it, Karmicorp are scrambling to save his shots. They've only got a minute and change in order to get that comeback started. Karmicorp still reeling from the pressure. Chrome's shots have probably damaged their cards going into the final minute.
Here he is, Chrome up against Vatira. Vatira could 50-50 his way past First Killer, but not Chrome there. And the ball does fall to First Killer. He flip resets his way away from the back wall, gets the demo as well, but he and Mist get in each other's way somewhat. Chrome up against Exotic. Exotic has made so many saves up against Chrome. This time he can only get it as far as Mist. Chased in that direction by Chrome. First has the shot, but he can't quite get round it enough, and Mist can't do the same. So near yet so far for FaZe Clan.
This is really getting desperate now for FaZe. Time's getting away from them. Lower bracket is waiting. Unless Chrome can get something started.
Lovely.
He's shot down by Itachi. Mist able to keep that one under control. Where is the goal that they so desperately need? Chrome baits the double commit perfectly. Where's the counter attack? FaZe have got to get moving.
First Killer is beaten though again by Itachi, who showed a professional performance right now, but it's not done yet. Vatira is straight up. Mist has read it. First Killer is there. Chrome is waiting, demanding the ball. Pass it to me, I'm ready. But they just can't get hold of it. Exotic is backflipping now, and Chrome get it almost past Itachi. A few seconds remaining. FaZe Clan fighting to the very end, but Karmicorp looking to secure this 3-0. First Killer maybe a little bit more magic in those wheels. Mist maybe the same. Is there a bump?
Where is he?
Chrome is lingering. He's up. He's pre-jumping. He's doing it all. First Killer has Chrome in front of him, but he can't get it to him. And that's going to be that. Karmicorp are going to take the 3-0. And it's going to be enough.
Well, what a respectable showing from Chrome and FaZe Clan. 1-goal games, start to finish. Karmicorp had to struggle. They had to really bring their A game in order to send FaZe into the lower bracket of the group. But that is where FaZe are going to be tomorrow against Limitless in round 1.
FaZe did everything that could have been asked from them, but in all seriousness, with the changed roster, Karmicorp, it was likely they were always going to have too much, but the man being honored enough to tap the back of Chrome in the center there, Vatira. What a performance in the 1v1.
Yeah, it's really, you know, a confirmation there in the 1v1 that Vatira is good enough to help KC win this event, win this trophy. That was the question mark. We know that the French teams, they're all good at 2v2, they're all good at 3v3, but can Vatira play at the world-class ones level? Yes, he can.
I think Karmine Corp have just shown potentially with that 1v1 that they are a serious force in this competition. To discuss it, let's go back to Leaf.
Well, there it is, K-Corp. Well, it's K-Corp. Stumpy, you know, this is a team that, again, is still going to be hungry. We talked about it before, coming out of World Championships. They still want a victory on their plate before they end the season off, right?
I mean, I said that they're a team that just completely embodies hunger. And what better way to embody hunger than by devouring FaZe Clan?
Yeah, you know, he's sated for a couple of hours, and no doubt will be as hungry as ever tomorrow. But Vatira, excellent in that 1v1 against First Killer.
What a scalp that is to take, too.
Absolutely. I mean, that was an... look, man, it was just K-Corp. They were always going to have trouble. Fax goal from Vatira was sick. You know, he's Vadi Goat for a reason. Woo, come on now.
Yeah, they were great offensive, they were great defensive, their composure throughout was good. I appreciate the FaZe Clan. They also did a great job, realistically. In the 3v3s, they kept them relatively close. It was a one-goal game in that first one. At the end, it was a little bit more, but Chrome, decent job. Only now do they go to the level.
I'm not gonna lie to you. I popped off in the green room. I said before, I was like, I want Chrome to score this first goal. And then he scored that first goal.
And you did it.
Okay, okay. Here comes Rob G, and then they couldn't hang on to it.
Yeah.
It was a threat I was hanging on to.
It was funny. Chamako walked in. I'm like, Chrome scored. He's like, no, what actually happened? Wait, no, Chrome scored.
You didn't believe him.
He's like, what? Why is it 1-1 in overtime? Right? I'm like, because they're popping off. It was great, but ultimately, again, we do see FaZe Clan drop to Karmine Corp, and again, expected. It's day one. A lot of these matches usually go the way. I mean, obviously, there was a difference with the Vitality match earlier on today. That didn't go as expected, but a lot of these earlier matches tend to do this, and K-Corp is just cementing their legacy. They're one of the best in the world, Jeremy.
Yeah, absolutely. No surprise here at the 3-0 for K-Corp. They will likely go very far, if not the entire distance in this tournament. They are a well-oiled machine, a triple threat by all respects. Yeah. We didn't even say Exotic's name, and I thought Exotic played a really clean series, had a couple of really nice shots for them. And if Itachi didn't have to do work, well, that's just scary for the rest of the tournament.
Yeah, it absolutely is. Well, we do have our STC play of the game coming your way right now, and you talked about him in the highlights. We saw it in the highlights as well. Vatira just stepping it up, and a lot of our plays are coming from the 1v1s because you can just do some cool stuff. But of course, it had to be that last goal.
Good.
You guys were both saying how smart this was too, wasting time on the clock.
So you have 5 seconds left. You see him in the corner. He takes it here. He can hook shot. He can send it straight in. But he doesn't. He waits. Oh, that's a great edit. Oh, my word. But he waits. He doesn't just go for it straight away. He lets 2 more seconds burn down off the clock. I'd love to see it again if we, I don't know if it's possible.
Can we get the instant replay there?
If we can see that again, that'd be great. Because you can just see the hook shot does not come in.
Right.
He waits by the ball. Here, he can just go for it. But then you've got 4 seconds. He leaves it. 1, 2. And also, First Killer uses some calories to put his head back. It makes him a little bit more tired. And those 2 seconds he has left on the clock, he's not able to get a goal from.
Good analysis, Stumpy. I love it.
Thanks, and I really tried, but that edit is unbelievable.
Yeah, whoever did that, shut up.
What are you doing?
Hey, let's not. I think we did have one ready. First Killer also had an incredible play. Let's not make it look too bad. I want to take a look because this was a runner-up. We had this as our SCC play when we first saw it, but a beautiful shot from First Killer when he just dove in, had the flip, and the ball goes the other way. And that's so hard to read.
Yeah, there is almost
what
impossible.
Do you do?
It's almost impossible to read that because you flip it over and like if the ball. That's the thing. If the ball is like 2 Unreal units back on your car, it just like your car just flips forward. The ball just stays there and nothing happens. Like that is such a precise maneuver.
Right.
And to pull that off, it's a sick goal. It looks cool.
Yeah.
And we love cool goals.
That was my favorite one. Again, we had to give shout-outs because overall, First Killer has been playing phenomenally. We gave him the MVP in his match earlier too. So that we can't just sit here. But that edit was
that edit was rude. That was just brutal. I want to see that as like a GIF on Twitter. It's like when you see any like bad take, you just see first killer just.
The memers are gonna go wild with that one.
I'm already seeing some people that we know in the Rocket League space who have already, I'm sure, clipped and are making it into a GIF right now.
I'm crying, man. Okay, I'm sorry. Take me away. Where were we going?
Can I come?
I suppose so. Yeah, no. Again, overall, between the two, this is why we love this crew battle stuff, Jorby, is because being able to see, like, this is an instant classic of a matchup between First Killer, Vatira, some of the best in the game. Being able to just go head-to-head, no other distractions on the field. I love seeing these ones come out from these teams.
Like, almost every time we get 1v1 in these crew battles, it just highlights how good this game mode is, especially when we get players like Vatira and First Killer, like you're saying, and we watched Jorius versus Zen earlier today. That was a banger. And Vatira, obviously, MVP.
Yeah, no, I mean, that's the thing. You couldn't give it to anyone else, I think, after that match. It's just every goal, even in the 3v3s, involved. He's one of the best.
Yeah, and I like that he's showing it as well. We mentioned it before this series started, the disappointment that he had in himself. He's like, I'm not in the grand final of Worlds. The bar that he has got is unbelievably high, but the fact that he holds himself to that standard means that he excels when he has the opportunity to do so. He did that in this series. He said that they could go the entire way, and I think it's going to be another disappointment if they don't.
Yeah.
That's right. Well, we got one more match coming around. That's right. Gamers8 Day 1 is almost done, but not quite yet. Up next, our final match. Team Falcons versus Furia. Everyone's been waiting for it. Let's get to the other side of the break quick. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. I messed that one up. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Gamers8. Let's try that one again. Zoom back. No. We have one more match to get through. It's been a long day of Rocket League, but we're ending it off with a really good one. A very exciting match. Of course, I said it right before the break there. People have been looking forward to it. Jorby, I know you've been looking forward to this one.
I'm kind of nervous,
Falcons versus Furia.
Yeah, this one is a rematch from last Gamers8 in the semifinal. Granted, that one was best of 7. This one's best of 5, so maybe going to be a little different this time. And Falcons have a new player on their team. Nupo, the Mina prodigy, has finally landed on a team and gets his first LAN performance here.
And what a stage to do it on as well. They're going to be one of the favorites for the crowd here too. There's a good chunk of people over in the main arena. They are going to be big Falcons fans. We saw that last year. I'm sure it's going to be carrying on over. But Fury, they've got a lot of fans of themselves. And last time, it was incredibly close against these two teams. Falcons, they took 3 games to start the series, and then we saw that Furia reverse sweep in the best of 7, 4 on the trot, managed to get them that win through to the grand finals, and of course, then they won that grand finals.
Yeah, that's it. Let's talk about this, because this was for Team Falcons coming in last year. This is definitely something that they want to replicate to a certain extent, and then carry it onwards past that, right? Team Falcons are looking to continue to mark themselves as one of the greatest teams in Rocket League from a, I'm going to do it with heavy quotes, minor region, right? Like these regions are coming out.
Emerging, expansion.
No, I mean, it's getting close to the point of just calling them, these are the big dogs.
Yeah, I mean, we saw, I was going to really quickly say that we're talking about them being an emerging region. Like MENA, they have been getting top 4s. Like we saw Rule 1, who are currently the top dogs of MENA, or at least trading that position with Falcons at the moment. They got that top 4 only alongside Europe at the Boston Spring Major. So it's happening more and more.
Yeah, I mean, Twisted Minds, they didn't have the performance they wanted in Wildcard, obviously, but they showed a lot of potential behind that roster, and you see how much talent the Middle East has in Rocket League, and it's not even a question anymore. You know, they've proven it time and again now, and Falcons, they're just adding another player to the mix, and everyone's just waiting to see this guy play against the best players in the world.
I mean, look, we see how well they're performing from last year as well. Falcons in that quarterfinals, they went 4-2 versus Heat. A Heat that people were saying, you know, how are they making it here? But that was a fantastic team as well. And then, of course, that semi-finals versus Furia. I think it was one of those semi-finals where you see one of those reverse sweeps where you see, okay, Falcons done a really good job, and then they let it get to them. Then they think, oh, we're on home soil. Oh, we're beating a team that really this should be a lot closer with. Oh, they stumble, and Furia take full advantage of that. They then ride that wave of momentum that is given to them. But it was such a good series, Jobs.
It really was. Furia, you know, the medal and the moxie you have to have, because the entire crowd is rooting for Falcons here. And I was in the arena during this series watching it, and it was absolutely loud when Falcons were playing well. And Furia still somehow came back. And then Game 7 went to overtime, where Kyle had to score at the very end. I mean, it was one of the craziest series I've ever seen in Rocket League.
They're not going to want to let that be replicated here in this series, though, right? This is going to be Team Falcons looking for a little bit of revenge. Of course, they have a few chances to do that. It's a shorter of a series, right? It's just the best of 5. And we got the crew battle, too. So they might have a chance to eke out some specialties and maybe some ones against Furia. But
Jan has been grinding out his ones. You know, Naupo and TRK, they're both sort of having a little bit, I'm sure, of a talk of like, well, really, mate, I should take them. And the other's like, well, actually, I've been grinding them quite hard at the moment, but I trust them to make the best decision they can. And what a debut this is going to look like for Naupo as well. What a stage to do it on, and how exciting that we can see him today take it on against a team that they weren't able to beat last time.
Hey, well, we were just talking about the Falcons. Let's keep that going. We got a little video prepared for you. Let's take a look.
Team Falcons proved to be a pleasant surprise from the Middle East. The hometown team for Gamers8 proved themselves worthy of being on the stage during their run in RLCS.
Let's see what they go for. There have been kickoff goals in this series. Falcons scored one earlier to really compound their lead. They might get another one. TRK up against Monkey Moon. Brilliant. It's going to end the comeback before it even begins.
Their miracle run began with a close match against Team BDS, a favorite to win the whole tournament. That loss sent them to the lower bracket, and under constant threat of elimination, they thrived. Their lower bracket run consisted of matches against Team Secret and Crew, both up-and-coming teams in their own right. Neither would go down without a fight. Nevertheless, Team Falcons prevailed and made it to the playoffs.
Could not do that. He's slowed up by the Falcons, and Team Falcons are flying high. They will live to fight another day here at the World Championship.
And all the while keeping it close, they were beaten only by the team who proceeded to the RLCS World Championship, Team Vitality. If they show up in Riyadh with this form, there's no doubt that the hometown heroes will put on a show to make the home fans proud.
Stuff like that after. So Falcon, we're talking about Furia during that, because that's what we're talking about. And you caught us in the middle of it.
Hello.
So, kind of embarrassing.
How y'all doing?
A little embarrassing. Let's keep talking about Furia then.
I want to point to this man to talk about Furia, please.
Okay, everybody back up.
I'm going to step back.
Okay.
I'm going to take a step back.
Okay.
Jorby,
yeah.
go.
All right, Yan. He's one of the best 1v1 players in the world. Card, one of the most consistent and underrated players in the world. Lost.
It'll ramp up. Don't worry.
You know, Lost has been. He can be a lot better than he had been across the season. I've been pretty critical of Lost over the course
Are they going to
of
win?
the season.
They're not going to win, Jorby.
Yeah, I mean,
Jorby, they won't win.
Guys,
Jorby,
I'm surrounded by enemies.
This feels like we're trying to poke
I'm on the wrong side of the world to be rooting for the Brazilian team right now.
It's like shaking the Hulk, like, do the thing. Turn green, do it.
Say Furia, say Furia.
Bora!
That's wonderful. No. Well, Kevin, I mean, again, I really do think they, legitimately, I think that this is an even like match, in my opinion. Like, this could go either way. Again, obviously, I think tell me why Fury is going to take this one.
Well, Furia, look, Yan is still one of the best players in the world, one of the best 1v1ers in the world. As long as Yan is on your team, you've got a chance. As long as Lost is comfortable, I'm confident that Furia can take on anybody. That's been the biggest thing for me, is Lost getting uncomfortable, making bad decisions in tight situations. That's kind of what killed them in other tournaments. You know, when they finally made it to the Boston Major, they kind of got some rough draws with Rule 1 and Gen G, but like Furia should be good enough to beat those teams. And again, I don't want to hammer the pin on Lost too hard, but I do feel like he's had his struggles since he moved to North America. But I have full faith in him. And after that series against Limitless, I think that was a great confidence builder. You can always count on Card to deliver. He's so consistent. And Yan, this year for Yan has kind of been transformative, because before it was just all about the mechanics for Yan, but he's really grown his brain. There's a lot more ridges there in his Rocket League brain, and he plays a lot smarter now, and I think that shows. I think he's going to show it here against Falcons.
It's like a ruffled chip.
Yeah,
it is.
Yeah,
he's got chip brain,
like a sun chip.
He's got a sun chip brain.
Yeah,
but I mean, I think
shiny.
The issue that we're seeing, though, I think with Furia at the moment, is that we haven't seen them at a LAN since Boston. That's the only LAN they've been to this entire season. Whereas then you look over at Falcons, they attended the full split major, they went to Winter, and they qualified for the World Championship. They've had 3 LANs this season. Furia, since the last time they were at Gamers8, they've been to 1.
Yeah.
It's a really rough matchup for them. And also they have, I keep them on question marks apparently, but they have a question mark in Naupo. How is he going to play? You don't know what that team is going to be like. There's a dynamic change after having Khaled come out and Naupo coming in. One of the most anticipated youngsters, along the lines of like the anticipation of seeing Zen, that kind of level. So massive stuff.
Just to piggyback off of that, I think specifically threes is the biggest question. I feel like in the smaller modes, in 1v1, 2v2, Numo is going to be. I think he'll shine a lot more in those modes. I feel like threes, though, making that translation is. There's always that question, right? Let's see it happen, and then we'll know, right, that the Prodigy can hang in 3v3.
Well, before we get to our match, we did have a short interview with the Falcons. Let's check in.
Hi everyone, it's Hercules here from the Players Lounge with Ahmed from the Falcons. And Ahmed, I just got one question to ask. How ready are you for this year at Gamers8?
We feel better and we're excited to this tournament, and we will do our best.
All right, you've heard it here first. They're going to do their best, and they're excited. They're ready to go. They got their first match of the day coming up here shortly. So be sure to tune in and stay with us here over at Gamers8, because we've got more Rocket League coming at you.
Yeah, short.
It was very quick.
Very quick, very short, very succinct.
Yeah, we like that, don't we?
Well done, Hercules.
Well, we got a game on the way soon. So final thoughts on this too before the players hit the field here. I mean, I'm predicting this honestly. I want it to go to Game 5. Let's end this with a bang. These are two teams that have fought each other before at Gamers8, and it was a phenomenal match at that. I want to see that replicated here. I want a Game 5. Do you think it's going to go that far? And is that what you want as a Furia fan?
Well, I mean, my heart probably doesn't want that. My Rocket League brain definitely does, okay? I want to see great Rocket League when it comes down to it. And if we get 5 games out of this, no shot it's not a great series.
Yeah. I want to see the 2s. I want to see the 1s.
I want to see both. I want to see all 3.
I want to see the 3s.
All 3, baby.
I want to see all of it. So minimum 4 for me, please. I'll take 4. I'll settle with 4, but really 5.
4 with Fury winning, right?
Let's move on.
Well, they're not ready yet. So now you got to sit here and try to give them an answer, because we're not ready yet.
Falcons.
Okay.
I just do Falcons. Falcons are on home soil. They're not going to let it go again.
They got the new Prodigy buff. They got the Prodigy buff.
They got the Prodigy buff.
That's a tough one. That's a tough one. I'll give you that.
Exactly.
Okay. Well, what about what's it going to be for Falcons? Do you feel like they're going to excel in the 3s, the 2s, the 1s? Is it going to be everywhere? Do you think they have that strength? Because we've, again, seen a couple teams here that might not have the 1s or 2s strength to them. Is this an all-around team, or do you see a weakness somewhere?
Well, we've discussed Falcons previously. I remember doing this last year as well. We said Falcons, they're built for this competition. Yeah. They are built for a competition exactly like this. Because you look at the 2s teams, they've got one of the strongest 2 teams in the world at the moment. In 1s, they have 2 players, bear in mind, that are arguing, saying, no, I should do it. What a position to be in. Yeah. If TRK saying, actually, boys, I'm not that confident today. Now Poe's like, I am. Happy days. And realistically, if you need it, Armad can go like, I can take it, boys.
I mean, besides 1v1, there really is only 1v1er in Yan, but like they're also built for crew battles.
Exactly.
Nobody expected them to win Gamers8 last season, and they ended up doing it because of how good they are in not just 3v3, but those small modes as well. So like that's why I feel like this one just has to go 5. It just has to for the kids at home.
For the content.
For the content.
For the culture.
For the culture.
Who does Furia feel? Obviously, we got Yan for
it's Yan lost for 2v2
and 2v2
every time. I mean, they're one of the best duos in the world, absolutely, hands down.
Right. Well, if they were built for it, I feel like they could have had anyone play.
Well, you can. That's the best part is you can have Card. You can have Card because that's what they did last season. They didn't have Lost on the team. Card played in the 2v2 and he did phenomenally. So yeah. Leaf, they could, but guess what? They won't, because you know what's better?
What?
You go with the most optimal solution, and the most optimal solution is Yan and Lost. Thank you.
Nice TED Talk.
This is like when Hulk puts the glasses on, and he's just like, he's a smart Hulk, and he's like, okay, actually, I can be angry, but also, I'm going to school you.
Just call me Bruce Borby.
I was just going to say real quick, Falcons, you were saying about their 2s teams. Yeah. I imagine it's going to be TRK now that are going to be teaming up. I think, or Armad TRK, because we've seen how Armad TRK can perform. Last year it was going to be Armad and Khaled, I believe, that are running a lot of the 2s. But again, they're a team that's going to be very malleable, can change to whatever situation is happening, and also who is feeling it at the time. So I'm intrigued to see what we see from them. Again, they are Team Question Mark in this competition. They also have that home support, and we've seen either that can help a team out, or it can put so much pressure on them that they crumble. It can also, for Furia's case, it can galvanize you. You can think, all right, we're the villains, who cares? We can get involved, we can make everybody sad here today, and then we can get them on our side to think, okay, we beat their favorite team, now they're going to be cheering for us. So the crowd's either going to work for or against. Either way, it's going to be loud.
Let's just give you guys a glance again. We're still trying to field the players right now. Let's take a look at the Group C bracket just so you can understand where we're at right now. It's our last match of the day. Looking through the day, our matches here for Group C, we started off in A, but FaZe Clan Pioneers, kicked us off. What a phenomenal match that was. Again, Chrome fielding for the first time. Pioneers not having a wonderful day. That's not a loss you want to be taking at the hands of Rob G.
But they're still in. They're still just down in that lowers, waiting to see who loses this one. So good for them.
It is nice and warm down there.
It's nice and warm everywhere.
Everywhere else.
We're in Saudi Arabia.
Exactly. Well, thank you, Stumpy.
Yeah,
that's why it's warm down
I know you're American, geography.
There's nothing about geography. I was correct.
No.
They're usually not, though. That's why we're surprised.
Oh, wait a minute.
NA banter.
And then we had Furia Limitless going on.
Bottom,
Furia,
I guess.
of course, pushing their way through as expected. And then K-Corp FaZe Clan was fun, but K-Corp, of course, doing what they had to do in this one. But again, as I said, I don't think we're going to end up seeing a 3-0 on this one. I'd be very, very surprised if we end up seeing that. Maybe put the predictions in chat too. If you guys are watching at home, make sure you just spam away what you guys think this series is going to be. But I'm estimating Game 5.
And also, the winner of this goes up against K-Corp. That's where they're going to find themselves. And the winner of that is then going to be qualifying into our top 8. So it's a very, very hard game to go through. But this is a hard team for whoever ends up making it through. Either of these teams against K-Corp, are we feeling good about either of their chances?
Look, I think anybody against K-Corp is going to be entirely difficult. This is definitely the group of death of this tournament. And it's a shame that only 2 of these 3 teams can make it through, because I think they're all phenomenal for this format.
Right. I know you guys could only handle so much of us, so we got another video for you guys while we get the players ready. We had the players actually talking about their group. Let's listen in.
Obviously, Yan from Furia, he's like crazy mechanical, super interesting, and he's just like a big stage player. He's like so good to watch. So yeah, he's definitely the player to watch. Yeah.
Obviously, the player to watch is like
it's Yan, because like he's obviously like the one. He's good at every game mode. He doesn't like really have any flaws in terms of like he's not a threes player only. He's good at everything.
I think the player to watch out for in Group C is Chrome, because I think he'll do some real damage in the group.
Matchup I'm looking forward to the most would be our first round game against Furia. I think it's going to be really sick to play them. Personally, I always enjoy watching them.
I'm looking forward to play against Carmine Corp. I want to see Chrome like dominate them and just absolutely destroy them. So yeah.
Furia. I don't know the way they play, like they're like ball chasing a lot, their mechanic.
FaZe, because of us and Chrome.
The best 2v2 team in our group. Nalpo TRK. That seems like a pretty scary 2's team, yeah.
Probably would be Falcons. When a new team forms, a lot of like good things can just happen. Like I don't know, it's like the honeymoon period, so I guess they could just play well.
I think Falcons has the best 2v2 team in this group. TRK and Wupo, they're insane. I just think they're above all.
TRK and Wupo, of course.
1v1 player in my group is TRK. I think he's just nutty. What makes TRK so good is his speed, and he's really smart. He's never repetitive with his attacks. He always changes it up. He'll low 50 you, flip reset over you, flick it, he'll do whatever.
I'd have to say Yan. I think Yan's like in a bit of ones form at the moment. He's pretty high up on the leaderboard, so yeah, definitely Yan.
Probably TRK. He's just like, I don't know, just probably the best at all the fundamentals and just like ones as a game mode.
Dark horse in our group, definitely Falcons. I think, again, the format suits them. They've got like 2 insane ones players. And I mean, obviously that's going to translate to 2s as well. And I mean, obviously they're no slouch as a 3's team either. So they're definitely the dark horse, yeah.
The Pioneers! I don't know. I guess it'd have to be like us or FaZe, because like, I guess we are the dark horse, I'd say. Like, because we like aren't even like a real roster at the moment. We've got like Anthers playing for us. Like, I don't know what's going on, to be honest, but like, I guess like we could just randomly be good. Like, I have no idea, but I'm guessing with the dark horse.
I need to remind you that I love Banana Head.
So good. So OCE first in personality. I'll just say that, all right?
I did that interview with him.
Yeah.
And I was chatting to him, and when I said, oh yeah, he's a dark horse, it was literally just, he was doing nothing, he went, it is. But he also just seemed confused as to why he was here. He was like, we're just here, man. I don't know what's going on. Like, we've got Amphis. We're not even a team.
He did. He was like furrowing his brow. He's like, am I dreaming right now? Like,
he was
why am I
genuinely
here?
so confused the entire time.
I like the shout outs to Chrome too, the confidence, the memeing of it all
so
too.
good.
Like, yeah, watch for them. I mean, we'll have to watch out for them in the lower bracket now. But I also find it interesting because when we were looking at Group A, we did that same interview. A lot of people were calling out G2, and of course, guess what? The team of the pros were calling out G2, ended up winning in that pretty handily. In this one, I heard both Fury and Falcons being called out as really strong of potential players. So it kind of just reaffirms what I was saying about this ended up being a close series.
I mean, I don't even think we really mentioned TRK specifically and his 1v1 ability. Literally, one of the best 1v1 players in the world, and all the pros obviously echoing that, and well-deserved. I mean, he is obviously one of the best players in every single game mode. I'm excited to watch TRK play. And that's why I'm excited for this Falcons-Furia match, not just because I might be a little nervous for Furia, but also because like this is high-level Rocket League, and I can't wait.
I feel like also when you're asking that question of who is the best 2v2 team in this in your group, and both Vatira and First Killer, but straight away just say, oh, TRK Nalpo.
Yeah.
Like, that's just what it is. And then you've got Banana Head, firstly, not knowing where he is. And then secondly, then saying, look, it's going to be Falcons as the underdog. Like, and then you've got Snowy, to a guy that I've been just impressed with generally. He's then just saying, like, yeah, it's also going to be Falcons. So I think it's going to be one of those series that we can look back at and maybe just find a little minutiae that each team should have changed.
Right.
But theoretically, very, very high level.
Well, I mean, I guess we got almost ready for the match here, but very quickly then, which way do you think it's going to go? In a 3s, who's got the strength?
Furia.
3s, Furia.
Okay, in the 1s?
Furia.
Okay, in the
Falcon.
2s?
No, hang
you
on,
think
let me
Falcons?
answer. How
Okay.
dare you, Falcon.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. Sorry, carry on, host.
Okay, and 2s?
Furia.
Falcons.
Well, I might be with Falcons on this one.
That's fine. I got Furia.
Shall we get angry?
I'm probably the only caster on this entire team that would say that. So somebody's got to back the Brazilians, all right? It's going to be me.
Look, I just feel like when it comes down to scarier teams, Yan has been the one grinding. That's the closest one. I just think the 2v2 is just going to be Falcons.
Yan and Lost are great, man. Everyone's like TRK Nupa. Everyone forgets that Yan and Lost are cracked.
You were the one having a go at Lost. You were going to be the guy.
I said during the season, this is crew battles. It's different now, Stumpy. It's different now. It's different.
It doesn't matter.
It's not just all CS3v3.
Down. The match is about ready. Let's get into it. Our final one for day one. It's going to be amazing. Let's go.
Here it is, your main event of the evening. It could not work out any better than this, a rematch of the most exciting contest from last year's Gamers8.
إعادة لمباراة نصف النهائي في جيمرز 8 2022 راح نشهدها الآن. فالكونز فيوريا راح يواجهوا بعض بعد ما شاهدنا الريفرس سويب، شاهدنا من أقوى المباريات اللي صارت في تاريخ روكيت ليج. اليوم راح نشهدها مرة ثانية.
The teams are just about ready. The anticipation has been building. Fancy, what can you say about the atmosphere here inside the esports arena tonight?
Honestly, it's amazing that the fact that we have a full venue just for this match. It shows you that the amount of support that Falcon is getting. But I'm sure that Fury is not going to give them an easy match. And we have seen what happened last year. And I'm sure that it's going to be as exciting as this one is going to be. أعزائنا المشاهدين، احنا جاهزين أن نقدم لكم كل الفريقين الآن في أي لحظة راح يطلعون لكم على المسرح.
Introducing first on the green side, they are indeed the hometown heroes. Please welcome Team Falcons! Ahmad, Nabo, and TRK. A semi-final exit a year ago, but with the recent addition of Napo, they're looking more dangerous than ever and looking for a measure of revenge. No doubt that Team Falcons have heard the talk about the future of MENA passing them by, but this team right here still believes they are the past, the present, and future of MENA Rocket League.
Team Falcons وصل المسرح. ترك أحمد أيضا نوبو مع الإضافة الجديدة اللي شاهدناها في الفترة الأخيرة. أدائهم كان جدا عظيم في كأس العالم في أسابيع قليلة، وصلوا لما التوب 8. أيضا هم عارفين أنهم هم الفريق اللي قدر يسوي دوميننت كامل في المينا ريجن من بداية الروكيت ليج سين عندنا في الاي سبورتس الى اللحظه هذه. لكن خصمهم يعتبرون من اقوى الخصوم اللي عندنا في البطوله، كلنا عارفين منهم. بس قبل كذا انا صراحه ما ادري ايش ممكن نتوقع عن هذه المباراه. It's going to be a really hard one.
The energy in this arena when this team takes the stage, in any arena when this team takes the stage, it is unlike anything we've ever seen. And now with the crowd, it is electric here in the Riyadh Boulevard City.
الآن جاء الوقت أعزائنا المشاهدين أن نشهد فريقهم الخصم يتواجد عندنا في المسرح. خلونا نرحب فيهم. أبطال Gamers 8 2022 فيوريا. فريق فيوريا تواجد معنا للمرة الثانية على التوالي اليوم في المسرح. يان وكارد ما هم غريبين على جيمرز 8، ما هم غريبين على انهم يكونون هم ابطال الايفنت بالكامل، لكن مع تواجد لوست كآخر اضافة معهم الفريق تغير مستواه بالكامل، والاداء شفناه في الجيم الماضي قد ايش كان اسرع جيم معنا في الجروب ستيج حتى اللحظه هذه.
Once again, Yan leads his fellow warriors into hostile territory here in the esports arena, looking to once again silence the home crowd and add another jewel to his crown. Card marched with him last year, and now for Lost, his first time in this environment. The players are ready. They'll take their seats now, and in just a couple of moments, we will begin our final match of the evening.
نهاية المباراة لأول يوم في روكيت ليج راح تبدأ الآن. فيوريا قدام فالكونز، كلنا عارفين وش صار السنة الماضية، واليوم نبي نشوف إذا بتوصل للجيم الخامس ولا لا. على طول مع المعلقين.
Ladies and gentlemen, here inside our arena and watching all around the world, the moment you've been waiting for is finally here. It's your main event. So fire up and let's roll!
It is 11:19 p.m. local time here in Saudi Arabia, but looking at this crowd, Johnny, they're not tired. They don't care how late it is. They want revenge.
And they're all here, full house. The whole weekend I expect it to look like this whenever Falcons are playing. But wow, not a lot of love for Furia. I think the crowd might still be a bit salty about how last year's semi-final went.
Yeah, last year's semi-final, the reverse sweep from Furia on Team Falcons, who were by far and away the favorites for the entire event back then. But Johnny, two different rosters. The lineups have changed for both of these teams.
Yeah, two mechanical players brought in, lost for Furia, who's syncing up brilliantly today with Jan in particular. Naupo in his debut for Falcons. This is a ton of pressure for the young man.
How will he be able to deal with it? He looked nervous, I must say. His arms were directly down. Didn't really know where to look.
They made him walk out first. I can't believe they've done him dirty like that.
Where am I going? Where am I going? What do I do?
TRK would lead the way to the stage, but no, they made Naupo walk out first, and he's like, do I walk over here? What do I do? It's first time playing on LAN, and you're playing for the most popular team, and you're up against the team that eliminated them last season. I mean, this is just about as difficult as it gets, and Furia looked phenomenal earlier on today. You know, coming into this tournament, everybody would rank Falcons a lot higher in power rankings, but Furia are back, and it's still a question mark how Naupo's going to play.
Furia coming into this one hot as well. 3-0 against Limitless earlier, whereas Team Falcons have had to be watching all day. This has been a long event so far, already on day one. They've had to wait for their moment, and now finally they're here. Those nerves, Johnny, especially for Naupo as well, because as you mentioned, his first LAN, it's a really difficult situation to come into when there's history that he's coming up against.
Yeah, this is such a difficult situation. Now, he's such a talented player as well, though, one of the most talented players I've ever seen. And, you know, a lot of people in the scene are making comparisons to Zen already, because Zen was banned for a year from RLCS, and then immediately after being unbanned, he dominated. Naupo, banned for a year from RLCS for the same reason. And now, immediately after being unbanned, he's been picked up by the most successful team in Middle Eastern Rocket League history. Can he emulate Zen, at least in the first event? I mean, we can't be looking at the whole history of Zen in the past 3 months. We just have to look at what Zen did in his first event. He won it. If Naupo's going to follow his footsteps, he's going to need to win this one.
Well, there are some footsteps that Naupo will not want to follow, and that was Team Vitality losing earlier on. The upset against Oxygen Esports in Game 5. We'll see if it goes the distance again. Team Falcons against Furia. Not a best of 7 this time like it was last year. Only the best of 5, which may be good for Furia actually. Considering Team Falcons, you can expect they might have a few nerves at the beginning, considering they're using a brand new team. But all of that is speculation. What is the truth? Is that these two teams will be desperate to make it through to that upper bracket final against Carmine Corp.
And this is it. Who's going to pop off? Who's going to be the consistent team? And how's Naupo's debut going to go? 3v3 to kick things off. And now coming into this event, Furia would have been ranked lower in pretty much everybody's estimation compared to Falcons, who just finished off top 8 at Worlds, only losing at that tournament to the grand finalists, Vitality and BDS. Falcons had the form, they had the consistency, finally after a year that was pretty up and down for them, but now they've changed a player. They've picked up the hottest prospect in the region. They're looking to take their game to the next level. A little bit of conversation happening over here on the side of the Falcon stage right now, though. Hopefully they're going to be able to focus up and get their heads to the game. A smile from Ahmad would indicate that will be the case.
Looking chill as well. Ahmad in his interview earlier on with Hercules, he seemed as cool, calm and collected as you'd expect, but despite their headphones being on, they will hear this, they will see the crowd. Their fellow Saudi Arabians desperate to see them do well, desperate to see a Saudi Arabian team in any of the Gamers8 events do well. And Rocket League surely one of their best opportunities. Such good players. 9 individual Saudi Arabian players here who would very much see themselves as possibilities of taking home the trophy.
Absolutely, and Rule 1 have already made a statement earlier on today. They were outdone by their big brother Falcons at the World Championship, but they've already beaten Team Secret 3-0 to advance to the upper bracket of Group D. That was on the B stream earlier on today. Falcons looking to follow in their footsteps, and Twisted Minds, the other MENA team, in the lower bracket at the hands of BDS. A thrilling ending to that series in overtime in the 1v1, and that, that's really what we're all hoping for, I think, in this format, is that we get to see minimum 4 games, so we get to see all the game modes.
It would be extremely disappointing not to see the 2v2 and the 1v1. I mean, I'm just looking forward to seeing some Rocket League. I'm desperate for this one to get going. I'm sure the people watching on at home and indeed in the stadium are the same. We're trying to make that happen, of course. Let's talk about Furia for a second, Johnny, because it's been an up and down season for them, ending with the down, not making worlds, but their performance earlier against Limitless, Yan was looking like Yan.
Yeah, and they've had plenty hot starts throughout this season in North America. There's been many game 1s, game 2s where they've destroyed their opposition. It's been closing out the series that's been difficult for them. I mean, even looking back to Boston, they destroyed Moist in game 1 of that series in their first match of the tournament, and then they lost 3-1. So a hot start for Furia would not be surprising, but the consistency is what they've been missing recently.
Well, I may be accused of hyperbole, but this may well be one of the most high-pressure debuts we have ever had. In the case of Nalbo, straight into the cauldron. The big rematch from the semi-finals last year. Gamers8, is this where it begins for real?
And that was a nice 50-50 there by Naupo to kick things off, but he got hard right on his infield pass attempt. He was lost. He was ready and waiting for it. Now a shot attempt coming in. Oh, what a save! To deflect it into the crossbar. Ridiculous pre-jump there from Falcons.
Straight away, a fantastic block on the goal line, but Furia starting hot. They'll remember what it's like to be here. They'll remember what it's like to break Falcons fans' hearts. And they're starting off game 1 the better. Card flicks it high. But it's Ahmad that's there. How much would Nalpo love? Just take a clean couple of touches to get himself settled. And here he is on the ball.
Yeah, these two teams have not played since that fateful night last year where Furia came out on top. It was a 3v3 that finished off the reverse sweep, the first best of 7 reverse sweep in a Rocket League LAN. It's not the touch Naupo wanted, didn't get the ceiling read. Ahmad's got his back. It's been mostly Furia pressure so far, but now Falcons finally getting going. Here comes Naupo, wanted the floor double and missed it slightly behind him. TRK has a chance. Backboard well defended by Furia.
Almost reminiscent of Vatira there, TRK, with the finals game, I think it was. No, the semi-finals against Neo Tokyo. Zen against Carmine Corporate Worlds. Ahmad. Nalpo there gets in the way. TRK in the corner. Card is waiting for that one. Furia starting game on the best. The demo helps out as well. Card also steals some boost. Some more danger, more damage done.
Big miss.
A huge miss. Nalpo's coming in, but won't be able to put that one all the way to the net.
It didn't have enough boost to really send that one high towards the Furia goal. But Naupo's been active. He's had plenty of chances to play the ball. Furia look like the more creative team at the start of this game. Naupo in field. Ahmad in reverse, having to try and get back into position there. Away the ball a bit now, both teams, as TRK passes infield off the wall. Great cut on the pass again by Lost. It's not the first time that he's cutting off the Falcons pass.
First touch was clean as well, able to find it towards Card. And now Lost not afraid to go backwards too, so any nerves from him don't seem to be there. Another smaller player in real life who just has so much presence on the pitch. Card there into the corner, TRK keeping it out. Furia continuing just to ask questions of Falcons. Lost cuts in again. Card has a chance for the double tap. It should be 1-0. It is 1-0. And Card gives them the lead.
Card silences the local crowd as Naupo gets intercepted and Lost sends it middle. Great finish by Card as well. And they have absolutely deserved that 1-goal lead so far. Furia have been the more active team in the midfield. They're cutting off passes. They're setting up chances. And they get the first goal.
Lost 2. Throughout the RLCS season was becoming a little bit more deliberate in his playstyle, less of these aggressive cuts and half rotations. Seems to be reverting back to an earlier type of play. Maybe it works better on LAN than it does online. Just charging down everything Falcons are attempting. Ahmad wants to slow things down. Yan in the way this time. Lost beats Naupo to the ball cleanly. Card's there now, chasing it down again. Furia can sense blood. It could be a second if TRK's touch isn't ideal. As far as Lost, but TRK charges it down. That's what Falcons have to do. Stop Furia getting these clean touches. When they intercept in the center, it could be another clean one here, but Ahmad was already up. And Yan isn't quite able to finish the job. Naupo now into the ceiling. and Fury will be very pleased how this one started.
Yeah, they've really just had Falcons in a stranglehold. Fake aerial and the follow-up from Card. 2-0 Furia. Falcons cannot get out of defense. Jan beats TRK to the ball, lost fake Samad out there, and Card has to finish. A full team play.
Yeah, full team play from a team who's played together for almost the entire season, and that experience is showing for them. 2-0 to the good, and more than deserving of that lead as well, as the crowd attempt to rally and get behind their Falcons. Not quite happening so far. Nalpo with a safe touch forwards, sticking to the ball as we know that he can do, instead trying to let in his teammates. Card though, chases one down for Fury, up against Nalpo, closes him down. Nalpo in a little bit of trouble again. Then a demo comes in to allow TRK forwards. Armad's trying to get rid of Jan.
Oh, big
TRK
fake.
fakes
Oh,
it,
he missed
but he
it.
can't quite get the pinch in the back of the net.
Oh, TRK trying to squash it in with a post pinch, but it goes the other way. They're still in with a good chance here, but once again, the infield pass is cut off by Furia. Falcons need to be more clinical. They haven't had many chances to speak of. They thought adding output to the roster would just add more offense in place of Khaled, who's been the third man for the team in the past. It hasn't been the case. They've struggled to get shots on net. That's another one sent away from Lost.
But it was an example of Nalpo getting involved, putting the ball into the center, even though it wasn't quite finished. And there is Nalpo again. Furia, though, not finishing this one on the back foot, even though Falcons are trying to make that happen. Standing as tall as they can do. Armad in the center. TRK to get this boost. No, he doesn't. But instead leaves it for Armad. Good play from him, allowing Nalpo in. More bumps and demos coming in from Falcons. Armad's up. Armad can't quite close down Lost. And Falcons, for all their efforts, have only really had one gilt-edged chance. This could be another one for Furia, but Jan can't quite get the redirect.
Yeah, Furia have been the better team in this game.
Then he can.
They're getting creative again in offense. They've just had so much confidence with their team attacks, getting everybody involved. I don't think Falcons have had anywhere near the same level of aggression. There's a chance, but it's saved by Lost. He just waited. He didn't pre-jump like Nalpo was hoping he would. The shot to the bottom corner easily deflected away, and it's going to be the defending champions who start off with a win.
Furia will see Gamers8 as their tournament. Jan put the trophy down at the start of the event. He will want it back. He was the player from Furia who was standing up against the boos of the crowd, you know, smirking, smiling, enjoying it, soaking it up. Whereas his teammates just for a second looked a little bit overawed, but that performance from Furia, there was nothing overwhelmed about it.
I mean, they were dominant. That was an easy game one there for Furia. Falcons need to start to control the ball a little bit more. They were giving it away a little bit, get panicking in defense, and also maybe just trying a bit too much with the passing plays that were getting hard read by Furia. Too telegraphed there from Falcons. And now they've got the game choice going into the second game mode here. Could be 1v1, could be 2v2. Now when Falcons did have a choice, it was 2v2 that they picked against Furia the last time that these two played at Gamers8. Furia were in fact the team who chose 1v1 when they had a choice in that same matchup. Best of sevens, both teams get to choose if it goes to game 6 at least. Falcons have not only the choice of this game mode, but technically the choice of game 4 as well, because if we play 1v1 here, we'll play 2v2 in game 4 and vice versa.
What will they decide? All we can do is sit and wait as the cauldron simmers down for a minute or so until the crowd hear me and take that as a challenge and bring the chance back up. Hugely behind Falcons. The Falcons so far not quite performing to the standards that we hope from them. What do we hope from Falcons with Nalpo?
I mean, I like I said earlier, I just want to see 4 games at least. I want to see all the game modes. I'm expecting to see Nalpo and TRK in 2v2. I'm expecting to see TRK in 1v1. He was the undefeated player, the only undefeated player in 1v1 at Gamers8 last season. And when it comes to 2v2, Nalpo and TRK have got great track record. It looks like Card is pretty locked in there. Close to your screen. Jan having a good look at him. You know, it's unclear who the 2v2 team will be for Furia. Jan and Lost played a ton of 2v2 when Lost joined Furia initially in North America. They hit rank 1 and 2 in North America in 2v2, so they looked like they were going to be the team, but more recently, Jan's been playing with Card again. And of course, they were the team to beat in 2v2 last season.
All we can do, yet again, is wait and see. Falcons, this is a really tricky situation from them because they cannot shrink in this environment. Despite struggling in that first game, they cannot let it get ahead of them. Yeah. And they can't let it change the way they want to play Rocket League. You bring on a player like Nalpo, a talent, a young, unpolished young threes player, and what you want to do is you want to be explosive, you want to be shocking and surprising, and it didn't really happen in that first game. It doesn't mean it can't, and it certainly doesn't mean that it won't.
Well, you know, he had plenty of the ball, which is a good sign. Nalpo wasn't just completely invisible in the lobby. He did have chances to make things happen. He was winning some 50-50s and getting some clean beats, but Furia were just more creative. They took their time on the ball. They weren't just rushing to get the attack going. They really outplayed Falcons in the final third. You know, it's such a tough situation for Nalpo, really. This is as much pressure as you can have in your debut. I mean, you have the Zen comparison, of course, the two being so similar in their trajectories going into a big team in their region, but Zen debuted online. Nalpo's debuting online. Now, of course, he has played RLCS before. He played one split in the 2021-22 season, and I think, for me, online, he was right up there with TRK as best player in the region. He carried Cola to almost have a winning record against Falcons. It was Falcons who had to really fight to keep them at bay in the spring split back then in RLCS. But yeah, this is a totally different story of playing on LAN in front of a home crowd against the defending champions. That's a different level of pressure.
And now they have their man, Falcons. I'm sure that for Nalpo, he was someone they would have wanted for a while. And the opportunity is here for them to show why they've brought him in. It's always going to be a controversial decision, replacing Khaled. There's always going to be people saying why, because Khaled is that good. And I'm sure Khaled will go to another team and do perfectly well as well. I look forward to that as the tournaments continue and the season returns. But really, for Falcons, it feels harsh to say because it's their first match, but you have to step up right now.
Oh, yeah.
And this is something else that Nalpo's going to have to deal with. You know, clearly there's some sort of tech issue that they're trying to fix. Nalpo, you can't just give up. You can't lose concentration. You have to stay alive and you have to stay with it.
Yeah, they've got the ultimate test here, really, for Falcons. We're talking a lot about how the pressure's on the young Nalpo's shoulders, but the whole team, they need to deliver. They have a packed out crowd in front of them, all wanting and expecting them to win and avenge last season's loss. But it's not that easy. Furia are looking phenomenal so far. They really have not made any mistakes today. They've been flawless against Limitless, now flawless in game one. I feel like the confidence is just back. As soon as they arrived, they just got their aura back that they've been missing during RLCS. Can the crowd lift them? Can they lift Falcons to regain, to bounce back? They're already trailing 1-0. We're still waiting to hear what game they've chosen, what game mode they've chosen.
Maybe that's the delay. Maybe they're just really thinking, we could do ones, but then who do we pick? Nalpo or TRK? Oh, that's not bad either in twos. Is he joining the twos? They're trying to figure things out. I'm sure everybody is. But yeah, back to Furia. I mean, their match earlier on against Limitless, it was really the 2v2 where we saw the true return of their confidence, in my opinion. LAN and Lost playing together. Lost, who came in, did not have the impact that we expected from him. We expected them to bring even more chaos and brilliance to Furia, and instead they sort of just trended in the center a little bit more.
Yeah.
The 2v2s, the pre-jumps, the passing plays, the flip resets, the ceiling hit that Jan got to. It was huge, and this is the duo we're going to see on the side of Furia. And for the twos, it's TRK and Nalpo.
Yeah, TRK and Nalpo expected, but it's Jan and Lost. So, you know, Jan's basically got the pick of the litter there. He can choose Card if he wants to, Lost if he wants to. They're both great teammates for him in twos. But Lost earlier on did synergize so well with him. It's no surprise to see him being picked up here. Nice defense there by the aforementioned as he keeps Falcons in that near post area.
TRK's coming in. Would raise the roof if he and Falcons could get the lead, especially if Nalpo gets on the score sheet. They'll be desperate to lift this young man's spirits. Furia trying to do the opposite. Jan has it into the center. He's met by TRK. Here's Nalpo playing it safe for now, keeping control of the ball. Up against Lost, maybe underneath. Lost instead weaves it between them and gets himself involved.
And the first goal for Falcons is the new signee. Air dribble mind game and a great dunk as well. Bouncing the ball nicely over Jan. The boost just ran out for Furia. That's going to lift his spirits. That's going to get him in the zone if he wasn't in it already.
We talked about Furia reading each other's minds earlier, but Jan didn't read that one. Wasn't sure what Nalpo was cooking up with the dunk and the block. And now he has the ball again. Yan, oh, he's pinched it past him already. Look at the turn of pace. Chasing down Lost, can't quite get him. Confident defending from Lost. And now it's Furia who are looking shaken. Lost up against Naopo, who wins that race. Yan is up there against TRK. TRK pass him. And when Falcons turn the pace on, Johnny, they're getting past Furia at will.
Contrary to the last game, it's been Falcons' pressure. Furia had the pressure pretty much the entire 3v3. Oh, that's a risky play there. That's a Falcons sent completely flying down the other end of the pitch. That's a very, unnecessary risk as well. They're up by 1. They don't need to be playing the ball into dunks or mind games for now. But he gets intercepted by Yan. TRK's there to cover him.
Yeah.
Furia starting to get some chances.
The comms were good, though. I think Naopo realized that one wasn't quite going to work. And TRK, he was able to get back in time when the predicted intercut from Furia came in. Here's Yan up against Naopo. Furia have done well to take the sting out of the tail. These Falcons look like they were going to run away with things, but not quite to be. Furia get the ball grounded yet again. Yan has some time now in the air, and he has boost too. He gets his flip reset. What does he do with it? He goes the quick little hop. Naopo gets the save to a huge round of applause. The crowd loved that one as it remains at 1-0.
Yeah, TRK taking his time with the dribble. He's opened up an angle here, but chips it straight into Yan. Maybe taking a bit too long now. Naupo's missed his interception. TRK's got some defending to do. He's in a 2v1. Naupo recovers just in time, but now he's been demoed. It's still all Furia.
Ooh, TRK went for it a little bit too early, and the shot was able to come in, and Lost, he equalizes. It's 1-1.
I love the placement. That is a tough shot to hit for Lost on the turn to snipe the top corner over TRK to tie the game. Now pressure back on Falcons. They need to settle down here. There are a couple of rush plays again. Naupo missing an interception that he didn't really need to be going for. Here he comes in the offense one more time, though. Wanted the pre-jump, didn't get it, but what a dunk. TRK's got the open net. What an assist, though, by Naupo.
Even if you can't watch it, even if you can't hear us, the roar from the crowd will let you know that Falcons have returned their lead. It was Naupo. The challenge game so strong. Falcons' best weapon right now is getting Naupo that ball and letting him block anything Furia attempt. Get the ball again from the kickoff. Instead it's Lost. Naupo has no boost. What can Lost conjure? He and Yan in each other's pockets in the 2v2 earlier, going solo this time instead. Yan's arriving to help out. Lost arriving as well, waiting, lingering. But it's Naupo that it falls to. And how does this man, Johnny, always seem to have at least 60 boost?
The boost management's a huge part of his success. The speed is something he's known for. I mean, easily for me, one of the fastest players in the world now, but the burst of speed, really hard to rival. Scored the opening goal with a dunk. Set up the second goal with a dunk. It's been difficult to get in the way of him. As he air dribbles into the crossbar. TRK did not read that bounce. Whew. And now here come Fury the other way. Yan's got plenty of boost to play with here. Now put side flips, but TRK's got him covered. Again, it's Falcons who need to just calm down here. They're rushing themselves so much in these games, and they don't need to. They've got the lead.
Furia were almost able to make the most of a Falcons mistake, but TRK just about was able to do something from it. As Lost tracks this one round the corner. It's TRK that's going to have the ball, but Lost did well. Can't get the second one, though. Naupo weaves it between a couple of them. It's brilliant.
Oh, he's just too quick. It looked like he had options here. He could have air dribbled. Instead, he dribbles it, cuts it past one, shoots it past another. And it's just been Naupo who's been dominating this lobby. He's scored 2, set up the other. And it's in his second game for the team. What a way to show up to the occasion.
The nerves are settling now. It could be a third. Oh, Lost gets the save. Oh my goodness, the bounce dribble from the ceiling. Almost brilliant yet again from Naupo. He's cutting in now. Intercepting the rotation. Yan gets it as far as TRK. Should be able to get another go at the ball. Here he comes. Lost gets in the way of Naupo. But TRK can send it forward. The time is dripping away. And Falcons, they are getting stronger by the second.
Yeah, it's just been the Naupo show so far. TRK has been playing a solid game, but just get the ball to the youngster, get the ball to the new player. Seems to be the plan. And watch him work again. Looking for the setup down the middle of the pitch. TRK slow plays. A heavy shot to the top corner. Test Lost, who was aware. He's back into the middle. Not really a connection there that TRK was ready for, but he does get back to the ball. Big time block by TRK. He's still got some boost to play with.
They don't need a goal. That's just all to waste the remaining time as Falcons tie the series.
I love that from TRK at the end. It's not all about the flashy play, it's not all about the mechanics. Just stealing a few seconds, sending the ball back to your own half in 2v2 can be massive. And Falcons will get themselves right back into this series. They take the 2v2, and Naupo comes online.
Just such a good game by both TRK and Naupo. They really were not in trouble for long. I think the equalizer probably gave them a brief scare, but they got right back to where they were. And they finished the job. Tie series. Everyone is happy about that. We get to see the 1v1. I know I'm probably the happiest person about that, but I don't have any shame in admitting it. Just didn't take long though. Right at the start of the game, air dribble dunk to start things off. Nice equalizer there from Lost. Perfect placement, but then again, Naupo air dribbling from almost the same place. And even though he didn't get the initial plan to work, he had a backup plan. Double tap, defended. Oh well, here's a dunk for you to deal with. Quicker dribble on the ground from the catch to set up the third goal as well.
Yeah.
Great game all around from Naupo, but can they do it in 3v3?
That's the real question. Their first 3v3 was disappointing, it has to be said. Will the second one be better? Furia, they will do everything in their capability to ensure that that is not the case. As Card is going to be coming back into this one. He'll have a big role to play, I'm sure, in this next game because he did so well in suppressing Falcon's might in game number 1. Game number 3 may well be a little bit different. Naupo has improved since then. He's become more confident and gained more belief on this pitch. We go to game 3 with the series balanced so delicately. Which team will be the first to fall?
I really want to see some controlled plays from Falcons in this game. I think, you know, if one criticism I do have about their almost perfect 2v2 game that they just played is that they were rushing every now and then. Oh my goodness, what a shot that is from Lost. A heavy hit from midfield. The Falcons can control the game. We know that they've got great 50-50, low 50-50 in particular to fall back on. It's not really something we saw a lot in the first 3v3.
Lost. Maybe had a chance to put a little bit more of a question mark into Falcon's mindset with that touch, but instead just rolled it towards Ahmad, who is also welcome back to the pitch. Lost will go himself. He's got boost to play with here. TRK a little bit stranded in the center. If he can get it over him, he does. Almost gets the next touch as well. Naupo just waited. Ahmad's on that back wall. He'll find TRK, but Ahmad can go by himself. Falcons having to defend. Furia eking their way back into the game. Now getting the clean touches. Oh, God, almost got a couple of demos. All he needed was one nearly, but there's a save on the goal line.
We're right back to Furia in 3v3, dominating with pressure. Falcons are nearly snuck a shot across the pitch. It would have been saved even if it was on target. Lost recovering quickly enough there. Yeah, Falcons are seemingly struggling to get the ball out of defense here. They are not used to defending all that often when they match up against South American teams this season, but Furia have definitely got their number so far in Rocket League's main game mode. Main esport game mode. This is really where Falcons have to prove that the pickup of Naupo is worth it. TRK has a flip reset, shut down well by Lost, who continues to be a force in defense.
Yeah, Lost in the 3v3s has been my MVP so far, an absolute star for Furia. Charging down Falcons at the best possible moment every time. The decision-making has been flawless from him. In a season that's seen him be heavily critiqued by fans, I think it's fair to say. Card into the center. TRK is waiting there, and TRK, for my liking, edging forward a bit too much, having to jump up vertically rather than attacking the ball with much momentum. And then it works out. His teammate helped him. Naupo tries to chase down Card. His TRK again in the center. It falls to Lost. How much boost does he have? 30. Enough to do something with, to get it past a couple of them. TRK arriving from the back. It remains 0-0, but this one's starting to be stretched.
It looks like Falcons are trying to just do what everybody's doing these days, emulate Vitality. Naupo with another dunk attempt. It goes through. I mean, he's been tough to stop when he gets behind the ball, but Furia find a way once again. Okay, they're looking for that full rotation. TRK's not really sitting back and giving Naupo free rein. They're going for just a very standard rotation of 3 players doing whatever makes sense in whatever position they're in. Oh, that's not what Falcons have been known for over the years, with Khaled being such a clear third man. Well, now they don't really have one. TRK in the past has done that for various teams he's been on. It doesn't look like that's their plan for how they're going to play in 3s.
Meanwhile, Jan always desperate to get on the ball, tees up, lost almost. In the end, though, here comes Card. But now a chance for a counter. Now Po, does he chase? No, instead he rotates back. I thought that was a chance to really try and attack the Furia defense. Instead allows him to come back. Card, it's saved by Nalpo. He has the confidence to defend from his own goal line. Does he have to do any more? TRK with Lost charging him down. Jan refusing to go away. Card up against Nalpo. Card wins the race. Ahmad now on his back wall. It remains at 0-0. Such a close game. TRK has to win this and does.
Yeah, passing out defense has to be improved here from Falcons. They're struggling to get hard clears, and if you can't get hard clears, you need to try something else. There's a nice pass in the midfield. Nalpo just up in case the whiff comes through, but of course Furia continue to succeed. Ahmad trying to force an own goal. Furia do not bite. We stay at a tie game.
Lost. Charged down by Nalpo again, who turns it into a flip reset, combining these moves, but Ahmad knocks it backwards. That's dangerous. Lost now. Around the back wall, Ahmad knocks it to the side. Defends from his own poor touch. Nalpo's turn to go again. Another dunk. It falls to TRK, but Lost has nipped in there. Lost can get it all the way. Lost can take the lead here, but saved by Ahmad.
TRK straight down the middle. It's been missed. Jan backing up Card on that play. Again, Furia look a bit more scary in the 3v3 game mode moving forward. So many clean backboard bounces over the Falcons net.
Ooh. They're all in the same corner at the moment though, Johnny. It's a little bit nervy from Falcons with 20 seconds left. Furia ending it how they started the first game, well on top. Jan with the first touch. No one from Falcons can go for it. He's put it in that perfect corridor of uncertainty. That one's almost own gold, but somehow it works out as Falcons' possession. Card there, Nalpo's coming in. Lost and Card combining. Can he get the redirect towards Card? Yes, he can. Card with a pre-flip, but it's saved.
What a save by the youngster there, Ahmad, who had the air dribble bump on Card, who still blocked the shot. That nearly sealed it for Furia. Now Poke goes the other way, and Falcons respond.
They almost lost it at the death, and instead they stay alive and win from the kickoff. Falcons put themselves in series lead.
It was a strong kickoff for Falcons. Ahmad first to it. Naupo diving in and gets the winning goal again. I mean, he spent all the offense for Falcons today. 3v3, scoring twice and creating the other goal, scoring the only goal in game 3. Somehow Falcons have ended up a match point here, despite Furia dominating in terms of territory, pressure, possession, and every metric in those 3v3 games. Furia looked to be on top, but one kickoff was all it took for Falcons to steal the game.
Yeah, a kickoff goal will be something that Falcons would love as well. By no means luck right there. They work on these, they think about these. What a save that was from Nalpo. When the chips were down, TRK almost coming in at the end and this. My favorite moment, the pre-flip from Card. Not quite enough. But then that was not as simple as it looked. Nalpo, he was spinning his way to generate power, and he got them the win in overtime directly from the kickoff. To confirm, Johnny, it is time for the 1v1. You excited, mate?
Nah, don't really like 1v1. Not my favorite.
All right, well, let's just skip this one. Let's just flip a coin.
Let's just get it over with. No, I'm excited. Of course, I'm excited. TRK, probably against Jan, most likely as well, because Lost is actually brilliant at 1v1 as well. They didn't have to play 1v1 against Limitless Furia. They got it done in 3. When the TRK and Jan matched up in 1v1 last season, it went all the way down to the wire. TRK won it by a single goal, but he was not comfortable in the matchup. In fact, he had the chance to run it back and he chose not to. And he looks like he's starting off strong here. 1 goal to the good off the back of a perfect play.
The crowd is starting to believe as TRK takes the early lead in what could be the series-winning game. From the kickoff, he had all the pressure, and 7 seconds in. 1 goal ain't much in 1v1, but my goodness, is it good for your belief?
And this is the 3rd single game that these two have played. Jan won the most recent one in a show match at last year's World Championship. TRK starting off strong. What a mind game to make it 2-0. Jan had moves, so he didn't have any chance to get that read. Oh, that's disgusting.
He'd have to sit back and enjoy that one from TRK. He could have done anything with that ball, and in the end, he chose to do nothing. And Jan did not see it coming at all. 2-0 in 17 seconds. And who knows how the rest of this game is going to go, but these early goals will help a lot.
There we go.
Jan has the early answer, and he's still in this one.
Yeah, a bit of a mistake there from TRK. He thought he could beat Jan to the mid boost. He realized late that Jan was going to take it away from him. A perfect first touch from Jan sets up his first goal of the game. And this is really going to be a very important game in the seconds following every kickoff, because we have got two players who are so clinical with their shooting. Looks like TRK's made an adjustment there. Oh, what a touch by Jan. He passes to himself off the inside of the post, and now he's counter-attacking.
He can do some more with it as well. How's his dunk game? Oh, wasn't quite watching Nalpo in the last 2v2. Instead, TRK gets the block. TRK takes it down the other side, and TRK returns the 2-goal lead.
Yeah, Jan just a bit too low on that attempted mid-air 50. TRK played the timing perfectly, and he looks like he's just the favorite at the moment. I mean, Jan has fallen down the 1v1 ladder recently just a bit. He was one of the absolute best players in 1v1 at last year's Gamers8 and the months that followed. But more recently, he's been struggling. TRK's been inactive. Oh, he's awake for this one. Jan with an interception, though, will make it 2-3. And that was all too easy. TRK tried to keep the control in the back corner. Jan just read him, and the rest was far too simple.
Jan clinging on to the edge of the cliff and just about avoiding being kicked off by TRK. He's putting everything against his opponent. Jan keeps on going. Who takes this kickoff? It's fairly neutral, depending on this pinch, though. Jan gets towards the goal. Does he have the puck? Yes, he does. Oh, but he's missed. Oh, he's pre-flipped into it. It was the wrong decision. He does then get the demo, though. Round the corner. Can TRK get back in time from the spawn? No, he can't. Jan held his cool, and he equalizes.
I mean, that was such a great recovery from Jan. Even after TRK, I think it was a bit of a miss from Jan, a bit of a pull shot save from TRK. Jan got the demo and turned around and shot it over his head. Foolish from TRK to spawn at the far side there, but it would have been much smarter to spawn in between the ball and the goal.
What a turnaround.
Look at Jan, 4-3. Goals are flying in at either side of the pitch.
This is why we love the 1v1. The swings that we can see, a couple of kickoff goals. And suddenly it's the Furia man who's put them right back into this series. It was seeming like it was going away from them at the start. But Jan, he was not phased. He did not falter. Another kickoff, this one towards TRK. He gets some boost as well. What can he do with it? He's up. Jan's got 100 as well. TRK, does he go for the fake yet again? No, he waits. Then he goes for the edgeable bomb. And he sinks it. And Johnny, this is an absolute show match.
What a goal by TRK. Fakes the flip reset, fakes the wave dash shot, and instead just bumps Jan, who's waiting on the goal line for the shot to come towards him. He did not see TRK's car coming towards him. And we're right back to the center circle again. These guys have been trading heavyweight punches. Jan delays his kickoff here by a mile. TRK didn't see it, hit it straight into him.
I'm going to put you on the spot here, Johnny. Top of your head, what's like a super high scoring 1v1 you can think of? Is there one that everyone always thinks, oh, this could be XYZ?
You know, 1v1 without at least 20 goals is considered a dull affair, Paul. We could be in for a long game here. Multiple replays. I mean, usually when I'm watching, I skip the replays, but we're going to watch all of them in their full glory for this game. And every other 1v1 game at Gamers8. Jan trying to the airball shot. TRK read it correctly, knew the angle wasn't there.
Jan, though, is not letting TRK escape. He gets the ball as well. He catches it. He flicks it into the corner. Jan returns his lead.
Jan is just so difficult to defend. When he gets a boost advantage, he's got shots, he's got the physical plays, he's got the 50-50 game as well. I mean, he just does everything right in offense. The TRK has also had a lot of success with his 9 goals in 2 minutes between the two players, but Jan's had most of them.
TRK wrapping around that ball. Jan wins the challenge yet again, though. Puts it into the center. Buys himself some time. Has to get some boost here now, though. He's low. TRK has 100. Oh, and Jan's missed the boost. Can TRK punish him? No, somehow. Jan gets the save. He had nothing. He still has nothing. All he has is hope, endeavor, and maybe a slice of the ball. He hopes. Somehow he survives, at least for now. He's still boostless. And TRK makes it 5-5. We're not even halfway through.
I mean, that was just patience from TRK. Jan tried to pre-flip into a 50-50, but he just didn't hit the center of the ball. TRK walks it in to tie the game. Both players have committed so much on the kickoff that we're seeing desperate positions. Jan's gone for a delayed kickoff again. TRK hits the bar. He tried to shoot it over him, and the second shot will force Jan back. It will allow TRK to steal the boost, but that could have been a goal.
Could be down the other end now, though. Jan, quick counter attack. down the heart of the Furia goal, or down the Falcons goal, should I say. Instead, we'll have some midfield play. The challenge this time goes to TRK. He gets the boost as well. Yan chasing, he's just nibbling at TRK all the way. Can he get it over him? The flick, it's clean, it's good, it's pure, and it's in.
TRK saw Yan turning to close the gap, and he just flicked it right over him. As soon as Yan advanced, TRK immediately got the ball on top of his car and flung it into the top shelf of the net. Yan not too sneaky with that challenge, and not too sneaky with his delayed kickoffs either. I'm not expected to see that one again. Not this time, at least. What a swingy game we've seen in a legendary 1v1 rivalry.
I mean, cutting to TRK there, he looks so cool, calm, and collected. I don't know how he's doing it. But Yan gets it past him yet again. Then he fakes TRK out, and Yan makes it 6. And every time they come forward, there's another little slice of brilliance.
That is unreal from Yan. Fakes the shot from the corner. TRK thought he was going to surprise Yan with a quick recovery, but it was Yan who surprised TRK with a mind game.
6-6. And all analysis, all predictions are out the window right now. This is two heavyweight boxers scrapping it out, going for haymakers. Yan over the top almost of TRK. Who gets the better recovery? It's Yan who gets the ball. And he actually picked up the boost this time, but TRK wins the challenge. It could be 7. How's the finish? Oh, the ball just bounced more than he wanted. And with 1 minute 25 left, it's Yan who has control.
Yeah, immediate recoveries by both players. Oh, what a shot by Yan! TRK thought he was sneaking up behind the ball here to challenge, unawares, but Yan could see him around the ball, just parking the bus, and the reverse challenge gets completely outplayed.
What was it you said earlier? Less than 20 goals, and everyone goes, wasn't that great? We might hit that target.
We're on track for sure. TRK and Yan are slugging it out. Defense has not really been too effective because the level that these two have played with their offensive strategy has been unbelievable to watch. I don't think I've seen the same shot twice. It's been different every time. Now TRK gets the 50-50 pass Yan, of course, and ties this game again.
14 goals. If you want to advertise 1v1, this would definitely be up there with the games that you should show people. End-to-end, goal-to-goal, mechanic to mechanic. And still they're neck and neck. 14 goals later and 4 minutes. We continue at full parity. Who wins this kickoff? To the side it goes. The TRK has control though. I mean, normally know what that means. Yan, how much longer can you last?
He has got no boost yet to back off all the way to the corner. TRK opens up an angle with a hook shot.
The hook shot.
Makes it. Goes for the just full volley instead, and Yan cuts him off. Great dodge in the demo by Yan as well, who's now got possession.
Yan. Almost past TRK, he gets the flick and he makes it 8. The 15th goal sinks in the heart of the Falcons net.
What a play by Yan. Again, he had TRK within his vision. TRK's not hiding behind the ball there. His challenge is in plain sight, and Yan is clinical as ever. 1 goal the difference. This time it's Yan in the lead. I feel like he's had plenty leads this game, but every time TRK fires back, and he might fire back here, takes his time with a kickoff goal, misses his flick, and Yan has possession again.
And steals a couple more seconds as well, waiting for the ball to come to him and taking the boost. Yan has full control, TRK in front of him. 2-goal lead could be huge in a match like this one. No, it's saved again, and TRK does have control of it. He flicks it long this time, connects with it, gets around it, but Yan can just send it high. 17 seconds left. Is there going to be one more slice of drama?
Yeah, TRK backing off to mid-boost. He's going to try and turn and play this ball. He does get it. Yan with the immediate pre-jump, and TRK spotted it. He's got the floor double lined up, but Yan is back!
So close to the floor pinch, he had the read. Yan is going to defend this one to death. TRK chasing. What's he going to go for? It's going to drop just in front of the goal. The explosion from Yan. He gets Furia back into the series. He's at the exhaustion. Yeah, lean back in your chair, matey. You've got every right after that one. 8-7, and they have to get right back into it in just 60 seconds time.
The man looks like he's in pain. He's leaning back in his chair.
We all are, Johnny.
He deserves it. What an effort by Yan. What a monumental game that could be. TRK put up a great fight, but Yan is back. He is here to defend his title, and we're going to do it in the ace match.
My goodness. It was almost a year ago that we had Game 7 between these two Gamers8 titans. And it was Furia that won out in overtime, no less, of the semi-finals before going on to claim the crown and claim glory. This time we're seeing these two face off much earlier in the competition, but Johnny, looking at these reactions and looking at the crowd, it means just as much.
I mean, the stress level, watching that 1v1 was stressful enough. I can't even imagine playing it. It was on a knife edge the entire time. The smallest of margins for every single goal, but Jan came out on top. Fury have looked like the better 3v3 team today as well. I feel like Falcons, they stole that second 3v3 game with a brilliant finish, I will admit, from Naupo. It was a fantastic shot to take it in overtime, but can they level up? They need to. Furia have had their number in 3 so far, and a massive dunk on the kickoff almost puts them up by 1 in a matter of seconds.
What a start that would have been for Furia. Instead, they'll have to keep on pushing, and if they are to take this lead, it's going to come all the way back to Lost. Maybe a couple of seconds just to relax as Lost takes control of the ball. TRK closing him down now, though. God, I'm just wondering how much they're going to give it to Jan. If Jan needs a slight mental break, same with TRK, as much as you can have in Game 5 of a 3v3.
Yeah, they're probably wishing right now that they could just take a break and let the other play too. So here's a chance. It's off target. Naupo had the double. It's back in for Ahmad. It's saved. It's Furia again, who are looking like the quicker team in 3s, but Falcons, with a burst of pace in offense, have them on the ropes.
Ahmad is going to get this one. Beats his teammates the ball and beats the opponents, but Jan and Card, the two of them combine. And Card also gets it passed towards Lost. In the center now, Card up against Ahmad. Good pace from Ahmad. Naupo in the corner. Who does he have in the middle? TRK is trying to find it. TRK pre-jumped, tried to be too smart.
Well, the comms are not working there for Falcons. Pre-jump came through, and it's at the other end now. Lost gets the goal. Keeper got a touch, but it wasn't enough.
It wasn't enough at all. Falcons could not have been punished more for their indiscretion. Naupo almost got in, but couldn't quite get enough of that ball to keep it out. Furia 1-0 to the good, and they have looked better in the 3s despite losing Game 3.
Yeah, no clinical finishing there from Falcons. The chances have been there in the first minute. None of them have been taken. Furia got half a look and they immediately scored. Falcons again into the orange half. 50-50 goes over. That was strong from Naupo, but unfortunately for them, it bounced high. Now here's some time for TRK. He's air dribbling again. This didn't work at the closing seconds of the 1v1. It doesn't work now.
Falcons may be showing now the game plan they intend to have going forwards. Full attack, just like we saw from TRK in the 1v1. Furia counter-attacking, almost doubling their lead. Here comes Jan. It's actually hit wide, and Lost can't quite get the redirect on target. Now the counter, Naupo in the middle. TRK to the backboard. Is anyone arriving? It doesn't matter, because Lost clears hugely.
Yeah, great read by Lost there. I mean, it looked like TRK would be likely to shoot, but he pinged it to the backboard, expecting it to be open, and Lost was already up there, ready to take the ball to safety. That clear's going nowhere. Lost again, sends it back into the Falcons half. Falcons have got to be careful here. Furia have scored more goals in 3s than they have, even though the games have been traded. Now they've scored more in the first half of this game as well. Second half rapidly approaching.
And once the backboard, Lost does great work actually to stay behind the ball and take it away in these high pressure situations. Card and Jan didn't quite have the same synergy they had earlier there on that play. And Falcons can come forward as the game ticks past the halfway mark. Fury with the 1-0 lead. Maybe it's going to be 2 here depending on what Lost can do with the ball. Jan was coming in. Card is just going to push that one to the side where Lost is waiting. And Furia happy to take their time. Falcons less so. TRK over the top, but Jan is there. Furia defending well, Johnny.
Yeah, Furia have had just simply better defense. They're having more success getting the ball from defense into attack. This has been a struggle for Falcons earlier on today, more so. Now they're getting more clean looks at it, but there's just not many clear-cut chances for Falcons. As Furia continue to defend bravely, that double from TRK is even going to be blocked by Card. Great boost management by Furia under pressure here. And now suddenly a chance comes through. Now Naupo's chipped in middle. Ahmad getting blocked out. TRK is uncontested for now. Doesn't have a flip yet. That could change. Not in time as Card closes the gap.
Yeah, time is starting to run out again, though. Falcons have Furia pinned, but so far they're wriggling and surviving. TRK, he shoots, though, and there was Lost from within the goal. What a performance he has had in 3s. So far, it's winning it for his team.
Yeah, Lost has just been there every single time that they need him. Naupo with a huge flip reset. Bump misses from TRK on the goalkeeper. Now Ahmad's all alone, and he's got Lost to worry about. Reset from Lost. No touches on the ball afterwards. And they don't need it. They're looking brilliant in defense. Something that you wouldn't say about Furia a long time ago. what a transformation they've had.
Can there be one moment of magic from Falcons to at least force an overtime? Not with Yan getting these redirects. Lost shoots, but it's wide. And it falls to Naopo. What a debut this could be. What a moment of magic it could be from the new player, but it's not quite there for them. They're still pushing all the way to the end. Yan tees up Card on their own goal line. Furia still passing the ball around, but Falcons are gonna have another go at it.
Oh, Jan's missed that one. Half a chance, but it's blocked. And again, Furia just pounced on the second ball. They take it all the way to the Falcons side. It's off the bar and out.
Oh, so close again. Saved there by Falcons, and they'll push through all the way to the end. Nalpo over Yan. Can he get another huge dunk? It's not gonna happen. Card on the back wall. Ahmad steams in, Lost in front of him, pinched past him. TRK fakes it out for Nalpo! Oh! And pushes it into the top corner!
What a shot by Naupo. Lost pre-jumped and still couldn't get there. That is perfection. We have a tie game.
We have a tied game, and we have a new young player in town who has the ability to change series like this one. Ahmad could finish it even before overtime. It's gonna hit the floor, and history's gonna repeat. It's gonna come to overtime of a deciding game.
The Falcons have come alive in 3v3. They get the first possession. They've got boosts on TRK backing up Ahmad here. He doesn't find a way into the play though. It bounces away from him. Great touch by Naupo, but Jan's gonna collect. And you know what that means. To the air goes Jan. He wants the ceiling pitch double, but it goes too low.
The ball is belonging to Card right now. Ahmad, there's a few of them that go in. Now Poe's at the back post. Lost, he's gonna shoot this one if he can, but it's saved again by Falcons. Having to do some defending, they're gonna have to do even more here. Napo gets the ball, Ahmad in the center. Ahmad goes up, the pre-jump is good. It hits the back wall, it's gonna bounce more than Furia would have wanted. Card though can take control of it. Is anyone gonna challenge him? Yes, it's Ahmad. So both teams almost having chances, but the defense has been strong. Oh, Lost waits for a second, but it's still read by Falcons.
And more mind games by Furia in the last third of the pitch. Falcons getting a bit stacked up here, but Naupo finds some space. Loose touch by Lost. Gets him initially pounced on by Falcons, but they can't control it either. No real passes connecting here. But it looks like Falcons will be the team to get the next chance. Oh, never mind, what a play by Yan. It's into the middle now. TRK turning an attack from Furia into a counter immediately. Suddenly a slow play. Emerges. It's Card. He bounces it under, but Naupo's there.
Not just getting the goals, making the saves on the goal line as well. Standing so tall for his small frame, Naupo. Onto the back wall again. Here's Yan, but it's saved. Falcons, all of them getting in the way. Lost.
Oh!
He misses. That was the opportunity. And now it's Ahmad, his turn to get rid of it. He waits instead. Card could punish him for that. TRK arriving. Yan, is there going to be a redirect? Not this time. Falcons survive an onslaught from Furia.
What a level both teams are playing at right here, but now the mistakes are starting to come through. Lost alone, no problem. He takes the ball all by himself past two players.
TRK up against Card in the center. Nalpo's waiting for it, but Yan isn't going to let it fall for him. Ahmad, does he have a pass to the side? Not this time, so Lost, he can hit it cleanly, but now the mistakes are starting to happen. The pressure's starting to mount for both teams. Yan knocks it down. Ahmad waits, but Yan is just waiting for it. Oh, that's awkward though from Lost. But Card was aware of what was happening and is able to sweep up. But they're all there, Johnny. All Furia players in one corner.
Another fake coming through. Lost looking to bring Card back into the play. And might look for someone in the middle here. Jan's retreated the entire length of the pitch. Try and find some space. Try and find some boost. Another brief lull before we get right back into fast-paced action. The changes of pace have almost led to goals for Furia on multiple occasions. Ooh, TRK just able to block out Yan there, and Ahmad beats his man, but Furia again collecting the ball and getting right back into attack.
TRK, his touch isn't ideal, it's only as far as Yan, who goes to the ceiling, gets the flip reset. TRK doesn't need to be defending that one because Ahmad was able to help him out before it came for him. Now Yan just towards Naupo. Naupo, does he clear the path for TRK? No, instead he is the path. But TRK can't quite get in the way of Ahmad. Towards Lost. No player able to string a couple of touches together. It's just so messy at the moment. It's scrappy. 50-50 games have to be strong from all of them. Full for Naupo! Oh! Naupo makes his mark! He's here and he is ready!
Falcons have done it. TRK blocking Yan on the last save. Yan would have had that save, he had plenty boost. But Naupo's shot goes in undefended. Falcons pointing across the stage. They have their revenge.
And it's best served cold, and that was an ice-cold performance from a man who's never been in this situation, never even played with his team competitively. 2 massive goals for Naupo, the late equalizer, and then the overtime winner. And I tell you what, Johnny, as far as debuts go, that was not a bad one.
I mean, that was a great step up there from Falcons. They were outplayed in both of the 3v3s beforehand, even though they got the win. TRK and Yan showing him a lot of respect there. A smile as they know they had an epic battle in Game 4 there that I'm sure they'll both look back on fondly. But it's Falcons who advance into the upper bracket final of the group against Carmine Corp.
Oh man.
Furia need to make the lower bracket run, but I think they're ready. They look ready to make that run. The level we just witnessed was incredible. That felt like a grand final. It was an upper semi-final of the group stage.
I mean, there is so much to talk about. I cannot wait to hear what the desk have to say. What a series that was.
Or what Jorby doesn't have to say anymore. It was electric in here, though. It was phenomenal. Everyone at edge of their seats. I saw production popping off as well.
Yeah, they were going nuts.
This was something. Everyone in this studio was into it. Jorby, right up to the end of it. I mean, it was a great match. You can't deny it.
Honestly, Johnny said it best. That felt like a grand final.
Right.
Stumpy and I were just like geeking out at every single touch, every single 50. And everyone's like, wait, he's in the air for that one.
Yeah.
It's like someone gets a reset. He beats the first defender, but then he's in the air. He takes it away. Napo was playing ridiculously. And oh my goodness, lost in this series.
Oh, man.
That's some of the best Rocket League I've ever seen him play.
Yeah.
But man, Falcons were so clutch in this series.
I feel like it also came down to the fact that when we saw these teams face off against each other, it felt like a titanic match, and that was everything that we wanted it to be. That 1v1 was trading goals back and forth the entire time. Ended up with like 17 goals, whatever it was. The final one, not quite sneaking its way in. Yan popping off. You then see them then hop into that 3v3, and my word, everyone in this studio was going crazy. Me and Jorby, for both teams, by the way, we were like, oh my god, what a 50. And then just like, oh yes,
every 50 was like that.
Just so much excitement, and that, hearing all the audience as well, we can hear it through our headphones, hearing the audience go crazy for their home team. And Naupo, what a debut he has had.
100%. And what revenge for Falcons actually winning in front of their home crowd. It still had to go the distance. One of the most intense Game 5 overtimes that I have witnessed. And man, what more can you say about it? I mean, the 1v1 delivered. The 2v2 Napo was ridiculous. The 3v3 was tight the whole way through. I mean, like, literally, that series had everything. And that was the best. The best display of why crew battles is so dang fun, man.
Yeah.
Like that was peak Rocket League.
I mean, you guys said it all. I mean, that was really cool. Again, how many goals did we get in that 1v1?
15.
15.
It was
oh my
8-7.
God. That was just absolutely
And
absurd.
every goal was a banger. Like every single one of them.
Right. And I think during this, we'll let you know who we picked in a few moments, but during this, we swap. Okay, no, that's now the play of it. Now that's the MVP. Actually, no, back to this
I
MVP.
literally asked at the end, like, is it too late to change the play?
Yeah.
It's like, it's locked in. Like, we've already got the replay sorted for it. That was the goal of the game. Seemed like, or the series, seemed like every third or fourth goal that we saw go in. They had to work so hard for every single play. That was nigh on impossible, but what a win and what a performance from both teams.
Let's take a look into who we finally picked then. Because by the end of it, again, there was a lot of good plays, but we do have to give the STC play to Yan. You called it out. I think I was writing a note, but you called it out. You saw it. It was a beautiful play from him. There's so many, but
absolutely. Yeah, coming across. He knows TRK has to come back quickly. He takes that boost. He knows TRK is coming back quick. So what does he do? Fake the touch there to get the goal. Absolute mental play from Yan. I was
nasty.
Going nuts on that fake. And then, honestly, you were right. It was too late for us to change the play after that because the 3v3 just had so many moments where I was like, play the game, play the game.
It was the one with 4 seconds left, 3 or 4 seconds, and it was in the TRK fake into Naupo.
That was
top corner.
That was so
the
disgusting.
pixels we were just nerding out over that goal the entire time. Even Jorby's like 4 seconds left. Fury have just had the game tied against them, and he's like,
geeking out.
"That was amazing."
I'm like, here, you know, let's do a runner-up package and just play the game again.
Yeah,
just down. I'm down.
Just play the whole last one here.
We kept hyping it up, and like I feel like we do hype up like high tier matchups a lot, but probably 20% of the time they actually live up to it. This was the 20%.
Truly,
this was absolutely the 20%.
And again, MVP was also a difficult thing to pick out here, but we did land on our Kyria MVP being Naopo for the Falcons.
Absolutely.
I mean, what a clinical showing. Stumpy from this player.
Unreal debut. The fact that he was able to come out on a stage where you've got all that support behind you, all these expectations behind you. You're filling the shoes of Khaled when you're playing in Gamers8 in the middle of Saudi Arabia, and you come out and you deliver one of the performances of your lifetime. That is the goal that really cemented it.
Yeah, that goal was that was insane, and we saw it earlier in the second 3v3 where Furia looked like they controlled possession, they controlled the entire pitch, and then it goes to the kickoff, and Napo puts on an incredible shot after they win the kickoff. Not a complete guarantee they get that goal unless that shot is nasty, and that one right there to end it beautifully. Absolute perfect placement. What more can you say? Napo, absolutely the MVP.
And again, it takes a lot to take it away from the player that plays the 1v1. Almost all of our MVPs went to the 1v1s today, but with a performance like that, you got to give it to him.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, the fact that we have seen, as I said, I really can't overstate how hard that is to do on a debut. You have got every expectation on your shoulders. He is the most exciting Middle Eastern up-and-coming young player that we've had for a couple of years now. And he came out and he performed to that level on the biggest team in MENA as well. The utmost admiration for that kind of level that he was able to achieve.
Well, let's get a couple thoughts on the day. We have a couple more things for cleanup here, but just thoughts now as we've gone through it. That was an exciting way to cap off today. Honestly, there was a lot of good matches. A couple teams maybe we'll say getting experience for their lower bracket runs, but to end it off like that was just super fun.
Absolutely, and you know it's only going to get better the farther we go when we start knocking off the teams that won't make it far, and we get down to the nitty gritty. We get all of our best teams all together, and these matches are just going to keep on delivering.
Yeah,
I'm so excited as we move on, getting closer to the playoffs.
I mean, think of what we've seen already today. We saw Vitality lose their second series, the important series this entire season so far since they picked up Zen. They lost to Oxygen in that 3-2 thriller in Group A. We also saw G2 sweep over Optic Gaming. That was a brilliant group, absolutely loving that. Gladiators really got to battle versus Vitality when we see them tomorrow. That is going to be a brutal game. In Group B, we had, I think this went a little more how we were thinking, apart from Monkeys getting that 3-0 sweep over NIP, and then they dropped down to Gen G a little bit later on. So the titanic battle in that group is going to be BDS versus Gen G.
Yeah, and that BDS Gen G match, that one is going to go hard. I can't wait for that one, but obviously in Group C, Carmine Corp getting deep, and Falcons going to be taking them on. One of those teams will be moving on to the playoffs, and with how Falcons performed that time, that KC Falcons match is not one to miss.
Unfortunately, Chrome down the lower bracket there.
No.
Sad days for Rob.
Don't deserve it. He carried his team there, boys.
That's true. And Group D, looking at this, I mean, the one that comes to mind immediately is that version 1 Team Liquid. I heard them.
They were loud
the whole time.
Oh, dude, they're like, look, Calm is there. You know Calm is going to be talking. But that's the thing is, I don't even think he started talking. I think Liquid started it. And I'm like, you want to out-trash talk Calm?
Yeah.
And, that did not go well for them.
And then they score a goal like right at the end of that series to get that win. Yeah, version 1. It's a painful moment for a Team Liquid fan such as myself, but it's fine. We're going to bounce back in the lowers. Rule 1 as well going over Secret. Great performance from them.
Well, I was going to say, the Sunless and the boys have to be happy about that one because a 3-0 win to move yourself up. And then you look at version 1, I feel like that's a matchup that's relatively in your favor.
The Battle of the Wands. I hope we see a version 1, Rule 1, 1v1.
Will we have a Rule 1 in the Rule 1 version 1, 1v1? Wouldn't that be something?
That would be something.
That would be something.
I don't think my brain could
Not
deal
in the
with
1v1, maybe in the 3v3.
No, the 1v1 would be weird.
Yeah, the 1v1. I don't know why. I said 1v1 because, we were saying a bunch of ones. Yeah.
No, I do want to see the Rule 1 with Rule 1 versus version 1 in the 1v1.
Right.
Because that would be the one to watch.
One time.
Yes.
And another one.
And another one.
Well, we do have one more thing to hand out today. Of course, it's going to be Dr. Solomon Al-Habib Save of the Day. And this one is going to go to Magic Bear earlier in the day. That's right. You saw it versus G2. We cut it off because, well, they did get scored right after.
Yeah,
This was an incredible save.
You didn't have to say
I
that.
didn't have to call him out, but I'm doing it anyway. Look at that
It's
save.
not just the fact that he gets that save. You see him avoid a bump as well. A player from G2 comes to swipe across the net. He delays his jump. He goes straight over the top, and then he flies up, manages to block it. He recovers fantastically. Unfortunately, as you said, it bounced off AJ. They do end up conceding.
He also had like
but
12 boost on that, so he had to kick and then somehow get the
literally,
speed.
it's the only thing he could have done to get that save.
Yeah.
Brilliant stuff.
Well, let's look at the schedule for tomorrow for a stream. We have that ready here, and that's where you're at, so we'll let you know what's going on here. We
It's a big old day.
Yeah, I like it. How many matches? 4,000, it looks like?
Yeah,
it's about
ish.
It's a lot.
Something like that. But starting off with Monkeys Elevate, this is fun. I've been talking to the Monkeys boys. They seem really excited just to be playing, and we know Elevate is excited too, especially with Realize on that roster.
Yeah, I mean, Realize, I think, is everybody's favorite story coming into lands like this.
yeah.
What can he do? We saw them go to the 5th round in the Swiss at the World Championship. APAC definitely on the rise, and Monkeys are quite a hard team to bump into.
What are you looking at over there, Jordan? What's the match that got your eye?
Yeah, you know, we kind of talked about a couple of them already. It's those premier matchups, the version 1, Rule 1, Team BDS, Gen G. I'm really excited for those. I'm actually curious about that Koi Liquid match. I fully expect Liquid to get through. Stumpy's kind of looking at me like, don't you dare say that.
I'm sorry.
Don't dare put that evil on me. I won't do that, but, you know, I just remember, I think it was someone like Chamako was saying he really thought Koi was going to do something. So I think that's why my brain went there. But BDS Gen G, I think, is mine that I'm really looking forward to.
Fair enough. Hey, well, before we say goodbye to everyone for today and get ready for tomorrow, I just want a quick final thought on how Gamers8 has been going for you guys for day one, because we already had a lot of Rocket League.
I was going to say, it has been thrilling. This crew battle format is so exciting to see, especially after we've just had the entire season of 3v3.
Yeah.
With the occasional 2-sync spattered in there, a little bit of 1v1 every now and then, but to have all of them matter on land, 24 teams globally coming here, that is what crew battles all about. That is what Gamers8 exceeds at as well. So crew battles for me.
Like every time we get into it and we're switching to 1s, we're going back to 2s, just like, man, that's so cool. Because like you see results that you really don't expect. Like Vitality losing to Oxygen.
Right.
No, and Oxygen taking 2 out of the 3 3v3s. Literally nobody predicted that. That's awesome. And then that Falcons Furia match just delivered in ways that even I couldn't have hoped for. And you know that, I'm telling you, the end of the day, that version 1 Rule 1 match, that is going to be insane.
That's a banger.
One you definitely gonna want to tune in for.
Cool. Well, I mean, that's it, Jorby.
Leave.
Oh, thank you.
Doctor.
Oh, yeah, we
Stumpy.
can walk. Yep. Thank you.
We can do that.
You know,
Did you
I
forget
grew
how
a few
to?
inches. It's great. I can actually like look at you now.
Yeah, it's lovely.
Oh yeah.
Okay,
well,
I'll let you
I'm
guys
sorry.
compare that while we
Yeah,
send
it's okay.
our way out. Thank you guys for joining us for our first day here at Gamers8. So much more exciting Rocket League coming to you tomorrow. We'll see you then.
Dragging us down, face on the ground, but still we so proud. Just look at the crowd, making some noise, making some sound.